It was a blast to watch you go and rip McCurdy.
I knew there was going to be a medical tent. The volunteer like had me lay down, took my temperature, gave me Gatorade, gave me some kind of like salty snack. I honestly can't even remember at this point. I was very tempted to go back out onto the course for a couple of different reasons. Like one, like no one wants to DNF a race,
Yeah.
especially knowing I had put such a good build together for this. Had run a couple PRs in my training. I think like a 10K PR, certainly a half marathon PR on route to grandma's. And then just from a logistical perspective, I'm like, this is a point to point course. Like it's really shitty to DNF at a point to point course. And anyways, long story short, I DNF'd and they put me on the bus, which is the saddest place to be. It's like the bus picks up the people that drop out. And I'm looking around and like there's a lot of people far better, far faster than me. Like I know they were going for OTQ times. And it was the saddest bus ride of my life.
Yeah, I want to just add to one point about the food thing. And so you obviously have quite a healthy appetite, and we'll talk about that with the carb stuff going on. And so just for people listening, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it was more so you didn't want to eat things that were going to upset your stomach. It was a fear of like upsetting your stomach with like new foods because it was like not good choices. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons you've been able to be so durable and the success you have is that you eat all the time. And that's what made this incident so probably annoying to you and frustrating, is like it's not something that's typical for you or anything like that. It was like a circumstance thing. And so we took away from that and learned like, okay, like we had to be a little bit more diligent with our hotel bookings and meals and that kind of stuff for subsequent marathons. So just to put that out there for anybody listening, like, yeah, you are and you will be concerned the day before about what you're eating and such. But if you move it to the end of not eating enough, right, it's like you can always stop and go to the bathroom, right? It's really hard to refuel if you don't have enough in there. So yeah. Okay, so that was your first real taste of like it really not going well. Like Erie was so new, like yeah, it was your first one, it kind of happened, but this was one you had like kind of went for, right?
Yeah.
And I remember you were like pretty frustrated, a little bit down, but how did you kind of get per se the resilience to bounce back and go, you know what, I still want to chase this, I'm not going to let this one be the thing that beats me down?
Yeah, I think just focusing on the next thing. Like there are so many races, there are so many distances, and yes, I love the marathon. It is my favorite distance, probably always will be. But I'm like, this is June. There's still 6 months left of the year. And so we went into a big 5K build over the summer. We were preparing for Toronto TCS half marathon. We had other races that we could pivot to. And spoiler alert, at the end of 2023, like I ran a 5K PR, I ran a half marathon PR, I ran a 10K PR. So I PR'd in every distance but the marathon that year. And I kind of had to have this like reflection being like, why do we put the marathon on a pedestal? Just because I failed at the marathon this year, it didn't mean my year in totality was a failure. I had all these other really great high points from the year. And I knew that if nothing else, what I learned in my build to grandma's was going to serve me in whatever I did next. So again, kind of like Erie, like taking that information and using it and be like, how do I apply this moving forward?
Yeah, and I think we'll do one more race here to sum up kind of your journey thus far, and it's probably one of your favorite ones. But the build is quite interesting, and I think it's a great story for those chasing big goals. But it's been fun to watch on my end, like how like I get to see it up close, right? As your partner and your coach, like you're pretty distraught and destroyed as everybody is after a bad race, but you're just like, okay, well, I still got to run tomorrow, so I'll go do that, and I'll just keep plugging away. And so as we look ahead towards Chicago, I know we've talked about kind of the races and such and how they've gone, but this one I want to back up and talk about how 2024 actually started for you. So we are, we've tried to take it pretty seriously and chase our goals and such. And so the last couple of years we've gone away and done, bigger training camps each year. And that was kind of the first one where we were like, let's go away for like 6-8 weeks and get out of this like crappy Canadian winter. And so we had ended up going to South Carolina. Don't ask us why. Would we ever go back? Heck no. But it was literally the night before I was packing the car, right? And you were doing an insane like not insane in a bad way, but like your fitness was so high, everything was rolling. You were doing some double threshold stuff. And literally the night before, I'm packing the car, putting all our bins. We travel with our coffee maker, everything, right? We had the dog at the time. And you came in, you're like, oh, my ankle's like a little bit sore. Like you came in off the treadmill and you're like, I don't know if I should cool down. And I was like, okay, well, we're driving tomorrow anyways. Just cut it. You're fine. But I remember thinking at the time, like, that's weird. She never gets sore. I know we talked about the Achilles thing in Boston, but like that was it. Like there was nothing, like no soreness, like no, I'm tired the day after workout. It's like crazy, right? So I was like, okay, whatever. We'll just monitor. We'll take tomorrow off since we're driving a bazillion hours anyways. And it was actually like Olympic trials marathon. We were getting ready to watch it the next day, right? And so, we're driving down. You're still a little sore. I'm like, okay, just take the day. It's fine. We'll just, it's a travel day, whatever, right? So that was day one. Day two, we wake up, we watch the OTQ, we drive the Olympic Trials Marathon, and we drive down and get ourselves to South Carolina, and we find this canal path. We're like, sweet, we'll just go do a little shakeout run. And for those of us who know, she's the good one, and I'm the washed up has-been. Usually it's me like dropping like flies or trying to get her to slow down to run with me, or I can't talk because we're running at her pace. And the whole run, not a word. Like out of Elena. And she, like anybody who knows her, everybody knows I say that she can make friends with a tree. She's nonstop, right? In the best way possible. And nothing, right? And I'm normally like, we get back to the car, I'm like, fuck it, that's it, I'm done. Like 30 minutes, whatever, 29, 28, whatever. You're the one who's like looping around, right? You're the neurotic one on that. And she stops, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of odd. This isn't good. And I had a vibe. I was like, I don't think this is good. So we get back, you're pretty frustrated, it's sore. Do you want to fill in the next part, or do you want me to fill in the next part?
Yeah, I would say with a caveat, I actually wasn't sore. And even the first day when we were still back in Kingston, there was no pain. I want to be clear. No pain, no soreness. But I said, something feels off. And I don't know, as a former dancer, yogi, now runner, I've always been extremely in tune with my body and knowing what is normal for me and what is not normal. So when I pulled the plug on my workout back in Kingston the day before we drove down, I was like, something just felt weird. And I was like, well, there's no need to push. We're driving 14 hours tomorrow. And so I felt that same weirdness on the shakeout run along the canal path. Again, not pain, not discomfort. I was just like, my stride feels weird. Like my gait feels weird. And the very next day we drove to the hospital. We went to the emergency department because
we're Canadian and that's what we do.
That's what you would do in Canada. And the healthcare system was wonderful. Down there, we were in and out, imaged, billed, triaged, everything, like literally under an hour, which was incredible. They did an x-ray on my ankle, and they're like, no, there's no sign of a stress fracture. The doctor was like, maybe you have a stress reaction, but like, we can't see anything on the imaging, so you're probably fine. But taking the cautious approach, you were like, let's pull the plug, let's just cross train. So we hopped right on the elliptical. I spent more hours on that elliptical in Columbia, South Carolina than I care to admit, like sometimes doing up to 2 hours a day on it in doubles, doing workouts. And that was fine for about a week and a half, maybe almost 2 weeks. And then I came back from the gym one morning and had noticed that my ankle had started to swell. And we were like, we need better imaging. And so I found a place that does MRIs, booked like basically a same day appointment. Thank you, American healthcare system. And I show up for the appointment. And I'm nervous, right? But like,
and I was working. I couldn't come with you. Like
no,
you were
exactly.
solo on this. Yeah.
I went by myself, and so they do the imaging, and I've never had an MRI in my life. Like I've always been super healthy. Like the only bone in my body up until this point that I've broken is my left thumb when I was in grade 5. And so the tech, who is not supposed to read the results to me, after my image, she was just like, you didn't hear it from me, but like you have a stress fracture. And I was just like, what? She's like, you need a boot, and you need a boot like yesterday. And I was like, I'm not from here. Like, where do I even go? And so she told me about this place on the west side of Columbia. And she's like, go there, they'll get you set up. And so I got an air cast and put it on immediately. And the results officially weren't going to be read to me until the Tuesday. I had my MRI on the Friday. So I'm wearing this boot, walking around. And then for the appointment with the physician assistant, you were able to come with me. And you can take it over from there if you'd like.
Yeah, because you don't want to. Yeah. So we go in, and like in my background, I used to work in like rehab, like motor vehicle accidents. So I'd seen lots of MRIs and X-rays and everything. And so I remember the PA, she hadn't seen it yet, and she's like, "Okay, we'll pull up the report and we'll take a look." And so the fibula was the bone on the outside that we were kind of like worried about, and we weren't really sure what was going on, but we were like, "Well, we'll find out." And so the PA pulls up the MRI of the fibula, and it's just this white line like all the way through. And I go, "So that's like 75% through." And she goes, "Yeah." She goes, that's 75% through stress fracture." And we're like, I remember you just bawled instantly, right? You probably will now too, but I apologize. And so, you know, we had to make this decision. It was like, well, you could stay in the air cast. And we were getting ready to drive back, to be clear. We had kind of been like, all right, you know, there was lots of problems with our Airbnb, other things too. But we were like, you know what? Elena can't train. We'll go see her girls who were racing a marathon in Wilmington. We'll stop up there, see them, and then we'll drive home. And so they were like, so we were trying to navigate, okay, well, what do we do? Because like, we're not getting this in Canada, and we got to go back to Canada and all this. It was a giant disaster. And so the PA, who was like lovely, was like, you have two choices. You can keep the air cast, or you can put a hard cast on. But she was like, this needs to be healed, right? And so we were asking her, like what would have brought this on? Like, you're so durable, you've never had problems, you feel well, all these things. And she was like, have you had like a fall or anything recently? And it turned out that like 3 months ago, we were out on the KMP trail, like our main rail trail here, and you had stepped in like a rat hole kind of thing because there was leaf coverage, and went down pretty hard that way. And she's like, that probably gave you this little crack. And she said, for most people, it would just heal. But because you'd been running 100, 110 mile weeks, it just started opening and opening and opening and opening. And so that was really frustrating because it was like, stupid things. You just fell. Like, why is this the thing? Like, at least break your hand if you fall or something, because you don't have to worry about that with running. But so you ended up asking me what to do. And I said, I know you. And if we don't hard cast this, you're going to be cross training. You're going to be taking it off. You're going to do all these things and delaying the healing. And I think, you know, all the races, all the stuff you've had, that 8 week, end up being about 8 weeks, was probably the hardest you've ever had mentally with your running journey. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was brutal. And as you said, like, I know me, and I was gonna, if I did the air cast, I would have wanted to take it off to swim, to bike, to cross train, in an effort to minimize like losing fitness. But I was like, if I'm not going to be able to train the way I want to train anyways, just like hard cast it, like take the decision away from me so I can't take it off, and then potentially actually delay or elongate the healing process. And I was kind of just like, go big or go home, let it heal properly and in the normal time frame. So we hard casted it then and there. Like minutes later, they were in. They had to cut pants off me, which was hilarious. I still have those pants. I don't want to move them, but and yeah, those 8 weeks were incredibly hard. Like, you know, this is a physical injury, and it sounds so cliche, but like, it was one of the hardest like mental blocks of my life. And unfortunately, it was my right leg too. So like, I couldn't drive. I was literally, you would either drop me off at the gym so I could do seated upper body weights, or I'd lay on the ground and do like clamshells and like glute stuff. And then you'd have to pick me back up, or I would just have to stay home. I couldn't go for walks with the dog. Like, I was basically trapped inside our house in the middle of winter when it's already dark and cold. I wasn't seeing our friends for the most part. But I was focused on doing as much as I could do with the hand I'd been dealt, so to speak. So like, I was on crutches, I was on the cast, and I would like crutch my way into the gym and make the best of a shitty situation. But yeah, it was really tough.
And, you know, I don't want to add more insult to injury here, figuratively and literally, I suppose, but that was going to be your first spring where you had a couple of elite bibs too, right? Like, you had just kind of broken through, where you were getting some bibs, you were going to go to Vancouver for the first time and race out there. And so we ended up going to Vancouver. I ended up racing, but that sucked a lot for you, I think. And so, you know, it's tough, right? Like, when your partner also does the same sport and gets after it, like, you get to share a lot of things together. But if one person's on the injury reserve, right, you I don't want to say you're jealous, but you're kind of like, I wish I was doing it. You can be happy for me and I can be happy for you, but it's like, I wish I was doing that too, right? Or we were doing it together, like we kind of planned. And so how did you navigate, like, being out in Vancouver, watching the races, like those big races that you when you were doing the double T stuff back home, you were on the treadmill a lot. So that's a grind, right? Doing, 16 to 18 miles a day on the treadmill a couple days a week for that. All thinking about all the time, okay, but I can run the 10K and this and such. And then, so how did you kind of navigate going through that where those races were right there, right in front of you, and you were sitting on the sidelines?
Yeah, well, as you said, like I had a bib for Sunrun for the 10K. I had a bib for Ottawa 10K, like our Canadian 10K champs. But I also knew that if everything went well, I had a bib for Chicago in October. And I mean, you can't rush recovery, you can't force fitness. It just doesn't work. So, did it suck not being able to have that spring racing season that I wanted? 100%. Like literally teaching my body first to walk again, because when my cast came off, the rest of that week, the next 3 or 4 days was, hey, just wait there, walk around. And then after those couple of days, like learning how to walk, it was like, okay, run, walk intervals, 1 minute jog, 1 minute walk, repeat 10 times, 2 minute jog, 1 minute walk. Like, and everything felt a little weird. And I remember being very self-conscious, being like, does this feel weird because the bone isn't healed? Or does this feel weird because you haven't run in 8 weeks? So every sensation and every feeling became like magnified or amplified. And like I had lost a little bit of trust in my body because and this is one part you left out when we were in Colombia, but I wasn't in pain with this stress fracture. I was running 100 miles. And when we were at that appointment with the PA and she's reading me the imaging, like the white line shows across, she starts like manipulating my ankle and she's like, does this hurt? I'm like, no. Does this hurt? No. And she's like putting more force and like literally like grabbing my ankle. And she goes, well, there's your problem. Any other person would have been screaming out in pain. I said, well, don't get me wrong. Like I can feel you're squeezing my ankle, but I'm like, it's not painful. So like I wasn't getting the same cues or signals from my body that like, hey, you have a 75% stress fracture. You should be in pain. And as I said earlier, like I just noticed something different or something off, but it wasn't pain. So like, again, I also have a very high threshold for pain. And sorry, I digress. I forget what we were talking about, but yeah, I really had to trust the process coming back. And again, another one of those like cliche terms, but it's like, I don't want to re-injure myself. I don't want to delay this recovery even further. I've never come back from an injury like this before. So I have to do the run walks. I can't skip through this or fast forward through this. And being in Vancouver, when you were getting ready to run TC 10K and we were going through Pacific Spirit, and that was my first time there, all I wanted to do was go on like a 60-minute run or a 70-minute run. And you were like, nope, you get 15 minutes. And I was like,
yeah, it's probably the most beautiful running place in the world. Yeah.
Oh, it was torture. Like, because I had just finished my run walk phase of my comeback. And I was just getting into like 10-minute continuous, 15-minute continuous, 20 minutes. And it was so tempting to want to do more or push forward, but it's like everything in due time. And it's like, just trust that like this is the protocol that's going to get you healthy.
Yeah, and I think it was torture, but one of the things I'll give you credit for is like you did not stray on the cross training. Like you crushed cross training through that, and that really is what set you up for the Chicago build that we'll kind of get into. And I think that Chicago build, that was, you were probably a year into doing the high carb stuff, right? Where we're like trying to hit 80, 100 grams at that point. This was going to be the first real marathon where we're hitting like high grams of carbohydrate. And so that build was going phenomenal. I think you peaked out at 192K, just shy of 120 miles, give or take. My math's right. Like super smooth, feeling great. Everything's going well. We get to our last little tune-up. There's this local race that we wanted to do, and we've since partnered with for coaching and such, Picton, or the county marathon, we just call it Picton, but the county marathon. So we're like, we'll do the half. I think they give you an elite bib or something like that. And we're like, we'll just do the half. We'll do it at marathon effort. It'll be a last little tester. This was 2 weeks out kind of thing. 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out? 2 weeks out.
2 weeks out. 2 weeks out.
2 weeks out that year. That's right, because things were going pretty well. And I did my run while they bust you out to the start. And then I got on the bike and I'm like, yeah, it's a little bit off. Like, that seems weird. And I remember seeing you at like 10K and you're like, nope. And I'm like, okay, well, just, get the effort in, see what happens, right? And this is one of the things, like, I've worked with you long enough and I know you well enough and you're so great at this. You just talked about it, like knowing your body, and you're like, something's off, right? And so I remember you just being like absolutely destroyed at that one, thinking, "How can I run well in Chicago? This is 2 weeks out. I could like you couldn't even run. What did you run in that 124 and change?
I think I was right around 125. So when
125, yeah,
4 minute Ks is what I
over
ended up.
4 minute Ks, yeah, over
Yeah.
4 minute Ks,
Yeah.
yeah." And so we were like, "Okay, we'll test iron. We'll see what it is." Da, da, da. We went through everything, and yeah, so we go through that. Maybe do you want to talk about how that felt for you and like how does it feel being 2 weeks out from the biggest marathon of your career? You were in the ADP program in Chicago, and you're sitting there going like, "What the hell is wrong with me? How am I going to do this?"
Yeah. So I guess the only correction I would make is that the plan wasn't to run picked in half at marathon pace. The plan was to race it. And I was
Oh,
feeling
you're right. Yeah,
so fit. Like
yeah. Get a PR.
I
That's right.
never had a better marathon build. Like every single workout long run, like I had crushed. I was feeling so confident heading into this race. I was like, I might run like 1:18:30
Yeah.
or whatever. And like my PR at that point was just under 1:20.
Yeah.
And so I felt very ready for a big breakthrough just based on how my training had gone. And for the first like 5, 6K, I was on PR pace and it was feeling pretty good. Again, another hot day. So maybe we learn it doesn't run well, hot marathons, hot races. But it wasn't necessarily a heat thing. Like I just didn't have like that next gear and like my body just like wasn't responding after those first 6K. And I just feel like I didn't have the energy. I didn't have the push, which was weird. So yeah, slowed down, was like, what the fuck? And as you said, we got blood work taken to see like, did I have a drop in iron? Because I had been on iron supplements for quite some time at that point. We learned that like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And what was the most upsetting, like, wasn't the time, wasn't the pace. It's like, I don't have such a big ego that like I can't have an off day. Like, that's fine. If it wasn't my day, it wasn't my day. But what was more concerning was how I felt after that race. I was very under recovered. My body was beat up. It was sore. And I'm like, I've done longer, harder runs than this and felt better and more recovered. So I was like, why do I feel this way? Like, I remember going for a run in Lemoyne Point the very next day with some of the group, and like I was struggling to run 5 minute Ks or 8 minute miles. I'm like, my body feels like trash. So not the biggest confidence boost heading into Chicago. That was like, I can't even run marathon pace for 13 miles, let alone doubling that. But as you said, so I was in the American Development Program at Chicago. What I think was nice is that I also had a bib for CIM at that point, because way back when I was still in the stress fracture phase, like we didn't know if I was going to get to the start line fit and healthy in Chicago. We didn't want to put pressure again to force fitness to build on a condensed timeline. So we had signed up for CIM because you were also going to be racing it. So we're like, well, we're going to be there anyways. Get a bib. And then you've got a second race in your back pocket should Chicago not go the way you want. And so our race plan, well, spoiler alert, I did not listen to the race plan, but the plan was like to kind of treat Chicago as a bit of a workout, like start at this pace, run progressively, pick it up. Like it was very much like start slow, start conservative, and pick it up from there. And I just felt so good on race day. Like 5K in, I'm feeling really good, and I'm checking my watch. I'm like a bit quicker than you plan to go. 10K in, feeling really good. And I remember having this self-talk in my head. I was like, the marathon doesn't care how good you feel 10K into a 42-kilometer race. So I was cautiously optimistic, and I'm like, okay, I feel really good, but like, at what point might that change? When will the other shoe drop? And so I get to the halfway mark, which is when I knew I was going to see you. Like I throw my empty bottle of Scratch, my high carb, and then you toss me my next one. And you look at me and I'm just like I'm feeling good. And you're like, you're having a day. And I get to the 30K mark. I knew I had just run a 30K PR. Like I know, like, and I knew even when I crossed the halfway mark, I was like, 2 or 3 years ago, this was probably a half marathon PR.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it was rolling really well through 21K, through 30K. Eventually around 35, 36K, when we kind of turned into the headwind, things got a little bit harder. But it actually wasn't like a legs body soreness. I had started to tell all the fuel I had consumed at that point, and I have literally all my fueling still written down on my computer from that race. In 2 hours, and this is spoiler, in 2 hours and 46 minutes, I had consumed about 255 grams of carbs. So
Which
I was,
was your most to date for that time period.
yeah, yeah. And so I was actually mostly noticing my gut around 35, 36. And I was like, I'm feeling a little queasy. Don't throw up. Just keep going. Like, you're fine. And so, yeah, I crossed the finish line in 2 hours and 46 minutes and change. And I felt so good. Like, I remember having a kick coming down. Is it Columbus? I forget
I
what
think it's Columbus. Yeah. Before you turn and go up the overpass to the finish there.
Yeah. And the part of my body that was the most sore after Chicago was my right shoulder. Because when I run, and that's like I tense up a little bit. So my right shoulder was a bit sore crossing the finish line. But I was like, I feel like I can keep running. Like, I felt so good. And I'll pause there. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I was just gonna say, like, from a coaching perspective, there's this story I tell all the time where I was coaching some elite women that were doing the Canadian 5K champs, and I remember saying, like, it was up in Edmonton, so a little bit of altitude, and they were just starting to break on the scene. And I remember saying, like, don't go out faster than, I think it was like 325s, like 520 something miles. And I see their first miles like 5:15. I'm watching the live feed. I literally just closed my computer because I knew it was going to happen, and they blew up. But I remember with you, I was like, she doesn't normally do this. Like, this isn't a typical thing for her where she goes out too fast. And like Chicago, you're always wondering in the majors, is the tracker right the first couple miles and such. But then you just kept ticking along, and I was like, okay, Brant, remember, there's such thing as overcoaching. Like, don't screw this up for her. I remember looking at you, and you're like, yep. And I was like, okay, yep. Like you said, you're having a day. Go get it, right? And I think it's super cool because, like, to be clear, you can do that a lot better when your volume's high. You can take slight little risks like that because you've got a lot of good data to know that you're not going to implode, right? Not always, but it does help, right? So for newer marathoners out there, marathoners on less volume, you can't always kind of make that judgment call. Chicago also is really great because it's flat. You don't get beat up in the back half or anything. But I think, the main thesis I want people to take away from the story is, like, not everything has to go right and you can still run a PR. And so I think had you had the mindset that, like, everything had to go right, the second things didn't go right, whether it was picked in or how you were feeling going in, or even like earlier in the year where you're like, I'm trying to do these big things in the marathon and now I'm out on a cast and stuff, it would be easy to give up or, have your confidence drop for all the external reasons that were going on and such. And I think that was one of the cool things you did. You just kept, like, believing in yourself. Like, if I follow the process, if I train, if I do everything I can, that if I show up on race day and it's my day, I can take advantage of that. Right. So it's like, there's that old cheesy quote that's luck is, what is it? Luck is, or opportunity is preparation plus luck. Right. And so you had an opportunity, but it was because you were prepared and you got lucky. You didn't get lucky in terms of, like, you didn't deserve to do that, but you had a little bit of luck that it was your day. Right.
Yeah.
And so I think, for everybody listening, like, that's got to be a central takeaway is, like, there is no one single run or week that is deterministic of marathon success or failure. But it's all about how you stack those. And, you having probably at that point a year and a half, 2 years of decently high volume, right? That also helped you bounce back from that injury. That also helped you in the marathon build recover faster from that, bad day you had in Picton and such. So anything you want to add to that one?
No, I think just like when I crossed the finish line, I mean, I threw up.
You puked, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, there's a great series of photos on Marathon Photo where there's like photo, and I get closer, closer and closer to the rail where I eventually throw up. But I remember just crying. I was so happy, and it just felt like so cathartic knowing how the year had started, like injured in a cast, unable to walk or run, and be like, how is this like 4 months after my cast came off? Like, it just seemed so surreal to me. And like, it really was one of the first times where I thought I really got to express my fitness because, in Boston in 2022, I ran 259, but we thought I was actually in 255 shape. But it being Boston. In Philly, we thought I was between 250 to 252 shape. Really windy day. I run 255 for a PR. Grandma's didn't go the way I wanted. So I was always performance-wise a couple minutes behind what I thought the fitness I was in. And this really was the first time where I thought my build and my fitness and my performance were all equal to one another. And it just was the happiest feeling I've ever had. So I'm like, I know this wasn't just the Chicago build. Yes, my build was, I don't want to say flawless, but like it was an incredible build. Like everything came easy. Everything felt easy. But that build wouldn't have been possible without the grandma's build, without the Philly build, without the Boston build. So everything really just compounded and cascaded onto one another. And it just really felt like I had my day. And we know that doesn't always happen, right? It doesn't always happen for me. It doesn't always happen for a lot of people. And in a distance and a race like the marathon, so many things need to go right on the day. And I've said to so many of my athletes, I wish A plus B always equaled C. Yeah. Good build plus good taper equals good race. But that's just not true, right? And I've had probably every combination of great build, shit taper, good race, mediocre build, excellent taper, great race, like every combination. So it's like you really do need sometimes the stars to align on race day. And it just felt like everything went that way in Chicago. And the last thing I'll add is just like, I was looking at my watch during the race being like, this is faster than you plan to go out. But I just had such trust in my body on that day, which also was really cool because I had such a lack of trust in my body earlier in the year from the stress fracture, feeling like my body had betrayed me. It didn't give me the signals. It didn't give me the cues that you should be in pain. There's something wrong. Get checked out. Like there were no cues to tell me that until, it did. So just really having so much trust in my body on the day that like, I know my effort and this feels very low effort. Like perceived effort was just like, I'm chilling until 35K. So that was kind of cool.
And so I think it was such a cool moment for you. And I think it really spurred this idea that like you could chase big goals, right? Like you could like really now start to think about, okay, how good could I actually get? And so I'm going to glass over the last kind of year or so. Not because there's not great things. We could do another kind of episode on that if we'd like. But, in the last kind of 4 weeks or so, you've really gone back to doing, they're hard as hell, but like fun things that are kind of things you wanted to do. And so if you follow Elaine along on Strava or Instagram, you'll see that she has taken up the ultra world a little bit. Not it's trail, but it's not real trail. Let's be honest. It's a rail trail. It's crushed gravel. It's amazing. We love it here. The way Elena runs up on her toes, like if you look at her shoes, this is just her natural gait. This isn't something we try for. I think it's from the dancing background. But the back of her shoes do not touch the ground very rarely. That's just her. That's her style, right? And so you're never going to be a trail girl because the risk to your ankles is so high, right? But we were like, okay, well, you wanted to try some ultra stuff. And you had reminded me, you're like, one of the first things you said to me, I didn't remember this, when I started coaching, was like, I want to do a 50K someday. And I was probably at the time like, yeah, whatever, that's cool. But like, let's go get fast to the marathon, right? And so we come off Berlin and, that obviously with the heat this year didn't go the way you wanted it to. And I remember you on like a Wednesday being like, I don't have a purpose anymore because we weren't training for anything. It was the most like depressing, comical statement I've heard in quite some time. And we had kind of talked about the 50K thing. I said, well, why don't we text Caleb, like one of our ultra guys, and Kyle, one of our friends who's always up for anything, right? And we're like, hey guys, you want to do a 50K on the trail next weekend? And they were like, yeah. And you were like, okay. And then you were like, sweet, I found my purpose. And so you went and did a 50K, like just having fun. I was going from trailhead to trailhead, giving you food and such. So like not an official thing for sure, but like super fun. And so how did that go?
It went great. I think, from a distance perspective, I was not concerned about whether or not I could run 50K. It's 8 kilometers more than a marathon. It was, again, my goals going into it were finish it, have fun, right? Really enjoy yourself, especially coming off of, a marathon build and, a spring build where I raced many 10Ks and half marathons. Everything is pace and dialed in and times. And this, I just wanted to run the distance. I didn't really care how fast or quick it got done. I mean, I wanted to run under 4 hours because I thought that would be kind of a walk in the park. But we had kind of devised a loose plan that was like, run it progressively, which is typically the kind of runner I am. It takes me a little bit of time to warm up, the legs to wake up. And then, at some point, just like run based on effort. As you are out there longer, pick it up, if it feels right, if the effort feels right. And so Kyle and I ran the first 25K pretty conservatively. I think we were like 440s, give or take. And then we got to the 25K mark. We pick up Caleb and we really start picking it up from there. And I think I split the marathon in 3:08, which is hilarious because years ago that, was my PR or faster than my PR or whatever. And then yeah, what was the official time? 3:39, I think.
Yeah.
So average like 4:23 pace.
Yeah, basically 7-minute miles, more or less. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
no, it was a heck of a lot of fun. And we saw you around the 40-kilometer mark because you were driving from trail crossing to trail crossing. If I needed a gel, if I needed a bottle of high carb. And you're like, sub 40 for the last 10K. And I was like, what? Like, I've already been out here for 40K. I was like, no, piss
I
off.
think you had way meaner things to say than what you just noted.
Well,
Yeah.
we don't have an official person to bleep this podcast, so no, I was
Yeah.
piss off. But we were pretty close to 40 minutes for the last 10K. And how the run finished is we finished it around Sweet and Sour, as we affectionately call it. It's a 1,500-meter paved loop. And we knew that we were going to have to do about 4K on this 1,500-meter loop, which was honestly probably the hardest part of the run, not from a physical perspective, but just being like, oh my gosh, I've done this loop again and again. And you were in the car and you're like, pick it up, like empty the tank, like let it rip. And I was like, you let it rip. You let it rip. I'm 46K into a 50K run. And Caleb and I are dropping like 6-minute pace, like 6-minute mile pace at the end of the run. And I just like sprinted it in just to get it done. But it was a lot of fun.
And then because you didn't think that was enough, we were like, why don't we do a 50-miler? So we did a 50-miler the next weekend. Mm-hmm. And one of the most hilarious things, because I jumped in and ran with you kind of around 30K, give or take. Mm-hmm. I remember asking you, like, how are you doing? You're like, my legs are fine, my lungs are fine. I'm just really bored. I was like, must be nice.
That was the beautiful thing. In the 50K, I had company from start to finish.
Right.
Literally every single kilometer, I had company. With the 50 mile or the 80K, I ran 90% of it solo. You know, Kyle was busy that day. Caleb came out for a little bit, but he had other commitments as well. And I've retold this to a couple of our friends, including this morning at Fritter Friday. And I said the hardest part of the run was between kilometer 40 and kilometer 50. Because I remember hitting 40K. I was like, oh my God, I still have, like, I'm only halfway. I still have 40K to go. And then I hit 50K. And I was like, this is so anticlimactic. Last week, 50K meant something. Like, it was a new distance. Like, it, you know, was this big goal. I'm like, today, 50K means you have 30K left. And that sucks. So it was just like, so like this 50K was meaningless en route to this 80K. So that was a really hard stretch for those 10K. And also my phone died because I'd been listening to a couple of podcast episodes. So like little to no company. Then my phone dies. So I don't have a podcast or anything. And I was like, it's just me and my thoughts for 25, 30K. But the best part, or I'd say like one of the best parts of the run was when I hit 60K. And that I saw you and Caleb and I think Sam, that was in Harrowsmith. And I hit 60K. I was like, oh my gosh, like the light is at the end of the tunnel. I only have 20K left. And for anyone who knows, like when I'm in a marathon build, 20K is like one of my average everyday easy runs, less than. Like sometimes I'll go out and run 23, 24K. So just the fact that I was now able to chunk it and be like, oh, this is just an easy run left. It made it a lot easier. And the second thing I'll point out is that like when I can stop thinking in terms of distance and start thinking in terms of time, it's like, oh, I have an hour 40 left, or oh, I have an hour 30. That seems a lot better to me. Maybe people have other opinions for themselves, but that seems a lot better than being like, I have 25K left, I have whatever. So once I was able to start converting it to time, knowing the pace I was running and how quickly I thought I would get through that distance, I was like, oh yeah, we can do this. Like we're almost there.
Yeah. And so what was your finish time again? 6
hours 18. 6 hours 18.
6 hours 18. Yeah, that's right. 444 Ks.
444 Ks. Yeah.
Yeah, which is crazy. And so, what have you learned by moving up to the ultra? Like, obviously, the marathon is quite big, but like doing some of these ultra, just obviously unofficial. They're not races, to be clear, right? But what have you learned from challenging your limits and kind of moving up in distance here?
Oh my God, it's so fun. I mean, you know, I have always leaned more towards endurance than speed. So really just seeing what my body is capable of is really cool. And something you told me when you first started coaching me back in 2021, and I'll always remember this quote, I share it with a lot of my athletes, but you basically said like, you deserve to find out how good you could be and you deserve to explore your potential. So, you know, even though this isn't a fast marathon or a fast 5K, whatever, like I am exploring my potential just in a new way, in a new avenue. So, yeah, just constantly kind of seeing what is possible and like what my body is capable of, which I think is really cool because as you've said on this podcast, like knock on wood, I do have a very durable body. I fuel well. I, naturally default towards the longer stuff. And so, yeah, just kind of consistently seeing like, okay, like what more can I do? And like, I'm sure you can tell because you've been there for both efforts in the car, driving from trailhead to trailhead. Both efforts have felt really easy physically.
Yeah, it's been pretty effortless. Yeah.
It's been pretty easy. So like knowing when I finished that 80K, it's like I could have run another 20K last weekend and hit 100 and it would have been fine. So just, yeah, the ability to like rewrite your own expectations for yourself is really friggin' cool.
Well, and to see like that the limits that you may have perceived before have just been smashed, right? Like I remember you going into the 50 miler there and being like, well, I don't know, I'll go pretty easy. And then I check in with you at like 10K and you're already like 10 seconds a K up on pace. And I'm like, yeah, I know. See, I told you, right?
Yeah, we thought maybe I would run 8-minute miles or 5-minute
yeah.
like 450 pace. 10, as you said, 10.
And I think you're right to be cautious off the start, but I think once you get in there, like you're such a good feel runner that you know roughly what the right effort is and parsing it out, even as that is extended to the ultra stuff. But I do think like one of the cool things that we're seeing in the ultra world that people are doing is they're like pushing limits and breaking through and then resetting new limits. And I think what's really cool is that carries over everywhere in life, not just in running, where you start to see like, oh, I thought that was a limit, but it's actually not.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's probably a good place to end it. I mean, we can pick up another one here if people want with potentially the 100K FKT that you might do. We'll put that out there just in case.
Oh, I didn't realize you put that out there, but thank you.
Oh, we can edit it out if you don't want to. But and I was thinking maybe too we could do something that like maybe a quick fuel breakdown for how you've fueled for some of these, including what you've used, how often you're taking. So if people want to see that quick 10 to 15 minute kind of fueling video, we're happy to put that together. Just leave us a comment that you would like to see that. And as always, if you can subscribe, notify, all that fun stuff that I've told makes this go a lot faster and see other people and stuff. So if you're game to do that, please do. If not, thanks for listening. Right, I'm joined with Cassie Harris this week, fresh off Houston. So we're recording this, I think, 3 days post-Houston Marathon with a big 12-minute PR. And so I wanted to jump on with you and kind of share this story so people could hear about the amazing weekend you had. So without giving everything away, you can tell your time and all that fun stuff, but without giving everything away, give us a little bit about Houston Marathon weekend for you.
Yeah, so I had a huge PR. It was 12 minutes. I beat my BQ for my age group by 8 minutes, and really just everything just came together like perfectly. I mean, it was an amazing weekend. It just icing on the cake, though. I feel like of just a really epic and an awesome like training block. So more than anything else, like that to me is like this, it just reinforced like it was successful, and we had a great training block, and I went in really, really excited to do the race.
Yeah, it's good. I know we had talked a little bit like the week of, and you were super bored. You were, don't get me wrong, was it knitting? I always screw up knitting and crocheting. Which one was it? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm throwing you under the bus right away.
I knit my sweater,
There you go. I did not, clearly. And I know you were like, it seemed to me like you were quietly confident, like you were waiting for the race to happen. It was you were like, hurry up and show up kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so juxtapose that a little bit with like where you were as a runner before. You've done multiple marathons. This isn't your first rodeo. You've been chasing that BQ. You came to me in May of 2025, so about 7 months really for this build, and you had some, lower leg injuries and such. So maybe paint us a picture of where you were kind of like in May thinking about this build. Like you're from Houston, so obviously it's your guys' big flagship marathon. You're lucky it's a fast one, right?
Yeah.
But where were you kind of in May as a runner and chasing goals? Maybe so people can get to know you a little bit before we dive in.
So I'll actually go like way back. Mm-hmm. I did my first marathon in 2012 with my mom, And it was one of those like classic, like we started running, we decided to do a half marathon, and then it was like, well, we're doing half, we might as well like go for a full,
Yeah.
which is horrible advice. And did Marine Corps, and I
Okay.
finished Marine Corps in like 5 hours, 15 minutes or something,
Okay.
25 minutes, something like that. And my mom beat me.
All
So
right.
that like started like the like competition. So in quick succession, I did three more, um, including Chicago, and I got my marathon time. I did break 4 hours in one of those, but I ended that like 3 years so burnt out, just like hated running, hated all of that. And I didn't do another marathon for 10 years.
Wow.
So before I, started with you in 2024, I had decided to start training for another marathon. I was like, I'd done a bunch of other stuff, gotten into cycling, gotten into like various sports, and was like, I'm ready to go back to running. And I went into that training block and had a good training block, but I would say I followed some stock plans that had a lot of volume, a lot of speed work that I really hadn't done a whole lot of in the past, and ended up getting injured with like 6 weeks to go before the 2025 Houston Marathon. So in like end of November, I ended up getting injured. And so going into 2025, I knew I had the speed to do really well, but I was just like, okay, I'm nursing this injury. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, I'm just more hoping that I don't blow up and like I can actually finish. So, I did better than I think I expected in that 2025 marathon, but at the same time, I was really kind of worried about what was going to happen. And then, so kept running, started cycling some more, went on vacation and didn't do anything. And when I came back from vacation and I started running again, I immediately like re-injured myself. So that was when I contacted you and was like, I got to do something different. And we started working on like what was going to happen, a plan. So, and yeah, went from there. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, we let off the top. You crushed it with a 12-minute PR like 6, 7 months in. But you'd mentioned using stock plans before, and I'm not trying to disparage them, to be
No.
clear here. But what made you realize that those weren't enough anymore for you? Because like you've got, I love this. This isn't a negative. Like you've got like what I call like quiet competitiveness. You're not like boisterous. You're not like out there with it. But like I can tell every time we talk and engage, it's like she's competitive. Like she wants this, right? And so I have to imagine that factored into a little bit. But like what at the end of the day was like, okay, this isn't getting me where I want to go, or I'm missing something. Like what was it that made you think I needed that change for more like individualization for training?
I think some of it was like, most of the stock plans when you start getting into like I would consider myself like an intermediate runner maybe.
Sure.
And when you start getting into that, it's like the volume or the intensity or both is like really high. And I have a big birthday this year.
Okay.
I'm turning 40. So
Ah,
I feel like, when you get to be my age, it's like you can't do all of that. Like you kind of need to like be a little bit smarter. I do have to travel for work. I also like to travel for fun, and
yep.
it being able, like I said, like you said, I'm quietly competitive.
Yeah.
I also beat myself up if I miss runs, and
Yep.
so having some permission to be flexible, to your group chat, is going crazy today about like,
Yeah.
what do you do
Yeah.
if you
it is.
miss
Yeah.
runs? Like that's actually like good segue into this.
Yeah.
But I think as runners, we do beat ourselves up because we like following a plan. So having that permission, in some ways, not you always give like 1 week at a time. And I think that's another like mentally, I'm not like stressing about what's coming next. I can kind of focus on, okay, we're doing this week. I can do this, like, okay, and then we'll see how it goes and adjust from there. And so, yeah, that was very, very helpful for me mentally.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because I know I get some athletes who are like, "Hey, can you give me a whole month?" And I'm like, "I could, but I'm probably going to change it like 5 times." Let's be
Yeah.
honest here. And it's one of the things I love about individual coaching. And I've done stock plan stuff, and maybe I will in the future because I get like it's sometimes price inhibitive too, right, for people to have an individual coach. But um, for you, we talked about this a little bit before coming on. There was music festivals, there was travel, there was work, there was amazing times that you wanted to have in your life, right?
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of athletes coming from stock plans, being able to like message someone and get that reassurance or change a week versus like thinking about it yourself, like, oh, I got to fit all this in. Like, I remember, was it 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago? Was it Austin Music Festival like 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, something like that?
Um, I went to ACL at the beginning of
Yeah,
October and then
that's what, yeah.
Vegas at the beginning of November. And
Right, that's what it
yeah,
was, right? And we was like, okay, we're going to shift that. We're going to move this long run. And it's like, you don't need to get everything in. Take that day. It's fine,
right.
right? And I think a lot of runners coming from stock plans and individualization appreciate that because sometimes you'll just try to crush everything in, or you'll make
Yeah.
runs longer to get the total minutes. And so, like, did you find that that gave you a bit of peace of mind and trust? It's like, okay, somebody else is thinking about this. I don't have to try and cram it together or piece it.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Especially, when you're doing things that are still active, that you feel like, I went hiking with my mom, like
Yep.
at one point in time, like during this build, and, knew I was going to be spending like 6 hours on the trail, but it's like that counts. I don't
Yep.
actually need to like then go run after that. Like it's all part of it. So,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, especially for somebody like yourself, and you can describe it if you want, but you had like a series of repetitive lower leg injuries coming into this that
yeah,
even we were navigating throughout the build. And I think for athletes in your position, there's almost this like distrust of body. It's where it can go one of two ways. Either I've got to keep doing everything so it doesn't deload, or if I do these other things, it will flare up. And I think that's a lot for athletes to try to amalgamate along with the subjectivity of trying to chase a goal too,
yeah,
right? And so
absolutely.
with that injury, like what was going on and what were your thoughts throughout the build about how it kind of it never like really went away per se. It always kind of like it was hinting that it was
Yeah.
there. But how did you feel like this build relative to other builds, like you were able to manage it?
Yeah, at the very beginning, you and I like kind of played a lot with like both volume, like ramp up, and I was even looking back before this, like looking at like just overall miles, and it was
Hmm.
like it was very slow at the beginning. We like were very, very cautious at
Yeah.
a certain point, and then we would add a day of running versus biking, and like see kind of how things went. And at one point in time, I know it was like, oh, we added one too many days of running.
Yep.
We
Back.
need to like back that off, and we kind of settled on like a healthy, you know, pattern that worked for
Yep.
me that included some cycling. So to have that aerobic volume, but still, keeping everything under control. So yeah, that was very helpful for me because sometimes, I would see that on stock plans, you'll see like, or, run 3 miles or cross train. And I was like,
Yeah.
well, we're never going to do the cross train. Like, that doesn't
Yeah.
count.
That's funny.
So,
Yeah. It's interesting because one of the ways I try to conceptualize injuries, and very much so did this for you in the beginning, is if you look at an injury or pain is essentially a signal from that tissue that the load that you are putting it under exceeds its capability, right? And so when you tend to think about injuries that way, you don't think about like volume or mileage. It's like how many days per week, back to back days, 3 days in a row, right? And so in the beginning, that's why I was very cautious, because I was trying to gather as much information as possible about how that injury responded, right? And then that's what allowed us. This was what was great about you starting in May, not like September, right?
Yeah.
I think we took like 6-7 weeks to get through that, right?
Yeah.
But then we were able to settle on something where it was like almost, we didn't like, we would check in on it, but we never really had to ask or really modify in the kind of 12, 14-ish weeks for the build. Yeah. I think save one or two little times, but nothing crazy.
Yeah, it played nice for sure. So
Yeah. What did you notice in this build? Because, as you said off the top, like you've got some good experience. You've done this before. You've had injuries. You've had builds. What did you notice working together now that maybe wasn't like flashy or sexy or big workouts? Like, I know you're in the group, so you've seen me talk about we don't need 20 milers, so we won't go on that because I get bashed for that sometimes online, but it's true. But like, what did you notice from your perspective gave you some of the confidence as we start looking ahead to Houston to show up? Be like, I'm actually kind of ready for this.
I mean, I had watched your videos about like the different types of runs, and I think you did one that was purely on marathon pace. And this is my first time working with you for a marathon build, and so watching that I was like, oh, I know it's coming. And so one of the things
True, yeah, you would have. I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought that people actually know what's coming. Yeah, that's true.
So you talked about this like big workout that you do, 3 to 4 weeks before, before that marathon, for the actual marathon. So I was kind of like mentally preparing for this like big workout, and honestly, when we finally did that one, I was probably more nervous for that workout than I was for the actual marathon.
That's awesome. That's great.
So, and when that went well, it was just like such a confidence boost. So, and honestly, like I did it in some ways. Well, I didn't do it on the treadmill, which is shocking for me.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I did.
It had started to cool down by that point for you, though, like because the summer and it's super hot down in Houston, right?
Yeah,
so
it's horrible. So, I do like loops of Memorial Park. So I think I had to do like 9 loops or something.
Yeah, don't plan them out before. Just show up and run laps. Otherwise, it's too much. Yeah.
Anyway, so it was it was boring for a certain extent, but it went well, and that was a huge confidence boost.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I hadn't even thought. I don't know why. Maybe I'm being an idiot, not thinking about it. But like, I hadn't thought that like athletes I coach or prospective athletes totally have an idea on how my builds, which is great. But it's funny because you knew it was coming. Yeah, that's good. I think that one's really cool. I think one of the things we did, or you did very well, was you were like a rock star at nailing kind of your intensities and efforts throughout the build. Like, I don't think there was even a single time where I was like, whoa, Cass, like, let's ease that back up, right? I think you were really good about kind of nailing everything. Now, part of that is you did a lot on the treadmill, as we just said, right? So it's easier to just kind of lock in and forget it. It's like, what is it, the old George Foreman, like set it and forget it or whatever? Nobody under the age of like 25 is going to know what we're talking about. Whatever. But like you nailed that. And I think that's one of the key things, especially for lower leg injuries, is they don't respond well to like high intensity load, no load, like hard day, off day, hard day, off day, or like, those kind of things.
Yeah.
And I think that was one of the things you nailed, was like your intensity distribution, your tolerance, like, integrating the cross training. I'm sure there was days you did want to complain about the bike or the treadmill, but you never did. Maybe you hated it. I don't know. But you nailed that stuff. I think that was the stuff, like if I look back at the 12-minute PR, like, yes, that workout gave us a really good clue, like when we heat adjusted it a little bit. But I think it was that stuff, that consistency, that like nailing the intensity and the spacing thing, where I didn't have any words for you the week of the race. We were kind of like, I kind of think it's going to go really well. Pace it this way. And we talk about kind of how we went through it. But that was the stuff that stood out to me that really gave me the confidence that you were going to run well. What about you?
Yeah, we did a lot more kind of easy work that I think I've even done in the past. Like I kind of mentioned, stock plans, it felt like they emphasize like intensity and a lot of mileage. And I feel like I was able, you allowed me to like build more of my aerobic capability. I think that was where I was really lacking. I think was more of the aerobic capability. I had the speed, but I needed more easy mileage really.
Yeah.
So doing that, I think really helped. We talked early on about like nutrition as
Yeah.
well and some like nutrition. And I mean, again, like I went 10 years without running a
Yeah.
marathon and I
A
feel
lot's
like the
changed on the
nutrition
nutrition side.
being
Yeah.
changed completely
Yeah.
from that. So last year, I would say like I was starting to kind of do a better job on the nutrition side, but after you and I talked about like the products that you recommended, the number of carbs per hour that you recommended, I feel like that also really helped. I didn't fade at the end. Like I felt strong. You know, mile 18 was kind of like that's usually when like
Yeah.
you're 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 starting to get like mentally fatigued, like your body's starting to get fatigued, and you're kind of starting to get bored too.
Yep. Especially on that course, it dies a little bit out there too, right?
Yeah.
Like before you come back down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's interesting you touched on the easy run piece because I know everywhere you go online, it's like do this workout or hit this or this long run number and such. And I agree, like you have to have some intensity. I want to be clear. I'm not just saying go run, easy run. But one of the things I find for most people, and you can look at this, the example I always use, I ran the analysis on this a couple of years ago. More people, in particular on the men's side, but this is true on the women's side, qualify for the US trials with a half marathon than a marathon. Because it's really hard to be durable enough and nail it at the marathon level. It's easier at the half marathon level. And so this is where most people run into it. And I think this is in part where you were running up against it. You had a really good half marathon that if we looked at that, it's like, oh yeah, Cassie should be key, right? But it becomes a durability problem. So you had a durability aspect in two domains. One, injury concern, right? And then two, actually being able to hold, whether you want to call it form, fatigue resistance, whatever, in the later stages of the race. And so as a coach, I looked at that and was like, okay, well, we have to look at what's the biggest bang for our buck, like reward versus risk, right? And so we know injury risk goes down with more easy volume, consistent easy volume. Injury risk goes up with more workouts. So okay, well, the problem we're trying to solve is durability, both from an injury perspective and late in a race perspective. Well, running more easy solves both of those, right? And so that was why I took that approach with you. Like we weren't doing much speed stuff. There was like one session a week and every second week some marathon pace stuff. But for you, I think the biggest thing you saw, like probably if you looked at it from a proportion, like percentage wise, of easy runs in this build versus easy runs in previous builds, it was probably up. I think when I looked at your training previous to now, like 20% more easy running, 25% more easy running relative to intensity. Yeah. So that's why we did that, because it didn't like solve, but it helped get us closer to the to the answer that we wanted, which is what you did. So. And then fueling, what did you use for fueling?
So I had one bottle of like Scratch Lab.
Yep.
And then I had 8 gels total. 4 were like Sport in Motion, 40 grams of carbs, and then 4 like Martin caffeine gels.
Yep.
And those I realized too late, those only had 20 something grams of carbs.
Yeah, because they're 100s, they got the 25, yeah.
Yeah, and I felt it. I felt like a real difference in the miles that I would take that versus when I took the 40. The next time I feel like I would actually like take more, I would have more 40s than just the caffeine.
Yeah, so one of the things you can do, let's think about this, we can file this for next time, I guess for anybody listening, is when you're doing a handheld like Scratch or Tailwind or whatever, intersperse your calf gels with the Scratch, because then you're like elongating the fluid intake, but getting the calf a little bit earlier on. Because to the best of my knowledge, I could be wrong on this, somebody else skewer me, but most of the calf gels tend to have lower carbohydrate intake. So then you can space it out with the fluids as well, and then go to the SIS or whatever you want to do. But I think a couple of the long runs you had noted how much the fueling made a difference in terms of how you felt. Like once we started crossing the 2:30, 2:45-ish
Yeah.
hour benchmark. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool. What was your longest run in miles? I don't remember.
It
I know
was
time, but I don't remember
it
miles.
was like right at 18 miles,
That's what I
which
thought. Yeah.
I've always done at least one 20-mile run.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I think the last build so going into Houston in 2025, I did maybe three 20-mile runs, and one of
Yeah.
them I did 20-mile runs, and then I got on a plane to Dubai. So, so I'm sure
That's
that
crazy.
really helped.
Yeah, that
Like,
probably helps. Yeah.
yeah,
That's crazy. Yeah. Well, there you go. There's another person who ran a massive PR who didn't run a 20-mile run. I'm going to stick to
yeah,
that. It's happening. So, um, okay, let's actually talk about Houston because we've probably dragged people through enough of the mud in terms of getting here. So,
sure.
week of, we touched on it a little bit earlier, like super, quiet confidence, ready, showing up, waiting for it to happen. But what was that last couple days like for you as you were prepping? Were you starting to like get a little bit of like a dream that you might have like a PR? You're like really kind of hoping for it? Were you kind of trying to keep it even keel? What was that like knowing that you were probably due for a good one?
Well, I was obsessing about the weather because
Yes, that's true.
it had been like 80 degrees for like forever, and like with no break in sight. And then when that like 10-day like forecast came out and it's like there's maybe a front gonna come through. When I saw that, I was like, this happens.
Yeah,
Like
let's go.
it's on.
Yeah.
So I just can't. I mean, of course, like Houston does this to me. And like every year, there's some sort of crazy weather thing that's going on. So yeah, when that like solidified, was like, no, the front's gonna come through on Saturday night, and so Sunday morning is gonna be in the 40s, low humidity, like all those like once in a lifetime Houston days that just happen. So I started to feel like really confident. So yeah, just super confident. The night before, Friday night, I slept really great. Saturday night before the race, you mentioned puppies. So
Yep.
in the middle of all this, my husband and I had a dog. She's 6 years old. We adopted a 7-month-old Pit Belgian Malinois mix.
I saw a picture of that. It's massive.
Pure chaos.
Yeah.
And she, the night before the marathon, decided to sleep on my pillow, like kind of here. And like I woke up to her like biting my hair
Okay.
at like 11 o'clock, and I couldn't go back to sleep because I was so excited. And so I just started like visualizing like
Okay.
those like 8 miles, like 18 through 20, and like running through like, okay, what am I going to think about at this time? Like, what is going to be my like mental game
Yeah.
going into this? And I just like kept thinking, and so I woke up the next morning, was like super excited, and just felt like I had the mental game. All of it was coming together. The weather was great. The training was great. Like I was just ready to go. So
Yeah. Well, and go you did. And I want to talk about the pacing for a moment because we had talked about it Wednesday or Thursday, I want to say,
yeah,
once we knew the weather was like, it's going to
yeah,
happen, right? Which even then was probably a little bit too early for Texas, to be honest, but we went with it.
probably.
And so I said to you, I think you should go out at 3:35 pace. I knew we both kind of agreed that you were faster than that. Was that something you had done in the past with marathoning, where it was like, look to start a little slower, or were you like, if I'm trying to run X, I got to be like X from
Yeah.
the gun? Yeah.
Never. I think usually my plan was like, go out at whatever the pace, your goal pace is, and then
Yeah.
if you can, maybe run a little bit faster and then
Yeah.
hang on. Like,
Hold on. Yeah.
and
So
obviously that doesn't work.
yeah, I want to point out one thing. Like your fastest mile of the race, not including the 0.25, was the 26th mile with 10 feet of elevation. Like it's the second most elevation mile on that
Yeah.
course, and it was 7:37. That was your fastest mile
Yeah.
of the entire race. And when I had said 3:35s, now some people they don't listen to that. They're like, meh, we'll just see what happens. And then we find out. I think there's a saying for that I won't say. But and so you, to your credit, like went out at 8:10s, 8:11s. And we had said like the first 5-6 miles, just ease in, get it going. And, I think what I had said to you and I said to everybody is like, if you're 30 seconds off at 5 miles and you still can't run the pace you're trying to run, you weren't going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Right? And to your credit, like it was like a light switch at 5 miles. I was watching on the tracker. It was like 5 miles at like 8:05s, 8:10s. And then you hit 6 miles like 7:52, 7:55, 7:53. And you just like brought it in and nailed it in. And so what was that like for you with that being your first time pacing this way to kind of go through the race and getting a little bit faster and feel better and probably like passing people and passing some of the pace groups and big groups, because that 3:30 and 3:35 barrier, depending on the age group for BQs, is important, right?
Well, we did that so we did one race in this build. We did the half marathon at the end of October, and I had just had like a really bad run. I think we had done a marathon. It was like 30 minutes of marathon pace, and it was horrible. I had come off like 2 weeks of travel, and I think I was a little bit sick, and it was just, I think that was probably the only time I was like, this is awful.
Yeah.
And so it was the very next weekend, or maybe 2 weekends after that, was going to be the half marathon. And I had told you I was worried about it, and you were like, well, just run it as a progression run. So in my mind, I was like, a progression run. So I'm going to start at my easy pace, and then we're going to like work our way down. So maybe I'll do like 1 mile at marathon pace. And then the day before you were like, so I'm thinking you go out at marathon pace and then you drop down to half marathon. I was like, that was not what I was thinking. And so we ended up doing that. And so you told me do 6 miles at like marathon pace, and then, drop it down to half marathon pace. I'm like, okay, well, we'll see how this goes. And that ended up going really, really well. I went out with the like 8-minute or so mile pace group, and then just kind of like eased it down, and it just felt really good. And so I guess for lack of a better word, like that helped me trust you. It was like, I think he knows what he's talking about.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. So when you told me to, I was like, okay, he's, he knows what he's talking about. Just do what he says. And I think in some ways too, like the marathon's so long that you kind of I need like little mini projects within the marathon. So, hitting those times, like those first 5 miles, no, we're going slow. You're going slow. This is the plan. Do this. It's like, gives me something to like concentrate on. Okay. Get through those first 5 miles. And then like, okay, we're going to drop it down a little bit from there. And then we're going to drop it down a little bit more. And it just kind of, it gives you little like mini goals like throughout the race, so that you're not just looking, because you look at 26.2 miles and be like, I have to hold this pace for 26.2 miles. Like that's very mentally like hard. Like, so it gave me little like mini things to focus on.
Absolutely. It's the other thing from a mental perspective that I always tell athletes, because we just think about the pacing and the times, right? But from a mental perspective, if you go out on pace and it starts to get like hard at like 13 or 15 miles, you've already utilized a lot of mental bandwidth to stay on, right? And so it's that much harder to like keep going versus if you like start off a little bit easier. So you would have come through the half, give or take in, I can't remember off the top of my head, but you would have been, what was it, like 146, I think, give or take, 147, give or take. Your second half marathon was like 141, 142.
Yeah.
And so what was that like? Like you must have just been rolling people up in the last half.
I mean, I know that like, so there was only one pace group for my corral, like in front of me when I started. There was 3:30 pace group. And letting them go, like at the beginning, just letting them go, knowing that like my goal is faster than them, that was hard. That was tough. I am, quietly competitive. So uh, we, so I let them go, and then at mile like 22, I like see them in the distance, and at mile 25, I passed them, or 20,
Yeah.
24 and a half, 25,
Yeah.
I passed them, and like that was such that was such a crazy feeling,
Yeah.
because yeah,
It works so well, like obviously from a physiological perspective you're not getting in over your head and such, but then as a mental perspective, when you're at like 18, 19, 20, and you're passing people, you don't just pass people, it's like a hot knife through butter. It's like there's no resistance, you're just gone, they're not near you, like, and that is so motivating, especially when you're like, I'm on a day, like I'm running PR pace, this feels look at what I'm doing, like you
yeah.
just get so many inputs of positivity, right? And so on that line, when was it you started to realize like, oh, this is a day, like this is going to be like big?
Gosh. Um, the year before I mean, you were saying like when you're pushing the pace through like, and you get to mile 13 or 14 and you're already like, this is so hard. Um, I had gotten to mile 18 the year before, and like, it just was like, I cannot hang on anymore. And so this year when I got to mile 18, and my mom and grandmother were like at the barrier, and I could see them, and I like waved to them, and at that point like I was like, I feel so good right now, like this is weird, like I can't believe I feel this good, something should be hurting like at this point, like nothing was hurting. um Breathing was feeling good. I wasn't like just gasping. I didn't feel like my legs were going to give out from under me. I was like, no, I've got this. And then when you, so for me, like mile 18 and 19, you then like cross under 610. And
Yep.
that's literally my drive home every day. So, and like where I do all of my like miles, and I knew I was going to see people. And so, like, I saw, some girlfriends. I saw like then my husband and my mother-in-law were at mile 24. And so it just, by the time I got to that point, yeah, I was ready to be done, but
Yeah, yeah,
like
of course. Yeah.
it just felt, I just couldn't believe how easy it felt. Like I still was feeling good. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
Was did you know, like checking your watch? It depends how you have your watch set up, but did you know like 3:26 was like coming, or were you like, oh, I think I'm under 3:30. Let's see. Like, what was that
I
like?
I did not look at total time like at all.
Yeah.
I very much tried to like ignore it.
Yep.
So I would check my watch for like, what pace am I at? What does this feel like? And then kind of
Yeah.
doing like a body scan of like,
Yep.
you know, does this feel maintainable? Are you okay? And then just kept going. So yeah.
Yeah. How long after? Because obviously, like with the corrals, the clock isn't set up for you, right? Like it's set up for the first
Yeah.
one. How long after? Well, I guess you probably stopped your watch. Like, did you clue in right away?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just knew I knew kind of roughly what I had run like every mile.
Yeah.
So, and then I'd passed the 3:30 group. So it's like, oh, I'm under 3:30. I don't know how
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
under 3:30 I am, but I'm under 3:30. So
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
it's
And
crazy.
how long did it take you to catch up with like your husband and your mom and such? Because it's crowded at the finish line in Houston. Like it gets pretty
Yeah.
bogged down. Yeah.
So they didn't meet me or my husband picked me up.
Yeah.
And I mean, it probably takes like 30 minutes to get,
Oh yeah.
all through the things, pick up your stuff, and finally get over, get to where he was waiting in the car. And actually, that was one of the, you and I were talking initially about how I really wasn't, I've quit, I've finished marathons, and like automatically you're just like, I literally can't walk anymore.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, I can keep going. Where are we going? Let's go for a walk.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It brings me to a question I wanted to ask you, because oftentimes when we have big breakthroughs, especially ones we've been chasing for a long time, like the BQ has been something you've wanted for a long time, right?
Mhm.
And so what would you say this experience has done to kind of maybe change or reframe how you think about the next chapter of your running, rather than, just racing or doing a marathon or doing Boston? Like, has it, I know we're only a couple days past, but has it changed the way you think of yourself or what you're trying to achieve now, or maybe what you thought was possible?
Um, I I'm very good at goals once I like set my mind on something. And so I feel in some ways like, there's thing kind of like if I set my mind to a goal, like I can achieve it. And I it might not be, the next training block, but like they all add up over time. And
Totally.
I think that's like, I think sometimes we look for immediate like success, like, oh, I want to go from a BQ. Well, that took me 15 years to
Yeah.
get there. So, I think that's, looking at the long game is important.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't
Absolutely.
know, but I don't know what
Have
the
you
next thing is.
have you started looking at Boston accommodations and all that fun stuff? Because you're under
Um,
more than enough. Like, you'll be in. So
not quite yet. Not quite
yeah,
yet.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Hopefully.
We've talked a lot about like kind of the injuries and the plateaus and everything you've done. And so, this moment was obviously so sweet for you to, really, get everything you wanted. But what would you say? Because I see so many runners. I'm sure you've come across them, in run groups and, on the run scene, because there's so many runners in Houston. It's a big running city. But if somebody either or doesn't know, or sorry, somebody or you don't know was listening to this, who's dealt with reoccurring injuries or burnouts or plateaus, like what would you tell them to help them kind of achieve the performances and the feelings and the sense of happiness it seems like you're at with running right now? Because I think that should be for everybody. But what would you say on your side of it, having gone through it?
Yeah, I think sometimes like, we're I have one friend in mind who ran her first marathon last year, but has suffered from a range of like injuries over the years. She finally ran her first marathon, and then she was building up for this one, was gonna, probably PR again, and got injured. And I
Mm.
think like, as runners, like we're always like, for the next build, it's like, okay, I need to work harder. I need to
Mm.
do more speed work, more mileage, more time, more straight, like more. And that you very much like proved to me like that is not the answer. It's not more. It's like it's personalized to you and what your deficit it's something that very specific that you're working on, and you can't work on everything at once. Like
Mm.
you need to maybe pick something, and like this build we're going to focus on this thing, or and I don't know if you think about it that
Yeah.
way, but to me that's kind of how it felt. Like it wasn't more, was not the answer.
Yeah,
So
I always frame it as gap closing, right? So like
yeah.
anybody who's watched the channel hopefully has seen the series with knobs, right? So like that's at a very high
Mhm.
level, right? I am going to do something at some point breaking down like a quote unquote, I don't mean this derogatory, but like normal person trying to do a marathon, because
Yeah.
what he does is unachievable for
Yeah.
99% of the population. But I tried to talk about it in that series, and one of the reasons why I want to start talking to people like you after races is to show that like anybody can do this stuff if you're trying to close the right gaps, rather than just going out and chasing whatever be the fastest in your section at the run group or crank the long run as fast as you can. Like if you think about it from a gap perspective, and this is like I've got some project management in my background, so I use that language a lot, but what gaps need to be closed? So for you, like for the next marathon build, whenever that might be, we might have a different gap at that point, right? Like if we
Mhm.
go back down and we do some shorter stuff over the summer or something, right? We might have a different gap that we're trying to close. And I think that's the way to look at it. And I think that's the way, like when you're trying to train for anything, 5K, 10K, marathon, whatever, there's always gaps that athletes need to close. And we talked a little bit earlier about what those were for you and how we went about closing them. But I think you're right on that. thinking about that friend in particular, I don't know who they are, so I hope this isn't disparaging, but rather than chasing things from an absolute objective perspective, chase the personal gaps that you have, and the objective tends to take care of itself more or less, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the way I thought about it for you. I was like, well, she's clearly got some aptitude. She's shown it with the half marathon times. She's got the desire and then wants to train. So I was like, okay, well, what's the gap to close? And I like that language. I know you were struggling to try and say like weakness or whatever, right? And that's why I like gap, because gap, like automatically when you hear it, is like, oh, I could close that gap, right? Versus like weakness or deficit, we inherently go like, oh shit, I don't want to hear that word. I don't like that, right? And so that's what I kind of like to challenge. Okay, well, what's the gap we're trying to close? How do we want to close it? When do we have to close it, right? Because everybody's got different life things that are going on, but. Yeah, that's interesting. What else would you say for somebody who's, maybe on the cusp of being able to figure out some of those like kind of injuries and such, or, what do you think was the biggest, and this isn't me looking for a plug, you can say whatever you want, but what do you think was the biggest thing that allowed you to kind of close that gap?
I mean, yeah, I mean, we talked about like managing that injury and again, finding the right volume. I think also like me personally, like I don't think I would have ever been able to, as a non, sports, medicine person, like I don't think I would have ever been able to diagnose my own gap. Like I needed a professional to tell me like, this is where we think you need to work, and that to me, like you were able to do that with like so quickly, more so than, I would have ever. A million chat GPT, like, tell me what's going on. Like, it's never going to happen. So, so that's kind of, And I think the other thing that I obsessed about like early on was my easy run pace. I had signed up to run with a run group. In the pace that my marathon pace actually ended up like, I ran faster than that run group, like goal pace was.
Every time.
And their easy run pace was at least a minute to a minute and a half faster than what my easy run pace typically is. So, all throughout the season, I was getting texts from them, Cassie, when are you going to be here? And I'm like, maybe never.
I feel so bad for this all the time. Like I got people like, oh, I train with this run group, and you had this at the start, and I was like, maybe we just don't. But there's like no nice way to, because there's like community and friends and like, also like I feel bad when I'm like, that's not working, right? But I think it's fine. And to be clear, I don't know anybody in your run group, so I'm not trying to be disparaging. But it's funny when you look at race performances by somebody who does like what you did versus the run group stuff, and like. If you were to look at just like their Strava or like Final Surge or something, it's like you'd look at them, they're training harder or doing more or whatever, right? And then you go to race day. It's like, well, who actually ran faster? And so then the question becomes, is it about what you can do in training or is it about what you can do on race day? Yeah. And I would argue for most people would come and be like, I want to get really good at training. Like, I just want to crush everybody in workouts. It's like, I want to run this time or I want to explore my limits from a running perspective. And sometimes you got to take a step back like that, unfortunately, sometimes, because the social part of run groups is amazing. I'll say that. But oftentimes the negative comes on the performance perspective.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, like it's nice running with friends, but we've talked about like not doing a 20-mile run. I think their longest run was like 22 miles. Like, I mean, no wonder I got injured. Like going into that, like that that didn't work for me. So honestly, like permission to not do a 20-mile run was like pretty nice.
Yeah. And it's interesting too, because like I've got this thing where I'm against the 20-mile run. I'm not saying you won't never do a 20-mile run, but it's just not a requisite, right? Especially when you've got that risk reward cycle about the injuries, right? So it's like, could you do a 20 run? Sure. But is there a risk that you might miss like 5 days of training? Yeah, that's pretty high for you with the lower leg stuff, right? Yeah. So it's like, I'll take a bunch of 16, 17, 18s, but training 5-6 days a week consistently for like, I think you were like 5-6 days a week for like 18 weeks, 19 weeks, something like that,
Yeah.
like without fail, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe 1 week when you had the travel or something like that we
Yeah.
moved things, but other than that, it was just like boom, 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 and then like if I think if I looked at your Strava graph before, it was pretty like that, right? Like there was no
Right.
like do all over the place, right? So that's cool. One, this will be an interesting question, at least for me, because I think weirdly, but I'm so far past like performing at a high level that I don't get any of these feelings anymore. And I find myself watching sports movies, and when I see athletes have big breakthroughs, trying to remember what that feeling was like nailing it like that. And so I'll ask you, what was it like crossing the line, the work you've done, the years you put in, you know, the trade-offs you've made in terms of family time, work, travel, all these things, to cross that line, not just hit your goal, like hit like your stretch goal even too, right? And then some. And so what was that feeling like? I know it's hard to describe, but if you think back to it, I'm always keen to hear this from people.
You know, I, I, it almost to me was like validation a little bit. Like
Yeah.
going into it, I was, I don't think I was cocky, but like I was pretty confident that it was
Yeah.
like, this feels like all the things are lining up. It would something like pretty a black swan event or
Yeah.
whatever would have to happen for this to like go really off the rails. And so it just really felt like I'm, you know, I now have the little shiny like official time that I can say like, look, I did this, like, but I knew I had it in me. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of, and so that just, it just felt, I don't know, really good. Just
Yeah.
really just kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's so hard to describe. Like I can think back like one of my best races in my career. I still like can feel that feeling like in my bones and want to chase it. My bones don't allow me to chase it anymore.
No.
I can like feel it right where you want it. And so I always think it's cool for people to experience that, because I find these things that we chase, like there's very few aspects in life where we like chase something and then get it, and like the reward on that is like exponential to the work you put in. It might not feel
Mhm.
like it when you're doing the work, but like when you do like what you did, it's like this just exponential reward, whatever you want to call it, dopamine,
Yeah.
serotonin, whatever. That's just like so far above and beyond anything else you went through, and it's just such a great feeling. So I like to hear
I
people
mean,
talk
it
about
gives
it.
you like a confidence in like kind of all the other things in your life. Like you, it's not just running. It's like
Yeah,
if I worked this hard at, you know, something else, like, you know, I can do hard things.
absolutely.
The, the mental game, I think, and the mental like strength that you build throughout these training blocks, throughout, you know, doing that like really hard marathon pace
Yeah,
workout, like, you know, those are the types of things that just build that like mental strength. I think, you know, that's I every bit as important as like the physical stuff. Like if you don't have the mental game, then like the physical, you're never going to believe in yourself enough to know that you can make this happen. So
absolutely. And it's interesting because like I do both sides. I do the mental
yeah,
performance and the run coaching, right? And you can be rock solid mentally, but if the like physiological prep isn't there, it doesn't matter. Like you
no,
can't fake your way through like hold your breath for 5 minutes just because you think
right,
harder about doing it. Like it's not going to work, right?
yeah,
And I think that's where a lot of people, they feel like they're mentally weak going into a marathon at X pace or X distance into the race. But it's really like, yes, maybe there's some of that, but you haven't been able to develop some of that resiliency. Like if I describe what you said as resiliency, because you haven't done the training that corresponds to give it to you, right? So then there becomes this like disconnect between the two that becomes really hard to patch together. And, you know, maybe that's a good summary for how this build went for you. Is like you had the physical, you were doing the physical things, but it wasn't intentional to like match up to give you both the physical and the mental confidence to be able to go and perform. Is that fair to say?
yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. What do you think runners should know about how you operated and what you did on race day? Is there anything we didn't talk about?
No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I think the trust your coach when he tells you to go out slower than you want to.
It does work, I promise. It really does. Yeah.
You know, I
You won't
think
go back now. Now that you've done it once, and it's like nobody ever goes back after they've done it.
no,
Yeah.
no. And in fact, like my mother-in-law, like who's a paragon of the Houston running community, like former Hurrah president,
Oh
like
wow.
she loves, yeah, I can't go anywhere without, you know, someone knowing June Harris. So,
Yeah.
so one of her good running friends, apparently she had posted on Facebook how proud she was of me, and her friend apparently dived deep into my stats and like was like, and Cassie did what no other runner has done, which is negative split a marathon. We're like, that's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that was the plan. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
So
Cool. Well, yeah.
yeah.
Thanks for joining me, and obviously, congrats on the race. It was so great to see, and I'm thankful you made time to talk about it. So hopefully, others can learn from what you did, and they can go negative split and be patient and go crush marathons.
Absolutely. So thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you for your coaching this build, and I'm super excited about what's next.
Yeah, we'll have to plan that out and figure out
Yeah,
once you get off your break here. Yeah.
absolutely.
Awesome. We'll chat soon. Thanks, guys.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye. So, yeah, thanks for sitting down today. I appreciate you taking the time.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really excited to talk to you. Most of my stuff online is about runners, but I work with athletes, across every sport, including yours, flag football. And one of the things that I think is, really interesting about flag football, where it's coming now, especially on the women's side, for somebody, at your age and stage, there wasn't much flag football when you were growing up, right? And so can you kind of let us know, like, what got you into sport and, like, what sports did you do? And then how did you transition to where you're at now? Like, one of the best in Canada here for women's flag football.
Well, that's a very good point. Indeed, there was no flag. As a little girl, there was no way of dreaming to ever play flag football at the highest level someday. It just wasn't popular. So, how I started into sports was mainly, I would say, my parents got me into soccer and figure skating. I used to figure skate at lunch at school, used to go there, play soccer on the weekend, and just kind of juggle into everything until at some point I got to high school. I dropped figure skating and I was like, soccer's cool, but look at this flyer, what's that? Flag football, sport with a pointy ball. So my friends and I were like, yeah, it looks cool, we should sign up. And I signed up for that. And ever since I signed up, I dropped everything else because I kind of fell in love with it.
Yeah.
And I fell in love with the game, to be completely honest. It just amazes me how every year I've been playing for over 13 years. Every year I learn something new. There's never a point where you don't know much. So it is still growing, even if you've been in the field as a coach, as a ref, as a player. It's constantly evolving, and we're just trying to stay on track. So
Yeah.
that's a little
And
bit the story of my sports journey.
that's
And
awesome.
I skied a lot. My bad. I forgot to say on
Yeah.
weekends I used to ski a lot. So it wasn't that good. So, it wasn't that hard to drop either, but it was
That's
fun.
all right. That's all right. And for those of you who don't know, like, flag football will be in the 2028 Olympics in LA. You and your team are hoping to qualify. What does that process look like for those who might be just learning about flag football or following along with flag? What does that actually take for you and your team to qualify for LA?
So to qualify for LA, I'm like, I don't want to say anything that's, like not right.
Yep.
I know that in 2026 there's a world championship in Germany, and that championship is going to be a determining factor to decide which teams can go to the Olympics, because it's going to be a maximum of 6 teams in the Olympics, and so you want to make sure that you're part of those 6 teams. It's not a predetermined path, even if right now, let's say in 2025, we've won bronze at the World Games, silver at Continentals, and right now we could say that we're dominating in the sport. It's not a guarantee that we're going to be in the Olympics, so we have to keep working, and you never know what can happen at a tournament, so you just got to give it your all every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, can you paint us the picture of, like, how your pathway's gone from high school? Did you do Cégep in Quebec and then university? Like, how did that work? So what was the pathway of Clara from going that young girl finding flag football to being on the senior national team now?
Yeah, so I played in high school for 3 years. I started in, we call it secondaire 3, so secondary 3. I was about 13, 14, so played quarterback at the high school level. I got recruited to play in CEGEP at André Grasset, which was at the time a Division 2 school, which is still Division 2. Know something with the divisions and all that. But yeah, as a quarterback, so I played in Grasset. I played first year, second year. Normally, you're supposed to graduate in 2 years. I had a concussion, so I had to get rid of a lot of classes and all that. So finally, I ended up doing my CJEP in 2 years and a half, and that made it that I could actually play the third season as a quarterback. In the meantime, as soon as I graduated CJEP, people need to know that in those years in 2018, when you graduated, that was the end. You know what I mean? It was like, oh, my flag football career is done. It's over with. I could play like for fun, with friends left and right, and there was the club scene was starting to evolve, so signed up for that. Um, got noticed in 2019 in Saskatchewan. Got noticed and was invited after that to do selections with Team Canada, kind of like a top 24 process in 2020 in Arlington. And all while that was going on, like I signed up to Polytechnique. I was in engineering. So I started my school, just going about my life because flag football, it was like, okay, it's fun, but what's next? There was nothing ahead of me until I saw a flyer for NAIA flag football scholarships and all that. And I was like, whoa, what's that? Meanwhile, in 2020, I got the chance to compete in Texas to represent Team Canada. Top 24 players from that tournament in Saskatoon were selected to go represent Canada to have a chance to make the 2021 team that was going to compete in Israel. Israel got canceled because of COVID. Canada decided not to send their players. Well, Israel was actually happening, but Canada decided not to send their players for safety reasons, which made it that we weren't able to qualify for Birmingham. Anyways, that's just a big
Yeah.
parenthesis to say that when I was in Texas, I played against Liz Sowers, which was a member of the U.S. national team, and she was coaching the Ottawa Braves. So when that came out, I was like, whoa, this new league, let me just send her a DM. I was like, hey, I played against you in Texas. Like, is this team for real? She was like, yeah, it's for real. Like, send me some clips of you. So I sent her some clips, and she was like, wow, you're pretty good. Like, we want to offer you a scholarship. I was like, cool, let's go. In the midst of COVID, I was supposed to go in the fall. Finally, I transferred in the spring, January 1st, and season was in the spring. So transferred, played there for 3 semesters. Sorry, transferred there, played for 2 seasons, so 3 semesters, and then I transferred back here to Canada because I applied in my dream program, physical therapy, and I got in. So that's why I'm here now, University of Montreal. I've been playing with them for 3 years. This is my fourth year, actually. So I've been playing with them for 4 years. And that's about it. In the meantime, there was national team development.
Yep.
It's just going left and right after that. Playing in Ottawa, Kansas has really opened up some doors for me in terms of wanting to pursue flag football at the highest possible level.
Yeah, absolutely. And throughout all that, you also made a position change, right? Like you went from quarterback to wide receiver. And so I look at that and go, hey, that's actually pretty handy because as a wide receiver, you know exactly what's coming out of the pocket, what's going on, the pressures, how to run the routes, how your QBs might want you running the routes, right?
Yeah.
And so what does that look like? What made you make that shift?
Well, to be completely transparent with you, I was recruited as a quarterback to go to Ottawa University. Um, and there was another quarterback as well, Madison Carrera, who has one hell of an arm. It wasn't even comparable. Like I think her arm size is as big as my calf, to be completely honest. So at that point, I was like, I didn't come to Kansas to not play. I'm
Right.
gonna be a receiver. I have no
Yeah.
choice. So that was kind of the shift for me. It was like, hey, I want to see some playing time. I'm gonna do whatever I need to do to be on that field because at that level in the US, there could be up to two, maybe three people at the same position as you. And because it's a 7v7 roster, it's like a different format than
Yep.
international format. It's seven screen. So it's a lot faster, it's a lot more like reactive, and you burst out a lot
Yep.
of like, it's just a different style of play than international
Yep.
football. So if I wanted to play, I didn't go halfway across the country and change countries to not play. So I was like,
Yeah.
I I'm gonna do what it takes, and then I dove in head first and kind of never turned back.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously very determined to reach the highest level of sport, which is one of the main ingredients. But what was that like from a mindset shift to get there, be recruited, show up, and go, "Oh, I'm never gonna play if I stay in my position, the position I know, right?" And then it's like, okay, but if I switch over here, I'll get playing time, right? Because I
Yeah.
have to imagine that part of your identity as a football player was I'm a quarterback, and that's a thing, right? Like
Mhm.
quarterback is a thing. That's what a lot of kids grow up wanting to be, right? And you had to make that
Yeah.
switch. So can you talk about that time and how you kind of went through that process?
Yeah, it was actually pretty hard to be completely honest. I'm happy I I overcame that, but I feel
Mm.
like any young girl, anybody, a young athlete being told, "Hey, like you're not gonna like it's not gonna work out for you in this position that you've always seen yourself do." I kind of hit a little bit of a brick wall, and it was like I have two choices: go left, go right, or stay in front of the brick wall. And I was like, I'm gonna have to adapt and overcome. So what's my next step? Definitely took a moment to kind of swallow that pill of
Yeah,
like this is this is not for me, like, or is it just the team I'm in, or
yeah,
whatever, it's fine. I'm here. I play football like 6 times a week, so I'm if I'm gonna get better at something, I'm gonna get better at that. And something that is important to point out is that before I went to Ottawa, like I said, we were talking about Texas.
yeah,
I learned 2 weeks before going to Texas that they were like, "Hey, just so we're doing two teams, team A, team B, whatever.
yeah.
Uh, you're the second quarterback on team B,
Mm.
and if you're not gonna be playing quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I
unless
was
there's an
like, well,
injury or something catastrophic, right? Yeah,
yeah, but it's a tryout. If I'm
yeah,
there to try out as a quarterback and you're not gonna be playing me quarterback, 2 weeks before leaving, I was like, what in the world? I'm about to go try out for a national spot. I've never played this position. I genuinely have no idea how to change directions. And like, we're leaving in 2 weeks, and this is basically like the only shot I'm gonna get,
yeah.
you know? It was a big moment for me.
So
Big
how did you do
realization.
that though? Because like I work with athletes all the time that they're cut, their playing time goes down, decisions to change positions, whether it's hockey, football, basketball, etc. Right? And for a lot of them, that's I mean you're probably glazing over because it's a conversation, but I want to pick in on that because
Yeah.
that's not easy. You're like 2 weeks out, first national team tryout, all these things. You're like, I'm not going to get to play. That could have been like you said, I could just quit and go on with my life, or I got to
Hmm.
pivot and do this. So you're very analytical. I can tell you've got the engineering and the PT background, right? But what was the emotional thought process like there? Because that must have been a rough week or two, I imagine.
Well, at that point, I was staying at my house, so uh, like to decide what I was gonna do at that point, it was very much like, well, okay, I'm gonna go back home. I'm gonna look up how to run routes like a receiver on YouTube, and then I'm gonna be like, who's the best receiver I know? So I called up a girl from the national team. Her name is Audrey.
Yeah,
She's like veteran. She's won a lot of medals with I would say the most winningest team, Fleur de Lis of Canada. And I was like, hey, like, can we meet up? Like, I gotta know, like, can you coach me? Like, can you show me how to run routes? Like, I'm leaving in 10 days. Is there any way, you could give me some tips or something? Like, she's like, yeah, sure. And I'll always remember, like, it was it was not that good, to be completely honest, but she told me something and she said, "Hey, your routes are really good. They may be better even than X person who had already done, a bunch of good things, who's played on the national team, who's actually a person I actually admire, um, Milou. So she's somebody who has kind of a similar skill set, and I like still competing against her to a certain extent today. So for me, it was like, wow, like you think I may have something better than this person who's an exceptional, phenomenal player. So that little thing is something that has powered me through to the sense where I even today, I've been holding on to that little thing that, hey, you may have something better than somebody else because I was like, I, I don't know who I am as a receiver in that sense that I know I'm different. And we're going to probably get into this. Like, yes, I'm a receiver. I can also throw. So I'm a good throwback option,
Yep.
which in football, you can do like throwback stuff. I'm a good runner. I'm a good backup center. I wouldn't say I'm the best center in the world, you know what I mean? But I feel
Yeah.
like I can get the job done. And being that my height is not the same as, let's say, the other girls on the national team right now. Like, in a certain sense, I know that I'm unique and I need to work on what makes me the best flag football player. You know what I mean? If I try to be like, I want to be the best receiver, well, I can't grow. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I can't, like, I can only work on what is going to make me the best player for my team. So I I think that was a pivotal point to in flag football, and I feel like in any other sport, the athletes who go the furthest, in my opinion, maybe you can correct me
Yeah.
on that. The athletes that go the furthest, in my opinion, are the athletes who can adapt and overcome the better, because the situation is never going to be exactly like you practice. And if you make up your mind that things are going to go this way, 99% of the time, they are not. So,
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. There's a saying I have when I'm working with athletes. I'm trying to think of the French pronunciation. If I can get it, I won't. But in English, it's new level, new devil, right? So
ooh,
when you're playing at the high school level, right? It's like it's flag football. It's like run the ball, catch the ball, take the flags. Like at the base, I know there's more to it, to be clear, but
no,
like
no,
at
no,
the
I know.
base level, that's football. It's a territorial sport, right? And so it's the rules broadly, say for sevens and changing for international and such. The rules are broadly the same. The structure is broadly the same, right? But what changes is the competition level and who you have to play against. And I think hopefully a lot of young people listening to this realizes there's a lot of people in the beginning stages of sport, and as you go up the pathway towards international team, there gets less people, but the quality of people goes way up, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so that's what you saw with the quarterback. It's like, hey, I'm a pretty good quarterback at this level, right? And then you go up to the next level, it's like, well, now I got this new devil to compare and compete against, which is like, I got women that are like you said, arms that are the size of my calf. What am I going to do about that, right? And so
Yeah.
I think it's a great framework for thinking about, okay, yes, flag football is flag football, but there's a bunch of new devils to contend with here, right?
Oh
You
yeah.
and it's really hard sometimes to do that because when you have an identity, right? Like we talked about for you as a QB, right? It's like that's who I am, and it could have been very easy for you to go, if I'm not going to make it as who I know I am, screw it, why not? I'll go to some other sport, or I'll go to my academic and professional life, right? But that spark that woman gave you was probably enough for you to go, okay, that's enough that I can go contend with these other devils. I can
Mm-hmm.
go and push through this. Is that fair to say?
That's absolutely fair to say, and even not even to say I can do it, because at that point I did not have the confidence to be like I am an elite level international receiver. Absolutely
Yeah.
not. But it was I may one day be there if I put in the work
Hmm.
and I do what I need to do. And that spark of hope of like potential is really what is driving even today to like keep going, whether it be like uh, not being chosen or being sidelined. It's like I know that I have the potential to do something great, and I believe that if I work hard, I can be great. So that's what drives me today to keep going, because if not, I mean, whether it be in school, like just recently, parenthesis, I had an exam, and there's a two-part exam, and the
Yep.
first part went terribly. Like, I'm not even joking. I think I had tears going down my eyes, because I was like, I am not gonna make it. Every fiber in my body was like, run away, run away right now. In between the two classes, just run away. Like, you have a chance to leave. And I was like, you know what, Claire? Like, just give it what you got.
Yep.
Whatever that is today, just give it what you got. I went in there. I tried to do my best. Like, my teammate partner that we're doing the things on
Yeah. Yeah.
was like, it's okay. Like, just one thing at a time. And that kind of like grounded me. And it was enough for me to be like, like, whatever it is, like, you're going to get through it. And whatever it is, it's going to be okay. And at some point, it was not like, I had never imagined that I would have tears going down and be like, right now I have to go prove that I'm a competent physical therapist. And
Yep.
I don't want to say I didn't ace the exam, but I did pretty good, decent. So I was like, if I had ran away, I would have never been able to do that. So it's just something that I'm like, well, whatever it is in life, even if everything in your body says leave, 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 like, run away, like, you can't do this, just be like, you know what, just give it what you got, and we'll see.
Yeah. It's interesting. One of the things I say in my clinical practice with athletes, I guess two things I would say that you're experiencing there, but then also, on the field, and as we're talking about the change in position, is the first one being, you are not your thoughts, right? So the voice in your head, it's not you, right? You're just the one hearing it, right? So you're sitting there hearing those thoughts, just quit, just run away, right? But you chose, like, you didn't go through this process and do it, but this is fundamentally what happened at the psychological level, is you chose to not listen to that voice and said, you're a narrator, but you're not the main character, right?
Yep.
And so the more you do that, and this is a skill you've probably gained through life and sport, right? But the more you do that, that awareness replaces the reactivity, where others would run out, or others, when making that switch, or go, that's it, I'm done, right? And then the second piece I find that's interesting, hopefully, this is interesting to you, I suppose,
Absolutely.
is I think that when we're in anxious type situations, the antidote is actually action, right? So, in between those tests, right, the two, and was it the practical and the written, like your practice test for
Well,
the exams?
it was the preparation and the practice exam. So you
Got
had
it.
to
Yeah.
prepare, write down everything you do, and then you
Yeah.
walk in and you have to do one of those things and present what you're
Yeah.
doing. I was like,
Exactly. And so when that anxiety grows, it's in the hesitation, right? So you had that quiet space in between when things were popping off, right? And so you can think about this in the sporting context, like in between huddles, timeouts, close games down at the end, right? We start to get anxious, right? Like, for anybody, Canadians listening to the Jays game 7 there, right? Going into the 7th, we're all sitting there going like, oh my God, are we going to do it? Right. And so, but what those players are doing, and I imagine what you do on the field and your teammates do, is you start looking at the actions you're about to do. And I don't want to confuse that with play call action, right? Like the actual action of what you're about to do, right? And so the moment that you start to move towards action, you move away from your fear, and that fear loses its grip, right? So, with that, you don't want to pretend you're not anxious. That like faux fake stuff doesn't work, right? But it's recognizing that the anxiety is there and acting anyways, right? So I've got this, I think it's cool, it might be dumb, analogy that I use, where I call it the annoying salesperson, right? So if you're sitting in a huddle, close game, at the end of it, right? And so we've all had this, right? You're sitting at home, you're having dinner, maybe at your parents' house or something, and some guy comes, knocks on the door, right? And he's like, hey, I'm here to sell you internet or pave your drive, something stupid, right? And like, if your mom or your dad or you go answer the door, you go, no thanks, nice plate, yeah, not interested, in your head you go, never come back, like, leave me alone, right? And then when you get back to the table, right, parents or whoever go, hey, who's that? And you're like, oh, some annoying salesperson, right? And so you then just continue on having dinner, right? And so I think this is a great analogy when I break it down for sports, to be like, okay, those anxious thoughts, uncertainty thoughts, bad thoughts, whatever you want to categorize them that you're having, are like the annoying salesperson. Right? So you have to accept that they're there. You can't stop them. Like, I mean, there's ways that are highly illegal to stop them from coming to your door, but broadly, you can't stop them from coming to your door, right? So you have to accept that that's going to happen, right? But just like you went back and said to your family, that's what it was, and you started just continuing on with dinner and the conversation, you commit to not letting that influence the next set of actions that you do, right? And so basically that's just a really like long-winded way of talking about acceptance and commitment therapy, which is one of the main things we do with athletes,
Yeah,
right? Because you accept that those thoughts are there. You did this before your exam. You're like, you're here. I hate that you're here, right? But I'm going to commit to go forward and do this, right?
absolutely.
What do you think of that
And
idea? I test it
I
all the
think,
time. I want to hear
you
feedback.
know, I think it's very, very, very accurate to a point where it's scary because if to be honest, if you're going off that analogy, what happens if we dysregulate on the field? I would say it's because the buyer, the seller is at the
Yep.
door. Knock knock, you say, "Hey, I'm not interested." And they say, "Well, I just want to walk in and come in."
Yep.
If as soon as that happens,
It's over.
it's over and it dysregulates everything that's going on, and you're not able to get that person out. And it's at that point where I would say, like, emotionally and with experience, even now, like, it happens sometimes that the salesperson walks in and I'm like, I
Yep.
really want you to get out. And it's not getting out. And so I really want you to get out. And it's finding ways to make sure, yes, that the person doesn't come in, but also to figure out, hey, sometimes it's going to happen and they're going to
Yep.
barge in, but you got to figure out a way to get that person out, whether
Yep.
it's an internal cue, an external cue, something to ground you. And I feel like you're able to do that more in the presence of people you trust.
Yep.
If you are in a selection environment where, let's say, everybody around you is a competition, it's really hard to find an anchor to help you get that salesperson out.
Mm-hmm.
And when that salesperson is in and you're going through this process alone, you're battling through these difficulties. Everybody right now around you also has a salesperson in their house,
Yep.
and they're struggling, but they're struggling with their own salesperson that they can't help you with your
Yep.
person.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
it's funny. I usually finish, so I'll drive this metaphor home and beat a dead horse, I suppose. But when I'm talking to athletes who are going through it, right? Like literally in the moment, you think about a combine or something like that, right? I always say you wouldn't come back from the angry salesperson, even if you like block them off, right? Like you're like, nope, screw you, not today, right? And then go down and complain for 20 minutes to your family about annoying salespeople and ruin your dinner,
uh-huh.
right? And so as an athlete, right? So even if you stop that moment and you don't let them in, right? You don't go and play like garbage for 20 minutes because you had a salesperson at your door. You don't like those thoughts, right? And so that's where I think it's kind of fun because if I'm talking to athletes before big selection or combines or international like stuff, it's like, okay, you stopped them, good, step A, right? But don't go
Mhm.
ruin the next 20 minutes because you had some salesperson come like screw up your dinner. It's you go back to dinner and you tell your family how much you love them and you go have a great dinner, right?
Yeah.
And so the same thing for you guys on the international scene is you've got really the next 2.25 years, well, probably 1.5 really from like qualification to LA, right? Where if I was working with a player like you, it's like, okay, how are we not letting that affect us right now? Because there's going to
Mhm.
be ups and downs, right? This going through your seasons, right? And the last piece that I'll bring into this is that a lot of the time when we're dealing with that angry salesman, we are in this like weird spot where we perceive problems as bigger than they actually are, right? Our feelings lead rather than our actions, right? So
Mhm.
that's a lot of metaphors that I've wound in. But what do you think about that, like in your experience in some of the high pressure situations you've been? If you can think back and be like, oh man, maybe I wish I had that or thought that way, or maybe you already do think that way. This is just a more fun way to capture it.
Yeah, no, I mean, first of all, I love metaphors. So
Perfect.
already
Good.
we're
Yeah.
we're like I love them. I do them for
Yeah.
absolutely anything.
Good.
It's my way of communicating that I understand what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yeah.
But in terms of like action based, it is something that even personally, like when I'm in a disorganized state, I would say, whether it be like sports or school or anything, like just just do one little thing. I'm
Yeah.
not saying do the whole thing. I'm just saying do one little thing. You're nervous that, um, let's say, for example, you're not working enough on your speed, let's say.
Mhm.
Well, every time I'm warming up, I'm gonna include a little bit of plyometrics. So I'm like, if I don't have time to do a speed session, at least I know that every single time I am training on the field, I am doing a little
Yep.
bit. And it kind of like builds evidence to where I'm like, hey, like even if I didn't do exactly everything I exactly said I was gonna do, here is like a list of all the things that I have been doing right, whether that be nutrition, whether it be sleep, whether it be, so many different things where I'm like, hey, I've been accountable in all of this. If it's 9 out of 10, it's fine, because there always is going to be that probability of chance.
Yep.
And that, since I've learned that, even if you do everything you can, like there's always going to be a certain part of chance in whether games, races, whatever. And that has also helped me let go of some things. For
Right.
example, we lost well, I wouldn't say we lost. We won a silver medal in Continentals because the game was stopped at halftime. So because of lightning delays and all that,
Yep.
we were losing at that point in the game, 12-0. And the rules are that if you're losing 12-0 at half, it's enough to call the game. And it's frustrating, and I'm still having a hard time, to get over that.
Yeah.
But I'm also leaning into, there were some key plays that if we would have done better,
Yep.
the outcome would have been different. Or on the other sense, if chance hadn't been on their side, things would have been different. The first time we played Mexico in pool play, some of the most unfortunate things I've ever seen in flag football happen. Tried to stretch the ball, and the ball, like, it slipped out of her hands. She tried to catch it, it tipped, and a rusher did an interception. It was one of the coolest plays I've ever seen in my whole life.
You're
But
just
that
on the
also,
wrong end of it.
yeah, well, we were on the right end of it because
Right.
we intercepted the ball. They were
Oh,
on the
okay,
wrong
gotcha.
end of
Yeah.
it. But it was still one of the coolest plays, and I was like, statistically, the chances of this happening are so unlikely. But that's just a part of the game of chance to a certain
Right.
extent. And talent. We got to give it to our rusher,
Yeah.
Leah. She did one heck of a pick, but still, like, there was a little bit of chance into that.
Oftentimes when I talk to athletes about confidence, right? So you're talking about, what it is we're supposed to do and how we, want to get better. We know this, but we don't know this in sport, right? So as athletes, we go to practice, we watch film, we do routes, like everything, right? But I think sometimes it's important to understand like what that's actually doing rather than just showing up and doing the practice, right? So if you
Hmm.
look at it broadly in terms of we all want to be confident when we're on the field, and that can mean different things, and there's different buckets for how we get confidence. But I would argue that one of the best ways to establish confidence is through consistency, which builds competency. And then when you know you're competent at something, that's when you can feel confident, right? So if you think back to like when you first started the wide receiver switch, right?
Hmm.
You had, well, no consistency because you literally hadn't done it, right?
Yeah.
And then competency, you're running the routes, you're going like, oh my God, I can't even catch a ball, probably, right? And then
Yeah,
all of a sudden, as you stacked that consistency in practice, right, you saw your competency go up. And you were very fortunate to have that woman who, helped you out and showed you and gave you that spark. But as that competency went up, all of a sudden you could be confident to go, hey, wait, I could maybe do this at the national team level. Does
yeah.
that track with like how you think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the thing is also that you need to have in context is that before this year, it wasn't individual trials. So it was,
Mm,
if your team wins, you are the national team, basically.
mm,
So it needs to be taken into context because that also affects your confidence as a player, as to where you're gonna look. Some people are gonna look at the national team and they're gonna say, that girl's not that good.
mm.
Even if their team won, that girl's not that good. I'm better than her. I don't understand why she's there. And so also you internalize that where it's like, hey, we were the best team at that tournament. Does it mean that we are necessarily going to be the best team to represent the country in the next year? Not necessarily. And I think that's why they switched to individual trials for, let's say, this year and going forward, which I think is the best way to kind of have the best players regroup and perform at their best. But then comes like, yes, it's fun. Yes, I was taken. But also comes where, hey, if I was not chosen, which happened to most of the people who tried
Yep.
out, it's like, am I worthy of this? Am I
Mm,
even able, like, is it me as a person who's not able to make this team, or like, do I even have a chance, or is it possible? Like, it's, do you want to go through this every single year? And
mm.
that's a big question heading into, let's say, next year is, the people who made the team this year, it's not guaranteed they're going to be on the roster next year. But psychologically, you may think, oh, because you've made it, you're as secure. Like you're a little bit more
Yep.
secure than the people who are trying. And I would say the contrary. I would say if you have nothing to lose and you're trying and you're going and you're going and you're doing it for you versus you're going with the mindset, hey, I have a chance of losing my position.
Hmm.
Well, then you're playing with a lot more pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like you're essentially describing like your sport broadly as a decentralized sport until it's national team, right? You go and you play on your teams, and then you have a selection camp, and then all of a sudden you have to come together and perform, right?
Yep.
And so, rugby does this as well a lot of the time too, right? And so it is hard in that respect, but I think you're taking the right approach from a mentality perspective, because what you're saying with that is not also like, hey, I've got to work hard, but it's like, I'm not content with where I am. I want to be
Mm-hmm.
the best I can be. And I don't think that's a bad thing. That kind of sounds, I'm not content with where I am. And like, there might be people listening. It's like, Clara, you're on the national team. You should be content,
Yeah.
right? But I think that's the difference sometimes between high performers and normal performers is it's not about just getting where they want to be. Like there's that relentless pursuit of excellence that we're all chasing at this level, right? But where good performers tend to come in is it's relative to what they believe their potential is, not
Mm-hmm.
just that they're on a team, right? Because there's going to be women that'll be on this team that don't play a lot. And they're going to be like, I'm not happy not playing a lot. So next year when I come back, I'm going to work my butt off and I'm going to be one of those women that gets playing time, right?
Yep.
And I think, is that what you're highlighting here? Where it's like, it doesn't matter that you're on the team per se this year or next year or the next year or the next year. It's how good can you be relative to what your potential is?
Yep. Absolutely. I think you really size it perfectly. It's um every person is going to go through the process differently, and I would say for me it's I'm going to be embarking into this next round of selections, and I have a vision of who I think Clara, the best version of Clara is that can
Hmm.
best help her team, and that's who I'm going for. At the end of the day, I'm going to strive to be the best athlete I can, the best teammate I can, um, you know, all while enjoying it. And I think that's something that's essential because if my joy and my happiness is, how do you say? I don't want to say in exchange, but like,
Yep.
how do you say like the word? If my happiness and joy depends on
Yep.
making the
Performance.
team
Yeah.
performance based, I don't think at the end of the day it's a healthy way to go about it. And it's you can think, oh, Michael Jordan's, Kobe Bryant, they're obsessed and all that. And I think to a certain degree you need to be obsessed, but you can't be obsessed with performance. You have to be obsessed with getting better.
Yep.
And that's where if I feel like I'm getting better, I know I'm getting better. I'm more competency, and I
Yep.
feel like things are just gonna go my way. And if they don't, I'm gonna have to deal with that. And that's something that every athlete deals with. And I feel you just need to, keep going, and you need to ask yourself, is this really what I want to be doing? Because it comes with highs and it comes with lows. And to be honest, my favorite tournament, you could say, oh, Clara, like, what are you most proud of? Yeah, I'm proud of winning a bronze medal at the World Games, silver medal, but my favorite medal comes from a little tournament that I did with my university team where I was QB, and because QB1, QB2 like couldn't come, and I was QB, and it was like nobody had any expectations for this tournament. It was like I was David and Goliath. I
Yeah.
mean, and I had the most fun because I was like, hey, I can prove like I still got this. And it was honestly my favorite medal. And people say, what do you mean? Like, you've been to the World Games, you've been on a national team, you've done all these things. No, but I've never felt as good as when I was playing for that tournament. And it was, mind you, it was -10, right? I was freezing. My toes were literally bleeding. I'm not even joking. But
Yeah.
for me, that's one of my favorite memories of flag.
That's amazing. I think what you're highlighting, I'll try to put it somewhat succinctly, even though both of us like to talk a lot, so it could go long. I don't know. But the high performers that I talk to across business, sport, doesn't matter the sport, like, working with top hockey players, talking with you in flag or top basketball, and obviously runners and endurance is my background. But They love the process, right? So when you talk about joy, right? It's like I actually enjoy practicing. I enjoy being with my teammates because you have to be willing to go through all of that to get the small taste of success that you might get, right?
Yeah.
And I think I'm very fortunate to come up in running. And so if we look at like some of the statistics about running, this might blow your mind a little bit, but so marathoners, right? So they get 2 chances a year roughly to make the Olympics. 2, maybe 3, okay? And so if we're saying men, right? Our Olympic standard for men is 2:08:10, 2 hours 8 minutes and 10 seconds, okay? They're going to average, yeah, I know, it's quick. And so they're going to average roughly, depending on the person, 120 miles a week, right? So about 200 kilometers a week, okay? That's about 14 to 15 hours of training. A marathon build. So let's say they get 2 weeks a year where they get to compete to make the Olympics, okay? So 50 weeks a year, they're going to spend 15 hours a week training to have 2 opportunities, 4 hours, right? So 15 times 50 is a lot, right? And then 2 weeks where they have a total of about 4 hours.
Every 4 years.
Every 4 years. Well, yeah, because our qualification window is about 18 months from the Olympic Games.
That's crazy.
Right? And so I use this when I'm talking to other sport athletes. It's like, if you want to learn how to love how the process, I'll get you to talk to one of my elite marathoners because they go out every day and run for 2 hours, oftentimes by themselves, right? To show up in 3 years from now to hopefully make a team that we have no clue if they're going to make, right? And so I share that story with team sport athletes all the time because that's the level of joy you need to find in this process. That's like, and I want to be clear. So I coach a couple of elite marathoners. It's not easy. I get texts from them like, I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I can do this. Every athlete has that. I think it's important to see, right? But broadly, the joy is more than the negative emotion. Is that, what do you think of that idea?
I completely agree. And I'm listening to you talk about like the hours and the amount of training and all that, and it seems a lot. It genuinely does because you're counting. You know what I mean? But I ask myself, how many hours do I put? I don't know. I don't count. So
yeah, we track a little differently in my world. Yeah.
yeah, no, for sure. But I mean, it definitely makes sense. And I feel like joy is a big part of also why like I keep pursuing this because I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Like I'd like to see where I can go, and especially being sidelined now for the past like five weeks, something like that. I'm excited to get back on track and do like my little jogging, and it's 1 minute on, 1 minute off. It's nothing too big, but it makes me happy. So I keep going.
I wanted to ask you about that because you've been off for a bit here. It's been a rough year. On the topic of mindset and identity, I think every athlete can resonate with this when you have injury or illness or something that takes you out for an extended period, right? You feel like a different person, right? And so with whatever you're comfortable with, what's that experience been like for you and what's been going on?
Definitely, like I definitely feel like, because context, right now, like there was China, right? And then there was the beginning of the university season. So right now, Université de Montréal, Concordia, all that, all the other teams, just right now is the university season going on. And at the same time, there was kind of Panama that was a little bit in the middle of that. So because I was going to play Panama, I didn't play before. And Panama, I was sick, couldn't play as much as I wanted, 1 or 2 plays, got off. And as soon as I came back, I saw the doctor. Doctor was like, yeah, you should really stop. Like, this is going to go on for a while. So I did not really get a chance to play at all this semester for my university league. So for me, like, I was told you need a rest. Practices are at 6:30 a.m. on Wednesdays and Fridays. So I had to not go anymore. I go to the Monday practice just to be in the loop because I had hope until last week that there was a chance I could maybe play. So I wanted to stay in the loop. I wanted to be there. So being on the sidelines and watching my team keep going without me it's a bit heartbreaking, to be honest, because it's like I thought I was an essential piece of this team, you know what I mean? But in perspective, I get to see a well-oiled machine that's performing, and I get to see things from the outside, and I get to rest.
Hmm.
And I think it's a big shift in, like, as an athlete, as soon as I'm resting and I see other athletes are already training, they're staying up top of their form, they're getting ready for next selections, you see it online, like it's like, oh my God, like am I falling behind? I'm struggling right now with like the feeling of, am I falling behind? Like I'm not on the same pace. Like everybody else is doing this, doing that, and I'm not. I'm barely getting to jog right now. So it's definitely like it makes me sad. It makes me sad to see people going, but I also like it's a privilege. I try to see it that way. It's a privilege
Yeah.
to see my teammates, the people I love, who get to do their thing, and I watch them from the sideline, and I definitely have way more stress watching them
Yeah.
than playing.
Yeah.
But it's just trying to see a different side of things, and I'm saying it, but I'm sad, which
Yeah.
is why it's like I've taken the decision that I'm gonna probably extend my school, because this was
Yeah.
supposed to be my last semester, my last season. So I'm probably gonna extend because my master's is finishes in the summer. Maybe I'm gonna push it, whatever. I'm gonna do what I can to finish on a better note.
Yep.
Because parenthesis, the last contribution I had to my team was a penalty because I was on the sideline. There was too many people on the sideline. So -5 yards. I would rather finish on something else. So
Yeah.
I say it as a joke, but it's really something that I'm considering, doing again, to just to be able to enjoy it better, because it hasn't been enjoyable. I've only been asking myself, when am I going to be back?
Hmm.
Can I do it? This, that. Like, I'm just grateful that my coaches understand. They happen to be the same coaches as the national team, so I'm just grateful that they understand and that they're putting my health first and they're not forcing me to play, to a certain extent. It would be illegal, but still, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What have you learned as a player being on the sidelines like this?
Um, I've actually tried to spend more time on defense.
Hmm.
Normally, I'm an offensive player, so I've kind of been helping defense out and
Hmm.
kind of getting to know more what are their struggles on their side of the ball, what's hard, what's easy. Observing team dynamics from an outside point of view
Hmm.
has definitely been something where I can see things, little things that if the organization is open, players are open, things that I'm like, this could improve, being the experience I've had. So I'd say that's kind of the role I've decided to take. I'll spot the ball at practice. You're,
Yeah.
doing little things, but just trying to be a little bit more present and trying to get my stuff in order. I feel like emotionally I'm already dealing with so much that the fact that I am there is like I try to make the best of it, you know what I mean? And
Yep.
when I see people having a hard time, I'm like, hey, just so you know, like I know you're going through a lot right now, but I just want to remind you of the privilege you have
Yeah.
to be playing. Like this season's over in 5 days. It's like actually the season's over tomorrow.
Right.
So make the best of it. I know right now it's that annoying salesman that's in your head and you keep
Yeah.
talking about everybody there at dinner, but like just be mindful that this is about to end.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's the role that I've chosen to take on more, and also be there for the younger girls if they need it, to talk about things, to vent about things. So I just kind of appreciate being there. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Where does your mind go with your thoughts? Like, do you find yourself overthinking sometimes about, can you get back? Will you be ready? Like, do you go that way at all?
Yeah, I definitely do. Since I've gotten the news that it's like, oh, hey, you can gradually start again
Hmm.
in 4 weeks, I can start playing. I overthink to the sense where, is this like what I want to be doing? You know what I mean? Like, do I
Mhm.
want to go through this process again? Like, what level of commitment am I ready to give? Like,
Mhm.
what are my objectives? Like, where am I heading? The fact that I have more time to think and it's not like university, Team Canada,
Yeah.
tryouts. The fact that I do have more time to think, I definitely overthink, but I try to come back to
Good.
what's important for me right now. Like
Who-
right now, my goal is to be able to play in 4 weeks.
Right.
So that, like, having, like, it's so easy to spiral and to see everybody, like I said, like getting better, training, doing this, doing that. And I try to make sure that, like, yes, I peak, but I have to stay focused on what my path is, or else it's too easy to like go crazy and be like, hey, like I see all these new girls coming up and they're super talented, they're super explosive, and I'm like, hey, like these girls are gonna pass me next year, you know, they're gonna pass me, they're gonna be better. But then I'm like, Claire, remind yourself of what you've gone through and remind yourself of where you're going and hope for the best. Because at the end of the day, like I, even if I would do flag football 24/7 all the time, doing absolutely everything I can, if I'm not in the right mental state to perform, and I'm not going to be able to get better, I'm not going to get as strong. Like you have, it's kind of like too much. Isn't there like a saying that says too much is too much or something like that?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there's a, so
I'll,
it's, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'll give you a story I use for overthinking, and it's called. I didn't make it up, to be clear. I wish I was this smart, but so I'll paraphrase it. But it's called "The Man in Need of a Jack." Have you heard of it?
No?
Okay, so guy's driving down the road, tire like goes right, flat tire, right, and he goes in, pulls out all his stuff, and he doesn't have a jack, right, and so he's like, oh frig, I gotta get a jack, I can't get the tire off, right, so he looks up and there's a house up the road, and he goes, okay, I'll go there, right, and as he's walking to the house, he starts thinking, he's like, well, what if they don't have a jack? What if they do have a jack? Well, if they have a jack, will they even give it to me? And like, okay, if they give it, are they going to charge me? Like, okay, well, will they charge me? Is it like $50, $100, $1,000? Like, what's going to happen? And by the time he gets to the door, he knocks on the door. The guy opens the door. He goes, "Fuck it, I don't even need the jack anyways," and he walks back. Right. And so I think it's a really cool way of thinking about what happens when we overthink. It's like you literally get to the precipice, the point of what it is you want most, but your thoughts got in the way and kind of kicked you to the curb. And I share that a lot with younger athletes in particular because, even if you're going through a good time, but in particular if you're going through a bad time, right? It's easy to think about those thoughts as being true, right? Those what if thoughts, like, oh, what if I don't get to
Hmm.
play? What if they pass me? What if those, right? But I always try to remind people of this because, like, those thoughts can get in the way without anything in reality, right? That guy was probably going to give him the jack, be like, hey, do you want me to actually come help you? Like, do you need anything to
Yeah,
drink or eat, right? Probably would have had the best, outcome possible. But the thoughts got in the way, right? And so when I was hearing you think about it, what if they come up and what if they can pass me? I know you're battling back, but I
yeah,
thought I'd share that with you to fight back with it because it's a fun one, I think.
definitely. I feel like if you start thinking about things too much, and it's hard to make the difference of like, am I thinking rationally right now
Mm,
or am I overthinking? It's something that it's it's hard to tell, and I think it's easier to overthink if you don't have a plan. And
yep,
that's why
absolutely.
right now I'm very like plan oriented. I'm like, I gotta figure out what my plan is. Just before this call, I wrote to a kinesiologist. I was like,
Yep.
hey, like, here's what's up. Like, do you want to follow me through this and help me through this? Because I don't think I can do it alone. If it's not you, it's
Mm-hmm.
fine, but I have to action. Or else I'm just gonna be thinking like, I hope this person can help me. I hope this person can help me. And when I'm at the point where I absolutely need help, I'm like, fuck, they can't help me.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to make sure we talk about this too, because you've seen flag football on the women's side really kind of grow and boom the last 5, maybe 7 years, right? And so if we take a big picture and maybe reflection thus far in your time, like you've seen the growth and how it's evolved in Canada internationally, and what are you really looking forward to over the next couple of years as the sport continues to grow?
It's actually a good question. I What do I look forward to in the sport? There's a few things that I'd like to happen, and there are some things that I think are going to happen. If we
Okay.
start with the things that I would like to see happen, is more kind of like financial opportunities for athletes, especially women athletes.
Yep.
Whether that be taking the sport seriously, whether that be sponsorships, whether that be just a better like structure around being a flag football national athlete or just a flag football athlete in general. The resources are pretty limited, and one of the things I hope to see happen is to see more women come forward and like coach, take on the youth, and make sure that this sport that is, growing so much, like we have women to look up to and women to be like, I want to be like her when I grow up. There wasn't that many opportunities when I was younger to be like, I want to be like her. She like, this looks cool, and have people lead by example or just female mentors.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, I'll add this in just from some of my background in sport development here, for any like young girls who might be listening or parents. Like, we literally have a Sport for Life document and documents in Canada for every Olympic track sport that talks about when young athletes should specialize, right? And the multi-sport development that we believe in Canada and a lot of the Scandinavian countries as well. And so when you look at flag football and what actually makes up the requisite skills, largely speed, agility, quickness, coordination, right? Power, and the plyometrics, which you mentioned earlier, like those are all developed multi-plane through a magnitude of different sports, right? So, for you guys in particular, you can take a look at the football model, right? And so there's plenty of data out of NFL and NCAA football about those players being multi-sport athletes through high school, right?
Hmm.
And I think that's a super important thing, especially here in Canada, where we're not the US, where we can just throw talent against the wall and see what sticks, right? Like, we have a much smaller talent pool. I think Quebec in particular does a really good job with first contact and sport development. They have a little bit more closer model to some of the Norwegian type countries.
Hmm.
But it is absolutely crucial, if you're the parent or you are a young athlete listening, to do a multitude of sports when you're young, especially for young women pre 15, 16. And then, like you said, even if they don't end up in sport, like flag football as their sport, we know from the public health data like how important sport is for young girls and society, right? So I think, like, again, I'll stand on my soapbox here, but any parents or young girls who are listening, like, follow Claire's message and do multiple sports. And like your friends you referenced, you might never know where you're going to end up. You certainly didn't know you'd end up on the flag
No.
football national team, right? But you can look at all the amazing things sport has given you in your life, right? And that's because you did multiple sports and eventually found your pathway rather than chose your pathway quite early on.
Hmm. And I
Right.
think it's important to kind of let life take its course to a certain extent. If flag football right now is fun, and let's say you're, as a parent, if your daughter or son, whatever the sport is, if they like the sport right now because their social group is in this sport, like whatever the level of talent is, like the important thing is that they keep moving. Most especially on the girls' side, most girls like once they're done, like they don't reach the minimum recommended amount of physical activity per week, and that makes a difference whether it's on like the bone development, all
Yep.
that, especially with like the periods coming up, like coming in, like all these changes, hormonal changes, whether it be female, men, whatever, any
Yep.
kind. It's the most important thing is to stay moving, because if you don't have a way to move and it's not a part of your everyday life, whatever, it's going to be extremely harder to take on as an adult.
Yep.
So keep a healthy lifestyle within the household and stay moving, whatever moving is for you. I think it's the most important things, and doors will open. Just trust that doors will open.
All right. Well, Claire, it's been fantastic. I love hearing your story. I love everything you have to say. I hope as many young girls in the flag football community as possible listen to this so they can hear your story and what it actually takes to chase your dreams and be a Team Canada athlete. I wish you nothing but the best in your recovery and nothing but the best in your pursuit to LA 2028. And I hope we get to chat again.
Perfect. Thank you so much for everything, Brent. I'm wishing you a good one, and thank you for having such a good ear. Uh, yeah, it's good advice, everybody. Let me tell you that. Pretty much, pretty good advice and good metaphors too.
Thanks,
So,
Claire.
welcome.
Landon, welcome. Thanks, man. We're a couple weeks off Houston PR there, and how's everything feeling as you recover back down?
Yeah, I've recovered pretty well this time around. I think I stopped counting the number of marathons I've done, but I've done enough. I've done enough
Yeah.
that, the first like one or two that you do, you just feel like I'm never going to walk again. Like I see stairs, but I will never use them again. Um, then you do some, and what's really sick and twisted is that whenever you're not sore, you start thinking, did I push hard enough? Like
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
Garmin says I still have a readiness score of 12. That means I left 11 points out there somewhere. So all that to say, I'm actually feeling really well.
That's good. Yeah. And like this was our first marathon together, but obviously, as you stated, you've done a bunch. And so, what got you into marathoning, and what does your pathway look like before you and I linking up for this Houston build here?
Yeah, so I ran started running probably in high school, late high school, during college, just recreationally. My dad got into 5Ks and 10Ks, so I did some with him. And then my personality and love for abuse um, just kept pushing the distances further and further. So I did my first marathon in 2014, just under 4 hours. So that was just a big goal. That was something I thought like I want to do this, and did that, and thought that would be it. But then I caught the bug, and then I did several over the next few years. When I moved to Houston in 2017, found a great running club here. Shout out to the Cypress Running Club with some really fast guys, and saw people taking this seriously. Like when I ran the first few marathons, I was just, running whatever, whenever. I felt like as long as I ran a long run of 18 to 20 miles, at some point in the cycle, I was ready to complete the distance. So I started running more miles, and experimented with a couple of coaches, training plans, but I kind of plateaued. 4 hours to 3:45 to 3:30 to 3:15 were all big jumps. Then after 3:15, I found myself just in a place where I wasn't improving much, and just got online, read some reviews, and I thought, this Canadians are very nice. So he'll be encouraging because he's Canadian. And then also, your resume was so impressive. Training philosophy really aligned with how I think I respond, what I respond well with. And so then we got to work together. And the combination of having a great group of friends to run with, and your training and our philosophies lining up so well, I thought was a good fit.
Yeah, it's been a blast. And I think this is one of the cool things about online coaching is you don't have to leave your run group, right? Like,
Right. Yeah.
we did tweak a couple things. You weren't necessarily doing the same workouts the same days, but most of your long runs you had people, except for when you were traveling. Like you got to
Yeah.
do a lot of stuff, and I think
Yeah.
that's really cool. I know, part of your work life in particular is very community based, obviously, and I think
Mhm.
having that from the running side is really crucial as well. Would you agree?
Right. Oh, yeah, I think that's really important. And then on long runs, during the marathon build, we were doing a lot of workouts in the long
Yeah.
runs, but we still being able to start, warm up, cool down. People who may not be in a structured training plan, they hop in and do some of your workout with them. Or there were times where me and a friend had something that was somewhat similar, and I could just shoot you a message, say, "Hey, what if we tweak it just a little bit?" And you were always so flexible to work with that. But even if you're not running with them the whole time, it's just nice to know they are around. I had one friend who always would jump into my workouts with me, and if we were doing a lot of NP work, I would say, "Look, you're my. I want you to know, like, I'm glad you're here. I'm not going to talk to you, like when I'm running marathon pace. Like, this isn't. I'm not really conversational, but I'm not being rude. But just we'll talk afterwards. We'll get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, we'll save it for the coffee. We're the
Yeah,
same way here. Like the local
yeah.
group I train with, and my wife does. It's like everybody's doing something, right? Like
Mhm.
different builds. Different. I mean, like for you guys in Houston, like everybody does Houston, really, right? Because it's
Right.
right there. But up here, it's all different builds and different things. But I love
Mhm.
the idea of just knowing Sunday morning you show up. There's 10, 15 people. Somebody's going to help you with some of it, or whatnot. And I think it just makes it so fun. And that's why like I've always tried to be flexible with my athletes who have run groups, because it's like that's such a crucial part of it, to be out there, to not be slogging 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 miles kind of solo. So What was your favorite workout of the build? Actually, I don't think I asked you this
Mm.
after the race.
Yeah, so I love the marathon pace long runs. I
Yeah,
just I'm, as you probably noticed from my splits, like I'm pretty consistent at that
yeah,
tempo, the marathon pace.
yeah,
Faster, like 5K, and that's what we're actually working on this spring. I'm sure we'll talk about it
yeah,
eventually. But that anything faster, I don't really enjoy. So,
yeah,
so the longer tempo base, and also long runs are so long. You know, when you're
yeah.
doing 16, 18, 20 plus miles. So knowing that the variety of, I love the alternator. You know, 30 minutes easy, 30 minutes marathon pace. 30. It just makes the mileage go by faster. And you did one workout where when I saw it on paper, I was like, what's wrong with Brant? Like I thought Canadians were nice. But the was I think 100 minutes at marathon pace.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah, that one. Yeah, yeah,
so intimidating on paper.
yeah,
But then I had a friend who's like, "Hey, you wouldn't complain if he just told you to go run a fast half marathon, would you?" I was like, "Okay, that's a fair." but
yeah.
but running a half marathon doesn't seem as intimidating as 100 minutes in the middle of a 70 80 mile week.
Biggest
Uh,
week. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, big week. But I really did enjoy those long run workouts.
yeah. And it's interesting. Like the reason why we do that, and I think I've talked about this before, is I'd rather you find out that the MP that you're targeting is too fast
Mhm.
3 weeks out than at
Yeah,
mile 10 on race day, right?
right.
And when
Yeah,
you're on the side of the road going, why me? Like, what did I do?
yeah,
Right. And the other
right.
thing, too, is it does give you a little bit of that grindy feel of like what the middle of the
Mhm.
marathon's gonna be like because there's usually a big workout on the Tuesday or Wednesday leading into it. Your mileage is still up. And so it's a good workout to come out of and go, like, I could probably do that for another 50, 60 minutes today if I really had to. And it's like, all right, what could I do if I taper down? Right. So it is intimidating. I've done it a bunch of times, and it never gets easier. I can promise you that.
Yeah,
Like even my wife's done 5 or 6 builds. She's done that workout I think every time, and every time she's like, can I hit it? What can I do? Right? And she's run
right.
2:46, and so, but it's very purposeful. I almost always have that workout in builds for people because I think it gives you, if you pace it right, your confidence is sky high going into race day. It gives you a really good kind of simulation of what it is you can do. So, and I think if we look back, it was pretty dang close. Like I think I had said to you after that workout, I was like, I think you're going to be probably 303, 305 would be kind of the pacing. And
Right.
I don't think we said it off the top, but you did run 305 for a
Yeah.
PR. And so
Right.
I wanted to ask you, we talked about this offline before because I've been there so many bloody times and I know so many athletes have. It's like 305 was a PR and we're happy for the PR, but we were shooting, wanted that sub 3, right? And so how do you handle, or how did you, let's say, handle the juxtaposition of those feelings, right? Where it's like, hey, yeah, I did PR, but it's like the goal was a little further up because that's a hard one for us sometimes.
Yeah. Well, that kind of gets into the whole race in general. I'm with you. So we talked, that kind of 3 hours or 3:05, somewhere in that range.
Yeah,
Really been targeting sub 3 for quite some time. In my uh, build, I knew that going sub 3 it would be an ideal day. It would be a day where I just kind of felt better than expected, um, and knew right off the bat that day that like, okay, it's not a sub 3 day, but it's still a possible PR day, just because the 7 minute per mile pace when I started it, the goal was if I can start at 7 minutes per mile, get halfway, and then start seeing if I feel like going better. I could tell right away that no, this is probably all I have today, and I need to fight to stay here. Um, so I think when I finished, there was still some pride and like excitement because it never felt easy. It never really felt smooth, and so the fact that I was tough enough to just kind of hang on whenever I wasn't feeling great. I was proud of that, and I also feel like I really did my best for the day. So there's and it's a 1 minute PR by 3:06 last year in Houston, 3:05 this year. 1 year older and 1 minute faster. Like don't nothing to complain about. But there still is that hunger for okay, like I want to do more. But then it was more based on what I need to do. Like what are my next steps to be able to do that? And um, so celebrating, but I think everything in life's like that. You want to celebrate where you are, but then you also look ahead like what can I do? How could it be better? So I felt probably more excited than disappointed, but there was just enough there to go. I, uh, a lot of my running friends, they're running faster times, and so this is one thing I've learned is that it's easy to look at their times and go, "Oh man, like how they're how 2:55, that's so fast," or but then you forget that there are people that are running slower than you are that look at your times and go, how's that even possible, that's so
Yeah.
fast. And to keep it all in perspective, that we always kind of compare up rather than compare down, and overall we're just competing with ourselves. And so I also think along those lines, it's really important to not have running be the only thing in your life. And whenever you have a full life, your fulfilling career, family, other hobbies, it it takes some of that pressure off because my wife's not going to leave me because I ran a 306 instead of or
Yeah.
305 instead of sub three. Like
Yeah.
it keeps everything in perspective.
You know what's funny? I used that exact same technique coaching like juniors and high performers in the
Yeah,
college scene. They'd come before, what if I don't win, or what if I don't get this, or what if I don't make the team? And I go, I'll never coach you again. Your parents are going to leave you. You're out on the street. You're never going to run again. It's okay. Now that we got the absurd out of it, can we focus on the task?
yeah,
You say it lovingly and jokingly, but it does highlight this idea that even for my pros, like Knobs, who I know you've seen some of the
hmm,
stuff we've done
yep,
and what he's running stuff. It's like at the end of the day, he's also looking at people going, how the heck do I get down to 206? Right?
right, yeah,
He's got like 6 minutes. He's running 212. Any of us
right,
mere mortals would be like, I'd love to run 10 minutes slower than that, right? Kind of thing.
no doubt, right, yeah,
And so it's always there. And the part that I try to hit on, and you nailed it, I'll just say it, my
yeah,
psychobabble
sure,
is being a little bit more process oriented, right? And I think,
mhm, sure,
you know, your job probably leads to that quite a bit, having to be process oriented, right? Like with your teachings and the way you're navigating and supervising and such. And I think it's a blessing to be able to be that way, because I'm sure you've seen it in run groups with people around, that there's a lot of people not that way either, that are
yeah,
really outcome oriented, unfortunately. And I think that is unfortunate because it carries over. And you've got this beautiful family. I'm sure your kids
yeah,
loved seeing you at the end of the race. They don't know the difference between 2:59 or 3:05, right?
right, yeah. And also with I'd love to get your feedback on this being process oriented. I find that there's this balance between being all in on race day. So you
Yep.
don't want to go in with a mindset of like, well, if I don't do well, it'll be fine. But also, I like to go ahead and kind of have my next goal sketched out for beyond race day.
Sure.
That way, there is something in my head that goes like, okay, this race isn't like this doesn't end my running career. Like this isn't. I'm not going to stop running after today. This is a step, and then I'm excited about recovering and then jumping into a 5K block. Or
Yeah.
so with your expertise, I'd love to hear you comment kind of on the balance of it, because if you're too future oriented, you can kind of approach every race like
Yep.
no big deal. You really want to be fully present on race day, but have a broader perspective as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like across the spectrum of performance, there's differences. So some elites, like if you're watching, like anybody listening is watching, like the top racers at Tokyo, London, Berlin, New York, whatever, right? They're actually more so racing than time trialing. And so that becomes a bit of a difference, because when we're time trialing, like most of us do, to hit a BQ or a barrier that's arbitrary in the truest sense, but we've put it there as a level of importance. Like there's nothing different between you being a 3:05 marathoner and 2:59 marathon other than 6 minutes on a piece of paper on the internet, right?
Right.
And so there's a difference in how we approach races. And this is why you'll often see way more dropouts across elites too, because they're looking at it and going, I can't race today, right? I'm not racing well. And so I think you're correct in the statement that there has to be a balance. And so one of the ways you can conceptualize it on race day is, for the marathon in particular, the first 10K, we'll say 6 miles because most of my listeners are American and I know you speak both, but the 6 miles is just being in it. It's not thinking about, am I on, am I off? Like you got to check, obviously, from a pacing perspective, don't be way too far on, right?
Right.
But the first 6, 7, 8 miles is just being in it, not thinking, what is my goal? What am I trying to run? Am I going to hit every mile exactly right? And I think if you do that, it buys you some time focusing on the process of being there, looking around at the crowds, maybe seeing the people around you, body checking, feeling where you're at. And then once you get past halfway, then it's like, okay, for you, let's say it's 100 minutes of being focused on the goal,
Right.
right? And I think that's the juxtaposition we have to have. And then I think there's times where, like, you knew relatively early from our conversations that it wasn't a 7 or a 3 hour day. It was probably
Right.
going
Yeah.
to be a 303 to 305 day, right? And
Yeah.
so when you have that realization, and this is where if you're trained and you're finely tuned really well, you know the difference between 6:55 is going to blow you up versus 7 minutes I can run all day,
Right. Yeah.
right? And that's where you have to shift back to process. When it's
Mhm.
like, I'm not racing now per se, I'm running. And I
Yeah.
don't mean that to denigrate what it is you did. You still
Sure.
raced, obviously, but there's a difference between I'm on that 259, I'm hanging on, I'm throwing everything. Like, you could
Right.
smack me with a bat right now and I'm trying to go
Yeah.
through it, right? Versus
Right.
like, I'm trying to do everything I can today. And I think that's where we switch back to process. And I think that ability to zoom in and zoom out is a crucial skill for distance runners, not just in that domain, but like if we've got peripheral fatigue, quads are spasming, hamstrings, okay, what am I going to zoom out to, right? Because if I zoom in on that, you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm blowing up. This is going on. So the example I use in my clinical practice all the time is if you have a sliver in your thumb, right? And it's bugging you and you're trying to get, it's the most annoying thing you can have, right? And I walk up and I just whack you in the arm. All you're thinking about is your arm right now, right? You've zoomed out from what's going on. And so that's the same thing you can use as a runner on the performance side, where it's like outcome process, outcome process. So, a very clean example, I wouldn't say do this, is if a race has mile markers, right? As soon as you see the mile marker, you're in outcome mode. What's my split? Until you see that next mile marker, you're in process mode. What's going on? How am I doing? Am I feeling good? What am I thinking about? I'm happy to be here today. I'm grateful that I get to do this. I'm fit, etc. Next mile marker. Okay, am I in the right process? So you could do something like that as well. I don't think anybody races their best solely when they're process oriented, because I think there has to be a little bit of an attack mindset, a little bit of a hunger to reach, if you want to call it peak performance or like whatever excellence might be for you. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And so it's a good question because it's very hard and it's also personality specific, right? Because if you think about personality traits, for anybody younger, they won't remember this, but like we used to have volume dials on things, actual dials that you would
Yeah.
twist and turn, right?
Yeah.
And so it's best to think of personality traits like a volume dial. It's like, I like loud music sometimes, but when it's 9 o'clock and I'm in bed, I really don't like loud music, right? So I want to be able to turn it down depending on the situation, right? And so that's the same thing with process process versus outcome orientation. Sometimes you got to turn it up, other times you got to turn it down, right? Depending on which one's leading. And so that can be a hard skill for runners because I talked about this in my book a little bit. We're very driven by the number, right? And so it's X time to qualify for Boston, plus or minus a couple minutes. It's X time to be in this corral. If your marathon's got a 2 in front of it, you're somehow on the hierarchy above everybody else, right? And while that is very pressing and seems like it's important, at the end of the day, I can tell you, nobody can tell you my marathon time from like 4 years ago,
Right.
right? People in my own run group who know me can't even tell you what my PR
Yeah.
is. They could that year, right? So
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you run a really fast marathon, and for the average person, they're like, "But have you done an Ironman?" Like,
yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
yeah,
Even when I was running fast 5s and 10s and halves, I'd get people be like, "Yeah, but have you done a marathon?" And I'm like, "No, but I could tomorrow." Like at that level I was at. And they're like,
right.
"Well, I've run like 258." It's like I might probably could have run 230. Like,
Yeah.
but it's like, no, you haven't done it, right? So
Yeah.
I think oftentimes when we don't take ourselves seriously as much with it too, it lessens the emotional burden of going after it. Like at the end of the day, most people got into this sport because there was an element of fun to it.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
it's fun showing up. It's fun running with friends. Like the people that like you and I never would have met if it wasn't for running, as an example, right? The people in your run group never would have met, right? And I just think that that's like beautiful. And I think sometimes we forget about that because we just go, yeah, but did I run 3:0 blah or 250 duh, right? And it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, nobody's going to remember. Like, I tell people all the time, I'm super fortunate. The 3 guys who stood beside me in my wedding with my wife, all are because of running, and all know my wife through running as well too. It's like
Yeah.
that's better than anything I'll ever do, running wise or coaching wise or anything, right? Is to have those relationships and those people. And so I think it's hard. Chase the numbers for sure. I'm not saying be laissez faire and like, oh, I don't really care. Like you said earlier, you gotta balance those two. But I think we oftentimes lose sight of the meaning and the fun of what it is we're doing.
Right.
What do you see with that though? Like on the athlete side, it's easy for me to say this on my ivory tower as a therapist and coach who doesn't compete anymore. But what does that resonate with you? What do you think of
It
that?
certainly does. I mean, anything that I do, I want to do the best that I can at it. So
Sure.
that's the performance
Yeah.
side for me. So it's not so much. There are some arbitrary numbers. Like I do want the marathon
Sure.
with the two in front of it,
Yep.
and it's been elusive, which makes it even more of a goal because
Yep.
uh, I've most things in life when I've wanted to do them, I've stuck at it and been able to do them. And this has been the
Yep.
one that just kind of just is always seems to be one step beyond, and that drives me crazy. So I'm going to do it. We're going to keep working at it until
Yep.
until we do it.
Till we get it.
But on the other hand, running just the act, the process, the training, the day, getting the miles in every day, uh, seeing so many cool things throughout the world on a run. I, a couple years ago, I did rim to rim to rim of the Grand Canyon, and just being in shape to do that. Like it wasn't fast. Did not set any records. In fact, I think at one point Scott Jurek like passed me on the trail, and I'm like, that's not even human. So like what I was doing and what he's doing, we can't call them both running. Like
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
that's not the same thing. But just those experiences with friends, seeing parts of the world that you would never see, the feeling of going on a long run and then coming back before the family's out of bed yet and bringing coffee and donuts and just getting the whole experience and what running adds to my life is so much bigger than the time. But if I wasn't chasing a time, I would not be motivated to do all those things. So it is truly the yin and the yang, keeping those two things in balance.
Yeah, it's interesting. I used to joke when I was younger. There's two things in the world you can't control: how fast you run, and you can't make someone love you. And other than that, you can probably work through everything else if you work hard
Yeah.
enough, right?
Yeah.
But you can't do those two dang things, which are the things us runners want the most, it seems. And it's interesting. I know a runner who is a multiple Commonwealth and Pan Am Games medalist, um, and is an Olympian. And they said that obviously when they were competing, they were trying to be an Olympic medalist. But when their career is done and they're 20, 25 years removed from that, they remember the pursuit more than the outcome. Like to one point, like this person actually went to show the medal at the school and realized the medal wasn't in the box and didn't know where it was. And I was like, I love that message. As hilarious as that is, that they're maybe that aloof. I took it as like they were so happy with the pursuit that it didn't matter that the medal was, hanging in a box or wherever around them. And I took a lot from that because I was like, I looked up to that person's competed at an incredibly high level and won medals and stuff. But I think it's a lesson even I can sometimes take and all of us can take too. So not to take away from any of our results, obviously, but I think that point you made, like you get to come home and give coffee to your wife and see the kids and do all that
Yeah.
stuff and feel like you've accomplished something before 9 a.m. on a Sunday kind of thing, right? And so it gives way more than it takes. I think that's for sure.
Certainly. Yes, sir.
You had mentioned traveling around, and I know for work, and you were brilliant navigating this. It was truly a joy and easy on my end. But you travel a little bit for work. If you want to talk about it, you can. But also, we talked offline what it's like to be able to just see new cities and culture and people and everything when you travel. And so, what was that like navigating the build with your work travel, which is obviously quite important to you, and running and navigating everything? Because you did a brilliant job. I don't think you missed a single run in the entire build.
Yeah, I really do enjoy seeing new cities in that way, and I love to run when I'm traveling because it is an easy way to see a lot. It also normally what I do, I'm a speaker and a professor, so I'm normally teaching, speaking, and having that time to clear my head to get out and do to keep me in the same routine as if I was home. It's really important. It feels like it's like I have a cup of coffee in the morning and I go for a run. I just need to do those things to feel like myself, and it really keeps me balanced. but there are some like challenges of how do I fit this in? Where how do I find a route? I know uh, there's great tools on Strava, but I tend to just like leave the hotel and
Go right, go left, go right, go
yeah,
left,
and
kind of
just
right.
kind of
Yeah.
figure it out and try to figure out the day. Normally, ideally, my first run of the week would be an easy run, so I can kind of just
Yeah.
explore on an easy run and plot out a spot. I might can do a workout later in the week if I need
Yeah.
to. Um, but I think that is I try to have the mindset that I'm going to run every day. And if something happens, it's okay. Like life happens. But when you're traveling, there's a lot of excuses not to. Late nights, early mornings, all that. But it really helps my mental space to know like I'm going to run, and then I can set my alarm and kind of work backwards from where I'll be wherever I need to be. But it's added fun. It's also really cool, no matter where you are in the world, to see other runners. In this last build, I was in England for a while, and I spent a few days in London, and just to see all the runners along the Thames River, which is so cool. And then we spent some time out in the countryside, and I'm running in these very narrow roads, not built for modern traffic because they're so narrow, but beautiful runs. But then you would kind of pop out onto sidewalks and just see runners everywhere. And I don't know, just for me, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things, like when we travel, is just go see
Mhm.
things with running.
Yeah.
Um, I wanted to ask you a question because I know this and I know a little bit of the research with it, but I want to see if it holds for you as a speaker and a lecturer. Do you find like if you run that morning, if you're lecturing either in the morning or the afternoon, that you get ideas or you see things differently about something you might want to say? Like I'm sure you have, what you want to talk to topics and stuff. But do you ever find like it makes you a better speaker, presenter, lecturer because you've got those free moments where you're kind of just thinking, oh, I could say this a little bit differently, or I saw this one thing that I can now tie into a narrative about what I'm going to talk at the locale and stuff. Like, do you notice that?
Oh, certainly it helps clarify thoughts, or I'll have ideas on the run, make connections I hadn't made before,
Yeah.
and so I think there is the mental clarity. I think also because we're like holistic beings too. Like whenever you
Yeah.
feel good physically, you perform well intellectually and mentally. And so when people find out that uh, I'm starting to speak at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. and I've already put in 10 miles. Like, isn't that exhausting? And like, I actually feel better after my run than I would if I would have slept in to, 45 minutes before the talk and then, woke up, had a cup of coffee, and went right into. So I think it wakes me up. I feel confident. Just, the whole process. So I think it's the intellectually, stimulating, but it's also like just as a holistic human, you're able to be fully present at, after you've done the thing that you love to do.
Yeah, so I'll tell you two interesting things, or at least I
Yeah,
think they're interesting because I'm a
yeah.
nerd. But the first one is I can't remember. I'll cite the author in the show notes, but I forget it off the top of my head. There's research to show that people who exercise in the morning, and it's independent of exercise type, um, see problems as something with a solution versus those who don't exercise in the morning tend to see problems more so as obstacles. And so what's really interesting, like if you're if you're in a career where you have lots of problem solving or young family as you're trying to navigate them at the door and all these things, right? That morning exercise, as much as others might think, oh, you're going to be fatigued, you're going to be exhausted, and trust me, there's an element to that some days for
Mhm.
sure, right? But you're much more likely to be faster on your feet solving problems and navigating things,
Yes.
which I think is quite interesting. And then the
Yeah.
second piece, I lecture in our local school of medicine every year. And I start my lecture with a picture of my dog, my little Australian Shepherd, who's super cute. And some years I psych them out, making them think I'm going to bring my dog in as like puppy therapy. But I start the lecture with the idea that humans and dogs are almost identical. If you feed them well, you exercise them well, and you talk to them well, they're happy as can be, right? And I think that's a little bit what you touched on about being a holistic human being, right? Oftentimes if we don't do the movement piece, we're not the same. If we do it in the morning, we feel better, right? I also think there's um, a better integration of thought patterns towards the positive when we've accomplished something, even if it was a bad run. You felt like garbage, you were tired, whatever. Where that it it sets up your thought processes better for the day, because as bad as the day has been, you've accomplished something. I think accomplishment, purpose, I mean, I'm sure you speak about this on your side as well too, but those are great orientations for setting up in the micro and the macro.
Yes, 100%. I agree with you.
Yeah. Do you do you ever get anybody to come run with you, like when you travel? Like, does anybody that you're speaking to, or you kind of go solo? What
Uh,
do you do?
yeah, sometimes some places I go that I may have friends that are also runners that I'll have them join me, but not usually, because usually, when you travel, you're on a little. I'm always on a little bit tighter schedule, so I just need to like leave the hotel and get out, get it done, and get back.
One of the interesting things I don't see covered as often is dads who run. Not many people. We talk about moms, and rightfully
Yeah,
so. They take on a lot, especially in the early ages. But
yeah,
I know you try to be involved with your family. I see,
sure.
beautiful pictures of your family and such. And what's that like? Trying to show that example for your kids and be that person who balances everything.
Yeah, well, first of all, it is because I have my wife is amazing, and we're
Yeah.
blessed and privileged enough where I she doesn't have to work outside of the home, and
Yeah.
so she's very present in all that I do, but also home with the kids, which gives me a degree of flexibility. So whenever you look at someone who's myself, like with all, I have a lot of responsibility, and I still manage 80 miles a week, but that's because I have such a strong family support system. So, uh, but I do try to find a way. Matter of fact, I'm going to do my run this afternoon. I didn't run yet today because when I woke up at my normal time, but my I was in my office doing some reading before I went to run. I was planning on running. My daughter, my third grader, she came in. She wanted to hang out this morning, so we're just hanging out together. And by the time that she was ready to move on with her day and get to school, I missed my window when I could run. It's like I'm always going to do that. I'm always going to just be willing to miss and reschedule and work things around. So family is priority, and I'll often do all that I can to make sure that I run and not miss time with them. Then to also show the positive example of exercise and living a physically active life. We do a lot of hiking as a family, so trying to just get that value to them and make them be a part of it. So that's something else. I love for them to come to races. I love them to be part of what I do. So it's not like this is my thing and then I come home to them. It's not like everything we do together, and every accomplishment is our accomplishment. And if I do a destination race, you come with me and we'll go do something really fun afterwards, which is their preference. I've learned this. If we're going on a hiking trip, they want me to run a marathon the weekend like before. So just say I race on Saturday or Sunday. That when we're hiking, that the rest of the time, that I'll just like chill out a little bit
Yeah,
and
you're not taking off on them because you get.
not want to do the 20-mile, climb. So, but I really think that's important, and it's like everything else we've talked about. There's just this balance that we have to, where I think I've met people who are so protective of family time that they sacrifice some of their like running or fitness goals because like I need to be with the kids, but that actually there's a chance, and every situation is different. But I feel like I'm a better father. I'm much more present whenever I am getting in and meeting those goals. And if it means that I'm away for an hour or two on Saturdays when they're up, I think when I get back home, I'm a much better version of me for the rest of Saturday than if I would have, been there from the time they woke up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think, I've got numerous athletes who are parents, and I think you're seeing this on the elite end more and more, in particular on the women's side, as supports have been built up on the elite women's side where they could take years off, have kids, come back, in particular on the marathoning side. I actually think it's a bit of a superpower to have a family. And
Yeah.
I fully recognize, say that as somebody who doesn't have kids and knows how insanely chaotic it can be. But I do
Right.
think it's a superpower to have that extra value and meaning and purpose behind it, right? And exactly like you said, I see it both in my clinical practice and in my run coaching practice, where people constantly report, if I didn't have exercise, I don't know how I'd handle the kids, right? And
Yeah.
it's like, not that they'd be a horrible, desolate parent kind of thing. I'm sure they'd figure it out, but they recognize I've got more patience, I've got more grace, I've got more clarity, I've got more, desire to be with my kids, because you have that juxtaposition. I feel like I'm away, but I know I'm better when I do it, right? And so I do think it's a superpower, and I think if people can find the right balance of it for themselves, but in particular for their kids to see that it's possible, especially young kids, I think, to see parents being active, even if they don't have a sport yet, right? Just
Right.
instills that activity is part of like family life, no matter what you do.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think there are also some sacrifices. So there may be times where my run club, we're going on a little field trip that sounds like a lot of fun. But I know that if I add an hour drive to the long run, an hour there, an hour back, it's just going to take me away too much time on a Saturday morning, and I'm not going to be able to. I'm not willing to sacrifice that time. So even though I would want to, it's family is always going to be first, but I don't think you rarely have to choose. I do. Others may be in different situations, but I rarely have to choose between running and family. There's a way that they both can work, but I might have to be willing to compromise a little bit somewhere along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, like I said, I don't think you missed a single run in the entire build. So you certainly got the balance figured out. So kudos to you and your wife for sure. Um, I wanted to touch base a little bit and shift gears on what we're doing next because I think you're in an interesting position where a lot of us would come back, and Houston's weirdly timed in the year, as we kind of talked about, where you fall a little bit short of the goal and you go, okay, I'm going to go back and do a marathon again, right?
Right. Yeah.
And when we started mapping out the year and such, we realized it's probably going to be a little bit of a gap before we do it. And so we had talked about closing some of the gaps, and this has led us to doing a big in air quotations spring season of 5Ks, 10Ks, and a half. And so, what did you feel like when we talked about that, knowing that that marathon goal still has the primacy in terms of what we're doing, but you know, working in a different angle to close the gap than maybe you have previously?
Sure. To me, it makes sense. Like I feel like I had a really good marathon build. I hit all the paces, and I felt like I did what I could. And so there probably wasn't a lot of gains to be made by just going and doing that again. We had one thing about Houston is that the weather can often the marathon weather can be hit or miss. It can be very hot in January, and for like maybe the fourth year in a row, we've had really good weather, which makes me incredibly nervous going forward because like eventually those odds are going to play. But
Yeah.
whenever you had a good training cycle, I felt like nutrition went well, taper went well. I did have a bathroom stop in the race, but that probably only cost me 20 seconds or something. Not a huge deal. Uh, so there's nothing to point back to the race and go like, if only the weather would have been better, or if only, I felt good coming in. Like things were pretty much ideal, and I got the result that I got, which makes me think that was the shape that I was in, and that's what I had that day. So then, what does it take to be able to take a step forward? And I do think it's the top end speed. Uh, that we've observed this in some of my training, that where we've talked about this before, but when it's just at 6:50 to 7 minute mile, I can hold on and feel pretty comfortable for a very long time. But 6:30, it feels really hard, and so how can we get comfortable going a little bit faster than marathon pace, which then makes marathon pace feel something that I can hold on to a little bit longer. So I think it makes total sense. It's not my favorite. Honestly, 5Ks hurt. I don't like them.
Yeah.
I don't like the pain involved. I
Yeah.
like that they last about 20 minutes. That's nice.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
over quickly. But the but the actual running the 5K is not fun whatsoever. Um, However, it's a logical move for me, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been toying with this idea you're putting out there. I haven't fleshed it out, so I'll put it out here and let me know if it makes sense to you. I know I could get skewered on the comments, I suppose, but um, I think running is very interesting because we have these two kind of ideas. It's like you're either like mileage and zone two or like high intensity, right? And I think as you've seen through training, and I think most people who routinely train recognize it's more about the ingredients and how they go together. And I think oftentimes what we forget is that trying to raise the ceiling also raises the floor, but it also works the other way too. If you raise the floor, you raise the ceiling. And I think a lot of times for marathoners, what we do because of the nature of the event is we go to raise the floor, right? We do the aerobic, we do the volume because we need that durability to be able to go three plus hours. And then I think where people get trapped is they think, well, I just got to keep bringing the floor up and the floor up and the floor up. And so I think if you think of it as like a pyramid, right? And performance is the surface area in the pyramid, Well, if you keep bringing the bottom up, it doesn't actually change the surface area. And so I think you have to do both, right? You have to bring the floor up and the top up. So you create a bigger triangle or a bigger surface area of the triangle. And I think the trick is, how do you make it so your triangle isn't really tall and skinny or really wide and short? And I think
Yeah.
that's where, if you use like a baking analogy, right? It's like I can put flour and sugar and an egg and milk in a bowl and I can make a cake, but it might not taste very well, right? It's like, but if I put them in the right proportions, it might taste well. Probably not for me because I can't bake to save the world, but I think that's the way to think about it for running. And that was the approach I took when we kind of came, post Houston, where it's like, hey, well, that's a gap we saw in the build, and that's probably limiting that ability. And so it's like, okay, for you, for 4, 5, 6 months, let's raise that ceiling up because we knew we got the base, and we're not going to just kick volume to the curb. Let's just change a little bit and try and get that triangle bigger for you. So next build we can look at it and go, I'm running 645, 650s. I pretty comfortably on that 100 minutes. Like, okay, I'm in this now, right? And I can do it. And so I'm glad that you were amicable to that, because sometimes when people are like, nope, 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 there's going to be this spring marathon that I'm going to go do right here because I got to do it. And I think it's
Right.
hard to come back and close that gap because you're going to the same well over and over again. There's only so much you can do.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done this long enough before we started working together where I did that. You would run one and then you would immediately recover and then get right back into a cycle and then recover and get right back into a cycle, and saw that there's really limited gains there. It's one thing whenever you have a race and there's something you can point to that just didn't go right, and you
Too
can talk
hot,
yourself,
yeah,
yeah, you can just talk
GI, yeah.
yourself into like, hey, I want to try this again. But like I said, whenever we've had a good build and the conditions were good, like well, that is the shape that I'm in, and how do I want to do that differently? And I'm not going to do it just by doing the same thing that I've always done. Also, Houston, like living here, the weather is always a factor on. Um, it's just so hot for so much of the year. So at after Chevron in January, we get some cool weather, but by end of February, early March, it starts getting warm again, which means that it's hard to find a good marathon and be able to accommodate the weather without having to travel. Um, so that's the thing about where I live. There's only 2 or 3 good marathon months in the whole year.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, what is it like? Probably what, March to September is useless for racing, more or less,
yeah,
down there for
yeah,
you guys, right? Yeah.
yeah.
So,
And it's interesting even for training because you get in the heat of the summer, it's so hard to hit anything close to race pace.
yeah.
And so you're having to really rely on heart rate data. And that means you normally go into that fall race having not touched race pace on the roads in months. Like, so,
All that hormones altitude.
right. Yeah.
All the hematological effects.
Yeah.
So no, it's good. And I think it's going to be a fun year for you. I think as
Yeah.
much as you hate the 5K, it'll be fun to challenge yourself and do something different and really, well, I mean, you can try to PR way more times in the 5, the 10 and a half
Yeah.
in a year than you can the marathon. So
Yes.
what are you most excited for looking ahead to this year?
Yeah. I'm excited just for another year of consistent training with you. We started working together, what, maybe May last year?
Yeah, I was gonna say June, so May, June.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
May,
right. Yeah,
June.
yeah,
So I think having the whole year should kind of strategically building together with this 5K block, and then we'll get to the end of the spring and then decide if we want to target something like a marathon in the fall or maybe
yeah.
maybe a half and then see. But I think working together, putting the whole package together, because this time, like this year, we're already halfway through the year, and I kind of done my own thing, and we started base building essentially for Chevron. So I'm excited to see how it all progresses and builds, and having someone like you to talk through. Okay, here's what we did in the spring. What's the next best step for to spend our time in the summer, and then to go possibly into Houston next year with a lot of confidence that we've strategically built a whole year to peak in the marathon at this time. Yeah.
I like crazy if the weather stays nice for 5 out of 5. That's the other piece.
No, so yes.
No, it'll be good. Cool. Well, yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it, and hopefully next year after Houston we can jump on and be it a 2 or a 300 or something. We can
Right.
talk about that, but it'll be fun to see your journey as it goes throughout the year. So I just wanted to say, thanks for coming on and doing this. I think I had good feedback from the one with Cassie where athletes got to see what it was actually like to like do what it is you guys do versus me just rambling on for 25 minutes about tempo pace or something. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming on and sharing your story, and I can't wait to next year bring you on after Houston with a different number attached to you.
All right, Brent. Well, appreciate letting me do this today and all that you do as a coach and all the great content that you put out. I love the approach where you do the science, you do some of the psychotherapy, the psychology behind running, but also the practitioner. You're also a practitioner who's putting it all to good use, and so your blend of theory and practice makes it a lot of fun to work with you. And excited about the year.
Appreciate it. It's weird. I didn't think I would like this content thing. I'm still, I don't know, but I come at it from the approach of giving, right? Like I think there's so much out there, and if we can just kind of take what like works and show it working rather than just saying like I did this kind of, it's like it works over multiple people and multiple builds and all these things. I think we can, my mentor when I first got into coaching said the goal of a coach is to leave the sport in a better place than it was when you found it. And so I take this as part of that mission. So I truly do appreciate the kind words on that. And it's hearing things like that make me keep going, even though I have to sit in front of a camera half the day. So thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dakota, thanks for joining. You're down in North Carolina for training camp. What's it like to get out of the Minnesota winter?
Unfortunately, Minnesota winter followed me down here. It was like 18 degrees this morning, which actually would be like a really nice winter day in Minnesota, but it's really cold down here. I packed a lot of shorts I haven't used yet.
No, fair enough. We were saying offline, I'm just kind of above you in Canada. It's the same way up here. We did a training camp in North Carolina like 3 years ago, I think, and it was the same. We thought it would be like warmer and nicer, but it was like cool. And this seems to be bad on the East Coast. All my athletes on the East Coast are hating their lives right now.
Yeah, a lot of treadmill time. I'm also a coach, and it's just like text and email after email of just like can't get outside today. I'm snowed in. I think winter is good though for kind of like the reset. It allows you some time, like some downtime. Forces you to not be so intense. So I think it's good overall. But man, I'm ready for some hot summer runs.
Yeah. Do you find it harder now that you've been away from camps in the winter, like leading into a couple of the Olympic trials and stuff, being away and then like getting cold in the winter, you're like, I can't do this anymore. Like once you've kind of got that taste of being out of it.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever spend a full winter ever again in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Like it does spoil you for sure. And I'm trying to figure out how close to like the equator I can get.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Every winter.
Oh, I can't say I blame you. We did a camp where in Austin, Texas was pretty good one year. Claremont's pretty good. I've done down there, so I'm sure your group.
Sure, yeah. It's about finding like not only somewhere warm, but also that has a good running structure. Like I don't want to run on, sidewalks and busy streets every day.
Yeah.
So trying to find like that balance. I think we're thinking Phoenix next year.
Nice. Yeah. We did. We went and moved to Flag last year actually, but there was only like 2 snow days at Flag, so that was kind of nice. But
yeah, see, that's 250-50 for me. Like Flag could get like 30 inches of snow.
Yeah, and it's
every
over.
other day.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
How much of your group came down?
So right now it's me, Annie Frisbee, and Kaylee Hughes. So me and Annie are both training for Boston, and Kaylee is also a Puma athlete, but she's more of a trackster. She's a little younger and still has a lot of speed in her legs. So
fair enough.
She'll get ready for a 10K, I'm sure, soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Well, let's jump into that. You've got Boston. You were recently announced for that. I know the build is just kind of starting, but what are things feeling like? How's the early build? Are you excited to be on the East Coast and getting ready to build?
Yeah, I mean, North Carolina, the Raleigh-Durham area is great for Boston because it's so hilly. It's like so rolling here. Training has been okay, which I think for Boston is the best. Like you don't ever want to be, if I was right now, February 9th, being like, I'm so fit, like I would be in a bad place. That like it's one of those races where you want to be a little undercooked getting to the starting line. So I think right now I'm in an okay spot. I don't feel like I'm at the most fit I've ever been, but we got a lot of work to do over the next couple months. So I'm glad to have that time ahead of me, but definitely feeling like I'm getting into the marathon grind where I'm tired a lot, hungry a lot,
Yeah,
cranky a lot.
yeah, fair enough. Well, hopefully you ate before this, so we'll be good. Nobody will think differently.
Totally.
I wanted to ask you because Boston is unique, especially at your guys' level. Like you guys don't tend to take on too many like Boston, save for Boston, obviously. And for a lot of us training for the marathon, we look at like the numbers very like strategic. It's like this pace equals X, so I can run X, Y, Z. But with the Boston build, especially training where you are right now, there's a lot more feel. And I know you're using Stride as well. So how are you implementing that for Boston? And what are you taking away and learning? Because I get lots of questions about Stride, and full disclosure, I've never used it. I don't know it. I know power from cycling, but I thought it'd be interesting for people to hear how you're using it for a course that's very much favors people who know their RPE and know kind of what they're doing on the pacing side. So what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so especially here, like there is the ATT we can get on, which is fairly, it's what they call flat, but make no mistake, that line is not flat. But
Yeah.
we do a lot of like loops trying to simulate a lot of like the Newton hills. So for that, instead of worrying about what pace I'm running, I'm looking at my power to make sure I'm not digging too deep, because I think the worst thing you can do going into Boston is, like I said, be overcooked. So I'm trying to look at my power to keep it like tomorrow, for example, we have 10 miles where one's at threshold pace, one's a float. So it'll be a little slower than marathon pace, but I'll be looking at my power, like what my threshold power is, not my pace. Like I know that my threshold mile pace I can't do on the hills here.
Yeah.
And if I do, I am gonna crash at mile 8 and not be able to finish a workout as hard as I want. So I'm using my power a lot for that. And even like just when it's not hilly, I'm using it on windy days or cold days, hot days. Anytime like it's not perfect conditions, I'm looking at power over pace normally, because that way I know that I'm hitting like the right zone versus, especially as elite athletes, like we have this tendency to like really dig and be like, oh, I want to be perfect on the pace. So it holds me back, which is what I need for sure.
That's good. I want to ask you a question on that, on the mental side, because like the power on the running side is relatively new. So it's a bit of a newer tech that you're integrating. How is the shift from like, obviously you were quite successful even before using Stride, to be like, I'm going to change some of the metrics that I use to decide for workouts? Like, what was the psychology of that like? Because that's so hard to be like, I know this works here and I'm going to add this data point that's going to guide me. Like, how did you navigate that?
Yeah, I would say it's hard at first because I'm just so numbers driven in that way. And I love to look at a workout and be like, this workout was faster than that. Than the same time I did this last year. But what I've done, or what I've experienced over the 18 marathons that I've done, is that usually my training blocks that are good, not super great, that are just straight up good, lead to my best marathons. And when I have those super great builds where I'm crushing every single workout, usually leads to my worst marathons. So now I can live in that mindset of knowing that like good is almost better than great in training. And so I think that helps mentally to be like, it's okay that I'm not hitting a pace that I used to be able to hit, because I know that I'm not running I'm like not losing my race in this workout, I guess. That's a big tendency I have in long runs and workouts, is to like leave a little bit of my race there.
Yeah. Do you think then, if I can ask you this, that like those builds where you were nailing the workouts, do you think you left too much in training? So you showed up to the line either like stale or crispy or something, and you learned from that?
Totally. And I mean, I'm going to be 100% honest. I'm still learning. My Chicago build was like phenomenal in an incredible way. I had the best workouts, and that's where it can get tricky. Like through the summer when you're running in like more perfect conditions, I would run really, really hard. And then I had like what I would consider a pretty bad day in Chicago. I ran many workouts significantly faster that pointed to like a faster race, but I can think of a couple where I think I left my race there and just overdid it.
Yeah, I don't coach anybody at your level. I got a Canadian 212 guy, and one of the things we talk about is like, it's still pretty fast. Yeah, admittedly.
Yeah.
We're not on the Olympic team yet. So, But one of the things we talk about in line with what you're saying is like I will take like B plus workouts for a whole build over a bunch of like A's and a C and kind of all over the place. And he, like you, it was very like numbers. I got to hit this. I got to do this. So I moved him up to the marathon early. He's 3 marathons in. He's 26, 27 now. I can't remember what his birthday is, but I found the marathon kind of took that out of him a little bit. Did you notice that as you kept going in the marathon? You're like, okay, I can't do it like I used to as a 5, 10 half runner kind of thing. I got to listen a little bit more to my body.
Well, so I moved to the marathon like right away.
Right.
Right out of college, I was pretty much a marathoner, but so I did not learn that lesson
Sure.
early in my marathon career, but I have learned it now. But like I said, I'm still learning it because you do get like addicted. There's like an adrenaline too. Like, wow, I just ran such a fast workout, and that means I'm probably gonna, like when you do it into a calculator and you're like, oh, that means I can run this fast, like you do get addicted to it. But that's what having a great coach will help you do is like hold you back. So yeah, it's something I'm still learning, but the more marathons I do too, and I'm not an old marathoner yet, but I'm getting there. I'm, a seasoned marathoner, so I know that I can't run them quite as hard as I used to.
Yeah. And what has that kind of been like? Like the American women in particular, not that you guys were ever like weak per se, but there's been a resurgence in depth lately, it seems like, in the women's marathon in the US. And what's that like trying to navigate exactly what you're saying, right? Like, okay, I got to run these, if we use my language, like B plus in the right power, etc. But I know that there's 10 other women right now that are like realistically in a position to also do the same thing I do. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, I feel like there's this, especially just like with Strava, and I'm a
Yeah.
huge lover of Strava, so I'm not crapping on it at all. But
Yeah.
Instagram, like we can compare so easily to each other. And so I feel like I do a really good job of just like not living in that comparison trap and
Mhm.
looking like I can look at somebody's workout and be like, wow, that's super crazy, but not feel like, oh, I also have to do that. I think of Emma Grace Hurley. She's on
Yeah.
Strava and she's not yet to the marathon, but I think she'll see a marathon debut out of her soon. And she just runs so fast. She runs like 440-mile repeats, like so much faster than I've ever even run 1 mile. And I just have to look at it and be like, we have different systems. Like I am not a fast twitch girly. I am a slow twitch girly. And being able to just kind of differentiate, I guess my strengths versus theirs. Like I can go rip a 24-mile long run faster than most people can, but I can't go super fast on the track. So I think I'm in a good place where I just know what my strengths and weaknesses are. And I know that even if I tried to attempt what other people do in workouts, it probably wouldn't work for me. And that's the benefit of having a coach for, gosh, I've been with my coach for now like 8 years, is that he knows what's going to be better for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think the proof is in the pudding. Like, not only are you doing what you're doing, but Annie, your guys' group keeps growing. I know the men's side is growing now too, as well. And so
Yeah.
it's fun to see. I mean, you guys are close enough to me in Canada that we pay attention. But yeah, what's that been like? Staying with a coach for the same time, having these results, continuing to learn. Like, do you feel that's a bit of a superpower for you?
Yeah, I think staying with the same program for a long time is a super benefit. Of course, there have been times where I question and I wonder, but you see what other groups are doing, and if like one group seems to be popping off, sometimes you're like, oh, maybe if I was in that training program that would work for me. But I think staying with a program for a long time, especially if you are seeing like incremental benefits, is huge, because it's like we all can relate to having a new coach and like having to learn their training and what their expectations are, their communication style, and then also being surrounded by such great athletes on MDE. Like I'm so blessed to have Annie Frisbee as a teammate, because she's such a speed demon. So on the track, I'm like, doing everything I can to keep up with her, and then I'm a little bit stronger in the long run, so we can kind of, balance each other out and push each other in our weaknesses there. So I feel like we're, rising tides floats all boats, and that's what's happening on MDE right now, and I'm grateful for that.
It's cool to see. Like, I used to coach on the high performance side here in Canada, and it was one thing with groups you almost never knew. Like, obviously, you want to bring talent in, but like the right people can make or break that group. And it sounds like, at least from what I've seen from socials, doesn't tell the full story, but like you guys have a good friendship within the group. It seems like you guys like to train together. We race together a lot of the time too. It seems like when available.
Yeah, I think we have a unique dynamic on our team because our team doesn't have any like shoe sponsor. Like
Right.
we don't I love MDE, but we are not paying out the big bucks by any means. We're not really pulling in like the highest, like the huge
Sure.
studs. So
Yeah.
I call us kind of like a working class team,
Yeah.
which I think creates like a really cool atmosphere because there's no sense of entitlement on our team. It's kind of like we all are starting from the bottom. We have a lot of like Division 2 athletes, just kind of people who are just willing to grind. So there's not like, I don't know, there's just no ego to have to deal with, which helps. Where, if we're getting like NCAA champions, there might be some ego at play there.
For sure. This is an interesting observation. Maybe you haven't thought about it, but I have, as an outsider in Canada, it seems like we don't have the firepower up top, but we tend to retain more people post college than you guys do. It seems like a lot of the NCAAs, if I don't go pro, I stop kind of thing. What do you think it is about some of the people in your team that have like actually had this like they stick to it, they keep going, they keep developing? Like, what trait or ability do you think that is that it obviously leads well to marathoning as well too, if you think about your group?
Yeah, I guess it's just like kind of that grittiness. And I think that ability to, like we were saying, just like stick to the program for a long time leads to a lot of success. But I feel like the athletes on MDE specifically, because we aren't like a group of like these big studs necessarily from NCAAs, like we have this keep your head down, work hard, nose to the grindstone, and just like don't talk the talk, just walk the walk kind of thing. So I feel like that just leads to not only people staying in it for a lot longer because they're like, I need to see the fruits of my labor work out, but also just leads to like really gritty people who like adversity. I think, especially in running, is a superpower. Like having to, get up and get your run done at 5 a.m. and then go clock into your shift at 8 and then work till 4 and then go do your double. Like those years for me when I first joined the team, when I was working a lot, were formative. And like I feel like I was grinding so darn hard that now I'm like, I don't even have a day job. So like of course I can get my runs done. So I think it makes us really great athletes.
It's an interesting point that I hope we could segue, and maybe it'll be smooth. I don't know. We'll find out. But I thought your development pathway was amazing, and I think it was a testament to like you, your coaches, and your ability to grind and put your nose down, as you said. But I know it's been talked about a bunch, but I want to go into it a little bit if you're okay. Like coming out of college, coming out of high school, you weren't fast, you weren't hyper recruited, and just so everybody's clear, I'm not saying this to bash Dakota. It's a well-known story here. And so
yes.
What was that like for you to have those dreams, those desires to make an OTQ and kind of, either maybe get bashed down by some of the early results or see others that it just seemed like easy for? Like, what made you stick with it and believe, hey, like I could actually do this?
Yeah, it's funny because I definitely had like Olympic dreams when I was younger, but then the OTQ dream came from my college coach for sure. Like it wasn't like I was going through college thinking like, oh, someday I want to be a marathoner, someday I want to OTQ. But as soon as he told me that he thought I had the potential to OTQ, I was like, in the marathon, I was like, heck yeah. Like I didn't even realize like that was a possibility. So it was something I latched onto really quickly, but for sure was his dream for me first, which I think is really a great thing to have somebody around you who believes in you more than you realize that you even believe in yourself. And then, I mean, I dropped out on my very first marathon I ran, which was CIM, and gosh, the years start to get blurry. I think like December of 2018 or something, and I definitely wanted to quit right after that. Like, I remember being in the airport and calling my mom and being like, I'm never doing this again. Like, that was so embarrassing. And I never want to put like this big dream out there and then fail ever again. And she was like, essentially, like, you're going to try again. Like, it's going to go better. And it's like never an embarrassing thing to dream, which was like such an important lesson I learned. So having somebody also around me that's gonna keep me like in line is important. I think that's important for everybody to have a support system that believes too, because you are going to have days that you don't believe in yourself. But I don't know what within me from that point on just decided that someday I was going to become an Olympian, because I had no business believing that I would ever be where I'm at. But I think that there's like I'm just like stupid enough to believe I can in some things. That's just like the nicest, that's just the nicest way that I can say it. Like in my mind, I don't ever think like why, I don't ever just think like why, like just go halfway. So like the first time I ever actually ran a marathon was in college, and it was my college coach wanting me to run a half marathon in the summer. And I was like, why would I do a half marathon? Like that to me, it just doesn't click. Like nothing about that makes sense. So I was like, I'm just going to do a full marathon if I'm going to go halfway. So I think that's part of, I don't know, some sort of mental illness or some stupidity I have in my head that I just can't do anything half.
Yeah, don't worry. I won't pull out my clinical background for the rest of this conversation. But so, I mean, I love that. I think whether you could say it's belief or lack of belief, and stupidity, as you would say, it doesn't matter. I think the moral, and what I try to tell athletes in my clinical practice or coach practice is like, if you stick with something long enough, chances are you'll probably find out how good you can be at it. And we oftentimes undersell ourselves at how good we could be at something, or we don't understand the length of time it actually takes to be quite good at something too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I mean, like the 10,000 hours thing is kind of that example, but you just never know. I think it's Atomic Habits maybe talks about, like, you just never know like when that breakthrough is going to happen. So I guess there's also a part of that stupidity is probably also curiosity of being like, in the next marathon, will I hit it? Like I went to Boston now four times. This will be my 5th Boston. And I have just been beat up every time I go to Boston. Like that course spits me up and spits me out. And there's that curiosity of like, maybe this time will be the time I get it. So I think that, in a nicer way, better to be kinder to myself. I'll call it curiosity instead of stupid.
A little column A, a little column B. We'll see. But can you walk us through, like, I find these type of moments fascinating, and we'll find out what your answer is, I suppose. But as a coach and watching athletes that I coach try to make big teams and stuff, I think there's something that only a handful of people can understand, the moments in big races where things actually change your life. Like that OTQ for you was life-changing, I would have to imagine, right? And I don't know, I've had a couple moments coaching like that, not nearly to your level like that, but they stick with you. Like what would, like, I find it hard to describe. Can you describe what that moment was like when you kind of made the corner, looked around, double checking the math, like, am I in, crossing the line stuff? What was that moment actually like?
Like, gosh, there's a few moments like that, like actually hitting my first OTQ and being like, I have done like the big thing that I thought would have been my mountaintop, but then like even making the Olympic team, like that's like way bigger of a life-changing moment. And what I think is funny is that if you're sitting, listening to this right now, you have that dream that you're like, that's my mountaintop. And when you accomplish it, there's like, I'd say like a half a second where you go, I've done it. I've done the thing. And then I think if you're a competitor, your mind goes, but now what's the next thing? Like it immediately shifts into something different. Like what's the next goal? So like, I feel like as soon as I made that team, it was like so exciting, but also I was like, well, now how do I medal? So I feel like there's almost this inability to sit in the like beauty of what you just did when you're a high competitor. Probably it's probably also a mental illness.
Well, no, I think it's true across the spectrum of people. And I think what's interesting is we inherently know, because everybody, regardless of the level you've at, has hit a different mountain and then realized there's another mountain. Maybe it's your first marathon, qualify for Boston, or whatever it is, right? But I think the thing we're chasing isn't necessarily the next mountaintop. It's that fleeting moment, like you said, where you have that like 1 or 2 seconds where like, yeah, I did it, right? And it's like, oh, I'm actually going, I got to prepare for the Olympics. I got to do another build. I got to get ready, right? But that moment I find is like so special for people. I think that's the thing that hooks a lot of people, even if you're running a 5-hour marathon for your first time. It's that moment of accomplishment. Is that fair? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Like it's such a beautiful thing to have done something that you only dreamed you could do. And it is addictive for sure. Like I want that moment again of like I just did it, whether that's another Olympic team or a medal at the Olympics or a world team, whatever. Like I just
Yeah.
want that you chase that high of like you see me at the finish line of the Olympic trials going,
Yeah.
what? Like that moment of you chase that what
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah.
So for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. What was it like? Because with the U.S. trials and the Olympics, it's quite spaced out, right? It's not like track trials, which are much closer. The marathon trials is further out, and certainly we know like post-Olympic blues or like the down kind of period after. With that elongated period in between, are you just like so busy and focused, and there's a bunch of new things coming at you because you guys are the first people really named to the team, right? Um, what does that period look like for you?
Yeah, it was super I was envious of track for sure because there is it like I feel like that whiplash
Yeah,
of okay, I made a team, now I have to do processing and then basically I'm going to Paris and I'm already fit from that first build. That looked really awesome compared to my like whiplash I had. Things got really busy and then it was like, oh crap, now I have to get ready for another marathon
yeah,
and it's a super hilly marathon that's going to be super hot, so I knew like all the hard work was ahead of me, so I felt envious of everybody who essentially qualified and was already fit for their
yeah,
event that they were going to do. But also I think it gives you some time to just like really revel in the fact that you made a team. Like I went right to the Dominican. Yeah, we went right to the Dominican from the Olympic trials because I had a plan that I was either going to go there to celebrate or I was going to go there to be really sad. So I did. I mean, there is some beauty in being able
yeah,
to kind of celebrate it for sure. But I also felt very upset that I was the first to qualify and then the very last to compete. So
yeah,
I was
yeah,
like in Paris and also just like rocking back and forth on my couch, just being like, I just want to get
yeah,
this done with, and watching like all the track events happening
yeah.
and seeing, especially American men in
Man,
Paris, just
yeah,
so well. And to watch like Grant Fisher and Cole Hawker, I was literally like sitting on my couch, like ready to break through a wall. I'm like, I'm probably like losing some of my
yeah,
adrenaline sitting here in my apartment
yeah.
that I'm going to need in a couple days in my race.
What was that like in the village and the track area in particular? With like, as you said, the men were popping off. I think the men's 800 was the only track event where there wasn't a medal, and still,
Right.
even Bryce ran an American record in that race to come forth. What was it like in the track world of the Olympic Village for you guys? Just see every day, like it felt like somebody was probably coming in with a medal.
Yeah, so I actually didn't stay in the village for the Olympics. I would come and go, and
Yeah,
uh Team USA is awesome because they actually give us like they reserve like an outside track
okay,
where they have like an American chef and like all of our sports physio and stuff. So I would occasionally go to that track too, but the day before my race when I was preparing the bottles, like Grant Fisher walked by and I was like, this guy just medaled twice. Like that's it just kind of like gave you this weird hope that it was gonna be you too, because we're
yeah,
not normally, I wouldn't say in the past few years, we're not normally medal
yeah.
contenders. So it kind of gave you that like underdog, like who knows, anything can happen at the Olympics feeling, which was really exciting.
That's pretty interesting because obviously at your level and ability now, you're around pros and good people all the time. Like your call rooms for races and press and stuff. And but yet you saw Grant Fisher after, and you were almost like, oh my God, this guy just did it right there. Like, like
Totally.
I'm sure you see some people act like this towards you when they meet you too, right? Did you
Yeah.
find that interesting to be there and be like, I'm here too, but like this is going on right here. This guy just won 2 medals and he's right here.
Yeah, because I think there's like this feeling of like, oh, we're equally Olympians, we're teammates, but like
Yeah.
now he's a medalist, so like that feels like a step up. And he was super nice and like talked to us for a little bit, but I felt like starstruck by him still
Yeah.
because he just did this like unhuman thing in my mind that
Yeah.
I was dreaming of doing. And I think when somebody gives you a lot of inspiration like that, it's normal to feel, I guess, like awestruck by them.
Yeah. I think he's making his half debut soon, actually. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
at the United Half, which I'm
Yeah.
super pumped for. I think he's gonna
Yeah.
kill it.
Yeah. Maybe long term, you guys will be on a team together for a different event.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah. No, what was it like racing the actual Olympic marathon? Because I've I've had known athletes that have gone to Worlds, never to the Olympics, and done the marathon, and it seems like it is chaos and craziness. What was it actually like over there?
Yeah, it is chaos and
Yeah,
craziness. It's just unlike anything else. Like you can't really simulate that type of race because
yeah,
you show up and then it's like so many, they're not really call rooms, but there's so many different
yeah,
stages just to get to the start line. And I feel like I'm normally very type A, but was so many people told me that it's pretty chaotic in the morning
yeah,
of. So luckily I felt like I got to the starting line pretty calm, but when I was going to the bathroom and like the porta potties, I like opened one up and there was throw up all over the walls. And then I like went to another one and there I could hear another girl throwing up. Like I feel like everybody was so stressed out
yeah,
that it made me feel good because I was like, I'm nervous, but I'm like appropriately nervous.
yeah,
And that kind of gave me some peace being on the starting line, knowing like everybody is nervous right now. Like that's
yeah.
okay. And some people are going to be more nervous than I am, which is like, oh, in my opinion, like a waste of energy. So I don't know. It was just more chaotic than I thought, but I think that played to my favor because I can be a pretty calm person when I need to be.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you don't want break down that race a little bit for you, because as you said, that course was pretty nasty for a Olympic or world course. So what was that like actually racing on the day?
Yeah, the beginning was super chaotic because it was super narrow roads with a lot of turns, and I think we saw a fall or two. I can't
Okay.
remember who. And it's like kind of cobblestone, especially by like the Louvre. So for a long time, I was almost like, somebody take it out, like string this out. It's way
Yeah.
too congested for this little area. And then I don't remember who anymore. Somebody just all of a sudden started like sprinting and dropped like a
Yeah.
5 minute mile. It was like, bye, see you guys
Yeah.
later. And that was on the way out to Versailles, which is like it's funny that these details start to escape my memory, but it
That's it.
felt like a 3 or 4 mile long, like
Yeah.
low grade climb out to Versailles. And so they dropped me completely. And then I was like, well, I'm just going to work my way up this hill. And I ended up catching them right at Versailles, essentially. And that's when I turned the corner and went into the lead, which was wild. Like all of a
Yeah.
sudden I looked left and right and I was like, oh, there's nobody by me. And I'm leading the Olympic marathon in front of like the most beautiful castle on the planet. And I know that my dad, so the funny thing is my dad and family were down closer to the finish line and I had a couple groups of people there. And all of a sudden when I took the lead, my dad had such a my family had such a loud reaction. The other group of people who were there thought that there was like something bad had
Like you
happened
fell
because
or something. Yeah.
yeah, like no, that there was like a public like bombing or something
Oh,
because my
geez. Yeah.
family was yelling so loudly over the fact that I was leading. So, sorry, that was a tangent. I just
Yeah.
heard that story for the first time recently, so I think that's at the top of my mind. But so whatever, I took the lead for a little bit, but then they came storming past me again, and that's like my biggest regret is when they went past me. I really wish I would have connected a little bit more, but in my head I was like, oh well, I'll just catch them up this next hill because
Right.
that's where what they called the wall was.
Yeah.
The hill that everybody talked about. And I literally, looking back at my data, I think I was running like 7:30 pace up it
Yeah.
in the
Wow.
Olympic marathon. Like I was going really slow.
Yeah.
And then down the backside of it was just trying not to fall. But we had done so much hill training for this marathon that it was actually my best close I've ever had. Like I never, aside from that hill, never slowed down, which was awesome. So I ended up picking off the previous Olympic champion right at the end, which was cool. Like I remember passing her. Who was it? Is it Perez?
I think so. I think you're
Um,
right. Yeah.
I passed her with like a K to go, and I was like, oh my gosh! Like if this course, uh, like broke her and I'm passing her, like that just felt like a win for me. Even though I ended up 12th overall, and now I'm moved up to 11th with
Yeah. Doping
um
suspensions. Yeah.
yeah with a doping yeah.
Yeah. And so what was that like? I mean, I'm sure you went in there with high aspirations. You talked about, seeing Grant, thinking, hey, I can do that and such. How did that moment sit with you, being 12th officially on the day, 11th now? But what was that like to, I know you said you had the Olympic dream as a kid, like we all do in sport, and then kind of come back to it. What was it like to, were you able to take in a moment and be like, I just did this. I was leading the Olympic marathon. I was 12th. Like, how did that go down?
Yeah, it's funny because when I crossed the line, I had no idea what place I was in. And I had to have like Runner's World tell me or something. And I think my immediate emotion after crossing the finish line was pride. Like I was so grateful. I felt like I had put out a race that I was pretty proud of. I had that one regret of not going with the pack near the end there, but overall I felt happy with it. But then I heard my place and I was like, oh, but top 10 would have been really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then but the thing is if I was 10th or 9th, I would have been like, well, top 5 would have been awesome. Yeah, like that again, that mountain top just gets higher and higher and further. So I know that truly I will never really be happy. And if I ever finish a marathon and I'm like, that's it, I am super happy with that, I will probably wash my hands of running and be done and retire right then and there. So I think that's the beauty of our sport, is there's always something higher to chase. But I did have a moment of appreciating it, and then a lot of like kind of kicking myself over like, 2 more spots.
Well, that's interesting. I've heard even like Olympic champions, not in our sport, but in other sports, talk about like, oh, but I could have won by more, or there was still this technical error or such that was. And I think that's just part of the game. Like when you're trying to be a master at your discipline, right? Like for most outsiders, they might not have looked at it and be like, oh, she should have went with the gap, right? But because you're trying to really master and hone in on these like really fine percents, right? That is the stuff that's going to eat you. Like if I just did that, right? So
yes. Yeah. And like that's gonna be the difference over like an elite athlete to maybe more of a hobby jocker. Is like a lot of people could look at my result and be like, wow, that's really amazing, but I'm always gonna look at it and be more critical. And that's why I think like if I ever finish a race and I'm like, that was perfect, couldn't have went better, I'll be done right there. Because I know I lost that like edge or that thing that makes me want to be better.
Yeah, it is. It's a double-edged sword. I try to describe it to people when they ask, and it's like, like volume dials, like we used to have in like cars and stuff. I always describe the drive towards mastery as like a volume dial that for most of us, it's just turned to 10 and we can't turn it back. You know what I mean? Like an old car that's kind of stuck. It's like, it doesn't matter whether you were first, second, third, 12th, whatever. You're just like, no, I could have got better. I could have done this better.
Totally.
So,
yeah.
So speaking of mastery, we talked a little bit about Boston coming up. You're announced in the pro field. You got your teammate, I think Annie's running with you as well down there. What's that looking like? What are you striving towards? What are you trying to close the gap on? I know you said Boston's kind of not been kind to you. So what's the gap that you're trying to close with this one?
Yeah, Boston's fun because you don't necessarily go into it with a time goal. Like I definitely think I could PR on the course, but it's not one where I'm like, oh, I have to run a 2:23 to be happy. It's more place. And gosh, it's going to be harder than ever this year with that field that they put together. But I would say like my B goal is to be top 10, and then my A goal will be to be top 5. And then like A plus, what you always have to have is like to win, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
But I mean, if there's a course that you can have an upset on, it's like a Boston for sure. The fastest or the best people don't always win there. It's sometimes just the grittiest, So I'm like hoping and praying for like a 2018 downpour does type win.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Yeah, I was like, is the Minnesotan going to come out? You're going to want the bad weather, the grindy type course day.
I actually do not do that well in cold, but I do know that I wouldn't give up. So I think that would play into my favor. But yeah, just hoping to be really competitive with the field.
Yeah. So outside of like the hilliness that you talked about in NC that you guys are going after, what are you changing for this build, or doing more of, maybe is a better question, to really prepare this time versus your other previous Boston builds?
Yeah, I have, this kind of circles back to stride, but I've been having some just imbalance left to right on my leg spring stiffness. I always mess that up. And so I'm doing a lot more plyos this time, which I think will also be really favorable for all the downhill at Boston. So really just trying to hit the gym a lot more and kind of even out my stride a little bit. So that would be something that we're adding. And then Let's think. I think we're gonna go a little less mileage this time.
I
I'm
was
a
going to
pretty
ask
high
you. Yeah.
mileage girl. I do
Yeah.
130 pretty frequently, and I would guess I'll still get up to 130, but I don't think I'll do as many weeks up
Yeah.
there based on my Chicago build. Like I got really fit off of 130, but I think I got too fit too soon. So I think we'll
Yeah.
stay a little lower for more of it.
Is it just going to be lower? Are you changing the intensity ratio? Is it like, are you adding more intensity in if you're lower, or just straight lower?
I think we'll just go a little lower. And like, I also feel like when I do a lot of speed, I also get a little bit it's a funny thing to say, but I almost get too fit,
Yeah.
too
Yeah. No,
fast.
I get it. I
So,
get it. Yeah.
yeah, maybe saving some speed for like the sharpening the last few weeks.
Last few weeks. Yeah. No, that's fair. Do you like, you are a relatively, this is a vague term, but high mileage marathoner. Um, when did you realize, like, okay, there's kind of a cap to how much I can do that will help me? Because I think a lot of us who are higher volume think we got to keep adding it. That's the way we've had this success, right? Like, what got me here is what's going to get me to the next level. But you've figured out, like, it's the new level is a new devil. It's not necessarily the same thing to contend with. What was that process?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's something that I have learned all on my own, because even when I've been up to 130 now for a couple of years, being my peak
Yep.
mileage. And I'm still like, what about 135? What about 140?
Yep.
But my coach definitely describes diminishing returns to me. So
Yeah.
I do know that, I don't know. I think it ends up being like trust in my coach that more won't always be better. I'm also very lucky that I'm going to knock on wood. I'm
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
durable, very, very injury free for the most part. So I don't want to, push that and change that in any way. Like I could definitely toe over the line and be more injured. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of just trust in the coach.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's fair. It's a tough one for athletes. I know, like way back, like Cam Levins was doing crazy stuff, like one of our Canadian guys,
Like
and
triples. Yeah,
like
just
triple.
doing
Oh yeah,
triples. Yeah.
I've heard some crazy stories from some guys that I was coaching that run national teams with him. Those are things he would do. Like, it was beyond. But it is interesting because we do get that addictive mindset. I think if you've never done it, I think there's a feeling you get. You could correct me on the distances maybe, but like, kind of that like 110 to 120 plus mileage, there's something that feels so good about that when you're just like ticking
Totally.
it off, right? That you don't get lower. It's weird. Like, if people haven't done it, they don't know that feeling.
Yeah. I was just talking about this actually with my teammates, but if I'm in like the 80 to like 110 range, I feel creaky and like
Yeah.
like I feel like almost arthritic. But
Yeah.
now I'm at 120 and I've never felt better. Like it's
Yeah.
super weird, but you feel maybe so tired that you just feel good. Like your body just gives up and says, you know what, we can't fight this anymore. Like
Yeah.
you can feel good now.
Yeah, I don't know like, my wife's a 246 marathoner, and she loves running like 110, 115-mile weeks. Like, she feels better at that than 89.
Yeah.
It's the same way. I don't know how to describe it other than you have to experience it to know it. There's no other way to think about it.
Yeah, my Cairo back home thinks it's because like as soon as I start to taper, of course I'll feel bad again.
Yeah.
And he thinks it's just like my body finally has time to recover. So like all your nervous system is finally picking up again, I guess. So I'm sure that there could be studies done on it, but
Yeah, I'm sure
they
there's
should
something.
do
I don't know
more
what it is.
for sure.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. What shoes are you rocking? And the reason why I ask is because we tried out the Puma, what are the R3s? Is that the fast R3s? I think?
Fast hours, yeah.
Yeah. So my 212 guy and my wife and a couple of athletes have had them and love them. Like, I do think it's probably one of the best shoes on the market, to be honest. And I'm not just saying that because you're on the show. Like, literally, my wife has them downstairs. We spent like $500 to get them for her. It's insane. But is that what you're racing in? Like, what are you training in?
Yeah, so racing, I've been in the fast hours now for a couple of marathons, and there's incredible shoes. They're so fast, but they're a really aggressive plate. And I think for me, when I get tired, I start to heel strike a lot, which that shoe doesn't favor a heel striker necessarily. So I think I'm going to move back to the DV8s for marathons, but like half marathon and under, I'll stay in the fast hour because it's undescribable. They are so fast and they make you feel just like, it's crazy how good you feel in those shoes. But once you feel bad, might start to feel like kind of really bad if you're not strong enough. And I think that's part of the thing that I lack. Like Annie loves the fast hours, and even when she is like down so bad in a marathon, like those shoes still help her, where I think they start to hurt me a little bit when I'm tired. So I'll move to the DV8 Elites for the marathon this go around, and they're just dropping their fourth edition of Deviate Athletes, I think, in like a couple of days. And that's a great shoe. That's what I made the Olympic trials and ran the Olympics in. So that's what I'll move to.
Yeah. What about daily trainers?
My daily trainer is a Forever Run, and that's like a stability shoe. I've had some Achilles issues in the past that I choose to run through. Maybe I shouldn't, but it's been helping my Achilles quite a bit. So I'm in those. And then the Mag Maxes, which is like their high stack crate, like the fluffiest pillowy shoe that you can imagine. I do a lot of my doubles in those just to make the body feel good.
Nice. Yeah, well, fair enough. I'm sure you go through quite a bit of shoes at that level. I know how many we go
Totally.
through here, so I can only imagine
Yeah.
for you. But yeah, if I could ask you a couple training questions about the marathon, what workout or workouts do you get the most confidence from?
Yeah, the one I get the absolute most confidence from is we'll do different lengths of it. So usually starting at either like 45 or 60 minutes, working all the way up to 90 minutes of 3 minutes at LT and then a 2 minute float. So it ends up being like 60 to 90 minutes of
Yeah.
floating right around marathon pace, of averaging marathon
Average,
pace.
yeah.
So that makes me always feel really good because it's like more than half of that work is at LT. So
Yeah.
it was harder than marathon pace should be.
Yep.
And it makes marathon pace feel like super comfy and easy. So
Interesting.
that's the one that I usually take that average out of and say, well, that's about what I can run a marathon in.
Yeah, fair enough. That's a good one. And what's the hardest workout for you in the build? I imagine it's on the speed side.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. When we do, it's funny because it's the hardest, but I kind of like it. We do, I am just blanking on the name of them. They're 400s. It's like an Australian coach who does them.
Is it Badeau, Nick Badeau's stuff?
No, I cannot believe I'm blanking on it, but we do. It's 8 400s at 5K pace with a 200-meter float in between. So the whole entire workout ends up being a 5K.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and and then you do like one last hard 200 at the end to make it a full 5K. I cannot believe I keep almost saying it and I am forgetting it. But I like to do that one because it's my 5K PR to this day is in that workout, is doing that workout. But gosh, it is so hard. Like 400s are so hard for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come up with the name of this workout later and I'll
After
say
you just
it.
text it to me.
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think is a super underrated marathon skill?
Super underrated marathon skill is to just be able to zone out for a really long time.
Yeah.
I think I actually really love to run alone, and I think that is part of that skill of like I can just run 10 miles and just not have like a thought for 10 miles, which makes me just sound like I don't have any brain cells or anything. But that's really what a marathoner is just like going through the motions and just like letting your body do all the work without thinking.
I talk about I love that idea because I talk about on the clinical side, like the marathon is like in the marathon is the loneliest chapter of running. Like generally in training, we've got friends, we're checking with coaches, we're doing all these things, but for 2+ hours, it's just you in your head. Like, yeah, sure, you might share a thought or something with one of the women running beside you, but it's just you, right? And it's super lonely. So I agree with that fully. Because if you don't practice that, if you're with somebody all the time and then you get into that pain cave 90 minutes, 100 minutes in or something like that, and you haven't been there by yourself, that's some dangerous territory. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I think finding, like, I guess that's the flow state that we all chase. It's hard to find and it's rare to come by. But when you get into that flow where it's like, you're in pain and it sucks, but for some reason it's not like actually hurting your feelings. Like that's such a beautiful place to be. And I hope everybody gets to experience that.
Yeah. What excites you about this next stage of your career coming up? We've got, 2-ish more years till qualifying for the Olympics. What excites you the most about the next couple of years here?
Yeah, so I'm 30 right now. I'll be turning 31 in May, and I feel like we've seen a lot of women do really well in this block of their life. So I feel like maybe this will be kind of like my time to feel really like I belong on every starting line, and going into an Olympic trials already being an Olympian, like I think that will kind of, you know, keep my head tall on the starting line, and make me really believe that I can make another team. And I would love to make a team that is on American soil. Like I think that's super fun. And I also feel like Annie is kind of on the up and like not kind of, she is on the up and up right now. So I literally think about it every day on almost every run of her and I crossing the finish line and like making an Olympic team together. Like that is what's, I'm going to put it out right now, 2026. I'm calling it early, calling the shot early. Me and Annie are making the Olympic team together.
That'd be a blast. I mean, it'd be such a cool story to see teammates do it, right? Especially, it doesn't happen in the marathon often. I mean, on the men's side, recently it has, obviously, right? But on the women's side, there's not many teammates beyond that. I know Puma teammates, but not like actually training teammates, right? So
yeah, for sure.
What's the hardest thing you're trying to figure out for the next couple of years to get yourself into that position?
I think I need to figure out how to close marathons harder. We're watching like Jess McLean, even like Fiona in New York, Annie in New York, like they're closing so hard. And I have mentioned many times already, I'm not super speedy, so I've got to figure out a way to either be ahead of them already when they start to close hard, or figure out a way to, you know, kind of close hard with them.
Yeah. How are you guys trying to solve it?
This fartlek that we do, I think if I can do it the right way where I'm fast at the end helps, because if I could get down to like threshold pace in a marathon, like that's pretty dang fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the fartlek helps a lot for sure, and doing it the right way where I'm getting actually super fast at the end would be helpful. And this is actually what I said for the workout that I hate the most, or that I think is the hardest. Progression runs are the worst.
Really?
I think they're the worst. I hate doing progression runs so much, but it's because I have a hard time being speedy at the end.
Got it. Yeah, I would have not pegged that as a marathoner. Most marathoners, that's what they love, is that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Not for me. I also just prefer workouts that, I don't know, they're just more black and white, where progression is more by feel, I guess. So I don't like the ambiguity a bit, I guess.
I usually hear 800s for some reason. Everybody hates 800s.
Well, I mean, 800s are like the hardest probably distance, you know, like you can always grind through a 4, but like an 800 is like interval work. So interval work should probably be your hardest thing. But I just don't like that. I don't like being left in the dust. That's the big thing for me.
Fair enough. Cool. We haven't touched on it yet, but I wanted to give you an opportunity because we coach together at Team Run Run. I know you coach, obviously, and I just wanted to see what it's like at your level and your experience being able to share some of that knowledge and such with marathoners. It must be pretty cool to be entrenched in it in all kind of aspects.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I started coaching in COVID when I'd been laid off. I was a teacher pre-COVID. So I'd been laid off and was just kind of like, you know, what can I do aside from like deliver DoorDash to like spend my days? And so I looked at my skill set, which is like running and teaching. And I was like, if you put those together, that's kind of coaching. So I've been doing it since 2020, and it's so rewarding. It's also like, I feel so grateful to have this skill set that I have and like share it with people and see their high highs. But I also love that I can be there for them in their low lows, because I also understand what it's like to put in 4 hard months of training and the day not work out how you want it to. So in some ways, I think having to help people through their disappointments is even more meaningful than being there for them when like they have the A race.
Yeah, it is so cool as a coach to be there. Like, I don't know if I've had people tell me about their like divorces or life stuff or everything, and you're kind of just a sounding board, right? But it is so cool to be a part of it for people. So I'm glad you do it, because you've obviously got lots to give. Yeah,
it's funny. I always tell people like obviously I'm a coach and I give them training and runs, but I'm also a therapist in some way. Like I'm definitely just here to like support them in any way possible. And a lot of the times you get to know these people like they're like your family. So it's, when you get to meet them at races or you call them on the phone, like it feels like talking to people you really enjoy. So I enjoy it a lot.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, it's one of my favorite parts of online coaching is going to races and then actually meeting the people you've conversed with like a billion times a week in person.
Totally.
What's that like for you? Do you find it hard, like if you're racing that weekend, to navigate kind of both?
It depends on the race. Like when I go to Boston, it can be hard just because they make you work for it there.
Yeah.
You are
Yeah.
so busy. You're going from one thing to the next, so it's hard to like set up any time to like actually meet. So I usually give people what my schedule is. If they can be there, that's great. If not, like it won't probably work out. But when I'm at like grandma's, for example, which is a
Yeah.
smaller, more relaxed race, like this last year I was waiting for one of my athletes I've been working with for a while for I was like at the finish line for so long trying to describe to like my husband and my dad who have never seen this guy before. I'm like, here's what exactly what he looks like. And it's like a pretty standard runner build.
Yeah.
So they're like, is that him? Like, no, that him. So it's like I love to get to see them after races and share in that moment for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's too cool. Is there anything I haven't asked you that you want to share? I mean, this has been a great conversation on my end, hopefully on your end as well, but anything
Yeah.
that you're itching to get out there?
No, I don't think so. I think we did great.
Yeah. What about your dog's name? I see your dog back there. Mine hasn't
Yeah, yeah.
interrupted, actually.
He's taking a nap. I'm surprised he hasn't interrupted either. This is Augie.
Yeah. Did he come down with you
He did.
to
So I
kiss?
drove
Yeah.
down to North
Nice.
Carolina just so I could bring him. I
Yeah.
think dogs are a little bit of emotional support animals. So
Yeah.
on my bad days, he helps me, and then when I'm tired, he helps me on runs. So
Hey, I hear you. We drove to Flagstaff, 36 hours of driving with our dog in the car. Our Australian Shepherd
yeah,
ran with us.
it's
So,
worth it to bring him with.
oh, absolutely. Yeah, cool.
Mhm.
Well, thanks for coming on, Dakota. I'll drop kind of where people can find you and track you for Boston and such in the show notes. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
All right, Victor, thanks for coming on today, man. I appreciate it. You're just a couple days as of recording off of the big BQ.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for all your help.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
were
of course.
exactly what the doctor ordered.
No, I appreciate that. And I think, this one's so cool and for so many reasons, right? Like you just turned 50, got the BQ at Ventura, 319, right? And we've got some big goals for the rest of the year. And I'm sure we'll talk about that throughout. But I just wanted to hear from you what it was like, getting to maybe 20, maybe 18, 20, 22 miles, being like, I'm on this, I'm here. Like I can do this. Because it's such a rewarding feeling for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of work to come through and see it right there. What was that like for you?
I think it built off of the program you built me when we first connected in November, I believe, which
Yep.
which was the fact that I tend to overtrain, and when you don't really have a program, you're using like I run a lot of ultras, so that's kind of my primary food group.
Yeah.
So when I wanted to Boston qualify, I knew that I didn't want to get on the starting line overtrained. So you really helped me design a program where you're like, hey, don't give me this 20-mile long runs. Is no more than 2 hours 45 minutes. I'm like 2 hours 45 minutes. Like so we really held a healthy baseline. And I used that same thought process during the race, which is hold it, be patient, be patient, be patient. And I have to be honest, I felt good the entire way up until probably even at mile 20, I was like, I feel pretty good. Should I push? And
Yeah.
I'm like, I kept a really healthy distance from the pacer in front of me, about 30 seconds to 45 seconds, maybe a minute. And I just kept that distance. And I was like, no, you hold it until 23. Don't push yet. Don't push yet. And then at 23, I started to go slightly under my hovering pace, which is anywhere between high 720s to 745. And I never looked at my heart rate the whole race. Never.
Yeah.
I set some alarms to beep beep, within a range. And then 23, I let go. 24, 25, 25, I felt a little calf like
Yeah.
tingle. Then I slowed it down just a tad. And then when I saw the finish line, I'm like, dude, there's no way I'm gonna cramp. So I then picked it up.
Gotta go.
So
Yeah.
so I learned a lot from you in terms of the emphasis. I think we had a chat 3, 4 days before
Yeah.
the run where you're like, you got to take it easy in the first 13, 14, 50 miles. Like just take it easy. Start off 750. 750. And I was like, all right, let's do it. So I kept it slow. I never charged uphill and I never picked up speed at corners. So I thought those two little tricks was useful.
Yeah, and I mean, I loved your pacing graph when it came through on Final Surge. I was like, nailed it, perfection, good to go. Like even
Oh,
before I had any context, from chatting afterwards. But I think I love to highlight that for people because for so many people that have been like chasing a breakthrough and they're like, I got to be on pace and I got to hold the line, and I got to be right there. You're just another example of like showing if you ease up a little bit in the first bit, it's so much easier to be in it. And like, it's nothing to be 10, 15 seconds off at a couple miles in but be feeling so good and right there. And like the confidence builds from that.
you did the math for me. You always, voice of reason. You're like, hey, even if it's 10, 15 seconds, it's only 30, 40 seconds. That is true. But in our head, we're like, oh my God, I'm going to be behind. But the
Yeah.
net effect is a minute, 35 seconds.
Yeah.
In retrospect, you're looking at a 3-hour-ish run.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
Well,
yeah, that.
I'll look at it too and go, you could beat it halfway and be bang on and be like, oh, I'm holding on and I got to do that again and I know what's coming, right? Or you can be halfway, like, 30 seconds, a minute off and be like, I'm actually feeling pretty good. I might be able to actually pick this up. And just that like shift in mentality for looking at the second half of the race, I find gets you to 2021 going like, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. And just like that shift makes you go, I can do this. I can do this. And it's like, that's a great mindset to have in the last 5, 6 miles.
Yeah, and I actually went up to the pacer.
Yep.
I'm like, how are you running this? And he's like, slow, fast, slow, fast.
Yeah.
And I was like, actually, I said, you running even pace? He's like, no, slow, fast.
Yeah.
So I pulled back and was like, first I was like, what does slow, fast mean? I mean, obviously I know slow, fast.
Yeah.
So then we started running and I was like, you're running too fast for me, you know? So I just, the entire pack stuck with me. I'm so, because I train alone. So I'm so used to running by myself. I'm kind of comfortable, just like, I like maybe 30 feet away from you, something like that. And sure enough, I passed them mile 24, the
Yeah.
entire pack. So, sometimes you just got to run your own race, stick in your own head because the pacer could be running too fast
Yeah.
of course they finished in 3:20, but
Sure.
that's his style of running,
Yeah.
yeah.
And one thing I want to commend you for, I feel like I've got lots of athletes who are like this, it seems, but you traveled a lot during this build, like from home to East Coast, West Coast, everywhere, right? And
Yeah.
I don't think you missed a run the whole build. Like, and what's that like? Because you are obviously so dedicated on the entrepreneurial side with what you're doing, and I
Yeah.
do want to touch on the parallels between entrepreneurship and running, but you're dedicated to that. You get your runs in. You're dedicated to your family. We've had plenty of conversations about the support from your beautiful family and such. And so, what was that like being able to traverse the USA basically throughout this build and run in so many cool cities and spots?
So I traversed the USA and the UK and France and Spain. And it, we're in the midst of launching this tea brand, which
Mm-hmm.
which is called Cloudline Tea. And
Mm-hmm.
I've been actually using tea as a source of fuel for many, many years. And so this was the time where we're now post COVID, we're like, okay, we can do agriculture product now.
Yeah.
So as a result of that, London's a big tea drinking country or city. So we launched the tea there with some friends of mine who own some running stores out there. And I was able to weave in all these training runs with a real good buddy of mine, Fran. And we went on our first Brant prescribed hard run, I would say, in the rain, freezing cold in the Royal Parks of London. And I said to him, I'm like, hey man, I got BQ, and he's my age, 50-ish. He's like, I said, but I need to warm up for 30 minutes. And then he's like, he's one of those guys that just runs fast off like
Yeah.
his natural VO2 max is probably 1,000. I'm being hyperbolic. So I do 30 minutes warm up in the park, and like it's kind of like almost like an on time departure. I'm running and he just joins next to me like this, and then
Yeah.
we go. We go, I think 7.5 minute pace
Yeah.
or whatever I think that was marathon pace or
Yeah. M
that
pace.
day,
Yeah.
M pace.
Yeah.
And we finished, and he went back to the store to work, and then I finished off with a local park run.
Oh,
They
nice.
have those park.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think I did my 2 hour run that day, 2.5 hour run that day.
Yeah.
And then I went to Annecy next to
Yeah.
France. And again, pouring rain. Da, 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 da. I was just like, just do it. So
Yep.
I think when you have really finite goals, such as turning 50, Boston qualify, he would look bad if you don't. There's a lot of motivation, and I've failed so many times with BQ, right?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
323, 324, 328, 327. Like, it's like, this is like a serious deal for me.
Yeah.
So I took the training like super serious. And I
So what
think,
do you think was different then? Sorry, but like I think that's a key thing to look at is you've tried a bunch of times, and this isn't me trying to plug it,
oh,
but what do
oh
you
no.
think was different in the training that led you to being successful this go around?
I think I first don't chase BQ, so I had a taste of it when I somehow got 3:33 in LA Marathon without training. I didn't even look at my watch. I was like passing people like, oh my God, I got a lot fitter. And this is 10, 15 years in the making. And so what really changed was I never really trained to run a marathon. I don't know these drills that you're like, I think we did a 1K repeat, and I did it in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is this 1K repeat? It was hard, man. It was like one of those drills. And I've never done any of those drills before.
Yeah.
Never. The only drills I've really done was maybe 30 minutes steady state, 30 minutes off, and then maybe some, intervals, some fartleks, but nothing as specific. I think those drills and how you place them strategically on a Tuesday, and then 2 days later I do the long run, and those intervals really gave me this confidence that like, oh, running 7:37 isn't that like I was at the start line, and because I was like, this doesn't feel that hard.
Yeah.
Am I doing this stuff right? You know? And even after the race, because of this periodization you do,
Yeah.
I wasn't like spent. I wasn't
Yeah.
like I am done. I was like, yeah, I ran yesterday a couple miles, Western States pace, 14
Yeah.
minute
Yeah.
miles. But I think that's the right way to train is you don't need to, the suffering is moderate. So it's like, you don't need to like suffer that much. Like I BQ'd at 53:19. I wasn't like suffering.
Yeah.
I was like regular, you know, it was equivalent to our Tuesday run, right? The Tuesday speed session, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That kind of suffering. And so everything felt familiar and everything had a reference point, like mile 23. Okay, you're going deeper now. Remember, you did these drills. I know where like feels about the same. Yeah, you can hold this for 3 miles easy, no problem. And that's how you emphasize the training, which is you should be able to hold tempo pace for 45 minutes to a minute, an hour. It's like, oh man, did I go too fast? So every time I finish one of your drills, I'm like, dude, I went too fast. Dude, I went. So it started off when the training was, I would go too fast, and then slowly towards the end, it started to adjust. I'm like, oh, I'm starting to get a hold, understand this pacing stuff from a road point of view, right?
Yeah.
Because in trails, like, you try pacing,
Yeah, it's just effort,
undulating trail
right? You have to
14,
do
like
effort.
20, like try. So I really like the precision of being able to track that process. And also, somewhere along the line, I got it. This is a plug to Chorus. Good job, guys. I'm no affiliation with, but the armband heart rate thing,
Armband, yeah,
oh,
yeah.
it's precise. So now after the run, I can look at my data, not during. I really rarely use it during,
Yeah.
but towards after you finish, you have some level of somewhat precise data. You look, oh, the effort was consistent with the cadence, the effort. So here's one thing I did do was whenever I felt like I was slowing down and I didn't want to use too much effort, I just increased my step rate,
Green-
instead of like raise your knee or stuff like that. I just started
yeah.
to, and then that kind of modulated my anxiety sometimes. And
It,
those are,
it,
yeah.
it's interesting you mentioned the chorus heart band because it's something that so for us working together we had the road marathon first and then we're going to the trail, the ultra side, right? Which I like that order, in particular for this reason, because what we did, what you're saying about like the precision of the workouts and the pacing of the harder workouts, etc., right? All of that is amazing data as we transition to the trails to be like, okay, I want you doing let's say it's 8 by a K, but we're going on trails, so maybe we'll say 4 minutes or something, right? And I want it to be equivalent stimulus to what you were doing on the road for that. It's like we can go back to that heart rate data now, and that's our reference point with our PE is the heart rate
Yes.
data, right? So I think that's a very valuable piece for trail runners, and I think you're starting to see some trail runners do workouts on the road and the treadmill to
Hmm.
get that calibration of the high end kind of like aerobic stimulus, VO2 max tempo stuff, and then keeping a lot of their easy stuff, strength stuff on the trails as well. So I think it's going to suit you well as we move towards kind of the ultra goals.
I'm excited. Yeah. Like next goal is Western States 100. It's a fast race, of course.
Yeah.
And I think taking that speed, if you will,
Mhm.
into that arena, I'm excited to see what we can do together. Um, and see, obviously there are so many nuances. The weather,
Yeah.
snow,
Nutrition. Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Well, yeah, so all of those play a key factor. But I think going back to the original uh foundation, it's like I believed, like I watched enough of your videos before I subscribed to your service, and you just have to follow it. Like I think the only one there's only one workout I didn't follow to the T, which was Friday leading up to the race, the Friday
Oh, when
before.
you were, yeah,
I
at
was
Fleet
in
Feet.
North
Yeah, yeah,
Carolina. Yeah, I was doing a run with my friend at Fleet Feet.
yeah.
And I'm like, hey, we're probably not gonna do, I think it was 30-second on, 30 or a minute,
Yeah,
like,
it was a little fartlek workout because we were like a
yeah.
week out. But yeah,
Which I understood and it totally made sense. But then the following Tuesday, you prescribed a similar workout where we're going
yeah, a little bit longer.
fast.
Yeah, yeah,
And that did the trick for me. So I was like, oh, that was good. And then you're like, Friday, I don't want you to run. And I ran every day,
yeah,
right?
yeah. You
And
did. Yeah,
for 3 months or so,
yeah,
no problems. Like,
yeah.
I generally run every day I mean, there are
Yeah.
very like recovery days. And funny, you and I, you and I never established like, is this recovery day or not? It's like you run as fast as you can run.
Yeah, just run that. Yeah,
Yeah,
run
your
what you need
body
those
will,
days.
you'll know because Tuesday is going to be a tough day. And then
Yeah,
a few days from, I did my long runs on Fridays, right? So it's Tuesday, Friday. And so you self-modulate. So I urge people to like self-modulate too, you know? And I got a lot of value from our relationship because I just had to just like if you trust the system, just follow the system. And I think that's what gave me a lot of comfort. Like I didn't have to second guess like was Brent know what he's doing? Like never crossed my mind. I was like more like I was more curious like, ooh, what are we doing next week? Very
well,
exciting, for me. Yeah.
it is interesting because when how will I phrase this? When you coach an individual and you're like as high touch as I, like we're talking every day, if not almost every other day
You
at the
you
worst,
are
right?
super responsive. And I know we stayed off, like we never, I still don't have your phone number in my phone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think we had a report. It was like, we have so many things coming at us every
Yep,
day. This
yep.
email, this phone, that phone. I was like, I'm going to keep this email like precise with Brant. And I know you always respond within certain, Sunday, doesn't matter Sunday, Saturday, like
Doesn't
7 days a
matter.
week, like, doesn't matter. It's like, I could depend on that feedback, but we also know it's like, dude, I'm not paying him $30,000 a month to do
Yeah.
this. It's like, let's be respectful. And I think we built a nice rapport
Oh,
where
easy. Yeah.
we're like, and uh, I thought that was really important because
So
the yeah, to the
no,
entire
go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
experience. Yeah,
Yeah.
the expectation was he always gives me feedback. I trust his plan. And I think I took on a service the week before where I like, okay, I'm gonna spend 25 minutes with Brant on
Yep.
on his video session, which is a
Yep.
different price point. But I
Yeah.
didn't need to use that every day. It's like that's great, like that gave me some comfort too. And I think I talked to you when I was driving in North Carolina,
Yeah, you did. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's
which
right.
was
And
fun. It's like, yeah.
it's interesting though, because as I was saying, I like to be high touch and communicative because that's how I learn about you. And it was how we were able to, that day you kind of texted me the night before, that Friday workout we were talking about, where it's like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this in because I know I'm running with these people and I've got this in,
Yeah.
right? And I can easily respond to that because I'm like, okay, well, we've done all these things. He's in a good place. And it's like, I know this is important from a business perspective for him to like see his friends and meet them. And that's where that individual coaching comes in, right? Where it's like, it doesn't matter that I wrote a plan. The plan's only as good as the information I have when I write it on the Friday or Saturday
Yeah.
for the week. But it's interesting. The most hate I've got in terms of dislikes on a YouTube video is I think we put out a short that said, coaches, you're coaching humans, not spreadsheets. It was like the most dislikes I've had on any. Like, I try not to be controversial at all. Like, that's not my style. And, but this is exactly why, because you get something like that and you've got this rapport. So you as an athlete isn't afraid to be like, hey, Brent, I've got this like, work thing and meeting thing and run thing. Can I do this? It's like, yeah, we'll just check in. And, I might say to you, hey, we really got to hit this one. But at that point, you're healthy, you're ready. I knew you'd get a lot out of it in terms of fun and enjoyment and all those things. And I think that's the beauty of actual individual coaching rather than plan-based coaching that some people do. And I'm not bashing plans, to be clear, but you get that like touch where it's like you still get the confidence and everything you need in the communication, even though you have to deviate.
I think it's so. I think there's two prongs. The first prong is we just started working together. Probably quickly it'll be half a year,
3 months,
almost
yeah,
half a. Oh
4
yeah,
months, something
but
like that. Yeah.
yeah. So 4, 4, 5. Like I'm starting to understand. And in the beginning, as a guy, how you feel, like you always ask, how do you feel? How do you feel? I'm like, I don't know how to answer that question. Like
Yep.
I just don't know how. Like I know how I feel, but the nuances. Every day I feel I'm going to feel tired, less tired, more tired, very tired, or the nuance there. So then I have to like self-modulate. Like when do I say, Brant, this is not a runnable day? And
Yep.
I haven't done that. And so
Yep.
luckily I haven't had to, but I ran through a few colds, right? One London, I'm
Yep.
like
Yeah, a little bit.
literally
Yeah.
80% down, but I also had introspection, which is like, dude, this is not DEF CON.
Yeah,
Like
this
I
is
have
the
a
sniffles. It's
the,
not.
the,
Yeah.
the DEF CON 6. Like you have your own internal kind of range, but I know if we go on this next training block, and I'm like, hey, I'm not. You're like, oh, okay,
Right.
this guy's not
Well,
feeling good. Yeah.
you brought up something interesting, and I hadn't thought it through this way, but your point made me think about it because I've always seen the question that I ask all the time, how are you feeling, as valuable for me, right? Because I get all the quantitative data, right? And I can look at pace time, weather, heart rate, like I get all of it, right? And I look at that data and I want to know, okay, well, how did he feel at this? Because that only tells kind of half to 2/3 of the story, right? But I'd never thought of it as a very interesting point that it forces you to have internal calibration as the athlete. And so that's really interesting to me, which makes that question even more powerful, as much as it's probably repetitive to my athletes, where it's like, how are you feeling today? But that's a very interesting point. I appreciate you saying that because now it makes me think that that question's even more powerful if used the right way, because then athletes are doing that triangulation themselves, where it's another layer of having to ask themselves, how is it I felt today? So they can triangulate that with their data. So if they've got to make audibles like that day, you're a little bit more educated towards that. So thanks for pointing that out, because that's a great piece of information.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean the every day when you expect the question, then you also self-assess, right? Like, and then you're like, well, like when I was in London and we did that tempo run with the MP pace with my buddy, I
Yeah.
was like, I was not 100%, but I did it, but I knew I could do it,
Mhm.
and you just have to take a nap afterwards,
Yeah.
So those are days like that, or, and it's like, and then I also have enough experience where leading up to the race, I'm like, you're not gonna feel good. Tapering,
Mhm.
you
Yeah.
just don't feel good when you're tapering.
And
Every
you had
like,
travel. You had travel
yeah,
on the tape the final
and
week. Yeah.
so I had to drive from like, not had, I enjoyed a
Yeah.
drive. I drove from North Carolina to South Carolina, which is like a
Yeah.
5 hour drive or so. So,
Yeah.
you push the accelerator. So my hamstring was like a little tight.
Yeah.
And you get nervous, but then I've been running for so long that I'll go away, dude. Just relax.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So knowing yourself is also trusting yourself is
Mhm.
an important part of this process too. And I think that's something that I brought uh into this training block with you, is like being more aware of how I feel. So
Mhm.
without ringing any like alarms, or I would text you, I would email you, and I would say, and I think you can tell, like I somehow like he knows I'm running 11-minute miles. I'm recovering.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there are days where I'm like bouncing around in 9-minute miles, or there are days when I text you, I'm like, I'm in flow state, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I
And
was, yeah.
I was gonna say that's an interesting point and probably great for viewers to hear. It's like you had a breakthrough, you BQ'd, and a lot of the times when we're thinking ahead to what that build or what that race might look like, we're like, it'll be roses. I'm fit. Everything's good. And it's like, no, no, no. A lot of people, when they're going through big breakthrough builds, will have days that suck, days that are good, a lot of days that are just okay. I just talked to Dakota Popin about this recently. I think that episode's live, and
Yeah,
she said
it
that
was a
the
good
builds
episode.
that yeah. Oh, she's amazing. She said
Amazing.
the builds that she crushed the workouts the most in were her worst races.
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought that's really interesting because it reinforced something I had seen. Now, I've never coached anyone at Dakota's level. The 212 that I've coached is pretty good, but I haven't coached somebody who's 12th at the Olympics, right? So to hear that reinforced is a great lesson for all of us, especially, right? Think about it. Dakota's a pro athlete. She's, got great
Yeah.
coaching. She's got everything going on for her. And she still has to suck and suffer sometimes and not feel great. I think it's super powerful to hear that from people like Dakota, yourself, who just had a breakthrough. So those of us who are thinking about what we want to do at the next level and the next steps, don't romanticize how easy it's going to be, because eventually you just get frustrated when it's not easy and think, oh, I'm screwed. I'm not fit enough. I can't do it, whatever.
Well,
Right. But it's a great lesson to have.
yeah, it sure is. I think, I mean, I ran, to think about it, I ran every day from November up until last week.
2020
I
first.
had one flow state run. One.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
One in in San Luis Obispo
Yeah.
area when I was driving from NorCal back to SoCal. I parked at a hotel, and that night I was like, I'm just gonna go and do this run. I was running flow state, 8-minute miles, 7-minute miles, rolling to. I was like, I feel nothing. I feel
Yeah.
incredible. And then I emailed you.
Yeah. I got that email.
And
Yeah.
then in my head I was like, man, I hope you're not periodizing the wrong time right now. Like, why are you
Yeah.
feeling so good right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Save it for race day. So, anyways, yeah, those are the nuances in training that I think is so interesting, because to your point, we tend to romanticize these training blocks like it should be a man. It's all over the place because
Yeah.
you have life stressors that confound how you feel that day, morning, night, HRV, maybe good now, maybe terrible, in the afternoon because of the stress levels at work, so forth and so on. So I think, yeah. Uh, but I think to your credit, I'm very impressed with how I'm just impressed with how responsive you are. It's like first I was like, does this guy rest? Because I was like, it's
Yeah.
like Sunday. Does he text back on Sunday? You
Yep.
know, yes, yes, he does. So it's like the psychology is you don't necessarily just have a coach. You also, I think both you and I have backgrounds in psychology.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
actually a clinician. I did a master's on psychology, but I never really practiced like you did. But it's like really nice not just to have someone give you a training plan,
Mhm.
but there's a human on the other end assessing you on a longitudinal basis.
Yeah.
And and on that basis, you're no matter what, you have a feeling as to how I'm progressing
Yep.
versus I'm not sure that feeling can be achieved with Strava or Strava Pro or like I just don't know, how accurate. So uh, I think it's not just training plans, it's not just psychology, it's not just chats every day. It's like this all-encompassing uh, circle of non-tangible, tangible things that keep someone like myself engaged in what I love most, other than my family, doing startups, is
Mhm.
is being able to share these are very intimate
Sure.
agendas.
Yeah.
Like
I'll,
I'm
I'll I'll try to put this succinctly. I haven't formalized this thought process all that well, I suppose, but I teased this out from years of working with my mentor, who I'm fortunate enough to have taught me everything I know, and we worked a lot in the high performance world, and we both always agreed that it doesn't matter whether you're trying to make an Olympic team or you're trying to make a BQ or you're trying to run your first race. Like running for a lot of people has this special place as like a goal, lifestyle, running practice, whatever you want to call it. And when you hire a coach, you're giving them that goal, right? And how often in life do we say to someone outside of maybe our intimate partner or our relationships, here's my goal, I'm going to give it to you and I need
mm-hmm.
your support with it,
Yeah.
right? And so I've always took that charge and that idea where it's like, if somebody's giving me that goal, I have a responsibility to show up for that person, for that goal in terms of what it is they're doing. And so there's obviously a business side to this. I'd be like an idiot, like, oh, I just do this for the people. Like, there is a business side. Everybody recognizes if you're paying a coach, it's a service in the same way you pay your physio, your chiro, whatever. But I try to actually treat it as if I'm working with a person and their goals rather than you're paying me X, I give you Y, right? So rather than that like purely transactional piece, it's like, how can this be transformational for the athlete? And I say this to athletes all the time, like, I want you to have the information. So if one day you move on and you don't require my service, you don't want them, you need to take a break or whatever, you have information because we've talked so much that you can make those audibles, you can make those plans for yourself. And so it's really fun when people trust me with that goal, and that's why I love communicating. It's not work to me to be like 8 o'clock on a Sunday responding to people's long runs and stuff. It's like, I actually like that piece because I'm getting to communicate with a bunch of people who have trusted me with their goals, who love what they're doing. That's a blast.
Yeah.
I'm lucky.
Yeah, we definitely love what we're doing. You can't there's no I mean yeah, it's so if your choice is and you love running, you're like, hey, I'm on a budget. We're all on budgets, right? Especially
Yeah.
family. So it's like, all right, do I get the Frappuccino in the morning for $6? Which is $6 these days, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't drink it, but I'm just trying to cite a
Yeah.
reference most people can relate to. Or do I invest it in something I really love daily? And what the reward, there's no risk, the reward is just net positive, right? There's no sugar in this drink, it's not going to kill you. So I think people oftentimes, and I've been in this world for a while and observed a lot of relationships in coaching and what it's like it's it's really important to find the right coach for you.
Agreed. Yep.
That's it. It's a discovery process, and not every coach is going to be your style, and not every client's going to be your style.
Mhm.
So I think it's really healthy for people to explore. What do I like? But give your coach. I think it's fair to give everybody one full block, or even two, because this stuff takes time. It really does. It's not an elixir. It's not a pill you take it and you're it
Right.
is a human, yeah. That's my
It's
10 cents on this, yeah.
it's interesting. I tell people oftentimes I'm not the one running the miles for you. So right, so you have to be the one to decide that this is the type of coach, this is the type of programming that I want. The thing that I will tell you, I will be there. I'll be your cheerleader and your harshest critic when needed, because you need both sides of the coin. Otherwise, the currency of being the cheerleader gets devalued if you're not willing to also be the critic when things need to be changed, right? And so I think for a lot of people, you're correct. Like finding a coach that fits what you're looking for, right? And it can be hard, but there's so many coaches out there now, like that are doing good stuff. There's coaches that are doing bad stuff, like every profession, there's good and bad. But I think if you find that person that values aligns, style aligns, communication aligns, all those type of things, it's gonna break your running practice and your goals that much better, more achievable, whatever kind of output you want to look to it. So it's honestly, I think I said this in one of my videos that just came out this week. The best part of this whole YouTube experience, I'm not a social media guy. If you go on my social media, like collaborative post, I don't run my social media. um I don't do social media, but like literally getting people commenting about their journey, about like marathons and what they're trying to do and accomplishment and the questions where they're trying to chase their goals. That is the best friggin' part of this whole thing. Like I'll keep doing it because of that, because it's alive.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really joyful to see it. There's two, there's three finish lines that we share this kind of sensation, right? The Ironman, cut off at midnight where everyone's
Yeah,
got, coming through. That's a special moment. Western States finishing under 30 hours. BQ is another one. And I'm sure and I'm sure I'm not citing other major accomplishments like finishing your first marathon or
sure. Yeah,
sub four, all these, you get to witness all that. I mean, that brings a lot of joy in your life,
totally.
That's really good. That's like good energy, positive energy. And I think
It's
that, yeah, that's a
I was
special.
gonna say it's so special. There's a couple weekends a year that I love because there's a density of races,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I'm fortunate to coach lots of people that are doing races all over the world and such. And so there's a couple of these weekends like in the fall, or a couple week span in the fall in particular, where it's like every weekend is like boom, 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 boom. And that's one of the reasons why I've started interviewing athletes like you, because it's like there is something so cool to like, I think maybe it's just because I'm a nerd, maybe nobody else will like this, but seeing athletes like achieve that goal and hearing about it. Like I just think that's the coolest thing in the world, because there's so many of us chasing this stuff, and like
Oh,
even if you pick up a tidbit from it, but that contagious feeling of athletes achieving something. Like most of us get in this sport because we're challenging ourselves. We want to see our limits. We want to explore how good we can be. We're competitive, whatever it is, right? And so to see that that's alive and well in so many of us, I think is beautiful.
and yeah, and also to urge people, like, I visit running stores every week.
Mm-hmm.
Every
Yep.
week, I'm with a running store, and every running store has their default coach, their default group,
Yep.
their default this. And I think not, you get to it, this is the old, like, I'm a Gen Xer, right? It's like you
Okay.
show up, there's one coach, everyone does what the coach does. It
Yep.
doesn't matter you're female, male, young, old, silver, like doesn't matter, you just fall. Well, I don't think that's the right way. I
Yep.
think coaching's individualized. You can get a general premise. Maybe that coach showing up at that run store is correct for A, C, D, and Z,
Yep.
but
Or getting
there
people into it.
or
Yeah.
getting people into it, which is the most remarkable. And we should praise that individual, because a lot of times they sacrifice their salaries, and a lot of times
Mhm.
they don't even want your money. They just want to
Yeah,
help you.
absolutely. They're so giving. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so giving. But if you want to have that individualized experience, it's like take the time, find a person that you think's right with for you, test it out. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. And then try somebody like I think it's a journey. And sometimes I think it's also healthy to say, oh, at that period in time, that coach was not right for me. Well, maybe this coach is right for me now. You know what I mean? And I think that's a healthy way. This is kind of how I've evolved in looking at coaching is, but I wanted to work with a Canadian. I have very good, my friends, I have great friends that are Canadian. That was really the trigger. I'm like, Canadian? And with your accolades, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll work with this guy, plus you have the
We're great people.
psychology. This, you guys really are. I'm being I mean,
Yeah.
being genuine about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I
Have nothing
appreciate
but
that.
great experiences. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Not to
so
say
on
Americans aren't good. I'm just saying
that,
my
yeah, yeah.
my style res my style fits a little bit better with Canadians sometimes. Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you that because if we can segue here to some of the entrepreneurship stuff, because a lot of those connections, like meeting Canadians and such, has been through some of your entrepreneurship. And
Yeah.
what do you see? Like, I'm very entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've said this publicly before, but when I was 22 or 23, I purchased a pizza franchise for my family. So it's equivalent of a Domino's for the American listeners, kind of thing. It's our Canadian version. It's much crappier, I can say that. But and I definitely would say I failed at that for sure. Like looking back on it, like I mean, nobody at 23, they should not have given it to me at 23. I was an idiot for sure. But I think there's a lot of parallels between entrepreneurship and distance running. Namely the first one being delayed gratification, right? Like you have to do a whole bunch of things to hope that things go well, really, right? Like we take calculated risks and such. But what do you see as the parallels, or what strengths do you pull on
You
as
have
a serial entrepreneur, I should probably say,
I am
that's
serial.
helped you with running?
I am serial. I'm a true entrepreneur. I wear that proudly. Uh, I fail every day. I fail more than I succeed. The ratio is probably 9 to 1.
Yep.
For every 9 failures, I may have one glimpse of success, and it's devastating because I don't live a 9 to 5 life and I fail. I fail for a living. That's what entrepreneurship is, failing for a living, and then getting up, picking yourself back up. A lot of times your wife helps you. I have a great wife.
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
She's like, hey man, da, da, da. Like we all need a cheerleader. Now it's
Yep.
my daughter. For my 50th, she made me this. It's
Yeah.
called a stress reliever. Man, it works well.
Yeah.
So, and the parallel is simple. I think I tried to BQ like 8 times.
There's your 9 and 1. Yeah,
That
right
nine
there.
and
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
There you go. I started many companies, failed, and I have a. But I think through failure you learn,
Mhm.
like pacing, how to find the right coach, finding the right mentor, right business partners. It's all collaborative.
Yeah.
And I think I'm at a place right now, at least with a few of my uh, businesses that I'm doing right now. First, you have to love it. First, you
Yeah.
have to love it. You have to believe in what you're uh, entrepreneuring for. Like for me, I'm sharing the best organic tea on the planet right now with my peers in the running industry. And I know Kenyans drink it. I know Sherpas drink it. I know I drink it. I know it's good for health. So I feel very motivated to do it. It's not going to sell like Morton. It's
Yeah.
not the race days, but it's good for you. So I feel very proud to do that and share that with runners. So, and I also, as you become a father, you need that reflection to be positive for your children.
Mhm.
So, and I think that gives me that motivation to kind of fall down, get up, keep going. But at the end of the day, the motivation of serial entrepreneurship comes from failure. because you're just like, I can do it. I know I can do it. I know I can get that. But it's like you go out, it's like, and business is not that you go home and sleep. Business is you fail,
Yeah.
you owe money, or you run out of money and you have to raise more capital. You have to keep going, and it's true for everyone. Whether you're, uh, I know, you know, the the it, like Amazon, right?
Yep.
Amazon. If you go to, I believe, www.resilient.com, it leads you to Amazon.com.
That's hilarious.
What does that tell you? You
Yeah.
have to be resilient, but you have to pick the right lane, right? You don't want to be a resilient person doing harm to the
Oh,
world. So but the parallels are fall down, get up, keep going. The wins in serial entrepreneurship, like running, is bittersweet. You taste, I think, like BQ, like that moment when you BQ, wow, wow, right? And then next day it's like back to work.
back to normal.
It's
Yeah.
like, it's like, yeah.
Let me ask you this, because this is something I've had asked of me, and I think, and I'm not trying to say like I've had this horrible go of things. Everybody's had struggles throughout their lives, right? It's the most common thing across humanity is suffering, really, right?
It's a constant. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I had somebody ask me this a couple of years ago. They said, how do you keep like trying things and building things and doing things? I wasn't sure how to answer it. And I want to see if maybe you think this way too. And I eventually came up with the answer of, I don't know how and I don't know why, but I have this feeling that I'll figure it out, win, lose, or draw. Does that resonate with you? Like, you've got far more experience in this world, like this domain, than I do. But
that only means I failed more than you in building
fair
businesses.
enough.
They, I'm not sure how to answer that question completely, but I can tell you circumstantially, like you can sit here and not take risks
Sure.
and live out a peaceful life, watch your sugar intake, do your step counting, and have a very peaceful life, work for someone 5 to 9, no, sorry, 9 to 5, and do the weekend things and be on a system. What it boils down to, Brant, out of my years and years of introspection, genetics and personality. I
Yeah.
was born this way.
Yeah.
I really was born this way. I've always just wanted to do my own business. So I used to think I'm better this way. You're not. It's just like, hey, this isn't for everybody. Neither is 9 to 5. So
Yep.
pick the lane that you find some level of comfort in, but don't be too comfortable, because comfort doesn't build progress, in my
Yep.
my opinion.
Yeah.
You have to have challenges in life. And for me, that's building companies and running. For other people, and I see this, is and I see this and I admire this, is they spend a lot of time with their children, making their children the 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 success of their life.
Sure.
Put a lot of stress on the children, but
Mhm.
but if you take that judgment off, it's like takes a lot of patience, takes a lot of dedication to be a good parent, to get your kids to these incredible schools. I'm not sure I'm doing that part of the bargain. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I sure know my kids can go to school and say, running is something that is not foreign to them, and I know that, at some point, that what I do on a daily basis will rub off on them, so that they're like, oh yeah, dad runs every day, and maybe there's something to it when they're 20.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it's people like you and I who are more entrepreneurial. Let's just own it,
Mhm.
deal with it, enjoy it, and then uh find ways to keep a healthy relationship with it. And I think that's hard, right? Because it's so intense. You know, if you look back on our splits, like as a 50-year-old, you're running 7.5 minute miles for 26 miles. that's intense. I remember reflecting on running that pace when I was in my 30s, and that was intense. So it's like finding your cohort of friends, coaches, family that you can share the journey with is important to why you do this every day, right? Because at the end of the day, when you accomplish something, Brent, it's like you want to tell your wife, like,
Yeah,
I'm not like first person I called was my wife
yeah.
when I BQ, like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And then second thing is like I want to share this moment with my coach because I thought you would feel good, I would feel good, like we're
yeah,
both good.
absolutely. Yeah, for
So
sure.
yeah, and I think that those parallels are in running, especially for people like us, which we like hard goals and we like to strive for them. But they exist in everyday life, minute by minute. Like the parent right now taking their kids every day to school to drop that, dude, that's a marathon. I
Mm.
have two. Some people have three, four, and they're on their own system. Doesn't make us any better than them, any worse than them. It just we have different passions in life. And that's what I think makes this world such a unique, wonderful place, right? If everybody liked running, there would be a
Yeah,
problem
pretty
too.
boring. Yeah,
Dude, that would be a problem too, right? So I don't know if I answered your question directly, but that's kind of my introspection. Um,
yeah. No,
that's
I
far.
appreciate it. I think I've always thought, no matter what it is, business, relationship, school, work, running, whatever, you get out of it what you put into it, and sometimes we struggle with the trade-off equation. So like I believe that everything is a trade-off. If I'm trading to
Yes.
run, it's time that I'm trading from business with my wife, with my
Yes.
family, whatever, right?
Yes.
And but I think what happens is a lot of the time we just look at that surface level trade-off. I'm running right now and I could be doing this. And it's like, okay, in this exact moment, for these 60 minutes, you're absolutely correct, right? But I know that some of my best ideas and my best, like, I got to figure out this conversation that my wife and I are having, or, my clients are having, or whatever, it comes from those 60 minutes of running. And if you were to actually write down the trade offs and what you're getting from this, right? Like, at least for me, that's where I can justify the trade off on it. And I think that's what entrepreneurs, like serial business starters, do all the time. If I can do this, and I get to this, and I help these people, and I make a market or increase a market or a buyout at the end, whatever the end goal is, right? It's the same thing. And I think that's what's like why you see so many uh, business people, leaders, entrepreneurs coming to running, because they get so much out of that value. Like the 60 minutes isn't just my heart rate was zone 2 for 60 minutes.
No.
It's boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 all these things they get. Would you
I,
agree?
I, I, do I agree? I can't, I couldn't, I don't know how to describe this to people. It's
Yeah.
like a metrodome. The last 7 minutes of my run, some brilliant ideas comes to my head. It's like, oh, that's how you solve it. Oh, and that would not have come at
Yeah.
minute 33, 34, 35. Remember I texted you one time? I'm like,
Yeah.
sometimes you just have to run more than 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you take that idea and you like hold on to it. Sometimes it goes away, sometimes it doesn't. But guess what? It'll be there again tomorrow. So there's this moment of clarity that you get towards the tail end of the run. It's not dopamine per se, it's clarity.
It's clarity.
And
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it's clarity. And just to bring that back to the BQ real quick, it's like I
Yeah.
didn't listen to music the entire way until about 6 miles 17. I used it as a reward mechanism.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, going back to that is like it's so important to understand that to Fleet Feet, what they call, like I was in their office, like running changes
Yeah.
everything. It
Yeah.
for me, it changed everything. And it's the gift that keeps giving back to you. Okay, you're gonna have injuries, but you and I both know, hey, you play basketball, you're gonna have injury. You play soccer,
Any
yeah, you
sport.
play ping pong, any
Yeah.
but dexterity builds off of consistency.
Yeah.
Dexterity. So you have to build that base layer of dexterity over years. I've been running since 2010, It's been 16 years. And I remember shin splints, pain. Like I got all that. But I run 7 days a week. I have no knee pain. Fingers crossed. But
Yeah.
there, I'm sure with everything, there's use, there's wear down, everything. So you
Yeah.
have to pick where you want to wear your body down. I prefer to wear my body down in running because I get the best bang for my buck wearing down my body that way. And I think that's something that everyone has to put into their own judgment. Yeah, is ultra running a little extreme? Yeah, yeah, but yeah, it could be. Yeah, but I feel healthy. I am healthy, and I think that's another piece of the puzzle that oftentimes people don't quite understand is when you're 50 years old and you can feel how I feel, you would want it. You can't
Yeah.
buy it. Just you cannot buy it. You can't go to Shopify and click, I want this, vroom, and then you get, no, this is just years and years of consistency, getting at 4 or 5, and then doing the run, sharing it with group runs, or, that consistency pays out. There is no shortcut in life, is my point. Like building a business, the parallel is there's no such thing as, oh yeah, I got a 3-year plan. The exit's gonna
Yeah.
be,
Good luck.
if it's
Yeah.
not a 10, 15-year endeavor, good luck, man. Those time horizons for return on investment. Anyone that thinks it's like a short term process is greatly mistaken. You know.
It's funny. What's that? I believe the quote slash joke is, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him your plan.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
yeah,
And I think I get this all the time with the runners saying, so what's the plan for the next 3 months? And I was like, I can tell you what the plan for the next week is, but I don't know. You're
yeah,
going to get sick. You're going to have
yeah,
family stuff. You're going to have travel. You're going to
yeah,
not respond well.
yeah.
And I think that's where it's tough for a lot of us, is we like that control piece, right? We want it. Here's the plan. What is it? And I think when you failed a lot, as we both described, we have. I'm very open when I talk to my athletes about that. I failed too. It opens you up to understand and see the nuance a little bit more, and not be as like, oh my god, I have to hit to be successful. It's like there's going to be, like we talked about, you had one flow state run, but you're up and down throughout an entire build. And I think that's a super valuable lesson for people, especially if they're high in trait neuroticism when they get into running, which is a lot of people.
Hmm. Yeah, I think in running, there's so many parallels. Like you almost like in mile 21, 22, you're very careful. You're like, take it easy. 23 may
Yeah.
not be good. 23 may not be good. There's no guarantees. There's no
Yeah.
guarantees. There is, however, if you are comping, same feeling, same feeling body, that if you're well trained, you don't have to go to the well the way
Mm.
that you see it on YouTube, like dig hard, do this.
Right.
Get like, dude, take it easy, man. Like, just get in the miles, finish the race. You're not gonna have to dig that deep. I think that's a really important note.
Yeah.
It's like, I appreciate David Goggins. I get it. I get all that. You know, I get all that, but I can think it doesn't need to be that kind of suffering
Yeah.
to
Well, it's
BQ.
not sustainable. It's
No.
great to get you active. I think the best thing David Goggins has done is probably given people direction to get into movement. Um, but if you want something that's sustainable, and you can see this even in his career path, he's had multiple periods where he's been down and out,
Yeah.
surgeries, years, months without racing. It's not a sustainable way to do it. And I think oftentimes, if you think about what's best for the future, you'll figure out what's best for the short term. So what's good in the long term is good in the short term. And if we lead that way and we think that way about our running, it causes us to probably make better decisions on the day rather than making those short term decisions that we maybe cathartically feel like we need that day.
Yeah. I'll give credit where credit is due. David Goggins, Audible, 2 books on my phone. I
Yep.
use it sometimes. Sometimes
Yep.
where I'm like, man, Goggins could do it. It's
Yeah.
like you need that kind, but some days you need a more therapeutic approach. Some
Yep.
days you need it. So I think it's not binary life. Life isn't binary, right? It's so different every day. So it's like how you adjust to how you feel, how fast you run, has parallels to how you live your life. Like some days I drink more tea, some days I drink less tea. There are days, and I tell people, if I got 2 hours of sleep, and I'm on a jet like, and I need to be awake, maybe I'm taking espresso that day. You know what I mean? So it's like pick your tools. You have different tools in the toolbox, long run, slow run, this coach, family. Like I think the trick to life is using these tools at the right moment to make yourself, feel like you can comprehend what you're doing at that moment, and being present at that moment, I think is something that I'm constantly learning, Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Well, probably a good place to wrap up. I appreciate you
Hey,
taking the time, man. It's been great to celebrate this milestone with you, and can't wait to see what we do at
it's
Western States.
yeah, Western States in June. Let's see what we can do. Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna go after the medal.
yeah. We gotta get the right color this time.
Oh, it's gonna be hard. This will be a few. I believe we will get there. I believe we will get there at some point. In this type of
Awesome.
training block, I believe it.
Right on. Let's roll, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, we are back. It's been a few months since the three of us sat down to chat. Novs, how you doing today?
Good, good. I couldn't believe that Brant said, "Hey, you want to chat at 1 p.m. today?" After we talked each other's ear off for a whole car drive home. So yeah, a lot of time together, but I think that makes up for the months apart. So yeah.
Well, let's not bury the lead. Let's just start right with the big news. What happened yesterday? What did you do?
Yeah, I ran 209 24. I almost would say 45, but 24.
Don't say that.
And let's see. I've almost been like wondering if there's something that was off or something that was like, yeah, that like something must have gone wrong. Or like the course was short, but yeah, that happened, and yeah, still trying to sort of come down from that at this point.
And where did this all go down? Where did you run this 209.24?
Yeah. So yeah, we went down to Rockland, New York, which is like very sort of a smaller county, just outside of New York City. Enjoyable time. We stayed in some very enjoyable hotels. But yeah, the run community really came out for that one. And yeah, it was a pretty small race, only a couple hundred competitors. They had the Saturday race, which is like breaking three, and then the Sunday race was the micro TQ. So mainly targeted towards, people that are trying to get that Olympic trials qualifier. And then they let in, whoever else as well. Bunch of pacers. It's a looped marathon course, so that's the pretty distinct thing. It's not 9 laps of the full lake. There's one shorter lap and then 8 smaller laps. And yeah, everyone just kind of lines up in a string, and we all just kind of run the best tangent that we can, and got the best conditions, especially on the Sunday. I know
Mhm.
you guys had some athletes on the Saturday as well, but yeah, the Sunday was pretty spectacular, and I think just like the whole experience, start to finish, it's very low key. The energy is very different than like a regular big city marathon. But it was cool just to see the people competing, and I could tell like a lot of people were navigating their first time having bottles and all that stuff. So there's lots of like interesting takeaways in and outside of my performance, like that I really enjoyed seeing, and so yeah.
Yeah, so maybe I'll ask this first question to Brant and then you can hop in after their nods. But the last time we talked, you were coming off of a 2:12:28, if I remember correctly, at the Marathon Project. So another looped course. What made you guys select the McCurdy Micro OTQ as the next place to take a swing for knobs, Brant? What was your thought process as the coach?
If I'm honest, it was Knobs. So when we first chatted about this, he had thrown it out there. We saw what Justin, another Canadian, did there last year to win the race. And I was like, I don't know, man. You're in Ottawa. Everything's been on the treadmill. Like nobody ever. Like if you go back to like the 20s and the 2010s, like no Canadian in Ontario has done a spring marathon like that. And I was like, man, the likelihood that you're going to run like 211, 210 off of treadmill when like none of these guys ever have is like quite low. But then we were like, okay, well, it fits. It'll give us a chance to try a couple different things. So like, why don't we give it a go? And so there's a idea or quote that I keep going back to since this race, since the second lap of this race, actually, this past weekend. And I think it goes for what we're talking about here with the idea of doing this race. Is there's a famous Bill Bowerman quote from the movie Without Limits, where he was talking to Steve Prefontaine. And if you've seen it, you know it's not the nicest way he puts it forward. I'm trying to put it forward a little bit nicer. But he says there's such a thing as overcoaching, and I'm against it. And so Nobbs made some compelling points. You know, we decided to do it. And then if I flash forward to lap 2, and I'll bury the lead a little bit, or I'll unbury the lead a little bit, he went out. We'd agreed upon 14:49 for full laps. And his second lap of the race, so just shy of 3 miles, was 14:20. So 10 seconds a mile too fast at marathon pace. We run like 450 miles. And I was just like, hey, don't overdo it. Like, he's feeling something. Let's go. And so it was really, you know, him. We knew the course was good. Like, both of you guys ran Project 13.1 there last year. So there was some familiarity to it. We saw what Justin did. The weather's traditionally good. The course is great. And so we were hoping for some depth at the 210, 211 that never materialized, which actually is probably for the best. But that's really why we chose this course. And I think we're probably both glad we did, despite everything. So,
yeah. I was going to say, Nobbs, is there anything you would add to that as to why you chose McCurdy Micro? Anything that Brant didn't touch upon about what stood out to you about this course and the way, in particular, it's organized? And
Yeah. Well, you know, when I chatted with Kyle, and he just like, oh, like, I don't know, he called me very blue collar. I don't know if that was because I was, you know, working out at, you know, community gyms, or just because of like my like perspective on the marathon. I think to Americans, they just understand like, oh, like, why would you not do Boston or something like that? It's like, okay, well, Boston's not a certified course. And I think Grandma's is point to point too. So
yeah.
yeah, we wouldn't do something like Grandma's either. Also, both of those have interesting courses, or they've had interesting weather the last couple of years too. So it's pretty variable. So I think it's like, if we're going to shoot our shot, we want something that's a bit more guaranteed. I think the other option that we had talked about was Rotterdam, to go over there, but I still haven't done like a marathon just doing international travel, and I'm like, you know, I could do it. I'm just sort of uncertain of like how you would go over, how many days you would go over. You know, it's a bit more costly. I think right now, like, I'm not just ready for that. And so yeah, this was just like a more reliable option that I knew I could count on. And Rotterdam, in terms of the field, it's like, okay, they might give you bibs and bottles. I think they did reply to me saying they'd give me bibs and bottles, but there's just a gap in terms of like a bunch of guys running 205, 206, and then there's a crap ton of guys, or like there's a sparse amount of guys running like 212, 213 each year in the results page. So it's kind of weird that there's a gap there. And so I would have just paid a ton more money to go to a course that may have more variable weather and technically a slower course, and maybe run slower. So yeah, that was sort of like me like looking at everything, and I don't know, looped course, big major marathon, whatever. I'm just trying to get a time.
yeah, for sure. And Brant, you sort of touched upon this, but in terms of the race execution, what was the plan going in, and where did you as the coach notice maybe that plan going a different direction, or Nobbs adapting on the fly? So walk everyone through that.
Yeah, well, I'll back it up first, and I want to be clear before I make the statement. Like, there was no fault on the organizers of this. We were told going in there was another athlete who was chasing to 11:30. You and I, Elena, show up on Friday to go for a course jog. We run into James, you know, and say, hey, you know, we're with, you know, Thomas Nobbs, we're here to run. And he's like, well, how fast are you looking to run? I was like, oh, like 210 high, 211 kind of thing. He goes, oh, well, the other guys dropped out. I was like, oh, crap. Okay, well, that'll be fun. So, you know, we came back, we told Nobbs at dinner. And then really the night before we started looking at, okay, 211:30 pace. We were talking about this. We don't think many people did this, but we actually did it via lap splits, like laps of the course, including the shorter loop, because both your guys' feedback last year doing that was that the watches didn't measure well. And so I knew that like James was probably correct that the mile markers were right, but if the watch was all over the place, I didn't want Nobbs like second guessing. Fast forward, he was second guessing, but for the best reason possible. But so we went with lap splits, and so I think we had like I can't remember the first lap, but I think it was supposed to be 13:50 or 13:55 or something like that. And then the remaining laps were going to be 14:49, and that would run to 11:30 pace. And so we put that forward the night before. We screenshot, sent to them, so he had them. He knew what he was trying to do. And we get out there. We've got Merber out there who runs the first 4 mile, like bang on to 11:30 pace. I think you guys were 2 seconds under, I think, at a lap, but bang on. And so then Merber dropped out at 4 miles. That was the last time Nobbs had someone. And he comes through the next, like the first full loop at 14:20. And I was like, oh, that's pretty quick. And so we both kind of were like, hey. And, I trust him implicitly. He's like, I'm good. Like, he's like, I'm nose breathing. This is great. So I was like, okay. So that was kind of how we came up with the plan. And then we took it and effectively threw it in the trash for the best reasons possible.
Very early on.
Very, like, literally 4 miles into the marathon. Yep.
So Nobbs, from your perspective, how did those first 4 miles play out, and what were you feeling in your body as you were executing the first part of the race?
Yeah. I think I don't know. I was feeling pretty good, during warm up and stuff like that. I think when we started out, I was like, just you play a bit of a comparison game of like, oh, I felt this electric, this ecstatic. This is how my legs felt in the first 100 meters of this other marathon. So I guess Marathon Project is like pretty fresh in my mind. Some of them, my legs felt tired. It was just like kind of like there was just like, oh, there's a little bit of, it almost felt like a little bit of rust that had suddenly appeared before warm up. I think it was just us standing there in the cold. And then because it was starting at -2, so I knew that like there was all these factors that I was just like constantly weighing in my head where I was like, oh, it's -2, but that means maybe that's why my legs feel like this, or I just need a couple laps to warm up into it. And so I just kept like canceling out different variables in my head and just being like, okay, we're just gonna go with this. First 4 miles felt okay. I think after that first lap and coming through with the right split, I was happy. When Kyle split off, I think we'd already gotten one bottle. And so, I think one of those bottles might have been a caffeine bottle. And so I was just like a little excited. But yeah, I don't know. I was just kind of moving, the way I felt like I would move if I was doing, a regular workout on my own. And just kind of, took it from there.
Yeah, so would you say you were leaning more into like, I mean, you knew the lap splits that you guys had predetermined ahead of time, but would you say you were leaning more into like your perceived effort and just like the feedback your body was giving you on the day?
Yeah, 100% perceived effort. I think I usually just try to match effort and breathing. And if I can keep like a certain rhythm of breathing, I know it's well within like threshold or a very comfortable tempo pace. That second lap was probably pushing it a little bit, so I'm good. I'm glad I backed off from that. But I think from then on, it was like bang on the right effort, and I was like, okay, well, I'm definitely holding back at this point. We're running 14:30s per lap, and I'm holding back. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna keep holding that in general. And the bike guy was like, he wasn't in front of me to draft the win. Like he was 5, 8, 10 meters ahead at different intervals. So there was nothing that I was really getting from him. I guess in this yo-yo of like 5 to 10 meters, like eventually we found some sort of rhythm and stuff like that. And he'd check on me, and I guess it was almost like this untold game of support when we were out there in like the back half, and I didn't really see anyone. But yeah, just trying to find different cues to find a rhythm. I even like 250 meters or 200 meters before I came through on the lap split, I was just like finding this box, and I was like, okay, this box is, I've been hitting this at like 13:20 or 13:27. So it was almost just like these random things that I was picking up on. It's a lot of time to be alone. So I was just thinking of random things to stay engaged and hopefully get some kind of anchor. And I think if this was alone on a non-looped course without you guys there to see that feedback, I probably would have like lost it a bit. But yeah.
It's interesting. Sorry, I'll just add now for everybody for the splits. I have them on my phone here, except for the last lap because we were busy going nuts waiting for him to come in. But the first lap was 12:56 for the short lap, 14:21, 14:28, 14:34, 14:38, 14:39, 14:39. Like when you brought it back, it just dialed in, right? And
Yeah.
I remember one time you came through And I was kind of like, "You're good," and you're like, "This is me holding back," and everybody was like laughing because you literally said that out loud as you were
Oh, I didn't know
race. But
that.
yeah. I don't know if you remember that, but it was hilarious. We were standing. I think Elena has it on
I think I
video
have it in
actually,
video.
where you're like, "This is me holding back," and I'm like, "Just go, dude. Let's go." So, yeah, no, it was pretty cool. So that's the splits for any split nerds out there that want to go do the math on 2.955 miles or whatever the heck it was.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
and I think sorry, just adding on to that too. Like I think it was almost like because I knew that this was going to be sort of like a solo effort, and that obviously when I start, like you never know who you're racing
Mm.
against. Like there's tons of talented guys. Second place ran 2:12, which is like
Yeah,
really damn
phenomenal.
fast.
Big PR. Yeah.
Yeah, so like you never know, but like when I did know that it was a solo effort, it's almost like sort of reducing the pressure. Like I think the night before when we were chatting, it's like, okay, well, we still wanted to get another marathon in this spring to get more experience. So like, even if I go out and fail epically, like we're getting something from this day. I think in some ways it reduce that pressure and reduce the stress and that sort of like high anxiety feeling on the day where you do something like extra stupid. But I think it was just nice to just go with the flow even when the splits were off. I just kind of run it because this was for experience even if I did blow up. So yeah.
yeah, and my question for you, Brant, was going to be like, obviously, looped course, we see him every between 14 and 15 minutes. So we're getting pretty constant feedback on how he's feeling, what his splits are, what his pace excuse me. When did you, from like a coaching perspective, kind of know like, oh damn, like this might be a special day, right? Like were you more nervous at first and then it turned to excitement just, based on the splits, or what was that like from your perspective?
It's a really tough question because it yo-yos. Like I've been fortunate in my career to be a part of a lot of national championships, individual championships, kids running Canadian records and stuff. And I don't know if you ever know in the marathon until like 15, 20 minutes to go. And so like I remember, I think I said to Elena after that first lap, that 14:20, I was like, he's either on or this is gonna get really ugly solo. And because like it's like you're like 20 minutes in. I'm like, dude, you got like 2 hours, give or take more, right? And so, but I think as you interacted every 14 and a half minutes with me, and I think when we got to lap 6 of 9, I was like, this is going to be a special day. Because I was like, I know Tom enough to know he doesn't blow up big, right? Like Philly was the only one, but that was a lot of surging in the hills and the wind. But like Toronto, he doesn't fade. Marathon Project, he doesn't really fade, right? So it's like, I know him and I know the volume he's going to do. And then it just started becoming like a matter of how fast he could go. Because I'm like doing the math and I'm like, hey, average pace is like 209 low, but if he's like slowing down to like 1438 consistently, like what's that going to equal at the end? And I remember talking to James, I think when you went on to your last lap, and I was like, this could be anywhere from like 209.10 to 209.25, depending on what goes on in that backstretch. And so I think it wasn't until we saw him, I think we first heard people cheering like 200 yards up from the finish. And then you're looking at the clock and you're like, oh my God, it's 208 high. Like this is going to be 209 low, 209 mid, where you start to like breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. Cause it's like, we would see him for like 30 seconds and then you're waiting 14 minutes. You're like, okay, hope he's still got it. I hope he's still going, right? Like he got his bottles. Like we're coming against lap people. Like hopefully nobody steps out in the wrong way. Like as a coach, your mind starts going through all these crazy things that could do it. But it was probably around lap 6 when I saw him. I was like, oh, dude's got like 30, 40 minutes left. Like he's not going to break now. He's not going to break. And so it was just a matter of like, how fast can he go? And Elena, you probably saw this. Like my whole demeanor shifted, I think, when we had to like 3 laps to go with him, where it was more so like, hey, you're good, checking in, everything's good, to like, this is what you can do right now. Like I want you to know this so you can go and attack it. But in the marathon, you never know. Like it's so like I've coached track, I've coached cross, where you can kind of like tell, when somebody's like on a heater and rolling. But in the marathon, sometimes is like, as special as it was, like the marathons clapped back so many times when everybody looked special to like 30, 35K kind of thing, 20 miles. And so I think it was really like that last lap when they were starting to set up the finish and we were talking to James, like, hey, can we go in here? Can we do all this so we could like be there for it? Where like, I think everybody was starting to realize that this was something really special. And so it was still like, even, because you were standing there, Elena, but we were both kind of just like, oh my God, like this needs to be over now so we can like make sure this is done. And so I'm sure Tom wanted it over way more than we did, but we were like, oh, can we just do this? So I don't really have an answer in terms of when I knew this was going to be the thing, but like I don't know how to describe it. Like just being a part of special days a bunch, it's like you kind of just get this feeling, but there's like this fear attached to the back end of it where you're like, I don't want this to screw up, but it's like it could be this really exciting thing, right? So I don't know. It's pretty awesome. I will say, like, I don't know if I don't know if it's to either of you guys since the race or something, but like I said, Kieran's indoor record when you were an undergrad, Tom, when you ran the 3K record, some of the individual championships, the officer championships, the university stuff, being on national team, all this stuff, like straight up. And this isn't just like to, blow smoke, but like this was probably the coolest thing I've ever been a part of coaching in person. Like 209.24, fourth fastest Canadian course record, like a big jump in an event that like you don't see big jumps like this at this stage, to be clear. Like lots of people improve 3 minutes in the marathon, but not 212 to 209. Yeah, special, super cool. I don't have much more to say about it, really.
To be clear, like that is the second big jump in a span of less than 4 months, right? So like this is marathon number 4 overall, Tom. So walk us through like even just like times progression. When was marathon number 1? What was the time? 2, 3, 4? Because you've had a pretty, I would say, like a pretty storied marathon experience so far.
Yeah, well, no, Brant, I appreciate that. I think if people go back to probably the first episode that we record just on your channel, they'll understand like when we started and how uncoachable I was to start with. So this is definitely your like 6.5 year, not guinea pig project, because obviously you understand the marathon. You've had great mentors and people you coached before in the marathon, but I'd say like a seven, almost a 7 year project getting to this point. And so yeah, definitely. I think that story arc or character arc too is definitely something special for me. Yeah, like just going back to what you're saying, just like the first marathon of Philly, that was probably like the most inconsistent like section of training that I've had in the last 5 years. But I remember Brant literally saying like 3 weeks before, it's like, hey, we don't have to do this. And I'm like, well, man, I trained like, the last 3.5 months trying to figure out this marathon thing. I might as well just do it. And I'm very glad I did because, each one after that was a lot sweeter. Toronto was, pretty great. I'd say like that reaffirmed me that I belonged. Um, and then running 212, I was like, okay, I can very much start to lean more in this. You're just looking for little bits of evidence so that you can lean more into this. You can take it seriously, or like tell yourself you can take it seriously, which is kind of stupid. It's like, why not just go all in from the start and just try to do your best? But we're looking for those little bits of evidence that we belong, that we deserve to keep doing this. It is sort of like a selfish pursuit. There's a lot of time spent out there, and I do train solo. But yeah, so 219 in Philly, 215 in Toronto, 212.27 in Arizona, and then 209.24 now. So
Yeah.
it's kind of cool because I remember talking with my dad, and I think it was like last year before I ran Marathon Project. He was like telling me about this guy, Andy Buchanan, who's an Australian marathoner. He's got a similar progression where he went something crazy 218 or something like that, and then cut down big chunks. And his PB now is like 206, which is unreal. But he's like, yeah, like this is very possible, and I think you could do it if you like apply yourself. And I was like, yeah, like that'd be amazing. But did not expect. I definitely expected to kind of sit around 211, 212 for a bit or something like that. So
In fairness, so did I.
yeah. Yeah. It's,
Yeah.
it's definitely a surprise getting to the stage.
One thing I'll add to that, like we were very deliberate when we moved up to the marathon early, and we talked about doing this a couple times to test it to see if this is a viable event for 2028. Like this very much was a well thought out, like not the exact races and the progression to be clear, but like if we try this and we find some early success, this is what we're going to target towards 2028. And so everything we've done is essentially been like, okay, how do we make the next logical step to get him into the best position possible, right? And so like this one for us was really like, can we get a 210, 211 to like affirm that marathon project to try and get him into a Chicago? Like that was literally what we had talked about for this, right? Even before the race driving down, we were like, hey, can we just get another one so we could try and bug the people in Chicago to like get you in kind of thing? And now we're like, hey, we should probably get in. So But that's really been, part of this. And I think when you look at marathoning, I find a lot of people just go, well, I can just jump in because I got a great half or a great 10 or whatever. I'm going to try it. But you have to be very methodical moving up to the marathon and how you do it, because the consistency that you've shown across your first four is pretty rare. But I think it's one, in large parts of the way you approach training, and two, in the part that we've been very diligent preparing our builds and taking swings as appropriate. So that way you had 3 marathons stacked already when you got an opportunity like this to be like, oh, I feel good. I'm gonna shoot my shot today, kind of thing. And so I think that's a really poignant thing for people like listening to, take heed of, really, is like, be very deliberate when you're doing this. I think you see a lot of people just take a shot at the marathon and go, hey, I think I'm in this shape, let's go. And then it doesn't work out. So yeah, I'm rambling a bit, but hopefully that makes sense, because I think it's an important point.
No, I think yeah, just adding to that, I like guys in my peer group, I don't need to call them out necessarily, but I definitely know guys that they had great marathons and then they tried to follow it up with maybe a championship or like another one like really soon after, or like kind of like this. And you get greedy, and sometimes like a bad marathon, even one or a couple, like a string of bad marathons, like that's kind of traumatizing.
Mhm.
Where they really, like, I know for a fact, like they're like, yeah, I need to go to Mexico for this family vacation, literally sit on a beach, do nothing, and then I'm gonna be so sick of not running that I'm gonna come back into it. And so obviously you don't want that, and it's kind of just like a game from now on of like who can be the most consistent every week, weekly mileage, yearly mileage, to keep getting better for that next Olympics or the Olympics afterwards. And so optimizing for consistency, but optimizing for enjoyment is definitely a big thing. So yeah, enjoyment is high right now, so hopefully we can keep that going.
Yeah.
And just based on like how close these last two builds were to one another, like the build for the marathon project and then the build here for McCurdy Micro, you already mentioned loosely like you did probably 99% of this build on the treadmill. Aside from being a very treadmill heavy build, was there anything else that you guys changed or tweaked from the marathon project build specifically to this one that maybe you didn't know at first, but allowed for that 3 minute jump from 212 to 209? Or what, how did those two builds differ?
Yeah, I'll let Brent take that one because he definitely came up with some very good new stuff.
Yeah, so we figured it would be a treadmill build, and I wanted to experiment a little bit with this one from more of my traditional approach to marathoning, like the longer tempos, the longer M pace sections. Like, to be clear, Knobs hasn't always done that, but that's probably been the meat of most of our builds, and we've added a little bit each time. And so we talked about this time doing a little bit more 5K pace, 10K pace, a little bit more in and out, kind of like above and under marathon pace. So stealing and taking from others we've seen, and some of the Canova stuff. And we really thought about it because we were like, I think at this level you do need to be a little bit faster. I think 210, 212, and 209 now is a different race than even 215, 220, 230. And I think one of the hidden benefits we got out of this treadmill build that I didn't really reflect on until when we were talking yesterday on the drive back was, I actually think, because you had to do so much of your stuff on the treadmill, it stopped you from hammering yourself as if you were on the road or the track for the speed sessions. And so I think that's actually like a really big saving grace in this build, because there was not a single workout across like under distance 5K, 10K work, marathon pace, in and out stuff where it was like he could run 209. Like, I think I said to both of you that I was like, I could see him running 210.50, right?
Mm.
Like, that would be a great day kind of thing. And I think the treadmill is something we might go back to now. It might suck because if you're in a fall build, you're going to be on the treadmill while it's sunny outside. But for some of those speed days, because I think it saves us a little bit. I think that's a little bit of the saving grace we got from that. Just knowing you as an athlete and how you would approach it, like, you're going to want to go out on the road and the track and like hammer to get the splits and kind of prove, right? Versus on the treadmill, it was like, well, it's in miles, and so we'll like just kind of set it and forget it, and hold on. And so I think that was a big piece for this one. I think just the volume wasn't any different, really. I think it even might have been a
Mm.
little bit less average than the marathon project, but there was a little bit more emphasis on a few more workouts in the build. In part, we did that because we were literally coming right off marathon project. You had a week where you were sick, literally coming out of the race. I don't know if we talked about that publicly yet, but you literally flew to Victoria back home the next day and was like having like hallucinations and fever on the plane because you were so sick. So we took most of that week off slash really easy jogging. I think we did a week or two of easy, and then we went into about a 10-week build on this one. And so the idea was, we know he's really fit. We just did a bunch of volume, a bunch of threshold, a bunch of marathon pace. We had a performance that was pretty close to indicative of what we thought he could do. And then it's like, okay, let's pull like kind of his LT2 up and pull his VO2 max up by doing a little bit more of the higher intensity stuff, knowing that even if we miss the mark a little bit on ingredients, we've got that big base from like 3-4 months before. And so it's something interesting for us to consider about even how we're looking at structuring maybe a Chicago build, maybe doing a little bit more in the summer and then coming into a build like this. I don't know yet. We got to see kind of how the spring unfolds with some of the races we have planned, but that's from my perspective what we really changed. I don't know in terms of like your approach to workouts or anything to add to that, Tom.
Yeah, no, I think I've said this before, but it always amazes me how thoughtfully innovative that you are. We've been doing workouts and training together for so long, and there's always new workouts that make sense within every build. And I think it's really cool to see like, oh, like we have Final Surge, we have
Yeah.
email, I have Google Sheets of all my old
Yeah.
logs and stuff like that. And you know, I can see like the little small tweaks. It's like the smallest tweak that we can make that makes the most sense. And that usually like the simplest change that you can make in training or the simplest workout is usually the most effective. But I think I see those small tweaks having made a difference, but really building off of the last build. So it's like, okay, well, we weren't doing as many long, grindy M pace sessions, but we still tapped like a few of those. We also like while we were hitting the higher intensity workouts pretty hard, we were also doing some over distance long runs. Like we did a 2 hour and 45 minute long run, and that was on the treadmill in the heat. We did a 3 hour long run on the treadmill in the heat, and that was 45K. So it's like even if we weren't doing what people I think builds like aerobic strength, we were still like over indexing on other things that still top up, your aerobic capacity. So I think just like little things like that, I was like, oh, well, that's pretty cool. Like I would have never thought of that, in my wildest dreams. Um, and then yeah, just from the training perspective, I think yeah, I training so long solo, even if we have daily rapport and stuff like that, I just need to come back to effort. And we talked about that too. But I think on a consistent basis, if you're dealing with crazy conditions, the wind in Ottawa is like usually insane. The treadmill will be consistent. There's going to be no wind. The temperature inside. The feel of the treadmill. So yeah, definitely an asset. And maybe it's an asset in springtime when it starts to get really windy, which I'm assuming it is right now, even today.
Yeah, I'll add something funny. I don't know if I told you this, Tom, but we were chatting with Merver while you were, I think you had like 2 laps to go or something. He's like, yeah, man, I looked him up on Strava. It's like, does he even train? Because it was like all like treadmill stuff at like, 8-minute miles kind of thing. So he was like, does he even I was like, oh, yeah, it's just treadmill. It's fine. He's like, oh, that makes sense. But yeah, even like he literally looked afterwards because he wanted to know like if you were legit kind of thing and look at your workouts on Strava. And he was like, I don't know what this guy does. It was hilarious.
There's some guy on Strava, like what was like one of my last big workouts, big long run workouts, and he was like it auto uploaded the moment I hit like stop on
Yeah.
my watch, auto uploaded to Strava, and he was like nice splits, and I think he was just like a regular guy who's just like yeah nice splits, but it's like it's literally like 320s, 330s, 310s, and I'm like
Yeah.
man, those were not the splits I was even running. Like, he commented nice splits before I even added in the splits, which was like closer to like 307s, 306s
Yeah.
or something like that. So, yeah, it's just funny what you see and what you don't see. And yeah, don't copy elite training because you don't know the full story. Just go to the coach.
Yeah. So a few minutes ago, you guys mentioned obviously you have been working together for a number of years. You said since 2019, give or take. So maybe each of you can answer this separately, but from either of your perspectives, like what makes this partnership work so well? Obviously, you coach and are coach athlete, a remote relationship. We joke that we really just see you at race weekends, despite living an hour and a half down the road from
Yeah.
each other. We fly to a different country or across the country or drive 6 hours to New York to see you. But what makes this partnership work so well over the last couple of years, would you guys say?
You go first.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I don't know if I've really thought of this. I think, I mean, I definitely relied on Brant to get me out of a hole when I was not in the best place in my college career. So I think I definitely leaned on Brant very early on. And so I don't think I've really taken the time to really think about that. Maybe we're wired in like similar ways, both stubborn as hell in in our own right. So some of that, but I think we also have like other similar interests. Like after college, I went to sales and started doing other stuff with business. And I think Brant was not really in the business world, and now he's grown to understand a lot more about the business side of things as you guys have built your business. And so I think there's some other things outside of running that we do share in terms of passions. You know, maybe I do think sometimes I'm like, hey, I'm bugging Brant way too much, and I usually try to tell Brant like, hey, you don't need to respond, within seconds. But yeah, I don't know. I think we've got all the right elements, and I think hopefully this takes us both to new places after this. So I'm glad it's just continuing to improve from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I think the biggest thing is like, I think I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can agree or disagree, but I think we just trust each other implicitly. Like, I know you're doing the workout. I know you're doing, like, I don't have to check in and be like, hey, did you really do this the right way? Kind of thing. It's just like, how you feeling? How you doing? And it's like, I think you've kind of said this and, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, you see the workout, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. This is how we're going to get to the next level. And we talk about race plans. We're in communication a lot. I think I said I can still remember. I think we talked about this a little bit in the first series, but I can still remember I was in a hotel at Nationals, and I think you had just transferred from UW to the university that I worked at, and you were there. And I think I said something along the lines to it, and I know I said this to Elena too, but it's like I just treat everybody as if they could be really friggin' good, and we'll find out how good they can get. And like, did I know in August of 2019 while I'm talking to you on the phone that you're going to be a marathoner chasing LA 2028 like a decade later? No, no friggin' clue. I don't even think you were like, no, I'm doing the 5 or the 10 or maybe the steeple or something. Heck, at that point, but um, I think it's just trust that's grown over years where we can just shorthand text. We don't need big in-depth things. We jump on calls if we need to. We do what we need to. But I think we're both very much aligned, even though we push at it from different ends sometimes in terms of like the development versus pushing the goals that we're trying to get to. And I think, we both want to support each other, in our coaching endeavor. Like, I'm pushing you to grow in your coaching, you're pushing me to grow in my coaching, and I'm pushing you in your running. And, what we're trying to do pushes me in my coaching in terms of like what I know and what we're trying to do. So I think it just makes a really intellectually stimulating environment. And I think the cool piece is like, I don't know, 209 hasn't set in for me yet. I don't know if it has for you, but I think just neither of us have an ego about what we do. Like literally, we got done, celebrating real quick. And you're like, hey, I want to go back and see the second guy and make sure I give him a high five and stuff. And so there's no ego in what we're doing. It's really just like, let's just friggin' chase this dream and kind of see what we can do. So I would say that. And then I think we're both not afraid to push the limits in terms of what it is. Like I don't know many people, like there's obviously people training like we are, like when we've talked about this, looking at 206, 207, 208, 209 guys before, and okay, what are they doing? But I don't think many people at 212 were kind of looking at what we were doing, like, oh, that's the recipe here. So I think we're both willing to push the envelope and try and always have that long-term vision in mind. So yeah, and it's really fun. I don't know about you, but like I have a lot of fun when I sit down and write down your cycles. Like, 'cause I'm like, oh man, I got to think about this one for a little bit. Like, what's the gap? What are we trying to close? How's he coming off of it and stuff? Like the last week, and so yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, I have a lot of fun kind of coaching you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
and
it.
one thing I want to mention, because you mentioned there, Grant, like, hey, just treat every athlete like they could be really good. Like, let's find out. I don't know. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. But like, let's put in the work and see where this takes us. So, Tom, like looking ahead, how does this performance change how you think about your own ceiling?
Yeah. I mean, I think we haven't really found the ceiling yet. I think some of the what I've yeah, the term that I think Rory likes to con density of intensity. I think we
Yeah.
pushed density of intensity in this block, and that was like I was like, oh yeah, that's a challenge. But I think in terms of like mileage, I think I haven't really found a limit. I think if I just went out like next week, and I was like, all right, we're gonna run 300 kilometers a week
Please
next
don't.
week. Uh, but I think I could do it. I think I
Yeah.
could do it. I think mentally and physically I could do it. And so I actually think that I have a very high ceiling. I think the limitation is getting faster over the shorter distances. Um, and so I think just coming back to it, it's like still not having an ego, still just trying to be as consistent as possible, still recognizing the weaknesses that I have. And one of the first things Brand said as my coach is enhance strengths and work on weaknesses. And so I think we just keep doubling down on that. Um, but yeah, I think what's great is like a lot of athletes, they get to a point where they only understand a certain number of levers, and they only think that they have a certain number of levers that they can pull. And I think a lot of athletes stagnate, they drop out of sport because they realize, that they're in some sort of situation where they feel like they have learned helplessness. It's like, okay, well, you maybe with what you're physiologically capable of, you have some limitations, but probably you and your coach need to just untap something that's there or available, or you just need to stick at it for a couple more years, and maybe goes well, maybe it doesn't. But I think we see that we have many more levers that we can pull, and so I'm pretty excited for that piece in terms of things. And yeah, my plan is to optimize life a lot more to stay at it. So I only optimized life towards running about in the last like 2-ish weeks, 2.5 weeks. I got some extra really good sleep coming into this race because of that. And so yeah, I like that outside of training, I think optimizing life to, train better, sleep better, not have as rigid a schedule, I think that's going to be super beneficial too. And I've maybe just finally earned it after many years of doing, a 9 to 5 plus training too. So yeah.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, obviously, we've already said this, but like, you ran 209.24. You are now the fourth fastest Canadian of all time. What does it feel like to be in the current company you're in, and what excites you about what's next?
Yeah, well, I know. I think it doesn't totally sink in. I do have the memory of a goldfish, so I'm probably going to think that I need to do more. And I will find. I think I've already found like a chip on my shoulder of like what I need to do to keep pushing to do more. So maybe it'll sink in at some point. I don't really consider myself among like the best of Canadian distance running. But yeah, fourth is like kind of crazy. Yeah, again, can't process that right now. But I think what motivates me is that I think getting over 210, you see that all you have to do is just put yourself in it and take more swings, and then you will get under 209, and then you can get under 208. So I think that's a huge motivating factor. But I think the other motivating factor is knowing that there's other guys coming up who are also trying to run great times, and I've seen some other guys just recently run some really good times too, who are like my age or younger. And so I know that you can't just run a time and just hope that stands forever, because unless your name's Cam Levins, that ain't happening. So
Well,
yeah.
and just to add a bit of context, so like when we say fourth fastest Canadian ever, so it's Cam Levins, the former North American record holder, Rory Linkletter, what 206 guy, right? And then Ben Preisner, 2021 Olympian in the marathon, right? Like, and
Mm,
then even previous fourth, Justin Kent was at World Champs last year.
yeah.
And then I think it's what is it, Hoffbauer after that, who's an Olympian. Like, it's a pretty good list. Like, we're surprisingly good on the men's side in the marathon right now in Canada. So it's a pretty cool thing. And like you said, I don't think it's set in yet that like that's where it's at. I guess maybe once Athletics Canada updates it and it's official, maybe it'll sink in. But but it's pretty cool.
Yeah. This like I think I was telling you guys, but for people that don't know, like I have some like in the maybe the last like 12 months, I've sort of defined these like life goals for myself. And I see it as like my marathon clock is like a 10-year clock, but I am anxious about that 10-year clock, and I want to make like every month matter in that 10-year clock or 12-year clock of a countdown of like what's left of the peak marathon career. And one of those goals was literally if I just like get under 210 someday, I was like, if I get under 210 someday, that'll be great. Like if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, it's all worth it, you know?
Someday.
So that was one of the goals. And I'm like, and I was thinking about it like yesterday. I was like on the train home. I was just like, man, like I just did it. Like I thought that was like years away. So it was like, what do I do now? So yeah, I mean, conflicting thoughts there from what I just, said 5 minutes ago. But that was literally one of my top life goals. So yeah, I don't even know.
Can,
That's pretty
can
damn cool.
you? I'm gonna ask a question. I asked this to Dakota when she was on too, because I'm always interested in this, and maybe it's because like I never really got good enough to experience anything crazy like this. But like that moment, like you were coming around the corner, you can see the clock, the ticker tape thing is up in front of you, and like talk about that emotion. Like I felt it on the coaching side before, but I think it's completely different on the athlete side. But like, what was that emotion like? Seeing the clock, knowing you're going to be in the 209s, probably under 209.30, breaking the tape, having it done. Like, what was that like? If you can describe it, what was that emotion like?
Uh, yeah, I mean, I think it was like definitely some disbelief. I think I've finished like a lot of races in my career, and it's a sense of a relief because I've like finally realized, okay, I didn't fail, and so it's like a sense of a relief. So it's I forget how to exactly define it, but like usually like top competitors, they either they don't, yeah, they're afraid to lose. They're not excited to win or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think being afraid to lose, and so I think when I was coming up to that line, I was like, okay, this is disbelief. But maybe some excitement, and I knew I had to kick home because people were cheering at me, but I was like, I don't know, like this is way better than I could have ever dreamed. So yeah, I think disbelief and maybe like a lot, maybe not a ton of thoughts. I think there's a good part of that marathon where it was just like almost like animal like instincts where I was trying to not think
Yeah.
because there was so much time out there alone. So um, yeah, I don't know. That's probably not the best answer for it. Maybe I'll have to come back to you with something better sometime.
And you mentioned earlier on the podcast, obviously you are an unsponsored athlete. So what is that like training as someone who works a full-time job or multiple full-time jobs? Like you also coach, excuse me. So what is that like in terms of like buying your own gear, getting to your own races, trying to get yourself into different races all on your own?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think yeah. So I used to. I mean, I still like the run-in stores, which my dad was a former owner for. They've always helped me out in a really big way. I think they've helped me out even recently with shoes and some uniform gear. But I think shoes, it's been quite a while. So I've definitely felt the pains of having to go buy your own shoes. And when I stop in Vancouver like once a year, I'll get something there. But yeah, other than that, just trying to get my own carbs. You use up a lot of carbs and carb mixes, which I don't even know. I haven't even done the math if it's like cheaper than gels. Probably a little bit cheaper than gels, like per grams, yeah, grams of carbs that you have to ingest like per weekend. But that's an expense. Gear is an expense. Shoes is definitely an expense. Um, yeah, recently, my dog Tucker had surgery, and I was like, that was the exact same weekend where I was like, ooh, maybe I'll treat myself with some shoes, like in this taper. It'll make my legs feel good. And I'm like, nope, I don't need the shoes. It's okay. Do this for the family. And so I just had to push that off. So, yeah, I think even something small like getting a couple pairs of shoes per quarter or like per half year goes a really long way. And yeah, I'd love to find some brand to work with that I could work with long term as well because I really believe in the shoes that I was racing in. Hint to that brand. And
See
you
pictures
know,
below.
I really think there's some amazing brands out there that are doing some great things for athletes, and I know some of the guys who are at my level now who are getting very well supported. So I'm probably going to try to start some of those conversations and see what can happen from there.
For sure. 'Cause I mean, like you're running 220 kilometers per week in your builds,
Mm.
right? Like this is if you're, an athlete that's rotating between your shoes, trying to keep your body healthy, et cetera, like you can burn through some shoes pretty quickly.
Yeah, and like coaching, I'd say coaching is like my main thing outside of running that I'm focusing on right now. So I've made that the main role, main job, I guess I could say. But yeah, I've got some very devout followers. I almost have to be careful with what I recommend. I say like, yeah, I tried this shoe once, and then they send me a photo and they're like, I bought it, and I was like, oh, I hope the wife's cool with that. But yeah, I think it's just like, I'd love to have some great brands that I can share with, the running community and the team run community, because it's a pretty great place, and we've got a ton of runners that we're affiliated with, you guys as well. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll change whatever you get signed with. My hat will always be that, for what it's
Oh
worth,
yeah,
to whatever
awesome.
brand listening.
Is there anything that we didn't cover or either of you wanted to make sure to mention on this before we wrap things up?
I think training, we should probably do a couple minutes on the like X's
Mm,
and O's a little bit, because I think we'll get skewered by the running purists if we don't do that. So
yeah.
maybe I'll lead with this. What was your favorite workout of this build?
Oh.
Doesn't have to be in terms of how you execute, but like in terms of like what you actually did.
Let's see. I guess like yeah, you sort of associate like the feeling of it
Hmm.
during the workout as well. Let's see. I think there's a couple workouts that were newer and also went really well. So there was one that we did where it was like the first sort of sign where I was like, I don't know what the heck's going on. And I think that's when I knew like the fitness was compounding from marathon build to marathon build. I have heard that people can have some really incredible benefits from stacking marathon builds. And so I was like, okay, this is the first sign of that. And that was, we did like 3 by 10 minutes. And so it was starting at like marathon pace,
Hmm.
and I think I went out at like very pretty ambitious marathon pace, and then 10 minutes at tempo, and then it was 10 minutes at 10K pace.
Hmm.
And it was one of the first treadmill workouts, one of the first workouts of the build, like third workout back. And I just remember like cranking the whole thing at like 252 per K to 249 per K, and over 10 minutes. And I was like, whoa, like that's, I could never have in my wildest dreams have done that. Um, and actually, like, years ago, like probably just being on the treadmill training in the heat, I would have to slow the pace down dramatically just to survive and not be hyperventilating. So that was one of them. And then the other one we did a couple times was like, I think we did 12 by a K and then 6 by 400. So 12 by a K at 10K pace, and then 6 by 400. And I think that was like a really enjoyable one. And it's just really cool to see like I was never able to do that before. And somehow I was able to still pick up the pace for the 400s that were at 5K pace towards the end. You're like, that's a new level of endurance that I never knew I had before. Um, Also, I think in the previous marathon build, I failed that workout. So I think I nailed it twice in this marathon build when I failed it in the previous marathon build. So yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. I was thinking about that one, the 12 by a K and then the fours off the top, because well, I put that in there because you, as you noted, you did not do well in that one
Mm.
in the previous build. And so it was a little bit of a gamble. It was like, oh, is he going to have some demons about this workout, or like, but if he crushes those demons, like, how's he going to feel? And so I also thought that workout would be really good. Because at that point we had thought, okay, there's gonna be a 2:11:30 guy, right? It's like, just like get him a little faster. Used to running a little faster when he's on tired legs and such, just in case the last lap or two's got to be quick. We're talking like 0.1% here things, but as I'm thinking about the workouts, that was kind of what it was like. So I really like that one. I thought we always do this one, but the 2.5 hours alternating, 30 minutes E, 30 minutes
Mm.
M. Like I thought that one, I was like, oh, like I could see some 2:10s here. Like that looked like and sounded like it went pretty solid. So yeah, I like to. I mean, if people really want to know about the training for this build, like it's not too dissimilar, really. I know we added a little bit more speed stuff, but if you watch the old series where we broke down kind of week by week, it's the same structure, really. Just
Mm.
I would say maybe one more speed session every 10 days than what we were doing prior, on average.
Yeah, and I think yeah, the last sort of call out. So I think yeah, that 30 easy, 30 on, 30 easy, 30 on, 30 easy. That went really well. Yeah, maybe that was indicative of yeah, 210 for sure, because I was running some faster paces. Again, I always tell myself, even when I have faster paces, it's like, oh, the treadmill might have been just like uncalibrated. Um, and so there was that. But the last distinct call out is just that the last big marathon workout that I was supposed to do, I failed. So
Yeah.
failed that one. Had to walk away. Had to chat with you just about like, hey, what does this mean? And just kind of like still believe in the training, believe in all the workouts we put in, and sort of think about it as like, oh, this was a 24-week block to get to where we are, or 26, or even
Yeah,
more.
give or take, whatever.
And yeah, but I did fail that last marathon pace session epically.
Well, what I think is interesting when you mention it that way, so let's just call it 24, two back-to-back builds, essentially. Um, you really only had two bad workouts in 24 weeks,
Mm,
right? And so when I look at that, I go, that's actually the consistency we want,
mm.
right? Like you have to think about it in like measurements of months, right? So whatever that is, 6 months, give or take. Um, 6 times 4, yeah, 24. That's the level of consistency it takes over years to kind of reach this level. Like if you look at guys like, Rory or Clayton or, Connor, like even though those guys, Clayton and Connor have had some injuries in the last couple of years, they're still cross training their asses off, right? And so that's the level of consistency it takes to get here. And so that's where I can confidently say to you after a workout like that's like, dude, the last time you had a bad workout was like 4 weeks before marathon project. Like we're not even in the same build right now, right? But that's because of the way you approach training in particular. I know we harp on this all the time, but keeping the easy days easy to accumulate the volume. And so I think when you look at it that way, it's much easier. And I think you'll have matured from this build in particular, be like, oh, my last big workout is kind of meaningless, versus so many of us are like, oh my God, my last big workout went poorly. Like, what am I going to suck? What am I going to do? Right. And for you, it was like, yeah, it did. And I remember you even asked me, like, should I just do it tomorrow? I was like, no, it's fine. Just move on. Just move
Mm.
on. We're good. Right. And so, yeah, lots of good lessons in there from that block for people who are interested. Like, and I'll say this too, because the people in the comments have been pretty awesome. Like, if you guys have comments about how the build like actually went, or specific questions, listen to it, like put the comments in there. I'll respond to them if Tom's available. He can respond to them as well too. But yeah, no, lots of great building blocks for us to like decide what we're going to do next. We haven't finalized what the rest of the year looks like because we still got to get into some races, but I think it'll be a pretty fun year if everything kind of goes to what we drew up on the back of a napkin yesterday.
Yeah, for sure.
I was gonna say you kind of anticipated my questions, like a loaded that sometimes the interviewer doesn't like to ask and the athlete doesn't like to answer, but it's kind of like, what's next? Have you figured out what's next? Even if it's not like the next marathon, but just where does training kind of go from here? But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or did you want to take that?
No, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, so I mean, yeah, after two marathon builds back to back, I think it's definitely good to come back to speed. Last year, I really enjoyed when we came back to a 10K block. So yeah, definitely going to focus on that. The Tamarack 10K is always perfectly timed in my mind. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks like earlier or later. Sometimes it's a little bit better, but yeah, focusing on the 10K and then maybe even getting back on the track. I think after university, I was a little not traumatized, but just had a sour taste in my mouth about the track. So it'd be fun to come back to that and see what we could do over a 5K or a 10K. But yeah, definitely excited to come back to speed and get back to mileage. Today I'm taking a rest day.
Mhm.
I went for a walk with my dog, and that was it. So looking forward to coming back to mileage. And yeah, whatever new stuff we haven't been doing as much of for the past like 24 weeks. So yeah.
and Tom, if people want to follow along with you on social, Strava, etc., like where can they find you?
Yeah, despite trying to cut out social media from my life, like a little while back, or the good part of like 2025, I'm very on social. So I'm on Threads, I'm on Instagram. Yeah, knobs NOBBS dot KNOBS. That's me on Instagram. And then I'm on Strava, Threads, whatever you need. So yeah.
And we'll link your coaching profile, all three of our coaching profiles, because we're all actively taking on athletes right now.
Mm,
So we'll link those below. And coaching is a big way of how you support yourself and how you're able to chase your dreams. So if anybody's interested, it's also what I do to be able to help knobs at the level we're able to be able to travel down and take a weekend away. The coaching really helps. So if anybody's interested in getting coached at a high level, like let us know. We're super interested in helping other people chase amazing dreams like this one too. So it's been a lot of fun, and the goal of this channel has always been to kind of give information and empowerment to those chasing their dreams. So yeah, we're here to help. I very rarely say something like that, but absolutely, we're here to help and help people reach their dreams as well, just like Tom did on the weekend.
Right. Well, thanks guys for sitting down, Tom. Hope your recovery goes well. And I look forward to the next time that we can do one of these chats.
Yeah, no, great, great chatting again. Well, I'm sure we'll be chatting after this too.
Yeah.
It's scary to put yourself out there and to, I share a lot of things online.
The basis of that was like you were starting to think, okay, I'm over 40 now. Is the best behind me?
Training for a marathon is not just one training block. It's just like building upon each training block. I was treating every workout like it was a race day and thinking like, if I fail this workout, I'm not going to do well on race day.
Because you crushed Tokyo. There's a lot of runners who have like what I would call my clinical practice limiting beliefs, right? But I'd look at it like, well, how close to your like limit are you?
Diagnosis chronic. I tested for the hereditary gene. There's no cure for it.
Hey Jess, thanks for coming back on. I think you're actually only the second two-time guest next to Thomas, and he just came on for the second time per se, outside of his little series there because he ran 209. So I'm pumped to talk to you because you crushed Tokyo about 4 weeks ago now. You've had some vacation and spring break, and obviously family is so important to you. So we wanted to have that space so you could recharge after everything. But thanks for coming back and start us off with how Tokyo went.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back and talking to you. And I know I would have loved to be on right away, but we took some time in Tokyo afterwards. And then obviously I felt a little bit of like travel hangover after Tokyo for a bit and then just jumped right back into spring break with my family. But yeah, Tokyo was amazing. It was my 6th star. I really wanted to go into this race and PR it, but you just never know when you're traveling across the world. And, these majors, the major marathons, they're just different. They're different. They're so busy. The time they start, they start later than most marathons, which I can't stand.
Yeah.
And, you just never know what the weather's going to be like. You never know. The last time I was on here, it was right before Berlin, and we thought like that marathon was going to be that defining marathon for me.
Yep.
And then it ended up being 85 degrees, and
Yep.
we know what happened there. New York, it was hilly. Still had a great day in New York, but Tokyo, it's like all the back to back to back.
Yep.
And I always say like training for a marathon is not just one training block. It's just like building upon each training block. And I was able to see that in Tokyo, and ended up being a warmer day, but I still ran a 3:20, which is a 2.5 minute PR. And I'm 42, which, so it's been 10 years since my first marathon this year. And that was 4:48. So that's a huge gap. 32 running 4:48 and 3:20 at 42. Like I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I asked you this offline here, just so I make sure we were good at it. And one of the things, probably about a year ago, I think in the thinking about Berlin, and you were really kind of posing this question to yourself and extension me, like, well, can I still PR, right? And I think we both thought going into Berlin, like, hey, Jess is really fit, like this is the day. And then it was like stupid hot. And then even New York build, we were like, Jess is really fit, but it's New York, right? So then we're like, I remember we were texting back and forth, like, please, can Tokyo just like, can we just have one marathon together that has like good weather? But the basis of that was like, you were starting to think, okay, I'm over 40 now. Is the best behind me? Can I do it? I remember we worked together a little bit on some of the like mental exercises stuff. And so there's a lot of runners who have like what I would call my clinical practice limiting beliefs, right? Like you had this limiting belief that because I'm over 40 and I've run a bunch of them, like maybe this is it, right? And we really tried to squash that. So what was that process like for you when you started like buying into that idea that like, maybe this isn't behind me. Maybe I can actually go out and run big PRs and I don't have to set these limits anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I think I remember there was one day last spring, and it was before London, so I was just running London kind of for fun. But I remember my youngest son asking me on the way to school if I was going to PR. And obviously, both of my kids know a lot about running. And he asked if I was going to PR. And I'm like, oh, no, like, I'm never going to PR in the marathon again. I'm not even going to try. Um, and thinking about that now, why was I thinking that way? And it was because I had my marathon PR when I was 30. It was a day before I turned 39 or something. And then, I mean, my next couple races were Boston, which are hard, is a hard course. And I didn't have any other marathons. So I ran like low, like high 320s, and those like 328, 329. And I just thought, no, I'm done. Like, I'm not going to try to put myself in that pain. I think a lot of it was I was comparing myself to what I would see on the internet. I was comparing myself to the old me, or like paces I was hitting. I would look back at maybe workouts I was doing 2 or 3 years ago and think, well, why was it so easy to run that pace and I can't hit that pace now? And all of that was just in my head. I really do think it was really in my head. So, I was really putting so much pressure on the workouts. I think mainly that was it. Like, I was treating every workout like it was a race day and thinking, like, if I fail this workout, I'm not going to do well on race day. And that is just such, it just takes your confidence down every single time you go out for a workout. And I see that even with my own athletes. And it's like, it's just a workout. And I have to really like pull myself back. I think that's the biggest thing that I've changed with working with you is that I've been able to just say, like, it's just a workout, Jessica. You're not going to, just because you failed in this workout doesn't mean that you're going to fail on race day. And even on race days, like, okay, Berlin, that was a hot day, but I can't control that. You can't control some days you're going to feel off. So just knowing that, like, some things I can't control, because I would start catastrophizing in my head as soon as the first rep of a threshold workout didn't feel right. I would start thinking, well, all 4 of these 10-minute reps are going to feel bad. But it was like, no, keep pushing, try harder, and do what you can, and really work on. I really worked on like maybe my RPE more than just like looking at my watch and I have to hit 7:14 or I have to hit this single pace. Is really like, how do I feel? How is this effort feeling? And once I was able to change that around in my head, I was running so much faster than I ever was before, because I was able to really be like, okay, this is, I don't know. I was able to just really focus on more the mindset of it, the effort, more than like what I'm not doing, but what I can do.
Yeah, I thought what was interesting in the last build in Tokyo, like we text back and forth after your workouts and moving stuff around with family stuff and whatnot. But one of the things I noticed in this build is like we would text and you'd be like, hey, yeah, it was actually great, and these were the conditions, and it's really humid here, and I did this, and so like I'm really happy with it, right? Versus like before, like maybe some of our earlier builds, it was like the text had like a different tone almost. It was like, yeah, I ran this, but it's really humid. There was a little bit more like negative. Right now it was like, hey, like I actually think I nailed the effort because of like boom, 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 all these things. And I was like, oh, that's cool. She shifted the mindset a little bit about it. And I thought that was really fun to watch and see that growth for you as somebody like you're experienced, you coach, all these things. We can always learn new things about how to be better. But I feel like that gave you a bit of confidence because you had gone through everything. You're like, I actually know I'm rolling pretty well. Like I think you maybe had like one kind of like real off workout in the entire build going into Tokyo, but like other than that, it was just like steady Eddie across the whole build.
Really good. And we switched up some things. I was running more volume than I ever had, which I had some people reach out to me that follow me on Strava, like, oh, you're running so many miles. You have like that comparison trap. People are like, oh, why are you running so many miles? You're going to hurt yourself. You're older. I'm like, I know my body.
Yeah.
I'm running a good amount of my miles at truly easy pace for me.
Yeah.
Where I can feel like I'm having a conversation at dinner, when I'm running. Truly. So I feel like if I'm running easy and then really hitting it hard on those days where I think every other week we were doing like double threshold work.
Yep.
And I'd never done that before. And I felt fantastic. I would come home after the second run to be like, man, that was a 14-mile day and I feel great. And those weeks, it was just so interesting because I would have the fear of, you get into that fear of, comparing yourself or, what's the word? Like when you're comparing yourself to others, or you feel like you're not good enough to do double.
Yeah. Like you feel like you're inadequate. Like, like I'm not elite enough to be doing this style of workout kind of idea. Yeah.
Yes. But definitely like I'm not good enough to be doing this type of workout or these type of workouts. But I feel like that really, really pushed me to a different level and pushed me to be better and want to show up for myself. Honestly, like every single person's different. So if someone comes to me at my age and says like, I haven't been running, they're not going to start out with double threshold workouts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, every single person's different. I specifically thrive off of high mileage. I like high mileage. I've told you that. We know that. I knock on wood, I don't get injured often.
Yep.
And when I do, I'm very proactive about it. I prioritize rest and recovery really well. And I think that some people can't do that, or that, they think that they're going to experience this extreme burnout. But you have to know that like right now I'm done with marathon training and this is, kind of a rest period and I'm okay with that, So it's like, I don't know. I feel like I felt like I did so well with handling the high mileage and that was great.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I've had this for years, really, where it's like there's people who say like, "Oh, you're running high mileage," and then I ask them like, "Well, how do you actually define high mileage?" I'm like, "Is it like 79 miles is low and 80 is high?" Like, there's no actual cutoff between what's high and what's low. It's relative to the person. And so, like, yeah, you were running higher volume than you ever have, but it's not like we went from like 40 miles to 80 miles. I think we probably averaged maybe 7 or 8 miles more a week, like this build, than the last one. I'd have to double check.
Yeah.
But I think the other thing too is you've been very great about, and we talked about this a couple minutes ago, but like nailing your efforts, which then allows you to recover. Like you had some easy runs that were just like super, super slow because you're like, I'm kind of tired from the long run or whatever, right? And that's what allows you to actually stack all those bricks. And so, for my athletes or your athletes out there listening, it's like that's the key to consistency, I think, is like actually nailing the efforts on those recovery days in particular. Because when we throw the double thresholds, like they're no joke. That's a big like density of work that you're doing in one day. And for you, like with, parenting and life and work, it was like they were like on 5-6 hour turnarounds sometimes relatively quick, right? So you had to really nail it. And I think what's interesting, that belief, I didn't know that you had thought that until now, but that belief that maybe you're not good enough to do double thresholds, and it's an interesting belief. It's another one of those limiting ones, right? Where it's like, well, who says what the like ability level is, right? And so I would argue you probably looked at it abstractly. You're like, I'm a 320x marathoner. Why would I be doing double thresholds? But I would look at it and be like, well, how close to your like limit are you, right? And then what is it we need to do to close the gap between what your actual limit is? And that's what would tell me the modalities we should be using, not that you're 320. It's like, maybe the best you'll ever do, I don't know, is 315, and we're trying to close that gap. Well, then we got to do some of the more advanced stuff. But had you just started running, we're not throwing double thresholds at you for sure, right? So I'm going to continue to challenge you to challenge on those beliefs, because I'm interested to find out what other ones you have off the record here, so we can push you forward, so we can PR at every distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary to put yourself out there and to, I share a lot of things online, and I always have, and on Strava, and people, they look at you and they're like, well, I see a lot of people repost things about what elite athletes are doing and how many miles they're running, and you shouldn't run that many miles. And it's like, everybody just pay attention to their own training.
Yeah.
and let us pay attention to our own training. And if I don't feel burnt out and if I feel good in my own training, then that's all that should matter. And really, I needed to get past that because I was so afraid of what other people was thinking of me in
Yep.
years, like when I was younger. Now I'm like, I don't care, you know?
It's interesting. My clinical practice, I have this kind of analogy. It's like when you're anxious or overthinking, you suffer twice. Once when you're actually overthinking, and twice when it happens. But the likelihood that something bad is going to happen in what we're talking about, like training, is quite low for you. We've taken calculated risks, right? And so I challenge people all the time, say, like, you're suffering for the sake of suffering. And it's like, do you really want to suffer? Because we could just kind of kick that to the curb and get rid of it, right? Um, and I think it is super, super hard. And I'm starting to see this, like, I'm more on social media now than I ever was, like with doing this stuff and the educational content. And I actually forcefully remove myself. Like, I have somebody who posts my stuff and repost and does all that stuff because, like, I don't want to see it. I read the YouTube comments so I can be like interactive because I like that. But I can't tell you how many views I get or if somebody's like repost. I don't even know the language. See, that's how bad I am, right? But I do think there's something to it where tuning out to some of that noise can remove some of that comparison trap as well too. And I think it's probably tough. I'm finding it, and I'd be interested to hear your take. You're way bigger on Instagram than I am in terms of posting and everything, but I almost find it tough to like post, but then keep some of like who you are as an athlete or a coach, like centered around that isn't just like out there. I don't think I phrased that well, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to, it's like you want to be able to give, but you
Yeah.
also don't want to, you want to be able to give, but you don't want people to take it the wrong way. Or,
Yeah.
I don't want to say like I'm running, we've talked about the 20 miler
Yeah.
debacle a
Yeah.
lot, but there are athletes that are running slower paces where I don't want them to be out there for 3.5 hours or 4 hours because they want to hit this magical 20 miler, but they might look at me and say, well, you ran 20 miles, but mine might be in 2 hours and 45 minutes, which is
Yeah.
a completely different athlete. So I don't want someone to be, and you know how it is. People come to you straightforward right from day one of marathon training. Like, what week is my 20 miler going to be? What is my training going to look like? And I really just, I sometimes don't want to put my training out there because I don't want them to be, think that their training has to be like mine. But also I have athletes that are training at a higher peak than I am. So it goes both ways. So everybody's different, and you just have to be mindful of that. And I'm very out there about putting that on social media. Like, just because I ran 350 miles this month, which I had never done, doesn't mean that that's normal for me. That is not normal for me. But yeah, I think that really a lot, this whole marathon build was the combination. I want to say that it wasn't just Tokyo. It was Berlin, New York, and then going into Tokyo. And all three of those made up like the perfect package for me. Because I really learned a lot about myself in that time. I learned to not be afraid of failing. I was really afraid of failing. Every single time I went out for a workout, or even in the race, I was afraid of just not being able to get better. And I had to really step back and say, like, the time on the clock doesn't define me. Like, it's just a time. The time on my watch doesn't define me. It's just a time. And once I was able to do that, once I was able to get out of my own head and my own way, I think I was able to let all the anxiety go, because I had so much anxiety about every single run. And I see that with my own athletes, and I'm sure you do as well. And it's so hard because a lot of runners are A-type personality. Like, we want to hit, this one singular pace every single time we go out, but it's a range, it's an effort every time we go out. And if we can switch our mindset to that, it gives us so much more possibilities. So if, you got to give yourself grace, or at least I felt like I needed to give myself grace. I was training in the winter. Some of the days were terrible. if the marathon effort was 7:35 and I was hitting 7:40s, 7:42s, or whatever, but then sometimes hitting faster, I'm like, well, then that's the effort I was at today. That's how I felt. And I'm okay with that. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's not a failed workout because I didn't hit this exact pace that was
Yeah.
given. And I also want to say, I stopped trying to kill my workouts because every single time I before would try to go kill a workout, and that doesn't do anything for you either. You're just back, you're digging a hole for yourself. So it's like, again, base my workout on effort, keep my easy days as easy as I can. Some days, easy days are going to feel better and you're just going to run faster. But if I'm running at a 10:30 pace on an easy run, I don't care if I'm running an 11-minute pace,
Yeah.
I've had people come to me and say, I want my easy days to be faster.
Oh yeah, I get that all the time. When does my easy pace get faster?
Yeah.
I'm like, it probably isn't going to.
Yeah. I'm like, it's enjoy the easy days. Listen to a book, listen to a podcast, just take it all in because the hard days are hard. So just let's enjoy those easy days. And I know they can get boring, especially if you're running a lot of easy miles. And I want to say a majority of my miles easy, but it was able to keep my quality work. I was hitting all the quality because I was really recovering on the easy days. And that's what's ultimately so important.
Absolutely. And on that note, I remember kind of the last 3-ish, 4-ish weeks of the build, like you reporting coming back from some of the longer marathon pace or some of the in and out stuff we did towards the end. And you're like, this felt really good. And it was actually faster than what we were thinking for M pace. But because we had that trust throughout the build, that I was like, I implicitly just full on trust Jess that she crushes her effort. Like that was actually her effort. The old you would have been trying to prove that with that pace, right? But I think in the last 2.5 builds, I would say, I just trusted you. I was like, oh man, she's killing it. Like that effort was probably, you would even say, you're like, but it felt so easy, like literally felt so easy. I was like, perfect, she's ready to fly. Let's go. So what did you take from kind of seeing across the build? And obviously there was some winter to spring kind of stuff or winter to spring in air quotations up here in the north. But what did you take from like watching that happen across the build where like the same effort almost got faster as the build went on to the point where you were almost a little shocked, I think, in one of the last two big kind of workouts at how easy that pace felt.
Yeah. Things were just clicking. And I will say that, you live in the north too.
Yeah.
Most of the time my watch is pretty covered up when I'm running because I have heavy gloves on and long sleeves. So when I go into these long efforts, like, the in and outs or the 100 minutes at marathon pace or whatever, I'm really just trying to feel it out. And I always try to start a little bit slower and then see where it goes. And then I would glance at my watch and be like, oh, wow, I'm running really fast. But this feels so good.
Yeah.
I really think that a huge part was dialing in my nutrition. Mm-hmm. And I feel like my nutrition has been dialed in for a long time, but even more so, I'm taking it much more often. So before I was taking it every 30 minutes. So now I'm taking it every 20 minutes. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to wrap their head around, but every 20 minutes taking a gel, man, I feel great.
$1,000,000. Yeah.
There is something to be said about training your gut to do that. I mean, you can I know it's hard. It's a lot of gels, but it just made me feel so much better. So I feel like training my stomach to be able to do that, and then just really leaning into the confidence, leaning into I can do this instead of this is scaring me. Like my husband has even said that on nights before marathon or long runs, I used to be so stressed out that he didn't even really want to be around me. But like, I'm not like that anymore. I'm just like, okay, I'm running, 18 miles tomorrow. I've got a long, or whatever it's going to be. I've got a big workout, and I've just kind of taken that pressure off myself. And I think that removing the pressure from myself, and that's allowed me really to just push harder and then be like shocked when I do hit it. And I know it's easier said than done to do that, but you really do need to take that pressure, because as soon as you start freaking out in your head, you just start spiraling. And that spiral is, you know, it's just takes all the joy out of the whole run. So, yeah.
No, that's I've shared this a little bit in my book. I don't know if I said it online, but that's basically what kept me out of being like a pro proper in triathlon. Like I never made it to a start line because I had such a great debut as an age grouper. And then I was like so nervous that I couldn't repeat it. And I put all this pressure on myself going to Worlds that I didn't start. I was like, oh, I'll go pro. And then I didn't start any of those races as well too. So it's quite pervasive. And I think I'm really happy you shared like actually the breakthrough of it and like can see on the other side of it. So athletes can hear that. And on the nutrition front, I wanted to share like how like what you're doing is bang on. I'm going to share what Knobs did at Micro last weekend. Because of the laps and how fast he is, he was taking fuel in every like 14 and a half minutes because there was a bottle per table. And so in training, we actually practiced roughly every 15 minutes to have that gut tolerance for him, knowing that like, you know, he's going to do just under 3 miles in 14 and a half minutes or so. So for those listening, it's totally trainable. It might suck at first. You should probably, you know, the first couple figure out where the porta potties are and the bathrooms and stuff on the route, but it's totally worth it. On the nutrition piece, I know you've shared this on your Instagram. I don't think we talked about it on our last one, but given that it popped up, you know, actually while you were in Japan, I wanted to ask you about some of the struggles and issues you've had with diet and that kind of diagnoses and what that means for your training, and actually like tell a bit of the story of what happened in Japan and how just mentally tough you are to navigate that in a foreign country. You know, what 4 or 5 days before the race?
Yeah. So I have chronic pancreatitis. I've had it my whole life. It was acute pancreatitis pretty much my whole life. But it was diagnosed as chronic. I tested for the hereditary gene. There's no cure for it. Basically the only thing you can do is eat completely plain. I can have 40 grams of fat a day and that's it. And I can't have fried foods. I can't drink. There's a lot of limiters, and it's very hard to be just a social person in general. Like it really is. I mean, I hate being that person at the restaurant that's like, oh, can I just have a plain chicken breast on bread? But I am that person, and it's very hard. It's been a struggle, but I mean, my kids will even question like, Mom, I don't think you can have that. And it was really great having my oldest son in Germany with me, because he was able to actually translate a lot to the waiters and tell them like, my mom can't have this. I mean, even though they were, you know, they can speak American, like she can't have food cooked this way. And that helped me a lot. But in Tokyo, I brought 2 bags of bagels. I brought a lot of my own food because I knew that it was going to be hard. You know, everyone's like, oh, go to Tokyo, eat all the food. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to eat any of the food, but okay.
Especially all the fish-based stuff, right? With the fats, the omegas.
Yeah, so I mean, really, like, I can't have a lot of food. But luckily I can have carbs for the majority. Like, I can have bagels. And like, even when you say like between doubles, eat one meal, like I really can't just eat one meal. I have to eat like lots of small meals throughout the day. But I know my body and I know how to do that now. So we went out the second night we were there and we went to a ramen place. And, you know, it's a big thing in Tokyo to go to it's very quiet in there. And for some reason in my mind, I was thinking ramen here in the United States where you just, you know, I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking I have noodles all the time because I have
noodles and water. Yeah.
I have plain noodles on Friday night. Just boil them. That's like my carb load. It's so boring, but that's what I have. So in my mind, I was thinking, oh, it's just noodles, not a big deal. I woke up in the middle of the night and I was in so much pain. And I don't have a gallbladder, so because that had to be taken out because of the pancreatitis. So my stomach, my back, a big indicator is when your shoulder, like you can't feel your arm. So I laid there for about an hour tossed and turned, got up, walked around. I couldn't take my medication that I usually take for it when I do have an attack. In the United States, like if I have an attack here, they want me to go to the hospital so they can put fluids in me, and give me medicine. And then I have a spasm medication and a pain medication. I couldn't actually take that to Japan because Japan has big rules against certain medications coming into Japan. Okay. So I could take neither of those medications into Japan. So, so it was like walking around like, what am I going to do? I woke my husband up and I'm like, I think we need to go to the ER. And, you know, this isn't his first go around with this. And he's like, okay, let's think about what they give you when you are sick at home. Luckily, the middle of the night there was daytime here. I called my doctor, who I've been with for a very long time. He gave me like a quick antidote of what to do. I had to sleep on my left side, like head down, take Benadryl, take some pain medicine. It was scary. And then the next day we went to the expo, and we went a little bit later because I wasn't feeling good in the morning. I was supposed to have my last like tune-up workout. I skipped that. And we were standing in line to pick up my gear, and I felt like very sick, like I was going to pass out. I don't even know if I told you this. I had to leave the line because I got really white. Justin thought my husband thought I was going to get sick. And I went and sat in the corner, and they don't have like drinks like most expos give you like drinks and stuff. The Tokyo Expo is nothing like that. Tokyo in general is just such a weird race. But I had to sit in the corner and just pray to God that I wasn't going to pass out. And it was scary. And that was Thursday, and I was racing on Sunday.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that part. I got the text that you had the attack and you guys were navigating it. But yeah, how did you? I mean, obviously at that point in the expo and what's going on, you're just thinking about survival, not about the race or anything. But coming out of that, like, you know, Friday, Saturday, how did you navigate dealing with that, being fearful of eating? What if it happens again, like ahead of the race? Like, you know, we didn't talk too much about that afterwards because I have full trust in you on that stuff. And there was nothing I could do to help anyways, other than say, don't do your shakeout workout. But how did you navigate that kind of, you know, for lack of a better term, like probably really shitty mental place to be a couple days before in a foreign country?
It was really scary because generally they tell you, again, like my doctor now says, anytime you have an attack, you need to go to the ER. Like not the urgent care, the ER. You need to be admitted. You need to have fluids, IV fluids. I wasn't doing that because I knew if I went to the hospital, I wasn't getting out. I'm in Tokyo. I'm running this marathon. I'm getting my 6 star. That's kind of where my head space was. But at the same time, Thursday is when I needed to start my carb loads. I'm like, oh man, okay, how am I going to do this? And so I just had bagels. And I'm being really serious when I say like I had 12 bagels. Plain.
Oh God.
And that is, I mean, each one is like 56 grams of carbs. And I was just like, okay, we're going to have bagels. And then I found,
did you toast them?
What?
Did you toast them or just straight up?
No, they didn't have a toaster. So just in my room, I just had plain bagels. I had some pretzels that I brought with me. I had some graham crackers. I didn't have the graham crackers until I want to say like Saturday because I was still so scared. I was so scared.
Yeah.
It was like water and bagels. And then we found like in our restaurant, in our hotel, they would make plain noodles without butter. So that's really what it is like I have to have plain noodles without butter. So the night before the race, I had 2 bowls of plain noodles without butter, and they were able to make it for me. Thank God. So that was my meal before, but it was really scary because generally they tell you to go on a complete like water, kind of a fasting diet for a day or 2 after you have an attack. And I knew I couldn't do that. And generally people with chronic pancreatitis lose a ton of weight because they can't eat fat and all these things. Well, I can't do that. I'd have to eat a lot of food as a marathoner. So it's really figuring out what I can eat. I eat the same things basically every day, but in a foreign country, it was really hard to just find chicken or, just normal things for me to eat. So, 12 bagels. I mean,
Wow. Good for you. I can't even get through one plain bagel with nothing on it. So kudos to you. What were you thinking? Like Friday, Saturday, we talked earlier about how great the last couple of weeks of the build were before you traveled over and all the great things. Like, did you go to that negative headspace at all about like, is this all for naught? Is it gone? Like, is my opportunity? Like, did you go there at all with everything going on?
um, a little bit in the middle of the night because I thought like this is
Like when
happening.
the attack happened that night.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
in Boston 2024, I had my kids with me for the first time. I had taken them to Boston, and now I know that I had a really bad attack. Like I threw up, then I had to go like all over. Nobody else was sick. It obviously wasn't anything else. But I ended up doing Boston, and I thought it was going to be. Oh, here we go again. This is another Boston, but like, what did I eat? And I was like, fried noodles, Jessica. Why would you have fried noodles? You can't have fried food. Even like when I talked to my son, my oldest son, the next day, he's like, Mom, why would you have fried food? What's wrong with you? And it honestly, and I'm very, very on my diet, but it was just like, oh, we're with people, we're out, we're in Japan, not a big deal. And I had a little thing of rice. I should have just had a lot of rice. Looking back. But it is what it is. But yeah, I did go to that negative place because I thought, here I go again. I'm here. I trained really well. This is my last marathon this year, and I'm going to screw it up. But I was happy that it happened on Wednesday night and that I was able to kind of flush it, hopefully flush it through my system before Sunday. So I had some time, and I really was able to just take it easy, really watch what I ate. And I mean that's all you can do. You can only control what you can control. And with any marathon, I mean, we don't know what the weather's going to be like. We don't know how you're going to feel. I was just so happy that I hadn't got sick because everyone else and their brother was sick here.
Yeah.
And I was so scared to get sick. And then for that to happen was the last thing that I thought was going to happen to me. And it scared me, but then I was able to do my last like shakeout run and I was fine. And obviously the marathon went well. I mean, it was a sunny day. It was probably the only sunny day we had when we were in Tokyo. Yeah. Of course it's going to be, the only sunny day, but it was great. And even with all that happening, the marathon still went well. And I feel like I was able to not like go so deep into it. And the day before the marathon, I was like, I'm ready. Like, let's go. Yeah. Let's go kill this.
What was that? Like, Tokyo is notoriously crazy, like the security getting in and like it's nuts that morning, right? What was your mindset like, and potentially pushing back against some of those limiting, challenging beliefs you had? Like, what was your process like as you were getting ready in the morning before the gun went off?
Like for Tokyo itself?
Yeah, for Tokyo. Yeah. What was the thought process? Like, how were you prepping yourself, thinking about it, navigating everything going on, plus what has just happened, but also trying to like zoom in and handle the task at hand?
Yeah. I mean, Tokyo is a different marathon than any other major marathon that I've ever done. They have a ton of rules, and you have to be very, very, I think the rule book was like 99 pages. It was the first time I'd ever read a rule book.
Yeah.
Because they will literally take you off the course.
Yep.
If you throw trash, if you throw your gel on the ground, like every single gel I had to keep with me. This year, for the first time ever, they allowed you to have a handheld. They had it in years before, but you couldn't have it filled up through security, and you couldn't have it had to be under a certain amount. It had to be a certain size. So it was small, but I like a handheld when I run, so especially marathons. So I really just my mindset was like, follow their rules, don't throw anything on the ground, don't throw your clothes on the ground, be like, be mindful of what you're doing. I did like that they had a, it wasn't your start. It was very crowded at the beginning. But it was just, I know what I'm doing. This is my sixth major. Now let's go execute. Because really, majors are not for the faint of heart. They're hard. They are hard.
Yep. What was the first handful of miles of Tokyo are like crowded. I mean, not compared to London this year for you, but they're very, very crowded. And so as you're navigating that, you're dialing in your effort and pacing. When did you start to feel like, okay, I'm feeling good, we're clicking this off. I think this could be a day where I run a PR.
Yeah. I mean, from the beginning.
Yeah. Good. Hey, I love that
Yeah,
answer.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
you knew
really
it early.
felt,
Yeah.
I felt really good, like right from the beginning. I mean, I was in C-Crail, and so you're basically in the start because it's a rolling start. I mean, really, I think it started at 9:15 or something, but I was out by like 9:17. So it's just it's rolling through, which I liked, even though it's still a little bit later than I like in a marathon.
Me too.
But the first mile was a little slower, but then I was like, okay, I wrote on my arm my 5K splits because everything's in Ks there.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't run in Ks.
Now you know how we feel when we come to the US. We got to convert to miles. Yeah.
Everything's in Ks there, and they had no mile markers. Where like London and Berlin had some mile markers. Yeah. They didn't have mile markers, and then also similar to Chicago, the time was a little off. Yep. The GPS is a little off because of the buildings, because you're running around a lot of buildings, and there's actually 4 big out and backs in Tokyo. Yep. You really don't know until you study the course and know the course. But so it's a lot of seeing the same thing over again because it's big out and backs. So I really wanted to make sure that I was hitting my times at the 5K splits, or at least like looking at like where I wanted to be at the 5K splits compared to my watch, because I knew my time was off. So my time was off a little bit. And because of the out and backs, because of all the people, my tangents were a little bit more. But right from the beginning, I kind of felt like this feels good. I'm feeling like today is going to be a good day. Towards, I want to say mile 21, 22, it felt hot because it did get hot. It got almost to 60 degrees and it was sunny. And I'm coming from, I ran my 2 longest runs in like 2-degree weather here. So that is warm compared to what I'd been running in. So it got a little warm and I could feel it, the fatigue of it. But I was like, just one foot in front of the other. Let's keep going. So yeah, I mean, from the beginning, I felt like today is going to be a good day. I really wanted to get a sub 320.
I know.
And I was so close. I mean, I feel like I couldn't have done anything more to change the day. Yeah. Like I executed it as well as I could have. And that day will come. And that's what's changed in my mind is I might have thought before, like, I'm never going to run faster than that. Now I'm like, no, it's going to come. I still got that in me.
Where's that belief come from now?
From you. A lot of it's coming from you.
Not from just me. Like, what have you done? Like, whether it's like tactical thinking or like from a training and performance perspective, but like, I mean, I could tell you all the tools in the world. Like, you've done stuff, you've gone out, you've executed training, etc. But like, what gives you that like kind of like belief, for lack of a better term, that it's like, yeah, I like, I know you're not doing one for a little while here now, but it's like, yeah, when I go to do my next one, like I'm right in it. It's a PR again. Like, because that's a huge change.
Doing as many marathons as I did last year helped me in a way. Like, I think the marathon is a distance where you do need experience in. Yeah. And I've run 18, I think, maybe 19. Yeah. But over time, doing the marathon, you learn so much from every single marathon you do. So now I feel like I have the experience in the marathon. I know what to do, what not to do. I mean, any given day, any given marathon, you can still have a really bad day, whether you're so experienced or not. I mean, we see it on the for elites and we see it for non-elites, right? But I feel like the more experienced I am, the better I am at executing the marathon, and just knowing that I have it in me. I know that I have it in me. Like, I believe in myself. Where before I just straight up did not believe in myself. I did not believe. I had the self-limiting belief that I was 40, I was never going to run faster again, and I was basically treating myself like an elite athlete, because you hear elite athletes say like, oh, they're retiring. Well, they've been running since they were in high school,
12,
you know, so of course they're getting slower. But that's not the case for me. Like, I started when I was 31, so that does not need to be the case. I can get faster. 320 does not need to be my limit. So I've taken that off the table, you know.
Good.
I've just taken it off the table. I'm here to get faster, here not to spiral, not to freak out. If I even like had a workout when we were on vacation this week and I'm like, oh, I felt terrible. But it's like, it was 100% humidity and 80 degrees. So of course it's going to feel terrible. Like,
and it was 5K pace stuff, which you notoriously are not a fan of. Yeah.
Like, that's new. It's not new.
Yeah.
We do some of that in marathon.
Yeah.
But like, it's hard. It's hard.
Yep.
So, I just believe in myself a lot more than I did before. And I mean that in not a cocky way at all.
No, I got you.
I'm not saying that like, oh yes, I'm going to run a 3-hour marathon one day. I don't think that. I think that I just have the opportunity to get faster, and I've stopped putting that limit on myself. And if I don't get faster, that's okay. But like, again, it's not going to define me if I don't get any faster. And I'm okay with that in my heart. And I think that that's what's changed, is that I'm not looking back and being sad, and I'm like looking forward to what's to come. So
I love that. No, I'm so like proud and happy of you, because it's so fun to watch you make that change. And then the last couple races, I would say like Berlin, New York, and now this one, compared to kind of like Mesa, our first one together, just seeing that shift. And now you even go like, I want to tackle some 5K stuff and some 10K stuff and see like, can I PR there too? Right. Like the stuff that we haven't touched in a while with the marathon. And so what is this, if anything, but what has this kind of changed for you in terms of how you coach or how you interact with your athletes? Because I've found like it's almost like data, right? Every time I work with an athlete and we see new things and we change different things, it's like, oh, I could take this to this person or that person, or change the way I think about this. But you know, your whole process here, you've got the whole gambit of like kids to masters runners. And has this, your process of going through this, getting better, challenging these beliefs, does it change anything with the way you're supporting or coaching your athletes that you work with?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, again, it's easier said than done to change your mindset and take that anxiety from people, or challenge them to not, I mean, we're all going to be scared before a race. If we weren't, it wouldn't be normal. But it's more talking them off the ledge and teaching them how to believe in themselves, telling them to go back and look at workouts where they did really well, and, you know, really just giving them some of the feelings that I had and how I've changed, how I believed in myself, and where I was before and where I am now. And just the letting go of the fear of failure. Yeah. Because when you let that go, even on just regular quality work days, I feel like you do so much better. Because if you come back and you're like, okay, I had a bad workout and I'm just going to let that go. I'm just going to let that go, and I'm going to go about my day. I'm not going to let it ruin my day. I'm not going to let it ruin my training. I'm not going to let it scare me for next week's quality work. And a lot of people do that. So I'm able to talk them down from that. And I do, I feel like, you know, like I said, a lot of runners are very A-type, and they want to hit, if it says hit an 8-minute pace, they want to hit that 8-minute pace or faster. And it's like, well, you hit like 8:10. So that's not terrible. Let's like
Yeah.
look at that, you know, like there's so many other things in the world going on. Like in general, like your life, your lifestyle, do you have kids? Are you busy? Is your job holding a lot of anxiety, making you have a lot of anxiety? Like there's so many things when we do workouts that I have my athletes look at. How are you feeling? Not just based on what your Garmin tells you, because my Garmin tells me I feel terrible every day.
Yeah. I use this analogy in my clinical practice for like my team sport athletes. So, think volleyball, basketball, golf, even, where they get down on themselves after one bad shot or one, missed stroke or something, right? And I say to them, like, well, if you zoomed out to the last 10 and you were like 9 for 10 and then the 10th one was bad, that's 90%. Are you bad with that as a statistic for your season? No, you're not mad about that. You're crushing it, right? You're hitting, your kids play football, right? Or one of them does. So it's like, if he plays and he's 90% of the time, he nails the job of his position across the season. You zoom out, it's like, that's a friggin' good season, right? So it's like, why are we dwelling on the one, right? Why are we turning one into two, right? And so I think it's hard for us to do that, but as athletes, because you're right, we're so numbers based. But I think if we zoom out and go like, oh, okay, so I had one off day, like one bad workout in 8 weeks. It's like, is that the thing that's going to tell me what my race is going to do? No, probably not. It's the other 8 times 7, whatever that is, math, 60 something days. you crushed it, right?
I mean,
So
really, I think another thing that I feel like so many people are just so worried about I get a lot of notes or like, I'm so worried about this quality session that I see on my calendar 5 days from now. And I get that because I was that person for a long time. And now I'm like, wait, what do I have tomorrow? Like, I really am trying to not really put as much pressure on myself because when you zoom out, it's just a run. It's just like, for me, this is just still a hobby. Like, yes, coaching is my job.
yeah,
Like, running for myself is a hobby. So it's not going to define me. The clock doesn't define me. The workout doesn't define me. Yes, we are, paying coaches and we're putting ourselves out there every day and we want the marathon and to go right, but there's always going to be another race. The last time I checked, there's races every single weekend,
Yeah.
So I was kind of excited about moving on to some 5K stuff and, the half marathon.
Yeah.
This fall because I haven't done that in a couple years, and I hate it. So it's like, I'll be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't love it, but like it's getting out of your comfort zone and really pushing yourself past that and being able to just see what you can do on a different stage, And if you fail, there's another 5K the next weekend that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting. I'm glad you're doing it. One of the things for like Elena and Knobs in between their marathon seasons we did is we went back to 5K, 10K work before they went into their next marathon season. And both of them saw a massive jump in fitness by having that really big strength build and then adding the speed on top and then going back to the strength of the marathon. Like you're going to hate a lot of it, but I think you're going to love it when we get ready for the next builds kind of thing.
Yeah. I do the same thing with my athletes. I try to, everyone's like, got a spring marathon, got a fall marathon. Like, okay, let's maybe take a step back from the marathon. If you feel like you're getting some burnout, let's see what else we can do. Because there's so many gains that can come from having, and I know that because that's how I had a big jump in my marathon season years ago is I took a full season off from the marathon and just worked on that short distance stuff. And that is important. It's just speed work and like even doing strides. You can get so much out of just doing strides. And I feel like people skip them. Like you don't need to skip them. Do them. You're building your running economy. You're helping yourself out. So yeah, maybe it will suck in the time, especially going into like this hotter season we're going to be
summer
going
heat.
into.
Yeah.
But and again, I don't want to. We adjust for weather a little bit, we adjust like for dew point and all the things. And I know that if I don't hit it, I'm like, well, the effort was there. I know that I was giving all that I got on the day. And again, if I fail in a 5K, then I can do another 5K.
Yep. Yeah, they're all the time, especially up in your neck of the woods. There's everything within a couple hour drive for you.
Yeah. I'm really anxious to do, or not anxious, but I'm really excited to do the Detroit
Yeah.
half. It's on my birthday. It was on my birthday. The first race I ever ran, first half
Oh,
marathon,
cool.
was on my birthday 11 years ago. So I'm excited to see what I can do there. I'd like to PR there,
Yeah.
Brant. So
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I'm going to say the weather gods will have a big role in that because that one can be pretty windy sometimes.
it can be windy and
Yeah.
it can also be great weather. It just
Yeah.
depends. It's in the middle of October, so it
Yeah.
really depends. You got the bridge, you got the tunnel, but
Yeah.
other than that, it's pretty flat. So
Yeah, it's funny. It's the same weekend as Toronto Waterfront Marathon.
yeah.
So I always know for my Detroit people, like, hey, if the weather's good for Toronto, it's going to be good for the. I don't even have to look at it because we're so
Yeah.
close together. So
Yeah, it's similar for here. It's like Detroit Columbus
yeah,
is the same weekend. We have a lot of races that weekend. And
Yeah.
there's a big weather shift from like Chicago the week before to Detroit
Yeah.
usually. So hopefully it'll be good weather. I mean the first year I ran it, I've ran it 5 times, I think. Well, I ran it the first year we were together.
first year we worked together. We were only together for like a month or two. I think
Yeah,
at that point
yeah.
we had it in the
But the
calendar.
first year
Yeah.
I ever ran Detroit half, it was 30 degrees. It snowed
Yeah.
in the first mile. So I mean, you just never know what
You never know.
it's gonna be. So
Yeah.
I'm excited
Awesome.
for it, and I know like working on half marathon effort is so different than marathon effort, but
Yep.
it's like feeling the pain and letting myself feel that pain. But I also it's like getting comfortable and like coming back to that. I think you asked me before about what's changed is I got comfortable with some of the harder workouts, and then it felt easier. The workouts just
Yeah.
felt easier as I went on.
We'll see if that holds true in the half build.
Or the 5K. Oh gosh.
Or the 5K build. Yeah.
The
No, that's
5K.
good. Cool. Well, that's probably a good place to wrap, Jess. I appreciate it. And thanks for coming back on and sharing everything you did. And I think hopefully people outside of both of our athletes will appreciate it because I know our athletes hear us talk all the time. But hopefully it goes past that because there's a lot of great lessons. And I hope, especially on the women's side, there's women out there over 40 who don't really limit themselves like you used to. So they can see a lot of the beauty that can come from chasing your limits and really putting yourself out there.
Yeah, I guess I'll end with this. I am over 40. I had a hysterectomy. I am in menopause, and it is hard. It's a huge body change. So I feel like it's hard because you think you're just not going to be the same person anymore. And then I have older kids and bigger problems and all these things. But you have to just know that you can get better. You're like your age doesn't define you. You're never too old to dream a big dream, So keep putting yourself out there every day because if you don't show up, then you're not ever gonna know. So just show up every day and then see how it comes,
Love it. Cool. Well, thanks a lot, Jess. We'll hopefully do a round 3 after maybe a big half PR at
Yeah,
Detroit.
hopefully that would be nice. I would take a 30-second half PR at this.
We'll take it. We'll go for it.
Yeah.
So, awesome. Thanks a lot. Enjoy. A couple weeks ago, you had a really cool race result that I wanted to share and the kind of the story that's got you there. And so
about 4 years ago, and I'm sure we're going to expand on it later, but about 4 years ago, and then over the years, whenever I had tried to repeat that kind of effort or training effort, it just wasn't working out. After several years of reflecting on myself, it was more about, I was like, realistically, I know I can get there.
you worked for a long time, as you noted, 4, 5, 6 years coming back to running to like really have a race that you felt was indicative of your training.
And one of the main changes that I made, because I dealt with a lot of race anxiety in the past, was
Sophia, this is awesome. I think this is the first time we've been on video. I think we've done text, email. I think we had a phone call kind of in the beginning there and whatnot, but I see your dog ripping around, which is good. So I love that.
yeah.
2 of them. Oh, good for you. I go crazy with one, but this one's like, I hope is exciting for people. I think there's lots of really cool avenues we can go. It's been a blast working with you, like just shy of 2.5 years. We were just trying to figure out how long it'd been actually. And a couple weeks ago you had a really cool race result that I wanted to share, and the kind of the story that's got you there. And so, if you don't mind, kind of tell everybody about this half you just rolled through there a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so about 4 years ago, and I'm sure we're going to expand on it later,
Yeah.
but about 4 years ago, I did my first half marathon that I trained solo, and then that was great. I did a 138 17, I believe, and that was at the Birmingham City Half Marathon. Fantastic. But focusing in on like this recent race effort comparatively, I came out pretty damaged, and I could definitely tell afterwards my body wasn't recovering the way that it needed to. So I took some weeks off, because I didn't really know how to recover from injuries at that time, which is one of my big struggles. And then over the years, whenever I had tried to repeat that kind of effort or training effort, it just wasn't working out. So over time, that's kind of when I started looking into what my options were. I tried different training plans. Like I said, didn't work out. And then that's when I started going with coaching. I had my first coach before you, and then he decided to step away from the program, completely fine. And then I was reassigned to you, which worked out great. And then over the course of the couple of years that you and I worked together, we definitely focused more on like how can I rebuild in a healthy way, to make sure that I could, when I decided to race again, do it in a strategic, healthy way, trying to pinpoint my weak areas of what I needed to focus on for myself, especially training load, I think was probably the biggest issue I had, kind of dispersing it through the week. This race effort, I think, was the culmination of, I think, two main training blocks, about 6 months. The first one, I distinctly remember being like, near the end of it, I knew that I was improving, but I didn't feel comfortable going at the pace that I really wanted to set forth for my A goal. And it's like it was kind of like after several years of reflecting on myself, it was more about, I was like, realistically, I know I can get there, especially the way that I've been performing, but I just wasn't quite there. So I went in as best as I could. I think it was a 141. And then
Yep.
that was like 4 months ago. And then this time around for the second training block, which was another 3 or 4 months, um, knocked it out of the park. Same things of like this area, like, or pushing myself in certain areas, and then near like the last 2 to 3 weeks of that training block, I remember being like, I feel really good and strong. My body was bouncing back really easily. I was easily nailing my speed workouts, which is fantastic. And then by the time that race day rolled around, I was feeling like chef's kiss, like everything was exactly where it needed to be
Yep.
physically. And then one of the main changes that I made, because I dealt with a lot of race anxiety in the past, was I made some very small changes, which was, what was it? Sleeping was a big thing. I remember I kind of stayed up really late at night, um, leading up to race days, and obviously that was very detrimental. That's what happened in the practice half marathon leading up to this one. I think I stayed up till like 1 in the morning and I just could not fall asleep. So that was just kind of like a hot mess of like waking up after 4 hours of sleep, driving an hour to central Houston, and then, being like, okay, I'm here alone, exhausted. Now I have to run 13 miles. Drive. It wasn't exactly a great experience. This time around, I think I told myself about a week and a half before, you need to start going to bed a little earlier, a little earlier. You don't like mornings, but you know what? You can deal with it for a week. And then by the time that race day rolled around, I was exhausted by 9 p.m. So I was able to get 8 hours of sleep, and we're like, okay, this is great. Morning of is, and then now going like right into the race. Morning of was actually really stressful. I don't think I told you this. I live like a mile from the start line. And then I was like, oh, it's not gonna be a big deal. I'll eat my breakfast, I'll walk my dogs, get a nice little routine. Don't need to wake up super early. That's great. Get in my car and my road is blocked off. Because it's on the my road leading into my house is on the race course. And so I start driving out and I'm like, I got half an hour and it'll take 5 minutes to get there. I'll warm up. Great. Immediately blocked off. I'm like, okay, I'll just take a right. And I talked to the police officer that was manning the cones. And I was like, so how far down do I have to go? She's like, just go down to the next one and then you can turn around. Okay, how far is it? Just keep going. Oh, okay. I drive down 5 minutes, drive down 10 minutes, and then the second police guards, I asked how much farther, and she's like, just keep going. Like, this is not helping me at all. I go to the next stoplight, which thankfully was just like a minute down. There was another person standing there. I was like, hey, I'm in this race. I'm going to be late at this point, and I have to drive on this road to get there. And how much longer is it? And I actually started crying. I'm not going to lie. She's like, don't worry. Just flip a Yui and just go as long as you're quick about it. Okay, great. I get there with thankfully 15 minutes to spare, do my 1 mile warm up, find my corral, and I get in. All to say is that any nerves that I had about racing was immediately like attributed to this whole traffic problem, thankfully. So I had everything for like okay time wise. Um I get in my corral and then thankfully it wasn't that bad. I thought it was gonna be really cold that morning. It wasn't that bad. Um, and then it was really straightforward from there. When I started, I had all my stuff. Corrals went out pretty okay. It was not as bad as my last half marathon with how crowded it was in the start. Um, I think there was like one turn off the get-go, but other than that, it wasn't a big deal. And then I remember writing my race analysis. It was very easy, very honestly boring for about 6 miles. Just super breezy. I was maintaining my pace. There was a couple of people from my run clubs that were there that I like passed by. I was like, hey, they were running the race with me, which honestly was a really solid motivator. I ran with someone for I think like 5 minutes, and then I just kept with my pace, said goodbye to them, and then kept on going. Um, I fueled around 40 minutes with a gel. At the beginning I had a one serving of the caffeinated scratch gummies because I like those more. And then I had a gel at 40 minutes. And then around the 6 mile mark, it wasn't, yeah, like I said, it was easy to the 6 mile mark, holding my goal pace right on point. And then I think we had to do a turnaround at that point. I remember I was getting side stitches. It wasn't awful, but I remember being like, this is getting kind of annoying, and it kind of built up over time. And then when we flipped the Yui, it was like blaring sunlight in my eyes. The roads were really big, so like, and I know that if you kind of like, depending on whether you do the inside of the course or the outside of the course, you can shut off a couple seconds. But the side that took longer was the shaded area. So it was either get blinded by light but take like shed off like 5 seconds or sit in the shade. So I chose the shade for my mental well-being, and also with the cramps, I was like, this is starting to suck. And I think around mile 10, 10 to 11, it started going on a little incline. I was still holding out pretty strong, but I think it was just like it was getting warmer. Yeah, it was getting warmer. My side stitches were getting a little worse. Um, you're staring at the sun for half an hour. It was just like, if I'm not gonna lie, what came through my head was like, if I stopped now, I would be pretty happy. But obviously I wanted to finish. And then so like at that point, it was just kind of like shutting off my brain, keep going, keep holding strong. And I remember, I think if I had one thing that I wanted to change, it was, or honestly, like I would have wanted to do better, but I'm not disappointed with, is that I intended to push more at the end. Um, but the way that I was feeling was, it was particularly the side stitches, that I just at that point aimed with just holding the pace, play it safe, and then knock it out of the park in the last like 100 meters as you would. But I intended to like speed up a bit more probably in the last half mile, but I told myself like no, like you don't want to like like go across the finish line like feeling like you're going to throw up. Just relax. Have a good time as much as you can right now. You're in the last area. Like the ending area was like on the waterway, which is super pretty. And I was like, just enjoy it and just chill. It's okay. And so that was pretty much it. I finished and then I hung out with some friends afterwards that were out run clubs. They let me put down my stuff. They had a bunch of snacks, like a bunch of snacks. So it was a really good way of like cooling down and be able to like talk to everybody
Yeah.
afterwards.
What was that feeling like? Because you've worked, and we'll hopefully talk about this a little bit here, but
Yeah.
you've worked for a long time, as you noted, 4, 5, 6 years, coming back to running to like really have a race that you felt was indicative of your training and felt good about the performance, and so like how close to the line? I know you wanted to push more. We all want to push more in the last
Yeah.
half mile or so, but how close to the line do you realize like, hey, this is actually a really great day, and I'm really like thankful and excited that this
Yeah.
is what I'm able to do.
Ironically, the same time when I said if I stopped now, I'd be happy. Like, and I
Yeah.
think that was kind of like it was kind of like a weird duality of like I did so much for myself. Things are going amazing. I know I'm gonna finish, and I think which I think was kind of the weirdest mindset to have. Or like, wow, like I'm gonna do it. Which is why I could tell myself if I stopped now, I'd be so happy. Like
Yeah.
which yeah, I know like it sounded bad in the moment when I said it, but like it was more in the
Hmm.
context of like I'm really gonna do it. I'm really gonna do it. And if I could just stop now, that would be like I would be so proud of myself anyway.
Yeah. And so, I've had plenty of injuries and struggles and stuff throughout my career. And I know that anytime I get back on a start line, let alone have like a race that I'm proud of, excited about, PR or not, right? It feels like this big mental victory and almost like, not that it was worth it going through it, but it's like
Yeah.
you love that success that you've battled through kind of everything that's gone with it. And so, we were talking offline before about some of the, struggles, even since I've known you in 2.5 years, but longitudinally with you in your running career. You were in the armed forces. We were navigating that and travel and work and running,
Yeah.
and you've got this academic side as well too. And so, what's it been like? And you've moved, I think, twice since we've worked together. Once, twice.
More definitely more than like
Is it
more
more than two? Yeah.
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And so, like, you've got this amazing run club that you go through now. Your shirt, obviously, for those who are viewing, you can see it. It's
Run
the
club.
Fast Run Club. And so, what's it been like trying to navigate all these things? But, at least as you and I have talked, it seems like running and exercise, right? Seems to be your rock that kind of keeps you going. So, can you talk about how it's been navigating all that? Because, like, even in
Yeah.
2.5 years, you've had a lot going, like, thrown your way and going on.
So one of my main struggles back when I was in the military was the priorities that you had with being, what we'd say, a leader because I was an officer. Um, and there's some expectations with your time management, especially with physical training. You're expected to be there. And one of the biggest issues I had, and I tried to speak it out with my commander at the time, was like, hey, this means a lot to me. And I know that it's a huge time commitment, and I'm asking for an exception, which is not really given in those circumstances. Um, and we went back and forth about it, and it ended up just being easier for me to try to run on my own on top of doing physical training. But physical training kind of was sporadic in what it comprised of. Sometimes it would change on the fly, so it was really difficult to plan out. So I remember there was one ridiculous day where I woke up, I think, at 4 in the morning, and I ran like 8 miles with my coworker, finished, and then we did an hour and a half of physical training. And it's like stuff like that is not what any coach, trainer, or experienced runner would recommend. It was exhausting to say the least. And then you and I started working while I was starting to leave the military, thankfully. So now that that's no longer like a problem, it's been a lot easier for me to just be like, let's prioritize running. It means a lot to me. Thankfully, with doing my master's or finishing my master's was a good time for me to kind of reevaluate my relationship with running. I got a couple months break after my after leaving the military. And then I did my master's remotely. So I had all this free time. I could just relax, kind of recover from some of the stuff that I was going through at the time. And then um, thereafter, honestly, not that bad. It's just mostly the question of like holding yourself accountable, asking yourself the right questions. Am I actually exhausted or am I complaining? And then just discipline really, but obviously discipline means something different to everybody and then on their goals. So it's just like, am I being accountable to myself with what's realistic for my goals? And that's just kind of thing that I've been working on for the last 2 years. And then I think these last two training blocks were probably where I actually really held myself to like this really big standard, which is like I have a very stable job right now where it's from 9 to 5 every day. Um, I go to run clubs twice a week. I go home, I got my two dogs, and then I've got a solid 2 hours that I can do whatever I want. You just have to make sure that you do it. And then, yeah, you just got to make sure that you do it. And then also, like I said before, just like when we're pinpointing like my weaknesses or things I need to do, the last 2 years was a good time for me. Like I said, now that I no longer had that constraint of like fighting, like doing extra workouts, that I could just do what I needed to do without any surprises, which was great. So main thing that I needed to focus on was strength training. Um, I didn't have was it when I left the military, I no longer had access to a gym. So I think like 5 months later, I was like, okay, I think I need to get a gym pass. So we did that. And then, and then when I moved, I got access to a gym for free. So we do that. Now it doesn't have a lot, but it has what I need. You don't need all the frills and stuff.
Yep.
Just whatever you need to target it. And then right now, I think in this training block was I really need to focus on my core. So yeah.
And what's it like? I mean, you and your updates include lots of great stuff about your run club, and I've been somewhat critical. Like, I don't hate
Yes,
them,
I
to be
have heard
clear.
that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, but good or bad, I suppose. But like, I've been trying to think through this idea, and I just did something a day or two ago. I can't remember on a different podcast where it was like a hot takes thing, and they asked me about run clubs, and so I
Yes.
had to really like get my thoughts in. And I was thinking about you when I was like trying to formulate my thoughts for this answer, actually, because I think you do it really well. And so my kind of breakdown of run groups is I think it is amazing for the social and connection and getting people into running and giving them this like first experience that maybe isn't like elites online or elites training in runner's world or wherever, right? It gives them this like local connection to do it.
Mhm.
Downside is a lot of people overrun their easy runs while they're there or crush workouts because of the ego side, right? So there's some duality in terms of how I think about them. And I think you've held that mix really well. And I know you love kind of, mentoring and meeting the new runners and teaching them and stopping them from going through some of the pitfalls you have. And so
Yeah.
what's that been like, having an individual coach, right, doing your programming? And to be clear, it's not like I'm like, no, so you can't do running. It's like, let's work together and put your
Yeah.
week around it, obviously, right? But like, what's it like having an individual coach for you and then
Mhm.
showing up and like being that kind of leader in the community and going to run club and engaging like that?
Yeah. So first part super easy. You give me structure, you give me stability, you answer my questions. I know I'm an overthinker. Or like when I was looking for a coach, there was like the realization like I am doing something wrong or there's something that I am not evaluating myself correctly on, and that's why these things are happening. So you know what, just take the pressure off. You're going to be doing this for as long as well, me, that I'm going to be doing this for a long time, so why not invest in myself, my body, keep it doing happy instead of risking not just like shin splints or something, but like a serious like injury, like a stress fracture that will take me out for months and just take off the mental load. And then also knowing myself, being able to have the vulnerability and then the okay of like last week, I had completely forgotten that I had a trip planned with a group of friends over in New Orleans, and I appreciated having the validation of being told like, hey, if you know you're gonna be walking a lot, which ended up being true, just take it easy, do what you're doing, and then knock it out of the park for your long run. Did that, worked out great, no problems, love that. And I know that I can be really hard on myself if I don't feel like I have a justified reason of like missing a workout. That's been one of the probably my biggest like reliefs, I think, that I've learned to give myself some grace over the years. Um, so yeah, in short, great stability, validation where I need it, answering questions. It just takes off a lot of mental load for what I need, especially with how I know that I think and how I process things with my trading. And then with Run Club, they have been such a insane like amount of support. When I was in high school, I didn't have a great first introduction to running and coaching. They were hyper competitive, very large school, so it was just kind of like you're one in a million ants in there. Unless you were in like the top 14 varsity girls, then you got actual direction from like the head coach. So it was very impersonal, and then a bit stressful, honestly. But coming into Run Club was like after 8 years of like, yeah, 8 years of me running solo, doing things very isolated. I'm a bit more of an introvert by nature. And as a full-fledged adult now, like I work alone in a cubicle 5 days a week. And so I was like, I need to get out. Like I need to talk to people. Okay, what's something I really like to do? I like to run. I'm moving to a major city. That means having a run club should be pretty easy. So I tried a couple around. And I'm not going to knock any run club. It's all about your fit, your goals, how you see yourself, socially, and what you want to get out of it. There was one run club that was pretty cool. The person that ran it did triathlons and stuff. Great athlete. She did workout classes as well, but the people that it attracted, I just didn't click with.
Yeah.
Not a problem, not a knock, just not a place that I'd want to keep going to, even though it's probably the closest one. It's literally like 3-minute drive from my apartment, but it's just not worth it to me. Um, One of them is pretty cool. It's about 5 minutes away. Goose's Acre. Love the people there, but it just doesn't work for my training schedule with you. So I was like, I'm not going to force myself to go hang out with my friends if I know that it's not quite the right timing for my work schedule, because I think it's the earliest one out of everything, and then also that it was a short route. I don't really like the route very much, so why go if I'm not going to enjoy myself? And then there was two that I gave me a lot of flexibility. I remember telling you once, like, I want a training day where there's some flexibility, so that way I can pick which route, because it's not always guaranteed to do 5 routes or 5 miles since they fluctuate what the routes are. And then the other one is the one at Foss, which is 20 minutes for me. It's the best social one, which is why I like going to. The people are awesome. There's a bunch of bicyclists. There's some people that do ultra marathons there. A lot of them are pretty competitive with the local races. They do relays. So there's a lot of experience there, even though they do one route around a neighborhood that's only 3 miles. So my compromise was going there on my easy days. If I was going to go there, that I would go to Fleet Feet first, do the 4 or 5 miles there, and then I would just do the drive over there to hang out with everybody, talk to them, because they've probably become my closest friends. And then on Saturdays they do a 5K and a 10K route. So that kind of like fledges out what works with my training schedule. Yesterday, I had planned to do a speed workout around my neighborhood, but one of my friends was like, "Hey, are you gonna go?" And I was like, it doesn't really fit my training plan." I went, did the speed workout, and I just let them know, like, "Hey, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'll catch up with you guys afterwards." So I got to talk to everybody. I still got to hang out, have a great time, got my free non-alcoholic beer afterwards, and then Yeah, it's all the same. It's just, just because you go to a run club doesn't mean that you have, like, if you go to a good one, doesn't mean you have to do exactly what they're doing
Yeah,
because everyone's going to support you anyway.
it's super interesting. I remember doing some coaching leadership stuff years ago, and came up with this idea of social determinants to the norm. So if you look at like a roster on a professional basketball team or something, as an example, there's usually 14 or 15 men or women on the
Yeah.
team. Okay. And so what matters most from a culture perspective and a leadership perspective in terms of which direction things are going to go. So you'll see this at the run club level, whether it's like welcoming or like pushy, right? It's
Yeah.
not the top person or the top two. So let's say out of that example of 15, it's like 6 through 9. That's what's going to pull the culture one way or the other. Because
Yeah.
in terms of human nature, if it's like 50 plus 1%, we're going to go this way to the
Mhm.
positive. 50 plus 1% to the other side, right? It's going to go the other way. And I see that play out in run group culture all the time, where it's like, it starts with a group of people who are like boisterous or whatever, and they push, and then it kind of grows because like it's great that run clubs are growing. It's great for the running room to have this second boom, but we get the culture piece wrong, and then people fall out and kind of leave running or feel like they don't have a place. And so, I mean, I love run group. Like I think I've shared this publicly. We have one here in Kingston, my hometown, that we call Fritter Friday. The cyclists come, the runners come, and the swimmers for that are triathletes come afterwards sometimes
Yeah.
too. And there's like a 5:45 start, a 6 a.m. start, and a 6:30 start. And at 7 a.m., we're in the coffee shop and we've got fritters. It's the best way to start a Friday ever.
Yeah.
And so like that's the stuff that I love, because it's like there's guys out there running, 640 miles on their easy days, and there's guys and gals out there running 10-minute, 11-minute miles on their easy days, but it doesn't matter. Everybody's got coffee and a fritter in hand afterwards. And so that's the cool part. As much as like I think my brother does something and clipped something I said about run clubs and made it seem like I was bashing them, and that came out. But I don't bash them entirely. I think there's plenty of positives.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think in social groups we hold ourselves unnecessarily to match what everybody else is doing,
Mhm.
and then it's freeing to realize in the right group you have that leniency to do what you need to do.
Yeah.
So which is basically what I did yesterday. I walked in, I signed in, I was there 30 minutes early. I said hi to a couple people, and I was like, hey, like, you guys start, I'm gonna catch you guys afterwards or in the middle of the run while I do my cool down, and then we'll catch up afterwards because I have to do something else. And they're like, okay, go have fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's the group that, like, anybody who's like new to running, listening and thinking about trying run clubs, it can be a scary thing. Like if you're new to running or
Yeah.
new to an area or something, because you got no clue what you're going to run into. I would say on the balance of probabilities, I think more are good than bad.
Hmm.
I'll give them credit there, but I think, like you said, it's got to be a fit for you. And if you're in a major metropolitan area, there's like a bazillion run clubs now. Like, go to a coffee shop, there'll be a sign for it, right? Go to a brewery, there'll be a sign for it. Like, go to the local run store, there'll be a sign for it. And so I think it's just about finding that one. And I certainly know from coaching you, not just like from a performance perspective, but I would say like your happiness with running, your like completion of running, the way you talk about your running
Hmm.
has shifted more positive and enjoyable since I've seen you kind of integrate into that run club community.
Yeah, there's been a couple people that I met that have been super supportive. And I think that was one of the major issues I had when I was doing running in isolation. Well, and then like going back to when I was in the military, I felt like I didn't have people that were invested. It's really easy to, or people presume it's easy to talk big talk and be like, oh yeah, she did this one half marathon. It was a pretty good time uh, for a girl. It was kind of like the radiance that I got at the time, which is kind of frustrating. And then I try to talk to them about it, like, this is really important to me, my mental health. I have some great goals. Heck, you could brag about me to, upper leadership if I do something great. Like, but you need to trust what I'm saying. And over those years, I didn't really get that support. Ran alone again for another like year or two. Then I started getting involved with run clubs in San Antonio, then here, and then there was one person, Mac. He does track workouts every Tuesday, and he's been the one that's been like asking me questions, asking me how things are going. I told him my entire running history, and then he was there at the he ran the same half marathon that I
Oh,
PR'd at.
awesome.
Yeah, so he was there too, and then afterwards, like I said, we got to talk about like our individual races. He didn't have a great time, but he didn't like use that to like overshadow like what I did. He's just like, yeah, so he's like, I'm gonna focus on what I need to focus on. Let's focus on you now. Let's talk about how you like everything that you did and how great you did. I'm like, wow, Mackie, that's great. And it's just like it's great to have that like immediate feedback or have people that you can talk to. And then at Foss, the person that leads that, Josh, he'd been giving me advice about shoes. So when I need to replace my Hokas because I didn't like the newest model, and then now that I've shifted over to trail, he's the one that recommended the shoes that I have now because it seems like we have similar tastes in shoes or fit, and that's been great and worked out. He showed me which trail was really good in the area since this isn't really a mountain
Yeah,
kind
you're
of
not in a yeah, big trail area, that's for
one
sure.
good trail. There's one good trail in my area, but yeah, just having those kind of resources again when you have the right supportive group makes it great. It solves a lot of problems and it gives you some people to bounce things back. And then again, the support aspect of being able to talk about like I'm going through this injury or I had this major success, I'm having this to look forward to. They're going to ask you and then it makes you feel like what you're doing matters outside of
Mhm.
yourself, which feels very fulfilling.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's an interesting, hopefully jumping off point or not a horrible segue, but
Yeah.
the major reason why I've wanted to interview my athletes on this is because I coach athletes from like all walks of life, all PR level, everything. And I think what's really interesting is there's so many people that can relate to like your story or Jess's story's been on the pod or whoever else. And you stepped away from the sport for a while and came back. And so what was it that like brought you back into the sport that like you didn't have the most positive connotation or association with prior. And so
Uh,
what is it that's like brought you back and kept you? Because I'm sure there's like countless women that have had that experience with bad like youth high school coaching that
yeah.
are like, I'm never going back to that because of XYZ experience. I never want to see running shoes. Like I'm sick of hearing about the run club boom, all this stuff, right? And so what was it for you that got you back? So hopefully if there is another woman or another man who's listening who had that bad connotation, they can see that it is completely different than what you're used to from the high school elementary horror days that a lot of Americans have gone through in particular.
Yeah. So to kind of give some context, I was a little bit of a late bloomer when it came to running. Like I said, I started at a very large, very competitive high school. It was in California, and their girls were like, state champions and whatever. Um, great, great for them, but for me, it felt like I was very unexceptional. That's completely fine. I willingly chose to go into cross country. I enjoyed it. Um, but the dynamics with that specific school was very confusing with what I of what my environment was at the time. Um, when I moved over to Missouri, it was I was like I would say I went from medium fish to in an ocean to medium fish in a moderate lake, right? So I was doing pretty good. I had a much better coach in Missouri, but uh, what's what I wasn't anticipating was the severity of my race anxiety coming to fruition. So after gosh, I think it was only I did one season in California and then one season in Missouri, and then after that, I chose to step away from cross country and track. And then I did another like athletic thing relevant with the school, but it wasn't running focused. It was a team sport, but I enjoyed that. So I know that I still liked running. I liked having athletic team events and everything. But just running itself, I had a lot of anxiety and pressure going from a major school where, essentially I was a nobody, which was not, again, not a big deal. It's just where I was. And then going to a major school where suddenly all the attention was on me. And when I started competing, I was too young to really be able to work out emotionally what I was going through from both an athletic and a personal perspective. Um, and so after I graduated from high school, I think I only stepped away from running for I think about 6 months. Um, and I'm not gonna lie, it came down to I joined ROTC, which is the training program for officers in college. I joined ROTC and then I noticed that I had gained some weight and I was like, okay, I'm not going to do the stereotypical freshman 15. I want to make sure I take care of myself. So I just did running as my main like hobby afterwards. It was like 4 times a week. And then on top of physical training with ROTC, and that was a much more predictable balance versus when I was active duty. Um, and I just ran solo, I think, for 4 years. I just kind of like as a hobby. The main thing was that I just didn't want to race. It scared me, it freaked me out. I knew that I wanted to be a better athlete, just to do a better service to myself. I just couldn't figure out how to overcome like my own anxieties of being physically on a race course. I had some time, like essentially timed runs for the military. I like doing that, but again, I knew everybody. Everybody was super supportive. They knew I was a pretty good runner, so like I was the best female athlete that they had in the detachment. So that was great, but again, it was main thing that I had support. That was great. But anything outside of that, I just put all this undue stress on myself. And then I think I just literally woke up one day and I was like, okay, I could do better than this. Like I want to see how far I can actually push myself. I haven't raced in so long, and it was in conjunction with me actually taking care of myself, getting some mental health care that I needed, getting on a medication that was very helpful. Um, and then that's when I started looking into coaching. So uh, I did my half marathon by myself, and again knocked it out of the park for not having raced that seriously in a very long time. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'm doing something wrong. I'm not recovering. Uh, I'm not recovering. I'm struggling with like my work requirements and then running um and then trying to run competitively. I still hadn't really narrowed in on my race anxiety at that point. But once I started, once I started working with a coach, once I started taking care of myself on the mental health aspect, with a licensed clinician and a doctor,
Mhm.
uh, maintaining that, and then finding a nice supportive outlet that really solved a lot of problems that I was having, which was primarily like the unnecessary pressure that I had on myself. This is supposed to be fun for me. So why am I stressing myself out over what's supposed to be, a meaningful challenge?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like there's a big nexus in endurance sport and mental health struggles, right? And it's like I've been asked about this. I think the podcast comes out in a couple weeks, that I was on about this, where there's a challenge where it's like, are endurance athletes like hiding from their mental health by doing training? And I argued the opposite of that, because
Yeah.
I was like, I was like, maybe that could be true, but I think the benefits of what you actually, outside of performance, getting faster, all that stuff, like literally like the
Mhm.
physiological, the psychological, the physical performances, um, that you, or physical attributes, sorry, not performances, that you get out of running, even if it was a way to hide from the negative thoughts per se, is
Yeah.
better. Like I just did a lecture. I think we're going to post it actually. I did a lecture at our local school of medicine. One of my friends leads the first year MSK um, class. And so every year he has me come in and lecture, and my topic is exercise and nutrition as medicine. So their first year, they're green to medicine, all these things. And so I present a meta-analysis that exercise, almost irregardless of modality, including Tai Chi in the study, is
Mhm.
actually better for most, what's the phrasing? Most low to moderate forms of depression and anxiety than SSRIs. And I always preface to say I'm not anti, like I'm not getting paid by big exercise to like say
Yeah.
this kind of thing, right? But there's so many benefits that we all get from that movement part of our practice. And like I'm a talk therapist, like that's my clinical role. So I use that as a tool. Like I have clients both on the running side and the mental health side that have pharmacological intervention. And so yeah, I think it's a really great piece in the toolbox for people. And I think what we get from it from a psychological perspective that we don't get from like a pill per se is we get autonomy, we get community, we get a feeling of like forward momentum that we're doing something, right?
Yeah.
And again, to be clear, not against taking meds, not big exercise anti-farm, but I think the the ancillary benefits that we get out of movement, like especially a movement sport like running, is so amazing for what it does. And like the people, like you're saying in your run club, like you literally get to have these people cheer you on and celebrate some of your great running moments. I don't
Yeah.
know if they're the greatest moments of your life, but great running
Yeah.
moments, you know, on the day. And it's like, I don't think there's much that can replace that.
Yeah, and I agree with you with the toolbox aspect. I studied psychology for my undergrad,
Yeah.
did for my master's, going with PhD, not in clinical specifically, but I
Yep.
took clinical courses, and did research in that area for a while. But I feel like there's definitely a misconception for each aspect of mental health care.
Mhm.
So you can take medication, you can do the different kind of therapies that work for
Yep.
you, and then also a variety of other factors that you can take into consideration, and all of those are individual pieces
Yep.
or tools that are personalized to each person. And then I'm not sure if devil's advocate is
Yeah.
the right saying, but like I knew that when I was trying to first get back into racing, I hadn't taken care of my mental health on a personal aspect, and it was feeding into my athletic ability.
Absolutely.
I was stressing myself out. I was, when injuries started popping up over and over again, I was really hard on myself. I felt like I was a failure. There was like, I think it was the same summer that you and I had started working. So for, I think, 5 months at that point, I remember I was going through a nagging injury and I stopped in the middle of the road and just cried.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know what, like, it was mostly out of frustration at that point, and it was starting that was like the starting process of me like coming to a revelation, like this is not me as a failure as an athlete or as a person. These things just happen and you just have to work through it. But I knew that as I was going through really resolving a lot of my mental health care, that there was a reason why I was reacting so negatively. So it's like, okay, I get all these benefits from running, but I'm still not doing myself enough of a service by not continuing with my mental health care on a
Yeah.
personal level. So it goes, yeah, it feeds
Yeah,
back and
absolutely.
forth.
They help
Yeah.
both ways, right? One of the things I talk about with clients in my clinical practice in terms of how exercise can actually help is lactic acid, which is runners were like, oh no, not lactic acid. I don't want that. I don't want my muscles to be, sore kind of thing. But uh, lactic acid actually will help change the gut microbiome. And so we have this accepted knowledge about the gut brain axiom, right? So there's communication from the gut to the brain and back and forth, right? And so higher intensity exercise, anything that produces lactate as a byproduct, actually helps change the gut microbiome. So you actually see this in terms of, well, any runner who's uh, run and taken time off and come back to running will actually see their food cravings change as their running
Yeah.
cycle goes, right? So you stop running, you start craving worse, in air quotations, foods, right? And then you start running, you start craving more fruits and vegetables because you're like, I need these minerals, I need everything that's in the phytonutrients and such, right? And so it goes the same for the gut microbiome axiom to the brain, where the messages and information about how you should feel from a mental perspective actually changes based on exercise. And so it's one like very real way that we know. But like you said, it's like you need multiple modalities to go at it. And so it's interesting though, because I've had that example where you just stop on a run, cry. I remember it was the first time I was iron deficient for the first time. I was in
Yeah.
college, I think third year, and I remember being out on an easy run. And at that point, I was decently fit, and just stopped and was like bawling in the woods. Like I'm
Yeah.
like shirtless in like 3-inch split shorts because it's the middle of the summer kind of thing. It's the weirdest
Yeah.
look ever. And it's bawling in the woods on the side of the trail in Toronto, North Toronto. And it was because I was iron deficient. I didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
And you're right that I'm a failure. I'm never going to get it. Why do I work so hard? Why does this happen? Like all those kind of negative things come in. And it's so easy to beat yourself up like in that domain. And I think that's where, if we go back to the run group thing, right? Like you do that in a run group workout where you got people around, they're gonna be like, no, no, like pick it up, Sophia. It's just not your day. Like, come on, we've all been there, right? And I think it's so cool that like, because we've all experienced that. I guarantee everybody listening to this experience someday where they're just like, fuck, I can't. I just can't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm done. This is it. Right. And then you get somebody who picks you up, be it a coach or training partner or whatever. So it's a very visceral message. So thank you for sharing that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. What, I know you touched on it briefly, but you're moving on to the trail world. So
Yes.
what's up next and what are we having fun with here over the next, what is it, 2 months, 3 months, give or take?
Yeah. So I had I'm never gonna stop talking about it because I feel so obnoxious and
Yeah.
happy, right? Going from 138.30 down to 137, 138.17 down to 137.30-ish. Um, that made my world. Like I was so proud of myself. I felt like everything had fallen into place. But then, once the excitement of finally achieving a major goal, you're on top of the mountain. It's like, okay, where do I go from here?
Yeah.
And I knew that I feel like obsessing is it fits. Like I had been obsessing about this for years. And it's like, okay, I I need to take a step back. It's just relax. Try to not make this about speed anymore. It would be great to just because it's so easy to just go like, okay, what's the next PR?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, we're not like I had been obsessing about this for years. And I'm like, okay, instead, what if we take on the suggestion of someone from Run Club. She asked me, she asked me if I wanted to do a trail run, a 17-mile trail run in Possum Kingdom Lake. And I was like, well, I've never done a trail race like this before. There was some trail stuff that happened in cross country, but that was pretty much the only experience I had. And I told her, okay, I'll think about it. And I'm gonna throw you under the bus a little bit. I'm gonna
All
talk
right,
to
go for it.
my coach. I'm gonna talk to my coach after my run, after my race, and I'm gonna see what he says if this is feasible. So I wasn't fully on board with it, but thankfully after like basically it was two parts. I wasn't super stoked to do it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, right after my race, I was like, okay, I just did this amazing achievement for myself. Um, I had just found out that I got my PhD acceptance,
Yeah.
right? So that was actually a big factor about this. I wanted to make sure that this was an opportunity to do something with my run club before I left.
Yeah.
And this girl, Olivia, her and I met at Run Club together, and her and I have been really close. And so I was like, okay, it's just a major achievement. And she asked if I wanted to do this. I feel like this would be a good challenge. And then after that, I was like, people keep asking me because I like the half marathon so much if I was ever going to do a full marathon. And I've done the lottery a couple of times, and I'm like, it's like, oh, literally one in a million, once in a
Yeah. Yeah.
lifetime. If it happens, it happens, but it's most like, so I basically had the reassurance statistically it's not going
Yeah.
to happen. That's fine. But people kept asking me over and over again, like, are you interested in doing a marathon? Are you interested in trying to do a BQ? I'm like that's never been an interest of mine. I love the
Yeah.
half marathon, but now that I made this major goal of the half marathon, I was like, okay, what if we just skip the marathon and just go for an ultra?
Yeah.
So that's actually where my mind was at. I just decided to do the craziest thing that you could possibly go for. Um, so I did a 17 I decided to go for the 17 miler, which is in about a month and a half. So far trail running has been tough, but not impossible. I've been enjoying it. and then see how I actually like the race itself. And then we have a race tentatively picked out, I think in October, to do a 50K. So definitely on the shorter end of ultra marathons, but I still wanted to, kind of get a change of pace, do something different, and then just kind of go back to the enjoy the journey, enjoy the ride without having any kind of time fixation or PRs in mind. Because I respect ultra athletes so much because of it's a huge accomplishment with some of those conditions of just finishing. And it's definitely a completely different beast of how you manage your body, how you manage your training, how you manage your eating, fueling, sleeping. My feet are getting destroyed right now with the trails. So I was just like, let's just do something completely different, learn something more about myself, about the sport. And then after, and also from a more practical perspective, I know I've had trouble increasing my running volume. And so just being able to focus on that for a bit and just relax. And then after the 50K, when it works out, go back to half marathons with some different bonuses from that kind of different training plan.
Yeah, you better watch out. They can become addicting. My wife did a 50K and 80K and 100K all in like 5 weeks, I think.
I told all of my friends, if I ever do anything more than a 50K, hold an intervention.
Well, I'll send you the picture. We have this picture of Elena during her 100K. This is like 60-ish K in, like give or
Yeah.
take, whatever that is in miles, I don't know. But and she's like spread out, standing on the trail, like projectile vomiting. And
Oh God. Wait, I think I saw that photo. You
yeah,
posted
yeah, you should probably post it. I think I posted it in the group. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll send you that anytime you think about going over 50K.
Yeah, yeah. I think for now, I mean, I told myself I would never do a marathon, but here we are with ultra, but those were special circumstances. But for now, a 50K to see how I like it sounds like a good goal for me.
Okay. Well, yeah, we'll get that ready for the fall. That's probably a good place for us to pop off with a fun, exciting goal for the future for you. So, thanks for
Yeah.
coming on. I really do appreciate it because I think stories like yours don't get told very often, and I think they're very, very important for people to hear and understand that it's not just the elite or influencer culture that's involved in running. So I do
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. And thanks for asking all the questions and thanks for having me.
Of course. Chat soon. You just crushed it at Boston, and so I'm really hopeful that this conversation will be fun.
Thanks for having, a voice from the AARP segment of the population. But as we get to the point of masters, I think everyone has such a wonderful perspective and all this knowledge, this gained knowledge that we can share is so much fun. Now, I know there's AI and the internet and all of that, but I think the best part of being a master is just sharing all that incredible life history.
It's almost like we've survived. Like, let's share so we can keep going, right? Like, we're still here. Henry, thanks for being on. This is so awesome. I'm so excited post Boston to have you on. I know there's lots of talk of masters running, and you're a masters runner. Not in the offensive way, but you are a masters runner. And you just crushed it at Boston. And so I'm really hopeful that this conversation will be fun and enjoyable and educational for masters runners. So first, thank you for being here. I'm pumped. And let's have you tell everybody who you are and kind of about why you're here talking to me and the journey you've had recently.
Yeah. So thanks for having, a voice from the AARP segment of the population. Because, masters runners are a really special group. And I've discovered that, throughout this process of getting back into running. I've always run all my life, so I've been involved in multiple sports over my life in kind of a participation level, just engaged in it, and so many wonderful people. But as we get to the point of masters, I think, everyone has such a wonderful perspective and all this knowledge, this gained knowledge that we can share is so much fun. It's incredible. Now, I know there's AI and the internet and all of that, but I think the best part of being a master is just sharing all that incredible life history that everyone brings to the table. So super excited to be here and talk about Boston just a little bit.
Yeah, and I love that you said that, because I find in the open division there's far more ego and measuring contest, right? But in the Masters runner like category or community, it's almost like we've survived. Like, let's share so we can keep going, right? Like, we're still here, right? And I do find that quite fun, and I love Masters running. So up here in Canada, like, we're kind of a mix of the American and the European system. So we've got like a club-based system that the US doesn't have, it's starting to with the run club culture, but in the European style, it's very club-based. And so I was very fortunate, like from the time I was 18, 19, my local club had amazing Masters runners, and my coach is a Masters record holder here in Canada. Wow. And so I've always loved training with Masters. And one of the things we thought was like a hidden superpower for us on the university side when I was coaching here was that our women were actually fairly compatible with our Masters men. And so they made great training partners. And exactly like you said, that imparting of wisdom, pacing and understanding and looking at that bigger picture was so beneficial to our team. And I think it's one of the reasons why when I look back at my era at Queens, so many of those women in particular still compete to this day, even though they've started families and careers and all this stuff. And so I love what you're saying there, and I hope I'm sure we'll pick up on different pieces of that as we go.
Yeah. They build such a culture. One of my favorite experiences is coming up to the energy water line and having a Masters runner in front of me open his arms and say, "Hey, step in, get your drink, get your food." It's not like we're going to the Olympics if we win this thing, right? So So Boston, let's talk about Boston a little bit.
Let's talk about it. I remember I was tracking you, and I was kind of in and out with work and workouts and such. And like, I coach via Final Surge, so I always get the notifications. And I was like, I haven't got a notification from Henry yet. That's usually my signal to be like, hey, what's going on? And I was like, what's going on? So I think a couple hours after, I sent you a message. Like, I literally just sent you an email. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. Like, send me the details. And then I get nothing, right? I'm like, what's going on here? Like, the tracker says he ran really well, but like, what's going on? And so I preface that for you to kind of intro the story about what kind of happened here on race day for you. So maybe lead with that and tell us about the race.
Right. So this is my first Boston, just so everybody knows. So I'm total greenhorn here. I came in late Saturday and prep for this race by watching your videos and your information. That was my prep session. That was super helpful. But it's the things that we can't prep for that really seem to own the day. And the biggest thing for me was my Garmin 970 watch, my trusty, friend out there for every running session, and sort of my communication conduit to you. It died at the start line. I mean, I got to the start line and hit start, and it flashed and it went blank. And
when did you discover it went blank? Like right away? Like you knew instantly, or
right
like when you went?
The start, right at the start.
Yeah.
So I pressed every button in every combination possible over the first mile in a panic.
Yeah.
And you know what made the difference? The way we train, we do a lot of perceived effort training, right? We don't go just by heart rate or we don't just test lactic acid, anything like that. I really, in my head, I said, you know what? This is okay. This is my jam, because I've done this day in and day out. And so I'm so comfortable running at my pace and knowing what my pace is and what's reasonable. I didn't need the watch. And that felt really good. That just was liberating at that point. So I just rolled with it. It was fine.
Well, and rolled with it you did. Tell everybody what you ended up running.
So I ran a 2:57:30. So for those who don't know, 2:57 is the time cutoff to qualify for Worlds in the Masters, Abbott Masters Worlds qualifiers. So it felt like a really good time considering the course. Great conditions, wonderful conditions. But like everyone says, the downhills set you up for failure at the uphills. And it's true. It's a tough course. So to be able to run a qualifier time, that's really a great indicator to me that things are working the way they should.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, you haven't mentioned it yet, but I'm gonna bring it up. You ski as well, and I think that's where you've probably honed in a lot of the RPE as well too, right? Like skiing is like you're not looking because of the polling, right? You're not getting that feedback like we do as runners, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's a big piece to put in here too, because I'm a big believer in multi-sport. And if you look at a lot of, like Norway as an example, they're a big multi-sport type development. And I think, yes, we train by RP. Yes, I'm always like, how did that feel? Did it feel like you could go longer?
Right. Every time.
Yeah, every time. Yeah. It's almost annoying at this point for most people, I'm sure. But I think that combined with the skiing background allowed you to just go, okay, I'm out here. I can do this. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly true. When we're skiing, you just don't have time to stop and take a look. You have to go by perceived level. And as a master's athlete, you have had that much more time to develop that sense of intensity and speed and what you can handle. So it could have crushed my race, but it didn't, because, you train for it. Honestly,
was there any points where you were getting any numerical feedback in terms of splits or anything, like clocks out there? Were you kind of doing the mental math going, okay, that's roughly here? Or were you just like flying solo off effort?
Completely solo, because I'm not sure when the clock started.
Right. Yeah.
As your wave, I was in the first wave, for one thing, so I'm very fortunate. And in general, have an enormous amount of appreciation and gratitude for just being able to toe the line, right?
Be there, yeah.
I work at a large medical institution. There's so many people who couldn't even start, and not to mention finish. So much gratitude for just being out there and putting it on the line, as you might say. But during the run, I didn't know where the clock started. Was it at the front of the front wave? And then there's each corral, so I tried to do the math, but by the time I get to the next clock, I think I've sort of got it figured out and have to start over again. So, enough hills, enough change in terrain too. That's a little bit hard to gauge. Heeded the caution that don't take the downhills too fast. That was the first thing that I remember when I started the start line. Brant said, don't go too hard. The potential is there. And so, it made sense. Just dial it back. And, I know what that feels like. And so rolled it along. You're in a tight group of people to begin with. You mentioned that too.
Yeah.
2-lane road with 30,000 of your best friends. But not everyone exactly coordinated. It's kind of hard to, you want to run the tangent as best you can, but that means moving in and out of this crowd. A little bit chaotic, a little bit like driving in New York or New Jersey. So we shared nicely, but it was kind of a challenge to run at speed that was slightly different than the rest of the group around me.
Did you have any inclination early, midway, getting to the Newton that like you were having a really solid day, or were you just like dialed into the effort and going, hey, like the clock will be what the clock will be? Like, what was that kind of thought process like out there? Because I know many people would be panicking like crazy that they've got no feedback, right? So what was that kind of process like for you?
Totally dialed into the effort. That, and I pay a lot of attention now to energy. In this conversation we'll have probably multiple times down the road, but fueling just takes over. It's never a slug a bunch down that fourth of the way through, half the way through. It's that constant, upfeed of taking a sip here, taking a sip there, of something that is going to work, but you have to pay attention to it. You have to, because pretty soon there's miles have gone by and you go, oh, good God, did I actually take a drink of my energy drink or not? And you're looking around because there's so much energy in the race, right? Wellesley, Boston College, but all the other little towns have these great, unique signs and a lot of people cheering their bloody heads off. It's so much fun that it's easy to dissociate. So I actually needed to focus on what it felt like. How was I doing? Was I bending at the waist and creating too much stress and pressure on my body? Was I running smoothly? I never got a chance to warm up. That was one of my big downfalls. I didn't really find a place to warm up where I wouldn't be totally obnoxious to everyone else.
It's tight.
It is tight. Next time I do it, I think I'd sneak off to the side ahead of
Yeah.
time and just do a decent warm up. Old person warm up, so necessary. So I had
Yeah.
that kind of going against me. I didn't want to cramp or pull a muscle or anything running cold
Yeah.
off the start, but I think that would have really helped to get that warm up in there, so my body was ready to do what it needed to do. But no, totally tuned into speed and process. Didn't let other people running faster own my race. I had to own my own race and the results. So I also had those hills coming up. You have to think about the total race, not
Yeah.
just that first 100 yards or 4 miles or 5 miles. It's any section within that race is it's going to push your aerobic threshold above what you're comfortable with, because you have a good section left in that race, and it's again downhill after you're done with Heartbreak Hill. It's downhill, and your quads have been beat up pretty good already.
Yeah.
So it feels like you're home free. You're not. You get over Heartbreak Hill, it's like, oh, downhill still hurts. Okay. Yeah.
Well, and there's that like steep hill before you even get into it, right? And I was talking to
Oh yeah.
who was I talking to the other day? I can't remember. I might have been chatting with an athlete or on a conversation about the last little underpass with like a mile to go
Right.
that hits you, that like just shocks everyone. You're like, I thought I was done with this. Now I got to
Right.
go down up, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's up to Boylston Street.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Have you looked at your like official splits online since the race to get an idea of how you paced it?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
they held pretty consistent.
Yeah.
And that's one of my goals, honestly, is to understand my pacing and keep it fairly consistent. I'm 190 pounds. I'm not a petite petunia, so I pay attention to not trying to overcome inertia. Maintaining momentum is pretty important to me.
Well,
So
I think what's, mind-blowing part, as much as, yes, I love effort and, going off that and such, that course is incredibly hard to do without a watch, first off, but then also do it the way you did, where you were like 128 low, I think 129 high, 130 low on the back half with the hills. And you did that purely off just like, this is the right effort going up the hill. Like you can see where you went up the Newton Hills. I think that was the first time you went above 7-minute miles, if I recall.
Yep.
But it's like, that makes sense. Like he kept his effort. He didn't try to chase the same, pace, even like though you didn't have it, but like feel the same pace or biomechanical fluidity and such. You actually respected the course and did it. And what was it like going up those hills, trying to moderate with effort without any external feedback?
It honestly, I get a little too ambitious and rambunctious. So some of the famous words that rattle through my head is Henry, this is 5K pace, but let's not go for a world record attempt here. Let's just moderate it.
Yeah.
And it was hard to bury it because I live in a very hilly area. I'm used to running 10% grades sometimes, pretty steep hills. This didn't feel like that much, but I'm super aware that it's a cumulative effect.
Yeah.
And I didn't know the course, so I wanted to be a little conservative and never saw the course before. We drove a little bit of it the day before. I think it made a lot of sense just to pare it back just a little bit. But that's fun too, because I feel like now that I know the course, I have the experience, I've got some room to play.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And that's exciting to me. So that was sort of the takeaways. I'm going to go a little conservative, but you know what? Ooh, that's exciting. I think I could take some minutes off this course. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we continue to get good weather on Boston like we did this year, I think it's going to keep showing up as a fast course, which we never used to think. Boston was never a fast course. And now I think with fueling and shoes and the way the weather patterns are kind of changing in the spring versus fall, like Berlin now is always hot and it used to be cool. And Boston used to be warm, but now it's cool. And so I think it could be fun. Yeah.
Yeah. We were in the 40s or low 40s. It was absolutely gorgeous. You couldn't ask for a better day to run. And there again, love those great races and celebrate them, because the next one could be really hot. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. And so I get a lot of questions about masters training, and we don't need to break down like your full training cycle per se, but from like a high level, what did you think over, let's say, the last year or so? Because it's roughly been about a year. I think we've been working coming up on, I think, 8 months, 10 months, something like that.
Yep, just under.
Just under, yeah. What has made kind of a change? Like, you're a rock star with consistency. We had the ski season where you were still fitting things in, and you obviously had a great ski season. But what in your mind is kind of propelling you as a masters runner here, keeping you healthy, performing, and really nailing things down? Like, what are your takeaways from what you've done that works so others can hear it?
Yeah. Aging has some benefits. I think you quit chasing the shiny things, right? Yeah, beet juice, great. Go after it if you want to go after beet juice. Let's do hard hill intervals every day for the week. All these. I think masters are past the hot and heavy, cool moment of the week or the year or whatever type efforts. In the biggest value, I think certainly to coaching, is that we control what we can control. And that is that consistent training is your best partner. Just getting out there and being consistent with a program that makes sense for me, not necessarily for everybody else. But being consistent with that program has been, my bread and butter for making the most out of my running. And then within that program, I think it's been changing the modalities a lot more than I ever did on my own. So, example, a lot of times I'll go out running for my mental health. Just need to blow off the day and get out there and put some miles in and get that stress relief. But the problem with that is I tend to just do it consistently. I'm always running the same pace. I was super surprised when you introduced sprints at the end of easy runs. Strides at the end of sprints. It's like, what is this? This is not marathon. Strides. This is like 6 minutes, sub 6 minute miles. What in the world are we doing, Brant? And so, but what I learned, just from that vehicle alone, is it was sort of like lubricant. My system just all of a sudden picked up and started to understand that my legs could turn over a lot faster than I thought they could, because they were just so ingrained in this kind of steady grind, mid pace. I feel like I'm working hard, so I must be doing good. That mindset change over time of, wait, the easy runs are really supposed to be easy, and the harder stuff like these strides should be harder. And compartmentalizing those really made a difference. And I think you giving me permission, well, not exactly permission, if I run a little bit too hard, I noticed your comments, your body's feeling pretty good today, huh? It's kind of this subtle, like you kind of ran too hard today.
I see you.
I see you. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's that permission to run easier.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's so much more fun. It's so relaxing. It meets all those kind of mental stress needs, but it also does good for your body. It develops that endurance and resilience and muscle strength that's specific to what we want to do. I think that's really been the biggest change, is just understanding it's the consistency that makes a difference. And then introduction of different modalities in, I can't remember how you said it. You said it in such an eloquent way. The secret to the sauce is how you mix those vehicles or modalities that you put together, and it starts to make sense over time, right? It's like, wow, I didn't know that my body could do this, and that's really fun. It's not just a PR. You just start to realize your body could do a lot more than you thought. So let's use this as an example. I think 30 some years ago, I ran Chicago, just kind of trained for it without a lot of knowledge and whatnot. I ran a 256 something or other way back when. It wasn't long. Last November, I ran CNO. I ran a
Yeah.
2:55. Like, I beat my PR 30 some years later. And, the training has changed so much. We used to just go out and work really hard, right? You just went out and ran your brains out and ran as hard as you could and did all these efforts till you fell over and puked. And, then your coach yelled at you to go do it again and go harder. Training has changed so much. I liken it more to pharmaceuticals now. It's dose dependent, it's time dependent, and it's the right pharmaceutical. And you give your body these right combinations, and it responds. And I think you feel like it's more like, I don't know, what is your thought? Because it feels like the science is pretty well understood now of how to train the human body.
Yep.
There's nuances, but don't you feel like what we know now is pretty substantial and pretty solid? There isn't a lot of guessing anymore from your standpoint.
Yeah, I don't think we're like missing stuff anymore. You know what I mean? Like if you look back to the older days, like Lydiard, right? Like he didn't know, he was intuitive and applied to test, right? Versus like, I'm much younger than Lydiard, obviously, who's passed away, but it's like, I'm lucky because I get to come in and know that as a concrete because of the work of like people like Daniels and such, right? So you can apply that faster. The analogy analogy, metaphor, whatever it is, and I haven't quite finalized it to make it like quippy, but that I always talk about is, you and I both like cake. It's like this amount of flour, this amount of eggs, this amount of water, right, is likely going to make a cake, right?
Yep.
But your oven's sometimes different than mine. It's got hot spots in it, and you like chocolate, I like vanilla, right? So the ingredients are all the same. That's the science, right? The art of it is, okay, what does he like? How is his oven? How are we going to transport it to all these things, right? And I think that's where coaching, like good developed coaching, will always win over AI or going out by yourself, because athletes are so subjective. And I say this as an athlete. Like if I were to do my own training, I'd be far too subjective, right? I've got this gap, I need to go close it. Or like I saw so-and-so do this and that feels like what I should do, right? And so without having somebody who's a little bit more objective, and this is the great thing, like I love your training. I love being in there. I love talking to you. I love responding to you. But at the end of the day, I get to go, it's his training and I'm here to look at the big picture, right? Versus you are the one, this is my training and I'm excited and I want to do this and I want to close that and I got to do this. Like we've had conversations back and forth about how many marathons this year and which ones and why does this make sense and not make sense, right? On your own, I'm not saying that you would have, but like you might have done 3 marathons this year versus like, hey, we should hold back on that and target 2 big ones kind of thing, right? And so the science is correct, but then it's the art and the discipline of how it works for that person. And I think at the masters level in particular, a lot of masters runners, especially ones that are in good shape, still have the brain of a 25-year-old, but the body of a 50-year-old, right? Yeah. And so sometimes it's like your eyes were bigger than your stomach kind of thing, right? Where you try to take it on. And I think that goes in multiple domains in the training, where it goes in terms of how many races I can do, which races I can do, how much hard training I can do. They'll keep stacking it like they were when they were an open runner, not respecting that you need to space it out a little bit more most often as a masters runner. Or even looking at going, you were mentioning like the strides and such. So for you, I did that for a couple reasons. One, your training prior was a lot of that kind of middle, right? We were in there. So that plodding kind of cadence, right? But then also like I cross country ski as well. So I know that the cadence of that is kind of middle, right? There's not a lot of sprinting unless you're doing hills. The cadence is different. And so I wanted to throw that in for you to get a different neuromuscular stimulus to help make the faster cadence of faster stuff a little bit easier. Because if we would have just jumped you into like 3K, 5K pace workout without having a bunch of that, you'd be like, I'm spinning my legs like crazy. You might have like ripped a hamstring or a groin or something, right? So it was about implementing that slowly and creating that change. Now, the science on that is great. I have strides for lots of people, but the art of doing it for you was different than it is for the 25-year-old trying to run 235 or something, right? I think the other thing with masters running is knowing that intensity discipline matters a lot more, because you don't have the regenerative capacity that the 25, like, and heck, I don't even donut 35, almost 36 that the 25-year-olds do, right? And so recognizing, okay, well, we don't need to be like flat out on the first rep. We can ease and work our way into it, right? Or in your area, using hilly marathon pace runs by effort as a tool for your overall training, not just Boston because of the hills, but going, hey, wait, that's actually going to get a little bit of strength in there too. We're going to get a little bit of the eccentric loading from the downhills, right? This is why with you as an example, even though it was Boston, it wasn't like, no, can you find a flat one? It's like, no, there's a couple like hidden extra benefits here that we can pick on that are going to increase durability. And you see this in the trail world a lot right now, where people are doing more downhill and uphill. Yeah.
Yeah. Totally agree. It's been an adventure. The learning aspect of it that we talk about a lot is the best part. Honestly, if I just paid the fee and learned, that would be 100% worth it by itself. But you get all these running perks at the same time, right?
Yeah. And what has kind of changed over the last year in terms of your mentality for, you said this off the top, you want to go to World Abbott, like World Age Group to Masters Champs.
Yeah.
But in terms of your mentality about training and goals and what you're trying to do, how, if at all, I think it has, but how has that shifted over the last 10 months, year or so?
Well, to your point, I have begun to realize that my 25-year-old brain is not part of the 50-year-old body. And being very specific about what we're doing as well as recovering has been, really a different strategy for me. Because normally, hey, I've got a day. Look, I have a half a day available. I'm going to go use it. I'm going to go run 3 hours, to what benefit? So we start asking questions now about what is the value of what we're doing and how we're doing it. I think that's really been key to success, but also to kind of the joy of this process is understanding and asking that question: what is the value to what we're doing, and why am I doing it? And understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing, that it's okay if I don't hit that 6:30 mile. I'm still getting the impetus that we need. I was always bummed out. It's like, I'm supposed to do 6:30 miles, and so many repeats, and I'm so mad because I'm just not hitting it and frustrated. And then you come along, and you go, oh, that's totally fine.
Yeah. There's so many times where I'm like, that's good. You're fine. You're doing it.
That's good. Yeah, you still got the input or the impetus of what we're trying to do. And that's been a joyful process. So that strategy has been shifted from trying to achieve a very specific goal to understanding the process and enjoying that process a lot more, and more joy to the whole, hey, I know what I'm doing. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay if I'm not hitting these marks all the time. I think that's taken a lot of stress off me, Brant. Honestly, because I know I'm going to get pretty much everything I need out of that workout without having to break the bank every single time I go out there. And it's cathartic, maybe, if I can use that term.
It's cathartic. It's a release for sure. And I think one of the interesting pieces, and I think we talked about this very early on, one of our first kind of conversations about training and such, is that pace is a relatively poor proxy for the internal stimulus that we're seeking, right? Yes. And so if it's hilly, like for you guys where you are, the winters are brutal, right? Yep. The summers are also brutal. And so if we only went by pace, like you're saying, dang, I didn't hit that 6:30 kind of thing. It's like, well, is it the pace that we're trying to achieve, or the internal stimulus to maximize the time we spent in that workout that moves us towards the goal of the performance we're looking for, right?
Exactly.
And I find when I break it down that way for people, it's like, oh, okay, like I can let go of it a little bit, because it's like I got what I needed. Like the goal was to get better for the performance, right? And so I think it becomes, I think cathartic is a great word, where you're like, okay, there's always going to be that little piece that's like, we all have it, where it's like, okay, but if 6:30 is the upper end of the pace, then it's better to be 6:30. But then we can get 98%, 99% of the way of letting go of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think there's a huge, and you know better than I do, there's a huge psychological piece there, where we feel like we always have to PR. We always have to continue to break our previous expectations in order for us to be successful. And as a master's, I think I'm starting to redefine what success means. And success is honestly, to me, the joy of that learning and discovering that I'm still doing great. I don't have to win worlds. I have an expectation that I can be there. I never understood that in the past. I had no clue I could run to the level of competing at a world's championships. So that's fun by itself. But I think it's the release that makes it okay to be able to do what I need to do and enjoy it far more than I have in the past, because it's okay not to be hitting these huge marks all the time. That's been a huge change for me.
Yeah, I think this is exactly one of the weirdest things about our sport. It's an individual pursuit. It's an individual sport that it's like, it's you. I'm not running for you. You don't have a teammate. You can tag in like halfway through when you're tired, right?
Yeah.
But for so many of us, we make this a competitive pursuit against others rather than ourselves. And I think a lot of masters runners realize this, and I wish younger runners realize this too, because you want to beat other people or place or qualify, whatever the outcome goal might be. But what most athletes find, and I think as you get older and you burnt yourself to the ground enough times, you start to go, well, the way that I'm actually going to be where I want to be is actually just stop caring about everybody else and remember that this is me. It's my pursuit, not relative to that person's pursuit or to that qualification standard. And I work with people on both sides of qualification line, like super far under, like a BQ, or just there, or way far off, right? And I find the mentality, and people could argue it's like, well, yeah, of course, they're so far under, they don't care about it. But the people who are either just on the other side or past it, I find most often don't think about, let's use the BQ as an example, is like, oh my God, I have to hit this. It's, I want to see how good I can be. And the people on the other end of the line, not always, because in fairness, they're new, et cetera, right? But the people who are kind of begrudging about the BQs getting faster, or, all that stuff, are more so going, I need to be there. This person got there. Why can't I get there? This person's gone 10 times and they take spots from people like me. And I think they have less peace than people who are just on the other side or have just missed it, who have treated it as that individual pursuit. Does that resonate kind of with what you're saying?
It does.
An argument I've been trying to tease out.
It's finding that peace. Piece in what maybe non-masters should understand, and most of them are faster than the masters, they're much younger and whatnot, is that as a masters runner, I'm so appreciative of this family of people out there. I don't give a rat's what time you come in. The last person across that line is just as valuable to me as the first person across the line. And you need to know there is a whole lot of love out there for everybody in this sport. And so cool of you to be out there. Don't care what your time is, so don't put that pressure on yourself. Be part of the family and be part of this wonderful process we share together. I think there's so much good in that message that,
It's so funny you said that. So, a lot of my athletes ask, like, well, how many do you have at Boston? Or like, what was your highlight of Boston of athletes you worked with? And yours was the highlight, actually, once I finally got your information. And so I said to a handful of my other masters runners, I was like, yeah, I just had a guy go 257. He didn't even have his friggin' watch working. Like, it was incredible. And instantly all of them were like, get him on the podcast. We need to hear exactly about this. And it wasn't because like the watch thing or anything. It was like, this is such an amazing thing that this masters runner came and ran 257 and did all that. They wanted to learn from you and understand it. And I think that's really cool in masters running, where people are going, hey, like, what's he doing over there? And you see this at the pro level a lot. Pros are always looking at other, what are they doing? What are the little 1% I can get? And I think masters runners do that too, but more in a community, like you're saying, mode, where it's like, hey, that's really cool. How can I elongate my career? Or what can I take away as I chase these maybe second running career type goals? And so that was one of the reasons why right after I was like, you got to come on, because like people are literally asking to hear what it is that you did so well. And the ironic part is there was nothing like, there was no secret or big crazy change or anything. It's like you said earlier, it was consistency and running off kind of effort. I think maybe maybe me holding you back sometimes, like you were saying, hey, I got 3 hours today. It's like, nope, Brant's got that in the cycle. That's kind of what I got to do and whatnot. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Yeah. As far as say running with groups, there again, I use you as the evil empire sometimes. Like, my coach says I can't run too fast, and we're kind of running too fast. Making that your goal for the day is that you are going to maintain the pace that you really need to, because I am such a sucker. I'm so easily sucked into running too fast. I have this Rochester Running Club group. I love them to death. So much fun running with them. Most of them are half my age or less, and they run fast. And so you need that internal guide. And what's really fun is being able to share that with you, Brant, because I know the difference as a Masters. I've made all these mistakes. I can tell when I'm overly tired, I get a little grumpy, and all these other fatigue signs start showing up.
Yeah.
And to be able to say, my coach he's such a jerk. He's just so hard on me. He's just going to yell at me which has never ever happened. It's actually the opposite. It's absolutely the opposite. I've always been surprised. But to have that ability to let it go and not drive hard with these people, I love them to death. But I see them at the end, and we talk at the end, or we go out and have coffee or whatever.
To the social side,
There's a social side. There's plenty of space for us to be apart without having to drive ourselves to death. My friend Shalaya runs. Shalaya Kip, she's a former. I think
super fast.
Yeah, she's out there running 6-minute miles. Guess what? I have no business in running, any day at 6-minute mile pace for a long period of time. So I think finding that space, but the only way to find that space is be comfortable knowing what you need to accomplish. And having that guidance from you has been, it's a release. It's a release. It lets you do what you need to do versus my anxiety closet always telling me, am I doing enough? Am I doing enough? Well, I'm going to go harder because I'm not doing enough. It's such a easy, pit to fall into. And then you're too tired and it takes too long to recover. And I think we're going to talk a lot about recovery probably in the future. Are you recovered? Are you ready for that harder effort? And so it's a good quality effort. I work in the field of regenerative biotherapeutics. And so, after the sub 2 hour marathon, we're all hoping that's legit. If it's not, then, we're all going to feel pretty bad. But it's pretty common. I come from a deep cycling, road racing, mountain biking world, and that's seen its problems. But regenerative biotherapeutics may be taking the place of some of that stuff that is illegal. It's just, right now it's in the healthcare industry, but it might filter into sports as well.
It's interesting you say that because I haven't read it fully, but I was talking on Zach Bitter's podcast, I think it's coming out in the next couple of days here, about Kajalcha was talking about taking a fatigue resistant supplement midway through the race that was like tart cherry in a pill or tart cherry in a gel type thing. And I think you're correct, like in terms of recoverability, regeneration, like oxidative stress, like all the things that can be lowered through pharmaceuticals right now. I think there's a pathway for that. My hope is it isn't like the cycling group out of the UK that was all about marginal gains, 1%, where it's like, hey, look what we're doing over here. Disregard the EPO we're doing over here.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I think it's tough. And I did a video about this week and I got a bunch of pushback. It was one of two ways. Either they're absolutely doped or like, there's no way, they're so humble they're doped. There was no like middle ground. And I think if you've been around sport long enough and you've seen like high level people, there's two things you recognize. One, there is an insane amount of doping and it's relatively easy, unfortunately, to get away with doping at a high level. Yes, it is. And two, I guess I go 3 points. Two, a lot of athletes are not the same person that you see when they're talking on camera and outward facing as they are behind the scenes. You see this in Hollywood, you see this with coworkers, all the stuff, right?
Yeah.
And the third piece is, if you've been around long enough, you've kind of seen this playbook. I think it was Sky was the cycling team in the UK
Yes.
that I'm referencing.
Yeah.
And then you see like Lance Armstrong, I'm the most tested athlete in the world and I've never tested positive. It's like,
Sure,
well,
right?
you can say that confidently if you know that what you're taking or how much you're taking is undetectable, right?
That's
and
exactly
for,
right.
For
There's
people who
designer.
remember, exactly, like people remember Lance, like he only eventually got caught retroactively. Like people were saying openly, like Betsy Andreu, there was plenty of people who were saying he's doped, but they couldn't prove it until they found a retroactive test. And I believe it was, you might know better than me, but they were able to detect biomarkers of the bags that hold blood in his blood to tell that he had like blood bags, that he was blood doping. And so, you know, you look at that, and I juxtapose that with the Sebastian case of Adidas paying $50,000 for additional tests, right? And I go, one, Nike was on board with what Lance was doing, and they were going on, I'm clean, I'm all this stuff, right? And so it's like, if anybody thinks $50,000 to Adidas is a lot of money, like they just made that in 3 hours, in like 3 minutes rather, after the race of people buying the shoes, right? So then it asks 2 questions, or 3 questions, I suppose. One, is it a marketing playbook that's being done by other companies that Adidas is now doing on the heels of their new shoes? 2, maybe they don't know, but Sebastian's crew around them knows that whatever he's doing, they're not going to test positive for because there's not a test for it yet. And then 3, I would say, why aren't the tests out there? And 3B to that would be, what's lost in the promotion of all this is the $50,000 for tests was done before him going into Berlin, not before him going into London.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
That's right.
And so like, I want to believe that it happened. And I think shoe tech has gone a long way. High carb's gone a long way. Weather was like as best it could be. And I think that's probably a lot of it. But if you've watched the sport long enough and you've seen Lance and you've seen the East Germans and you've seen what happened in Russia going into the games, or what's going on out of the African nations right now, you have to have that kind of caveat there, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, I don't know what to think on that one.
Well, with multiple athletes breaking the world record at the same time, it wasn't just one. We'd certainly celebrate one and probably question it more with multiple athletes. So is everybody, in the cycling world, at one point everybody was, and they said to be competitive, you have to be, driven, pharmaceutically, to be on equal footing with the rest of the field. Now, I don't think that's as much of the case. The speed of the cyclists, the speed of the runners across all sports is increasing. I think you're absolutely right. It's the carbohydrate loading. Something else that I learned, from you was, consuming enough carbohydrates so you can, oxidize as appropriate for your body instead of trying to break fat down, which takes more energy and whatnot. That's a game changer, total. Yeah. But what should that look like in terms of real times? Yeah. This wasn't just a few seconds record breaking. Yeah. This is a huge record breaking moment. I mean, huge, just smashed it. That's the other piece of it too. That's hard to understand. I'm gonna pull this back to Masters because it's so nice that we don't really have a world record to have to worry about.
That's true. Yeah.
So it makes it easy. You don't have to be in that concern realm at all. But as a Masters, I certainly applaud everybody who stays really clean.
Yeah,
and it does it the real way.
It's interesting you say that because it is plaguing Masters runners right now. The doping, unfortunately, and I think it's unfair to clean athletes because the standards for world champs keep moving and moving and moving because of that. You can see even there was a thread on Let's Run, which isn't always the best source of information, but Cameron Hines just ran 2:39 at 50, I think he's 58, 57, something like that. But he's talked about actively doing TRT and different pharmaceuticals and such. And so it's like, I think it's a tricky domain in Masters running because I do fundamentally believe there are disorders of aging, let's call it, that require pharmaceutical intervention. I firmly believe, like, I think that is 100% the case. But it's, where do you put that into the conversation around competitive performance? And I don't know the answer. I don't think there's an answer, but it's an interesting conversation to be had at the masters level.
Well, I think it's certainly risk-based decision-making.
Yeah.
You know, there is risk. You remember back when EPO was really big, you know, you're not really pumping, you know, the right ratio of cells and fluid through your veins. You're pumping Brent crude.
Sludge,
you know, sludge. And that's what destroys your heart.
Yeah.
I unfortunately or fortunately had heart ablation in 2013. I couldn't make it up a flight of stairs without stopping, putting my head between my legs because I was going to pass out. I was to that level. And once I had the ablation, had a really great doc who did the ablation, I was able to come back. You know, it was a good 6-9 months later before I could come back and be that athlete again. But that experience really sets the tone to ask you, who are you?
Yeah.
Are you, you know, is your identity wrapped around this athlete to the point that you aren't able to compete or enjoy the process without it? It's like, wow, and you just lost that chance. It's gone. Yeah. So you either have this surgery or whatever, this ablation. And so I think these are gifts. These are really hard gifts that a lot of masters get over the years. And AFib, pretty common for a lot of athletes. So if anyone has questions about that, I can unfortunately help you out more than you might want. But learning that that it isn't, I know you have to make a living, and the sport is your modality, your vehicle for making that living. But putting yourself at a huge risk to do it just isn't worth it. Your worth is so much. You can lead the running world. You can coach the running world. You can be so much a part of the running world, make such a huge difference without having to stress your body with a pharmaceutical or stress your heart or do things to your body that, frankly, we don't know what's going to happen 10, 15 years down the road. And that's a big risk to take. I'm not even ever willing to consider that risk because there's so many valuable things to this sport and valuable people to this sport that, you know, it doesn't even compare. It doesn't even compare.
1,000%. And, you know, I'm sure we could go on all day about that. I want to bring us back to training, because I think it's a question worth answering. And again, I said earlier, we're not going to go into every single day and pull up week by week, but from a broad strokes perspective for people who are listening, essentially what we did in this marathon, and it was a different build because you had ski season running late into the build as well, and you competed. But from a nuts and bolts perspective, I think the big takeaway for masters runners, from my opinion, and then I'd like to hear yours from the training side here, is we almost operated on a 14-day cycle where every second week had marathon pace until a little bit towards the end. I think we had some back-to-back weeks just because you wanted to catch up a little bit. And then we only had one workout during the week, and it was primarily tempo stuff or blended, where we did some tempo first and speed stuff afterwards. And I think at the masters level for marathoning, the intensity spread, like how it's spread out throughout the week, and the discipline of the intensity is key to keep the consistency that's required to perform at a high level in the marathon. Because I frame marathon success in terms of like a triangle hierarchy. So you've got your base, which we talk about, like how much aerobic loads you can do, marathon pace work, tempo pace work, interval pace work. And I think it's even more true at the masters level because as you go up that hierarchy of training paces, there's more ground reaction forces. There's more opportunity for injuries or niggles to pop up, or being really flat and sore for 2 days and maybe missing a day. And so that's how I kind of conceptualize your training going into Boston. But what would your thoughts be if it's anything divergent or confirmation on that?
No, it struck me you like to touch base at least once every couple of weeks, every 14 days with a training. I don't know what I'm going to call it. I might be missing the mark when I say it, a modality. Or
that's fair.
What do you call it, a modality?
Yep.
I think some of that threshold training actually is a relief to me, because not only am I, building my pyramid with it, I'm reminding myself that this is Henry Walker and this is what his abilities are,
Yeah.
and I'm still there. Whether I skied for the last 4 months or whatever, it just reminded me. He said, "Yeah, I'm still that person. I'm still that capable." So when I went into Boston, there was no second guessing.
Yeah.
I knew I had that threshold, and if I needed to turn that up a little bit, I could turn it up.
Yeah.
But it was based on that every couple of weeks. I'm going to ask you, what is it about 2 weeks that really
like the
makes
14-day cycle?
14-day cycle that really makes a difference, because it does kind of get a grip. It gets a grip on you and holds you. Those are loose terms, but it seems to settle in and work.
I think it's well, first off, I would say 7 days is completely arbitrary. We just pick it because our calendar does. So you could do a 10-day, 7-day, 14-day. My rationale, or I would posit that the reason why this works well is you get ample time to do everything to the fullest capacity. And I find when you condense it too much, you're compromised going into sessions, so you don't get the maximal benefit. So if you do a long run with marathon pace every week, or a progression run, or in and outs, whatever it might be on the weekend, and then you come back on the Tuesday or Wednesday, and you're always doing like a tempo session, then you're always doing an interval session on the Friday or something, right? You're never actually in a place where you can maximize what you're getting from each session. And to be clear, like, you do need to be compromised for things in the marathon. It is a durability, a fatigue resistance event, right? But if you're going weeks where you're not able to hit anything to the maximal ability, so let's use the example, if you got a Friday interval session, you've got a Sunday progression or with marathon pace, well, you're too compromised to get the biomechanical and the aerobic side and the hormonal side, the neuromuscular side of the marathon pace. So then you kind of just hit like a C on both workouts. And the problem is, athletes want to check all the boxes and say that they've done everything, because we like to derive confidence from proof, right? And I agree, confidence does come from stacking consistency, competency, and then confidence. That's the psychological framework of confidence. But most of us think it's simply about getting the work done to check the box versus maximizing the work that's being done. And this is where I think the art and the science comes in. And so that's why I like spacing it out over 14 days, because I also want athletes to be excited going. Like, you're still going to be tired and fatigued and stuff, but I want you to be more excited, versus I find over like a 7-day cycle, it's like, I got to get up again to do this. And I've been like destroyed for the last 2 days coming out of that last session. And then the mental fortitude and confidence kind of drops. And then I think you see more inconsistency in the build. So you have like a great workout, 2 meh workouts, and then you try really hard to get it back because you need to prove to yourself. Versus if you space it out, you give that athlete more autonomy to be able to go, hey, I'm actually good to hit this. Like, I'm tired, but I'm recovering and I'm back, right? And then they hit it and they go, oh, I don't have to worry about the next couple of days. I can recover really well, so I'm ready for the next one. Does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. Being mentally and physically ready for the hard effort, I think, was 90% of it. Honestly, it was 90% of being successful for that particular effort. And I think, too, I do like those threshold workouts. But as you've reminded me a couple of times, one workout is not the big picture.
Yeah.
It's one workout. And you know, your body's going to catch a virus. You know, it's inevitable. You might be off a little bit that day. Your GI might not be working that day. You kind of have to let that, you know, as much as I loved feeling that success of going, yeah, this is Henry Walker, I can still run this threshold. Yeah. It's like, well, today it's a little bit harder. I don't know what's going on. And you and I have had to have that conversation now and again. Your body, you don't have control over everything. Sleep, external stresses, you know, relationships,
travel,
dehydration, work. Oh my gosh, work is super stressful. So most of us masters are juggling a lot of things that we have to own. It's just part of life. And, you know, it's finances, it's everything else. So I think the harder efforts, the threshold efforts, plus that bigger picture thinking of no one immediate workout is a make or break deal. Certainly celebrate those successes. I remember one of the first 90-minute kind of threshold workouts I did. I knew it was going well. I was super happy with it. And I saw the response, and I remember the response almost verbatim. You said, somebody hit their marks today. That was awesome. So you do get to celebrate those wins, but you also get to let them go if they're not hitting those marks. And you don't need to feel bad about it. You went out and did your effort to build that pyramid. You did your effort. The effort is what you could do for that day. And letting that be the success for what it is that day is a maturity I see in a lot of masters. And then next day you get to celebrate again because you have another chance, or it might be a week later, however. But having that guidance is something that has really changed my vector as far as training and how I feel about the success of my training. Those little downs that you can get with, dang, I didn't hit those numbers exactly the way I want, they don't mean as much as they used to. We don't carry that on our shoulder anymore. We carry the successes way more often because, that little downer actually is kind of a success the way you need to think about it. And I don't know, honestly, it is joy. It comes down to being loving what we do more, and finding a way to do that is absolutely celebratory by itself. So joy.
I'll add two pieces to that on the training side in terms of why I think it works, the 14-day cycle. So I see a couple things. So on the 14-day cycle, you're more likely to have like B+ or A workouts more often, right? Because they're spaced out, you can achieve them better. So from a confidence and that joy and that love and everything you're feeling, you literally get more of it. Versus when they're condensed, it's like kind of like 1 out of 3 is good, 1 out of 4, and then you're kind of up the middle and 1 is bad.
I see.
Right?
Right.
The second piece I would say to kind of build upon this from an informational or educative perspective for anybody listening is that 14-day cycle like that actually allows you to train better and more than you would if you were doing like a 2 up, 1 down that a lot of people will do. So they'll do like week higher, week lower, week higher, lower, like that kind of step approach. And so if you think about it this way, so let's just say you go 40 miles, 50 miles, 30 miles. Okay. So that's 90, that's 120 miles across the 3 weeks, right? Whereas if you do this like 14-day cycle that constantly repeats, you might go like 45, 45, 45, right? So you're actually getting more miles across those 3 weeks by spacing it out more appropriately. So you get more. The other piece that comes with that is doing it across 14 days allows for a little bit more movement and fluidity. And I believe allows the athlete to be more honest about how they're feeling for a couple of reasons. One, if you're in that first up week, and you're just coming off your down week, you'd be like, well, I'm feeling a little sick or a little sore. Well, I can't take it because I just had my down week last week, so I'm going to miss things. So I got to keep doing it. So then you'll push through things and end up with an injury. Right? Or if it's like your up week and you have to take a day because of travel, work, whatever, well, then all of a sudden in your down week, you add it back in. So you don't end up with a down week anyways. Right.
It's too serendipitous. There's too much chance.
It's coaching a spreadsheet of physiology rather than the realities of a person. Right. And so when you've got this fluidity across 14 days, right, we had this a couple times coming out of the ski trip where it's okay, we'll just move that. Right. And so that allows you to be open and honest and not go, well, if I don't do it now, I'm not gonna be able to do it for 3 weeks, or it's going to mess up my 2 up, 1 down, or 3 up, 1 down, or whatever it is. Right. So I think it actually applies better to the human side of the person actually doing the training. And it gives you more total volume across the 3 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever step type approach you would do. And it gives you more ability to hit workouts more consistently in the upper echelon of B's or A's and get rid of some of this inconsistency, which is going to plague confidence and plague thoughts and ability and even desire sometimes going into workouts.
Yeah,
what do you think of that?
Totally agree. Oh, I totally agree. It's the desire portion of it that I really changes the way I want to do the workout. Yeah. I want to go after this. Oh yeah, it's going to hurt, but you know what? This value of it is so like good that and that flexibility, I never really thought about it like that before, Brant. these preconceived schedules, build up 3 week, build up 1 week, breakdown. I mean, we mentally get in that track, and it's perfect structure is perfectly fine if you have a perfect life that works that way. And I don't know about everyone else, but my life does not work that way. There's too much chaos in the world for me to continue that structure. Now, it is good structure. It works great. But as masters, I have so many other things to deal with. I can't cope with a perfect structure. It just, my life doesn't match it. That's all there is.
It's interesting you say that, because then it becomes this other piece on the personality side. Like most of us, especially if you've made it as far in sport as you have, love structure. Most of us, we have our routines, we have our days, we have our patterns, right? And then all of a sudden, well, if you're unable to achieve the pattern, you start to feel like a failure, you're not doing enough, or you're not good enough. And the negative side comes in, versus if you know you've got this fluidity and you know that you're still going to hit everything here. I'm not going to say you're not going to feel those feelings, but I would contend that they're to a lesser extent, which allows you to move on faster and not kind of dwell on something that may have been missed. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. There's another chance in 2 weeks to hit those marks the way you really feel like you want to, and get that same little high from hitting those marks. I love that.
You can also go back and go, okay, but like for the last 3 weeks, I've hit 45 miles, just to go back to my previous example, right? Versus like 30, 40, 50. Well, last week was 30, so this week has to be high. It's like, no, I'm consistently hitting a good block here. So I'm just going to have a blip rather than a week that's fully down kind of thing. So you can like weather that storm way better mentally, I think, than you would if you were like just coming off your down week, or this is supposed to be my high week and now I've missed one of my 3 high weeks in this 12-week builds kind of thing.
Well, tell me about a couple of pieces that, I've always run for distance in the past. Like I need to go for a 10-mile run. We never go for distance.
No,
everyone asks me, how many miles do you run? I said, I absolutely have no idea. I'd have to go back and look. It doesn't matter anymore because I'm running for time. And so if you would address that piece a little bit, because that's always fascinating. I'm one of the very few people who are actually just running for time.
Yeah.
And then total miles, I see professional runners 100, 120 more miles per week. And as a master's, I go, whoa, I would love to do that, but I think I would just get crushed by the end of the week. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, it's good. I did a video on this that was hotly contested, and I thought it was a great conversation. So I can tell you, like, anytime I've done interviews about like Knobs when he ran 209, they're like, how many miles do you run? Like, first off, my general default language is kilometers, so I'm already converting.
Sure.
I can do it, but the second piece is like, I actually don't know how many miles a week he runs. I know these roughly 13 to 15 hours a week of training, give or take, right? And so my position is running is unique in the endurance sport realm in that it's one of the only sports that measures in miles and not time. Like broadly, right? Like in skiing, you don't go, I skied 36 miles this week. You're like, I had like 3 hours in zone 2 and I had 1 hour in zone 3, like whatever it is, right? And I think the example I always use is like Knobs, if he wanted to, could go out and run 100 miles at 5:30s. And I think that's 5.5 hours, roughly, if my math is correct. It's probably wrong. But anyways, let's say it takes him 6 hours, right?
Yeah.
If I go run 100 miles, it's going to take me like 10 hours.
Right.
Because I can't run 5:30. So how is it that miles are equivalent? So then the response becomes, well, it's not equivalent across two people. It's equivalent across you to you. And I'm like, okay, that's a more legitimate argument, I would argue. But then I would say, what if I take him and I drive him up to Flagstaff at 7,000 feet, and now it takes him an extra hour to do those miles in the week? Well, now all of a sudden those miles aren't created equal, right?
Well, even in our case with snow or winter.
Or summer with the heat and humidity.
Heat and humidity, sometimes that's hard trudging through 5 inches of snow. That is not the same effort, and so, but the time is important.
Exactly. So my argument, the thesis of my argument is the body doesn't know that you've traveled a mile. So you can think about it this way. Your cadence is going to be different at 5K pace than it is easy pace. So how does the body knowing that it's a mile? Is it the amount of steps? Because that's going to change depending on the pace you're doing. So the body fundamentally doesn't understand. Like, and then what about every other country that uses kilometers except for the US? So suddenly like 60 miles is great, but then if it's like 62 kilometers, or sorry, 100 and or 98 kilometers, it's like it's suddenly different. No, it's time.
Right.
And so
It's
the
time.
body understands time at intensity. And I think literally every other sport other than running that is endurance based figures this out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But for some reason, we like, at least in the US, we like these fixed numbers because we can compare to each other that way.
Well, I
And
think it's a
time takes that
backwards
away.
proxy. Yeah, it's a backwards
Oh,
proxy.
interesting.
In that I would argue you need to do a lot of running to be good at the marathon at the pro level. Okay.
Yeah.
And so roughly you could argue that most of the pros that do well run over 100 miles a week. There's a few outliers, but broadly it's over 100 miles a week. Okay.
Wow.
So then we go, well, the proxy to run well must be 100 miles a week.
Hmm.
But as we just contended, like 100 miles a week is completely different across everybody. Like the group
Right.
training in Boulder and the group training in Flagstaff. And then, well, how much intensity are they doing? Because the intensity load is going to be very different at higher intensity than lower intensity. So those miles aren't even created equal.
Right. And
because
elevation.
elevation, right? And temperature. And so if it was simply, this is one of the absurd things that I make to refute that claim that mileage is important, is if it's simply about how many miles you did, then why don't you just go run all your miles in one day and recover the other days?
Exactly.
And I know that's an absurd argument because you could argue that for time as well too. But I think there's nothing physiologically based on the fundamental side of mileage that you don't get better from time.
Mm. Because it flexes with your day, your needs of your day. I'm feeling a little bit off, but it's an easy pace, so I can take it a little bit easier. Oh, it's a few less miles in the end of the day.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Well,
I love that.
Even from a functional like load type perspective, if you're feeling really easy, like post hard workout, and you're supposed to do 10 miles versus 2 days later doing 10 miles easy, right? Well, on the slower side, there's going to be more steps. So there's actually more load versus like if it's 60 to 70 minutes or 60 to 70 minutes. Like you're going to have more foot strikes on the slow day than you are on the faster day because your cadence changes.
Right.
So the load is completely different, and the body cares about load, which is much more better measured at time at intensity.
Yes. Right. Totally agree. That was a new concept for me, and it's worked out well. What about mileage then, and distance, and how many miles? You said over 100 miles for the professional. What do masters need? What is your inflection point where you start seeing niggles and you start dealing with? Because we feel, I don't know, everybody deals with challenges with their body, but masters have gained a little scar tissue and broken down cartilage and things like that. How do you gear the correct amount of miles translated to time? In a runner.
There's no correct answer to it, because I think especially as you move up the age brackets, there's more requirement for much more individualization, because you're going to have different injuries. Like I had a meniscal tear in 96 that's going to be repaired very differently than the guy who had a meniscal tear in 2006, right? And so I think there's no, like when I look at, like, let's say your training and others' master's training, it's not we need to get to this amount of miles. And I would argue I do this for pretty much everybody, is what is the gap we're trying to close ahead of this race? And so if it's aerobic, then we keep bumping within the capacity that athlete has. If it's tolerance to workouts or pacing or nutrition, it's like, what's the gap that has the biggest bang for our buck with the lowest risk to reward ratio? So like, I couldn't tell you how many miles you peaked at or what your average miles are. But I know that, like, when I'm in there and I'm doing your cycle and I'm looking at it, it's like we're trying to close the gaps. But like, I get a total on the side. Like I could look in there and be like, it's 6-ish, 7-ish hours a week or something on average. But I don't actually know. Like I couldn't tell you what any of my athletes run from a mileage perspective.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I have no clue.
I love that too, because again, I keep kind of coming back to this feeling side of it, which really surprises the hell out of me, honestly, because I'm a scientist by trade. I'm a thinker by trade. I'm a strategist. That's what my job is. I need to hit numbers, but here I'm all of a sudden flipping this around and going, I feel like I have success all the time, versus I didn't get my 100 miles or my 50 miles or whatever it is. I feel like I'm out there being successful in so many different ways that hitting those mile markers became less magical. It became,
Yeah.
you know, the secret's sort of out of the bag now. And we don't have to hit preconceived marks to be very successful.
I think
That's a change for me.
What's interesting about what we said, like you are like literally by trade a scientist, not in terms of just the way you think, but by trade and by profession, right? And I would contend psychologically that there is a lot that the scientist can learn from the artist, and there's a lot that the artist can learn from the scientist, but they'll never understand each other.
Yes.
Right? Like, I'm very much scientist, but I have the blend of art. Like, I didn't take a single social science or non-hard science credit until my last master's in psychology. Like, I'm a kin undergrad and RMT and such. And so, you know, the artist is never going to understand why the scientist is rigid, and the scientist is never going to understand why the artist is fluid. But if you can kind of come across both worlds of it and apply it when it's most correct, man, you can win a lot of things. And I don't mean just like winning races. I mean winning the feeling and execution and doing all the things you can do, right? So
yeah, no, exactly. One of the thoughts I had while running Boston is, you know, how do I measure success while I'm out here? Because I don't have the watch as my reference point. I can't look at my wrist every 5 minutes and go, yeah, I'm hitting these marks. Wow, this is awesome. I'm doing so well. Well, as a master's, did I dress well for the race? Am I comfortable? Oh yeah, this is like really comfy. Oh, do I have the right shoes? Oh yeah, I've got these sexy shoes with a carbon, you know, face. And, you know, did I sleep well? Did I eat well? How's my GI doing? I mean, all these little successes need to be accounted for as a master skier or runner. And the time is part of it. You know, it is kind of fun to have a PR. It's kind of fun to meet a big metric. But really, there's so many little metrics that as masters, I think we start to appreciate that make it fun. Yeah, I managed to eat the right thing the day before. I'm not stopping at the porta potties, you know, like all these other people are right now, or vomiting on the side of the trail because we're much smarter now. We know we need to train to that high carbohydrate load, because you can just look around and see all the challenges people face towards the end of that race. And these are all the people who made it to the race, right?
Yep.
These aren't just the people
the survivorship bias too, right?
Yeah. Their local marathon. This is not your local marathon. This is some of the best. And you still see some of the things go on that you have to appreciate not doing as a master's, because I remember you and I, you know, I said, hey, I'm just practicing with my energy, and you're like, right on, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, here we go.
Do it.
Yeah.
The advantage of being a master's is you to fine tune those things, and when you're willing to experiment with them, especially in the science realm. You have to do a bunch of math to see if I take the scratch high carb and I'm only making 500 mils. You know, how much will dissolve in there? You know, you shouldn't do that the day before Boston. All that should be all worked out, so you get to enjoy those little things. Enjoy the life part of it. I don't know. It's the fun of becoming a master's runner.
Perfect. I love it. Well, I think that's a great place to end. That's a great message. So I just want to say thank you. It's been amazing. I can't wait for everybody to listen to this.
Cool. Thank you for the day. What we shared together today is resonates with a lot of people, and their ideas come back and share back to the rest of the world, because it's a fun world, this running gig. So thank you to everyone.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Fast and Free. I'm Brant Stachel, and today we're talking about one of the hardest parts of running, rebuilding confidence after a catastrophic injury. My guest today is an athlete I coach and a fellow team member, Coach Martina Nadeau. Last year, 2 weeks before the NYC Marathon, she was diagnosed with a stress fracture. Instead of spiraling, she reframed the setback, she learned to swim, committed to cross training, and step by step we helped rebuild her body. Less than a year later, she ran a breakthrough marathon and stopped mid-race to help another runner who was in distress. Now she's traded New York's concrete jungle for Utah's trails, training for her first 50K and coaching athletes with a communication-first, science-backed approach. And so in this one, we chatted a lot about the phantom pains post-injury, why running by effort and not pace accelerated her confidence, how to work through and navigate non-negotiable travel and work routines, fitting everything in, and the identity shift for her from just as an athlete to a coach and an athlete, and why middle of the pack coaches matter. And so if you've ever been injured, burnt out, or stuck in your own head, this one's for you. And please enjoy the conversation. All right, Martina, thanks for coming on. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. You just finished a massive hike out in Utah?
Yeah, it's about 14 miles, 4,000 feet of vert. It was a real fun day scrambling out on the rocks, and we had great blue sky weather.
Nice. Any more moose?
No moose, but we did see a mother mountain goat and her two babies, which was really cool.
All right, that's cool. Everybody who knows me knows it's this like running joke when I travel that all I want to see is a moose. And so like you showed me the pictures, I think like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago when you first got out there about the moose, and everybody sends me pictures when they see mooses or moose, whatever the plural is. So.
We've seen like probably 15 moose at this point.
All right, well I'm jealous. So I'm not confident that I will ever see a moose, but I know that confidence is a big thing for you. Love that segue, by the way. So I don't know if you know the story. When we first started working together, I was on a trip in like Ontario for a guy that I work with who was doing a Bruce Trail, which is like this long ass trail, FKT, like fastest known time. And I literally got your email and I was so enraged by like what you said about like your fracture and like how kind of things had gone down and stuff, that like I was out in the car while he was running in the woods somewhere. I was like, I think I emailed you. I was like, no, I got to call this girl because like I feel so bad for her. And so then you jumped on the phone, which was great. But I know at that time your confidence was pretty low with running, and you know, you can paint the picture if you want about the fracture and where you were at that point.
Yeah, so I think I was feeling pretty deflated and pretty defeated because I felt like I was in the best shape of my life, but maybe mentally I was just so in the throes. And then once my body kind of broke down physically, it kind of felt like it all started tumbling from there. And it was like just a little bit of pain. And then all of a sudden, like I felt like I couldn't move my leg. I was having like throbbing at night. And I think, you know, I had gotten to the point where I was doing so much and that was partly why physically I was feeling so great, because, you know, it feeds into you're doing more. And then you think, oh, I'm doing more, so I must be more fit. I must be better, right? And I had gotten to the point where I think that was like almost like a positive feedback loop. And once that fracture happened, it was like all of a sudden, like just a total spiral downwards of like, I no longer have confidence that I'm fit or was even fit. I don't have confidence in my body. Like I had kind of felt like, what was I doing wrong here? So it was kind of just a real high and then a real low, real fast. And that was pretty jarring.
Yeah, and that was October, if I recall.
Yeah.
And so I think you were planning to run NYC later that year. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it was around October 20th that I had gotten my confirmed diagnosis, and NYC that year was, I want to say, November 3rd. So it was like 2 weeks out. Yeah. I was like right in the middle or right in the beginning of a taper.
And like, I know what it was like, and you don't have to share if you don't want to, but what was that like the first couple weeks? I know we were trying like elliptical, some water running, which you hated, if I recall, and all those things. But what was it like to have that goal kind of ripped away and then still like showing up for yourself like you did? Because you were a rock star with that cross training, to be honest. Like you really were, as much as you hated some of it, I know. But what was it like to kind of go through that? Because I think that's almost a unfortunate universal experience for us as runners.
Yeah, I think there's two kind of sides to it. The first was maybe, I think I didn't, and you know, if I could go back in time, I didn't give myself any period of time to kind of like grieve that injury. And so I would have given myself maybe like 4 or 5 days to just like kind of settle and let myself process what had happened. But I know that, you know, I'm a very type A person, and I just kind of wanted to jump right in to distract myself. And I do think that like that worked for me at that time, and that's okay. Looking back, I was like, maybe I should have taken a couple of days, but committing to cross training through the injury was a pretty easy decision for me, because I had known that like if I wanted to start up running again and be and for it to be like any bit enjoyable, like I wanted to stay in like some decent aerobic shape, but then also like I think I just wanted confidence that my body was doing what it could while I was injured. And I think, that also helped for me create mental space. Like I get a lot of energy out when I'm doing some sort of physical activity. So like being able to hop on the bike or hop in the pool, I thought was really helpful for me to process and to kind of keep my mind moving, stay engaged, and like not fall into a slump. I think the other thing that really helped me in terms of like committing to that cross training was thinking of it a lot of the time as an opportunity as opposed to like a punishment. And so thinking like, what can I learn from this experience? Like maybe this type of training will help me in ways that I don't realize or don't know. I basically learned how to swim through that injury, which was pretty darn cool because I went from like being a doggy paddle person to suddenly being able to swim like 2 full miles at a time. And so, I ended up not really doing too much with it, but like now I know I can hop in a pool and like I can stroke out. Like I'm pretty solid at swimming now. So I think like taking that like opportunity perspective helped.
Yeah, it's math. I mean, that's what turned me into a triathlete. Basically, was finding ways to friggin' stay in shape while running. And I don't wish stress fractures upon anybody. It sucks as an injury. Although in some regards, as you know, it's actually easier than some of the other injuries we deal with because it's like kind of like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and you're good. But I know for you, there was a lot of having to regain trust in your body and kind of get those like phantom pains afterwards. I know we talked a lot about that on the comeback, right? How did you navigate that in the, like reflecting upon that now? How did you navigate that in the moment, like those phantom pains? Am I doing too much? Am I coming back? Because you had Petite de Nord that year that you were really gearing up for.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I had gone back to several times, we had some conversations as I was dealing with some of those phantom pains that were kind of around like recency bias and understanding like how your brain processes trauma in a way to like almost like protect itself, right? And so for me, it was kind of like, okay, like I can feel pain and that may be a real physiological symptom that I'm experiencing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that my leg is broken, right? And thinking or jumping to the conclusion that my leg is broken is probably coming from the fact that like less than a year ago, I had experienced something really drastic and I had such a negative reaction or feeling or like negative experience with that I think my body was trying or my brain was trying to protect myself from going through that negative experience again. So I think some of it was kind of trusting the process and like your coaching. Some of it was taking a step back and saying like it's okay to feel pain, but like let's think about why this might be amplified in your mind a little bit, right?
You did a great job navigating through it. It's fractures are a weird thing because we see them as like a weakness all of a sudden. Anytime there's pain anywhere near it, right? It's like I'm walking around half the time with pain in my shins, regardless whether I don't even have a fracture or anything, right? And so I thought you did a really good job with that. And one of the things I really noticed, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought it was really cool that like every week I could kind of feel your confidence come back. Like you'd get a long run in or you'd get a workout in, and it was like almost like week by week there was like less and less kind of chatter that you probably had internally. You were probably relaying less of it to me than you were probably having, but I kind of noticed that weekly. What was that process like for you to kind of come back? Because that was, you ran a marathon less than a year later, right? Give or take less than a year later.
Yeah, I honestly think that it's maybe something that people don't talk about a lot, but I find that a lot of that confidence was built through like purely running by effort. And I know that we had a lot of conversations around like what should pace look like. And that was such a moot conversation coming back from an injury because like you kind of just have to throw it out the window. You're not starting from scratch, right? Like you have years and years of fitness built. And so you're not starting from scratch, but you just can't, you have to think of yourself as a new athlete. And so that's kind of the approach that I took where I was like, you know what, I'm not going to run to the fitness I was at. I'm going to run to, or where I was, I'm going to run to the fitness that I'm currently at. And I think, that kind of brought me back to like, let's not race my workouts. And if I wasn't racing my workouts, I was recovering really well. And then that recovery, like that quick bounce back, that really helped with my confidence. So I think week over week, just making sure that I was actually running to the, or fulfilling the purpose that, you know, each training run was assigned. Like if it was a tempo, I was running to a true tempo. If it was an easy run, I was running truly easy, making sure I was fulfilling that purpose, and, you know, rest included, really helped with recovery and then like simultaneously building that confidence.
What did you gain like as an athlete? Because we were shifting that way as you were kind of coming back. Because at first, like, you were chomping at the bit, rightfully so, right? Like, you just had your dream kind of shattered and thrown out, and you're chomping at the bit. But like, what did you kind of realize when you, like, I would say you did a great job buying in those early days, but I think you were still kind of like, is this the right way, kind of thing. But then when you fully kind of, you know, went in on it, what did you realize about like training and yourself as a runner, kind of making that switch?
So I think for me, there were a couple of different things. One being like, I kind of tried to go back to that why. Like, why do I do this? Why do I want to run this time or this way or this race? And I think at the end of the day, for me, like what it all kind of came down to was like wanting longevity and health in the sport, because it's something that like I really enjoy doing. So, you know, buying into the process was like, okay, well, I know that my coach, for the sake of his own business, right, wants to keep me healthy. So I'm going to listen to what he's going to say, because at the end of the day, for me, if the most important thing is being healthy and being able to do this for years and years and years, there's no need to be racing my workouts. And I think, you know, the other thing is like, I learned that I wanted to be a more patient person, not just in running, but in life. And so I think, you know, running kind of gave me the opportunity to practice that skill a little bit more, and to recognize that like not everything is a sprint. Like, you can achieve your goals if you are patient and consistent, and you just kind of show up for yourself day after day. But I think some of that also goes back to like filling the correct purpose of your training plan or your runs or, you know, your rest days, keeping things easy, and kind of just making sure that you're very intentional when you're along with the consistency.
Yeah, I love it. And I think, you know, to add on that kind of direction, I know as we were getting ready for the marathon, you know, we had trained a little bit differently than you were used to, right? There was a lot less speed, right? And I'm not knocking anybody, but just as an observation here, there was a lot less speed, a little bit more emphasis on just easy volume, marathon pace. And you were training through the heat in New York City at that time, right? And so it was a disgusting summer that year, if I recall, because I think did I visit you that year? Yeah. Yeah, right. So it was a disgusting summer that year. So, you know, how did you navigate going through that complete revamp of training system, a little bit less speed? You were feeling slow. I remember you saying all the time, how am I going to do it? I'm not doing speed stuff, all that stuff. And you end up running a pretty dang good race. So how did you kind of mentally shift through that?
I think a lot of my mental shift in terms of like accepting a new training style was like, well, the other one didn't work for me. So like, there's no sense in trying to go back and like break my body, right? Like, I'm not going to put a square peg through a round hole and just keep on trying to jam the peg in. Like, I might as well try to do something a little bit different. And, you know, if it doesn't work out, that's okay, because I'm healthy. And so I could always change my approach and try again. And so having that in the back of my head of like, well, like, I'm going to give it a shot this way. And if it doesn't work out, I can always change how I run moving forward or how I train moving forward. But it just happened to work out really well. And I think part of, you know, being able to be okay with I'm putting in the work, and maybe like I don't know what the result is, and I can always change it moving forward. I think it's hard to grasp the idea of like, well, I put in so much work and I didn't get the result, right? And I think for me, like, that had already happened. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to put in work and I'm not going to get the result. It's like, I'm going to put in work and I'm still going to get something out of it, right? Whether that be a result or like some sort of learning experience. Whereas the first kind of go around, like, I was kind of just left like broken and frustrated.
Yeah, fair enough. And so if we fast forward to, you know, October, Petite Nord up in Quebec, which is a great little race actually on the trail, do you want to fill in how that went down and the craziness of your day over there?
Yeah. So it was an interesting race in that it's very small and kind of like a locally organized race. And so my only experience in the marathon and even smaller races had really up until that point been New York City racing. And New York City racing, you got a lot of runners nearby. Even the small races, they're pretty packed. So this was the first race that I had run that I really had a lot of like elbow room and I didn't have to kind of grease up, which was great because it was kind of this freeing experience, but simultaneously it was really nerve wracking to not have folks to kind of cling onto or always have a body in sight. When I kind of started the run, I honestly, I didn't feel great. I remember saying to myself, like, just kind of hang on, this can change, right? And I know that that was something that we had talked about a lot through a lot of my workouts. And, you know, something that I practice a lot in my training cycle was like, if you're having a bad minute or a bad mile or a bad moment, like give yourself the mental opportunity to recognize that it can change. And so I kind of locked into that thought of like, maybe you don't feel great, but that could go away. You know, maybe it's nerves, maybe it's like it was pretty cold at the start and like pretty darn windy. So I was like, you know what, like this moment can shift. When I made it through about halfway, I remember seeing my husband, and I thought to myself, like, it would be really easy to just kind of walk off the course right now because, like, I'm not feeling great. But I was like, you know what, like, okay, so what? Like, I trained to finish this race, so I'm going to finish this race. So I continued to kind of make my way, and I kind of learned a couple of things about myself in terms of like racing style. Like I think I really like a lot of like the adrenaline and having people kind of cheer in my face. And you know, we had talked a little bit about that later. Maybe that would have been not great for me because I could have blown up if I had people really cheering. So it's hard to know, but as I progressed throughout the race, I will say like the feeling started to kind of fade of like I'm not feeling good, and then it was like now I'm just settling, right? Like I'm settling, I'm comfortable. I've had runs where I have felt smooth enough, not great, but smooth enough to have a strong run. And so I got to about, I want to say it was mile 24, 25, pretty deep into the race where I was like, I'm ready to kind of get this over with at this point as one feels at the end of a marathon. And I think it was maybe at like kilometer 39 because everything was marked in kilometers. And I saw a runner go down, and it had started to heat up a lot like much later in the day. So I saw a runner kind of start to wobble, and then he went down on his hands, and I was like, there's no one around. I've got to help this guy. So my legs are starting to shake because I'm now 24 miles into a race. And when you stop, and this particular course has a tiny little bit of a decline in the latter half. And so when you stop, your quads are kind of just starting to cramp up. And so I stopped and I sat him down. I said, are you okay? And he was kind of starting to get woozy, and he started to turn white in the face. And I think at that point he started to kind of like dissociate a little bit. And there was pretty much no one in sight because it was such a small race. So the way that the course kind of works, it's like one long point to point. So I had run to the next intersection to get one of the bike volunteers so that they could call a medic and get him some help. So I ran to the intersection after kind of sitting him down and saying like, you stay steady. And another athlete had actually come up on us and sat with him while I went and got that volunteer. We sent off a volunteer to bike down, and they got medics. And, you know, I was able to then kind of get my legs turning again towards the finish. But even that last maybe 100 meters, I'm usually always like a very strong kicker. But I think that pause just kind of built some maybe lactate up in my legs, and trying to kick was really, really hard. But I made it through the line and ran a phenomenal time compared to what I was expecting to run, especially after having stopped and feeling my legs kind of freeze up like that. And saw my friend at the finish line there.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I still remember texting you after that because I was tracking you all day. and then texting me like, oh my God, that was amazing. And you were like, just wait. And then you like told me the whole story. I was like, oh my God, this girl crushed it. So no, it was a phenomenal day. And you know, I was so glad for you to have that experience. Like, you know, basically it was almost a year to the day. I think it would have been 50 weeks, 51 weeks kind of thing, since the fracture. And so I was so happy for you to have that experience, because it's hard coming back from that stuff. Like it really is. And so kudos to you. Not an easy one. So good job being a good Samaritan too. I mean, you were in Canada, so you kind of have to be nice, right? So,
yeah.
But
well, you gotta think, like, if you see someone go down like that, you have to think, like, what would I want someone to do for me? And
Yep.
I've had moments where I've had my vision cave a little bit during a run. It's really scary. Like, you don't want to be alone.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like a natural thing to do. And at that point, I was kind of like, my race is like, yeah, of course I want to race well, but like my race is not as important as like someone's health,
Someone's life,
right?
yeah.
Someone's
Yeah,
life.
sure.
Yeah.
No, it's no, kudos to you. I think yeah, not an easy decision. Hopefully we all would be like you in the moment and do that, but I've seen people not be like that. So yeah, I wanted to ask you this question because I know we chatted on Friday, because so you travel all the time. Like, I mean, like, I swear, you're in a plane every week or a different state. Like, I get your Strava, I get your uploads. Where's Martina now? We'll find out, right? And you have an insanely hectic schedule. That's the only way I can describe it.
Yep.
And, you know, you've gotten really good at navigating, okay, got to move this around or do that. And we communicate really well. But with that comes probably some insane scheduling and planning and such. So I was thinking about this the other day. It's like, you must be all over like Strava maps, finding places to run in different states. Is that true?
Oh yeah.
Is that how you find them?
Yep.
Yeah. So what is that like? So I coach a lot of people who are busy, like, you know, different professions that have different shifts and all that kind of stuff. But like the travel for me is kind of what like makes it kind of insane for you. How do you navigate all that? Because like you are an assassin when it gets getting your runs in and your strength in too. Like you don't miss, right? So what is that like? How do you navigate all that?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that I try to tell myself is give yourself a non-negotiable, and then there's always an out after that. So if I have 50 to 70 minutes on the schedule, easy, I tell myself that 50 minutes is non-negotiable. And if that's all I can squeeze in, it's that 50 minutes. And if I'm able to squeeze in whatever 60 or 70, then that's great. But kind of giving myself some flexibility. Sometimes I'll look at my schedule and it'll be like 30 minutes is the non-negotiable today. But just doing something to make sure that I'm carving time out for myself. I think the other thing that's really helpful for me with travel is like just it's hard when you're not in your normal routine, but trying to be like really cognizant that like you're drinking enough water, like you're eating enough. Those things make such a big difference, especially on a travel day. And then kind of thinking about, you know, not everyone wants to get up and run at 5 o'clock in the morning in the pitch black. But I think, you know, you can kind of try to think of it as an opportunity to like sightsee. Or sometimes like I'll hop on the phone and take a meeting during a run. And, you know, it's to me one of those moments where it's kind of like I'm getting in what I need to, but like also because like I want to. So it's one of those things I think where it's like if you really care about it, and it doesn't have to be tied to like a training cycle or a time or like any sort of goals like that, right? But if it's important to you and your health and your mental space, right? Like you kind of make sure that you create and find the time. And I think for me, it's creating those non-negotiables, creating the space, looking at like opportunities. So like, oh, I can do this as an exploration run, or I can do this. And I've several times have ended at a place where I have errands to run. So kind of like two birds, one stone sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's like a NYC must. Like I swear, every runner that I coach in NYC has like errand runs where they go and do stuff because like I don't know, subways are trash or full or something. I don't know. But so when I'm working with like new runners, oftentimes we're trying to teach that kind of ability to like figure it out and such. one of the things I always go to is like base your schedule around your running. Now, obviously, you have meetings and work throws in and such, but do you look at it as like when you're looking at your calendar for the day, for the week, whatever it is, like where am I going to fit in my run? And is it like integral to be like part of your calendar?
Yeah, for me, it definitely is because I mean, there's some flexibility, right? Like if a meeting pops up or something,
Sure.
and I have to make an adjustment, I make an adjustment. But I think the way that I try to operate and the way that I often encourage friends and other athletes to operate is like, you don't want to think about, I try to think about when can I get this done as opposed to I can do this later, right?
Yeah.
Because the I can do this later sometimes results in like any opportunity that you possibly have to shift the run, or like if something comes up, it's like, well, I can get to it later, as opposed to like, when can I get it done? And kind of like not front loading logistically, but maybe front loading mentally.
I think one of the interesting things right now, in particular, especially in USA running, you're seeing, we're filming this today. The women's marathon at Tokyo just happened yesterday. And you look at like Susanna Sullivan, who's literally, I think, grade 6 math teacher, I think is correct, was leading. By the time this is out, there shouldn't be any spoilers, but she was leading, right? And she's working a full time job. Do you pull inspiration from seeing some of these like women in particular that are crushing it with like jobs and work and fitting in all their runs and everything?
For sure, yeah. I just turned to my husband the other night when we saw the results posted, and I said, "Do you know that she's a full time teacher? Like that's pretty darn cool." And like, obviously, you have to create space for yourself to take care of other things and take on other hobbies and make time for friends and family. But at the end of the day, like, I think people prioritize what's important to them. And so for me, seeing that, I was like, wow, like that's a pretty phenomenal result. And, it's certainly because she's putting in the work. And so like I can have phenomenal results for myself, whatever that may mean, if I just continue to put in the work.
Yeah, so I think seeing women like that and the run club movement that's kind of come the last couple of years, I really hope one of the knock-on effects is that women are seeing that they can compete and strive for personal best, like postpartum, with full-time jobs, with family requirements and such. Because I know I coach a handful of people that do that, and I think you've got a couple women who are doing that as well too in your coaching roster. Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure. I have several postpartum moms and women with pretty demanding jobs. So it's really cool to see people kind of balance all of their priorities, but also like create and carve out time for themselves. And, one of the things that I've talked about with a lot of moms that I work with is like, if you're able to create time for yourself, like you're actually being a better parent too, right? Because you're approaching your child with like a better version of yourself where you feel a little bit more relaxed, a little bit less tense, like you got out, you set a really great example for your kids, right? There's so many great trickle down effects, and I hope that continues to kind of be amplified in the running community.
Yeah, so I do this lecture every year for my local university's first year med students, and I start it with a picture of my dog, and I'm like, do you want to know how you make really happy, like good people? It's like you exercise them, you feed them well, and you talk to them nice. To be clear, I'm not comparing men or women to dogs, but like our behaviors are really similar, right? And I think your message is banger. It's so amazing to see what men, women, doesn't matter, like what they're able to do as humans just by having running as part of their life.
Yeah.
I know it's made me a better human. It's given me so many opportunities and such. So, I'm glad you passed that on as well. And so let's talk about that. You've been coaching for how long now? 8 months, 9 months, I think I want to say.
Yeah, just about 9 months.
What made you want to coach? Because we've worked together for a while. Running's been a big part of your life, but it's a leap to like make that jump. And so what was it that kind of got that like start having that thought process for you and wanting to go and share your message with other people?
I think there are a few things. Obviously, your encouragement was a great help, but I think, as I kind of was making the decision and was reflective of my running journey, I had gone through a lot of like the highs and lows that I experienced. And I thought about like how I went from kind of feeling, it's a strong word, but like feeling a little bit of a level of like hate for running, and then like kind of healing that through my recovery journey and like finding a lot of like love and joy in sport and comfort. And I think alongside that, like learning a lot of the science And a lot of science made me really love what I was doing because it felt much more purposeful, much more intentional. And so as I kind of shifted my relationship with the sport, it was like, I don't want other people to go through this like level of despise for the sport or like breakdown, because either they don't understand the science and then they maybe, you know, apply training principles in a kind of wonky way and get hurt. So like that was kind of a piece of it. And then I think for me the other piece was like I I kind of saw and I've heard from a lot of other athletes that like there hasn't been a really strong middle market for athletes who are maybe not at the elite or semi-elite or pro level or like the super beginner level. I think that kind of middle pace or the middle of the pack runner kind of gets lost sometimes. And you know, I had a lot of like doubt in myself that like people would take me seriously as a coach because I'm not super fast. And then I was like, would I take someone not seriously because they're a middle of the pack runner? And then I kind of thought about that and I was like, actually, like maybe it would be really nice to have a middle of the pack runner coach me because they're really relatable and they've gone through the same experiences. So I think I kind of stepped back from that imposter syndrome and I was like, you know what, like I can see a need here and I want people to like love this sport and to improve and to understand science and to like question different training principles or methodologies. So it was like kind of a whole culmination of different things. And then also like having had such a positive experience with my coach made me like want to give that to someone else. And for listeners, obviously you're my coach.
Yeah, well, thanks. I appreciate that. It's interesting. I used to coach coaches, like do the coaching education piece and such. And one thing that was always ingrained in me by my mentor, who's a great friend, was like you want to leave the sport in a better place than you found it, right? And so for me now at this stage of my career, I really feel like that's like helping runners, obviously, like I do with you, but helping put more good coaches into the system so more people can access. Like, you know, even if I thought about it just like selfishly, I have a capacity. I can't coach everyone, right? But like, I know that somebody like you who's got a great heart and a great mind and cares about people, I'm like, I can feel confident that like somebody like you is out there and doing that, right? And I think it's so cool what you said about like the middle of the pack and that relatability, because I was struck by this. Like I come at it a little bit more from the high performance background in terms of like my professional background, but I certainly don't, you know, act as if somebody who's, you know, lesser than high performance is anything worse than what they could be. But I think I met this woman who I'd love to host at some point on the show, Steph Dunlap, who's this like like not professional in terms of it's her job, but she does it all the time, pace bunny for like marathons all over. So I met her at CIM and I got to chat with her. This woman is like amazing. She has, I don't know, 7 billion followers on Instagram and stuff. And it's the exact same thing for her. She was like, there's people out here who don't know how to run, walk a 5 hour, 6 hour, whatever it might be marathon. And I think what's really cool about running is everybody has somebody who's relatable, right? And you found that niche, and I love that for you, because it is, you know, I'm sure, well, maybe you can answer this question. Like you reached out to me and obviously, you know, my profile, my background speaks a little bit more to high performance. And was there ever any thought for you like, oh, would this guy even want to work with me? Cause like, I'm not some fast person. You can say no, I don't know if there was, but.
Yeah, there was. But I think that at the time, I was like, if I take my training seriously, then surely this guy will take me seriously. And so I think it was more or less for me, like at least in terms of how I viewed your coaching marketing style, it was a little bit more like I take on athletes who take their goals really seriously and their training really seriously, as opposed to like I take on athletes who run certain times. And so I kind of felt like I fit that mold. Maybe a little bit less of like a lifestyle coach, because I've seen those in the market too, and like there's really a place for them. I would say I'm probably one of those, and maybe in certain instances you are for sure as well. But in terms of kind of what I perceived and how I made my coaching kind of decisions and selections and like who I reached out to, it was like I want someone who knows that I take this seriously and like who will coach me well because they recognize that I'm dedicated to the process.
Yeah, well, I can tell you 1,000% you are. What's been the coolest thing, being a coach now? Like, I mean, I got moments I love to share about how cool things are as a coach, but what's been the coolest moment for you in the first kind of 9 months here, like being a coach?
Okay, so I have this one athlete who, for probably when she first reached out to me, she said, I signed up for a half marathon and like I don't even want to do it. Like she was like, I committed to it. I spent the money. Like I hate running. Like I just hate it. And we worked so hard to get her to a place of now like she is itching to do more than I give her. So we did a lot of like mental games. So it would be like she was bored a lot on runs, and so I would say, okay, let's go out and find 5 yellow things, or let's go out and think of a dessert for every letter A to Z, and when you're done, come back and tell me what letters you couldn't think of. So really trying to like engage the mind, and I think once she started engaging like that and kind of like distracting herself, she was able to build so much consistency. And then like a month of consistency later, like easy runs were easy. And she was like, this is great. Yeah. And she just started to really, really enjoy the sport. And this was not even really, she ran her half marathon. It was her first half marathon. She crushed it. But I think, it was cool to see her achieve that goal of running that race. But it was even cooler to kind of see her open her mind and perspective to like, maybe this could be something that I could really enjoy and do for a long time.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm sure, like, I can tell you from years of doing this, you're going to have so many cool moments that are going to blow you away that you never thought that you would be a part of. And it is one of the best things about being a coach. I joke all the time. I'm a washed up has-been who never was. Like, I did some okay stuff, but nothing compared to what, my athletes have done. And I get blown away watching, people at 3 hours, 4 hours, in the marathon doing things they never thought they could do. Right. And I think that's one of the coolest things in this sport is we all just get to do things we never thought we could do or never thought were possible, or just, I hope you've seen this in my coaching with you, and I'm sure you pass this on knowing you as a human, but having someone who has that belief in you that you could actually do something pretty cool is like the coolest thing in the world, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that just goes back to like that little story. Like, I don't even think that with that particular athlete, she had kind of convinced herself that I would never like running, right? And so it wasn't even like the evolution of her relationship with the sport. I mean, that was amazing to watch, but it was like that she ended up getting to somewhere that she never thought she would. And I think that just goes to show like it is such a rewarding part of coaching and really cool part of coaching to see that people do things that they thought were never possible or out of reach, or something that they doubt in themselves, but like as a coach to really be able to like back someone and to like feel so confident in them and be a part of that journey and that process is like really special.
Oh, it's one of the best feelings. Like I truly, even above my own performances, love working with people and seeing what they can do. I get more joy out of that than I do stepping on a start line myself, honestly. We were chatting the other day because you had a workout that did not go so well. And you said a comment that I thought was really, really interesting to hear from you. Because like you said, you've only been coaching for 9 months, but I think the line was something along the lines of you've gained perspective now being a coach and recognizing that bad workouts happen. Is that correct? Did I get that about right? And so tell me about that. I purposely didn't want to go into it via text because I knew we were going to do this and I wanted to ask you about that. But tell me about what it's been like to be on my side of those texts, and what have you kind of learned, and how are you treating yourself maybe a little bit differently now?
It's so funny because I was reflecting on the number of rants and long texts and calls that I've given you where I've just gone off on bad runs and good, right? And I've seen it come through now with my 22 athletes, and I'm like, oh my goodness, when I experience something now, I'm like, I'm not special, right? Like, I almost like everything is a universal experience. Like, everyone's going to have bad runs. Everyone's going to have a run where their stomach hurts at some point. Everyone's going to have a phenomenal run where they're on top of the world. And so I think like kind of level setting to like this, like, yeah, of course, like everyone has like a sense of self-importance. And it's good to have that because that's part of the reason that you put so much work into your training. But at the same time, like realizing that like, I'm not that special. Like this is not unique. These things happen to everyone at one point or another. And so, you know, I kind of actually had a moment of self-reflection where I looked back at my Strava, and I think probably a year ago, you could tell through every caption whether or not a run was good or bad, as I would describe it. And for the past year, I know what runs were good or bad, but I recognize that my Strava no longer reflects what runs are good or bad because both happen. So like me, it was such like a sign of like, oh wow, I've really matured in looking at how I view my runs, because now no one can tell other than me if a run was good or bad. And what's the purpose behind putting that out there, right? Like no one really needs to know, but if I'm putting my head down and grinding and just doing the work, regardless of whether it was good or bad, and like I take that data and I make a decision, it doesn't matter if it's bad, right? Like you still get something out of that. Maybe you learn something about your fuel. Maybe you learn something about how you're hydrating. Maybe you learn that you've been traveling too much for work. But at the end of the day, or it could be a fluke. And I think that's just it, right? Like you're not, I hate to say you're not special, but at the same time, like I for me had this moment of like, I'm not special. Everyone goes through these things. And so kind of reminding yourself that like, it's a universal experience to go through many highs and many lows. And so you can't let the highs get too high and you can't let the lows get too lows. And I think a lot of pros, even if they have a great race or a bad race, they institute this 24-hour rule where they give themselves 24 hours to really celebrate or to really be down in the dumps, and then you kind of move forward and you keep grinding.
It's so funny. I'll tell you some of the coaching side of stuff that I think is funny. So we've talked lots, obviously, over the last couple of years with the injuries and bad workouts and good workouts and stuff. But you can probably, maybe you've caught on to this, maybe you haven't. But my texts grow shorter the more I know you know about it, right? So like in the beginning, it was like, I'll give you a full explanation. I'll talk you off the ledge. I'll do all these things, right? And now it's like, all right, you've been traveling a lot. Like you'll get it back kind of thing, right? But why I do that, like with somebody like you who I've known for years and we have great rapport, obviously, is we oftentimes think in terms of narratives, right? And so if we allow that narrative to continue, oh, I had a bad workout, oh, I suck, I'm not good enough, I'm never going to make it, whatever. In part, sometimes I'm just adding to that, right? To be like, oh, yeah, that was horrible. It's like, yeah, we both know it was horrible. We both know you shit the bed today. Like it happens, right? But the other thing I think too, we did a lot of early on when you were kind of coming back and building trust, speaking on the narrative side, was I would share stories of like high performers that have gone through the exact same thing you've gone through too, right? And I hope, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but I hope that was like reassuring, and setting the groundwork for you to see that, yeah, you're special because you're you, but you're not special in terms of the running problems that you're going through. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. And I think, it's funny that you talk about like how like someone's response can kind of feed into like a perpetuation of a feeling, right? Because the other day when I had that pretty awful run, I had to remind myself to let it go going into my next run, because I knew that like, even if I physically felt great, if I held on to that feeling from the bad run, it would just serve me no purpose in the next run that I did. And so, my next run ended up being a pretty like mediocre run. It wasn't bad, it wasn't great, but like had I held on to that negative experience the day before, I think that my run probably would have been on a downward spiral. And so I think that's another important part of like being able to recognize you're having a bad performance or a bad day. That doesn't have to mean it's suddenly a bad week or a bad cycle or a bad year. These things happen, and like your ability to be able to move forward from them and kind of just use it as an opportunity to push and to say like, okay, this happened, I'm just going to keep on moving, is kind of what sets I think an athlete who's younger in their career, in their athletic career, from someone who is a bit more, I think, like mature and experienced.
Yes, I think, one of the interesting things about bad workouts and the way we draw stories around that is, we all do this in daily life, but for some reason in running, we do it a lot more. We catastrophize off one bad workout, right? So the example I'll use with athletes all the time is, I very rarely get long texts when it was a great workout, to be clear. It's like, hey, crushed the workout. That felt great, right? That's it, right? But when it's a bad workout, it's like, I'm scrolling to read this, right? And not just you, to be clear. But, one of my kind of go-tos is, just because you had a bad workout doesn't mean that you're going to suck forever like you seem to think you are. And so I can prove that to you in the inverse, because when you have a good workout, you don't text me and tell me you're going to the Olympics, right? So you can't just like cascade it down in one direction if it's not true in both directions, right? And so I think, when I put that forward, part of it is in jest, but it's also like, hey, this is just part of the process. Like you're gonna suck from time to time, right? And I think what's really interesting about how you took it the other day is like you had your long text, and we had a couple texts back and forth, and then I could tell it was like you just got it, and you're like, I got to get on with my day and go on, right?
Yeah.
And what's cool about what you said there is you've learned, essentially, I'll put this in kind of story terms or psychological terms, I suppose, but you've learned that no one thing is deterministic of success, but if you start to clump a bunch of things that you think are related, you will write the narrative and the result for yourself, right? So like if you would have held on to that and said, oh, I suck, I'm out of shape, it's horrible, like despite all the humidity and everything you had with the travel for that day, right? But if you would have done that and then bled that into the next day and then bled that into your long run, just by having that mentality, all of a sudden you think, well, my week is screwed. It's like, well, I've got this big race coming up and I had a bad week, right? It's like, no, you didn't have a bad week. You could have potentially attributed, you didn't actually, those things together. And then you started to create something that looked deterministic of your success, right? In the same way that nobody comes back from a great workout and goes, that's the only thing that matters that made me successful on race day. It's like, we just forgot about all the rest of the training. It was just that one day. No, exactly, right? Because how fast do you move on after a good workout? It's like the next day. You're like, oh, I got to go run again, right? And it could suck. I don't know, right? So I think it's cool that you picked up on that. So kudos to you. That's good good maturity, I'll say, as your coach here from the last couple of years. So kudos.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it.
And so you're transitioning to trail. So let's hear what you have next.
It only took about 8 weeks of living in Utah on the West Coast to indulge myself in a trail 50K. So really excited for that. I think, starting to integrate trails into my running routine has continued to shift who I am and my persona as an athlete and as a runner for a couple of reasons. But man, is it just cool to like soak your feet in the dirt and to like feel like you're kind of connected to the earth. Really excited about that. I'm going to be running prior to that the New York City Marathon with my husband to support him in his goals. And I think, that's also going to be a really cool experience just because it's, for me, like going home in a way back to New York. And so it's like, it's all about having fun and seeing the community there, which always turns out phenomenally well.
It was interesting. Like I obviously found out quite early that you guys were moving out there. You guys told me, but I was intrigued to see if you'd I thought you would go to trails, just kind of knowing you and how explorative you are. But it's interesting to go from the juxtaposition of concrete jungle, right? New York, like doing the 9+1, getting in, like racing all those, right? And now it's like, we were talking about a fall marathon, and it was like, so I want to do a trail 50K. I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's go for it, right? So I'm excited for you. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think it was kind of an interesting shift because you come out here and it's kind of like you have to get in the trails. Like the road running scene, it's here. But it's a small city, so it's easy to run through the whole city pretty quickly. And I kind of feel like one of the things that almost in a way, wanting to explore the trails continues to show like my evolution and interest in the sport. And I think that's because like there was something that really excited me about kind of in a way being a beginner again and like not being good at something and like learning how to become better at it, as opposed to like, I continue to be this middle of the pack road runner, and that's great. And I know that I can improve. But simultaneously, like, I'm not new at this anymore, right? Like, there's a different kind of perspective and mentality that you take when you're 4 or 5 years into one journey, and then versus like being like fresh and like a infant at the other. And so I think that kind of infancy and like curiosity of like, well, maybe I could be good at this, or maybe I'll be really bad, but like I'll have fun doing it. And just trying to figure out like, it's such a, I think, different style of the sport, and that really intrigued me too. But I think something that I ultimately like took away as I started to explore the trails was like, I don't know that 5 years ago Martina would have been excited to do this, because I frankly, you start off and on trails, like your paces are slower, it's a lot harder, you're hopping up hills, like it's hard to chew while you're running. And so I think like there's this 5 years ago version of me that would be like, you're not fast enough, you're not good enough, you're not moving quick enough, like you don't have enough technical skills to rush down the hills. Whereas like this 5 years later is like, this is a new skill that you can learn. There's opportunity here, as opposed to like something really scary.
I love it for you. I think you're going to have an amazing go, not just in this one, but I know you'll do another one. I mean, I'm personally sad because we lost our NYC Sherpa for when I'm sending people down that way, because you were amazing at that. So, but yeah, no, I'm excited for you. I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about your coaching, because, you know, I love that you're doing it. I see like you're a rock star on social media. You're pumping up all your people all the time and stuff. It's something I'm absolutely horrible at, but I love that. So tell us about your coaching. Tell us about your style and what really excites you about working with athletes.
Yeah, I think shifting that mindset from can I like this to I actually love this, and this feels like a really sustainable part of my life that I want to continue on with forever because it means something to me. So helping athletes get there. I think one of the things that I always sit down and tell my prospective athletes when I have coaching calls with them is like, the bread and butter of what I do is focused around being in tight communication with everyone. So, and you know, I think I learned how important that was through my relationship with you as a coach. As an athlete who goes from maybe like an AI program or a slightly less like attentive coach, or one of those like Training Peaks auto-generated things or whatever, to having like a real person giving you real-time feedback on the phone, like you just almost don't even realize its value until it's like smacking you in the face. And so one of the things that I always tell my athletes is like the bread and butter of my coaching is like being really communicative with everyone and gathering that quantitative feedback that pulls into my system, but then also like reaching out, understanding the qualitative, like walking athletes through the why, helping people understand training decisions and like science, right? Like I know that's one thing that we worked on together a lot. We've talked a lot about like the 20-mile long run, and I know that you've covered that in a couple of in a couple of newsletters, but like walking people through the why. And I actually really like it when I have athletes question me or question my decision making, because then it allows for like a really dynamic conversation. And I might not always be right, but I think that dynamic conversation helps empower someone in terms of like the decisions that they make moving forward. So for me, my coaching is communication, a lot of science-based stuff, and like walking through that together and having dynamic conversations. And then making really intentional decisions that help people build a lot of consistency, because I think the more consistent you are, the better results you see. The better results you see, the more you want to continue doing this thing, right? And I think, you know, finally to kind of round that out, like being honest with my athletes. And I think that's something that you can struggle with yourself. Like we've had this conversation about like self-reflection, right? Like I suck and I'm not great. And like, I want to come to my athletes with like this really objective perspective of like, yeah, maybe your workout did suck. That doesn't mean you suck. So trying to bring that forward in my relationships with them as well.
Yeah, it's one of the best skills I think coaches can develop, because it is really easy to just agree with them and give them kind of what they want to hear in the moment, right? It'd be so easy to do that. And I see so many coaches fall into that trap, but our job is to be that objective outsider, right? And like you and I have had hard conversations like where it's like, no, I'm actually like, I don't see it that way, right? But it's our job. Like if you know, in your case, you trust me with your goals and what it is you're trying to do, right? So I have to be objective to guide you to that, right? Because there's gonna be moments where you are so subjective you can't even see what's going on, right? I want to be clear, it's not just you, it's all of us. I'm the same way as an athlete too, right? But I love that you're doing that. So yeah, keep that up. That's a massive skill that's gonna keep helping you as a coach.
Yeah, it's something that I definitely borrow and hone from you and your coaching and our relationship. So appreciative right back at you.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. I'm glad I've had an impact on you. And so the last question I want to ask you, because you know I've done this a million times, but from your perspective, runners coming back from injury, and I would argue, you know, with that injury for you, there was a little bit of burnout. I think we had talked about from kind of some of the stuff you were doing. So if it's fair to say that, like, what advice would you give if it was a new athlete coming to you, injury, burnout? Like, how would you recommend they kind of build that confidence back again?
I think it depends on the athlete. I know that's a wishy-washy answer, but
No, I agree with it.
yeah, I think it does really depend. For someone like myself, I would say like take a day or two, like a mandatory day or two,
Yeah.
and like give yourself like mental space to like grieve your injury, and then like when you're ready to start getting back into things, like try to think of cross training opportunity or cross training as like an opportunity to explore something new or different, and like you don't know, like it's very possible that that's also giving your body like a lot of time to like heal and become stronger. And like it's funny, like we go through a whole marathon cycle and we think about a taper and we use a taper to let our bodies recover, but like for some reason when we get injured we just want to keep going, and we're not recognizing that like there's a period of time that could be of real great benefit to like just pause and hit the brakes and take a rest. Recognizing that, you know, sometimes when you go through an injury and you have to take some time, that time can be really good for you, not only mentally, but physically too. And I think like one of the other things that I always go back to is like, go back to your why. And at the end of the day, for 99% of us, our why isn't, oh, I'm making a vast majority of my income off of training and racing, right? So if you're not making a vast majority of your income off of training or racing, I think you have to recognize like it's okay to have other parts of your identity take over in who you are at a given period of time, right? Like you can be someone other than a runner who trains for marathons all the time or trains for 5Ks or whatever it may be. Like there are other parts of you and parts of your personality that make you whole. And so turning to those and really making sure that like you're kind of coming to terms with your own identity and like finding yourself in a way outside of the sport, so that when you do hop back into the sport, you also have like a much more well-rounded perspective of who you are. So I think that's probably like my key advice is figuring out who you are outside of the sport and then like seeing how that helps you within the sport.
I'll be sure to make sure we share your coaching link. So if people are interested in you, they can book a consult call with you to find out all about the fun stuff that they might not have heard of today. But is there anywhere else you want people to follow you?
Sure. They can follow me on Instagram. It's at Martina Nadeau. And then I also have my husband and I keep a fun little account. It's called @NoodleRunClub. That documents our adventures on the city roads and soon to be on the trails. But one thing I always tell people is you got to keep it fun. And sometimes, honestly, fun might mean customized, weird, funky gear. So we have a little noodle logo, and I always encourage people to follow our kind of antics on there too.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for everything you do and all the good in the community.
Today's guest is Thomas Knox, one of Canada's top rising marathoners. He's run 63 minutes for the half, 2:15 for the marathon. He's chasing the dream of LA 2028. He's doing all this while balancing 200-kilometer training weeks with a full-time job. In this conversation, we dig into the highs and lows of his journey from youth national titles to struggling with injury and Red S in college, and what it takes to rebuild and keep believing at the elite level. If you've ever wondered how an athlete pushes through doubt to chase the biggest goals in their sport, I hope you find out here. Welcome back to the Fast and Free podcast. I'm Brant Stachel. I'm an endurance coach, a registered psychotherapist, and mental performance specialist. On this show, I try to go beyond the surface of splits and training logs to explore the deeper side of endurance performance, where physiology can meet psychology, and where the pursuit of excellence is as much as about mindset as it is mileage. Every episode, I try to bring you conversations with athletes, experts, and coaches who are all chasing their goals at every level, from first-time marathoners to Olympians. Today, I'm joined by an athlete I know very well. I'm fortunate to be Thomas's longtime coach. As noted, he's one of Canada's fastest rising marathoners. He trains at an elite level while balancing a full-time career. He often logs more than 200 kilometers, about 120 miles a week. And he's part of the new wave of Canadian distance runners chasing international standards and major breakthroughs. In our conversation today, Thomas shares his journey from being a precocious high school champion to the setbacks and injuries of Red S in college, and now rebuilding stronger as a professional marathoner. We talk about the mental battles with elite training, the solitude he has as high mileage week solo, and the strategies he developed to manage the self-doubt, to navigate the setbacks, and consistently line up ready to perform. For athletes at every level, his story is proof that consistency, perspective, and process matter just as much, if not more, than raw talent. This was a candid and inspiring conversation, and I'm excited for you to hear it. Let's dive in. All right. Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. How's your morning been?
Yeah. Not bad. Yeah, I was prepping for this and getting a little work done. I'm sure you already ran.
Yeah, just did. Feeling good before Thursday. But it'll be fun.
So, why don't we, kind of go through your story a little bit here? I think you've got a pretty unique story, starting, from early kid and some family connections to running and stuff to obviously where you are now. So maybe if you can kind of tee up our listeners as to, why you're somebody maybe they should continue listening to for the rest of this episode with, how you kind of got into running and what that journey's looked like starting then.
Yeah, born and raised in Vancouver. I just was like every other kid, interested in soccer. Soccer's really big in Vancouver. Everyone wants to be a soccer mom, soccer dad, and my parents were both like very avid runners. My dad represented some Pan American teams for Australia, and I think some state teams, and raced internationally against guys like Seb Coe and stuff like that. So yeah, he was pretty serious. I guess you could call him like semi pro or part of the elite category. And then my mom was just a absolute mileage monster. Never really raced much, but she ran every single day. She still basically runs every single day of her life. That's kind of their history. But they were like, yeah, we're not gonna push the kid into it. And I don't know, I just happened to find my way into running, and then just joined my first team when I was in grade 3, and was clearly like very good, and then started to take it pretty seriously from a very early age, and then did won some youth nationals in grade 9, grade 11, and then just from there went to UW, UBC, joined some senior Pan Am teams, and now running the marathon, and we're training for that. So it's definitely been maybe the wildest roller coaster ride, throughout that process. And I think I've been throughout the process. There's certain times where I've been like the most intense guy on the start line, but I've also learned to step away from that a little bit over time.
Yeah, and speaking of your parents, who I've met a bunch of times, they're lovely. They are truly your biggest fans, I would say. Your dad also owned a running store for quite some time.
Yeah. Owned a running store, so I grew up there. Was working shifts in the back room, like arranging the stock and all the shoe boxes, and then selling on the run store, which has been they still help me out, send me shoes and stuff like that, and I still represent, try to praise the work that they do all the time in Vancouver.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I know when I was out there, I supported them too, and they are a great local shop. So glad to see that that's continued on even after your dad is retired now. So.
Yeah.
Can we pick up? I think it was 2016 was your first youth title. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think actually even before that, like I think 2014, I was grade 9. I think that was my first youth title, winning the steeple, and then I think following that 2016 was the other year as well.
2016. Okay. And so, you know, in our sport, sometimes being really good young it's great in the moment, right? But it can be detrimental long term. You know, I think if you look back over your career and see other youth or junior champions that you've kind of competed against and such, some are still in the sport, some aren't, right? And to be clear, there's a whole bunch of reasons why that's true, right? But for you, as someone who had that early success and is still in it, you know, obviously competing at a very high level with what you're trying to do, and we'll talk about that. But can you talk about some of the like feelings, emotions, pressures, and such that happened with that success at a young age?
There's a book, The Diary of a Wimpy Kid, which talks about how like if in grade 3, if you're like the fastest guy in school, it's like you're the guy. So it's like you're not even the guy in like the sport world, but you're the guy socially too. And then just like early on, like everyone just knows like you're the running guy. Like it's like, oh, you're going to the Olympics. It's like, okay, well, like I'm freaking in grade 5 or grade 6 or something like that. And it's just you know, so basically your entire identity is built around that, regardless if you want it to be or not. Like you can't, I don't know, it feels like you can't show up to practice and just have an off day. It feels like you can't show up to a race and just have a mediocre race. And even until recently, it's hard for me to be like, oh, this is just like kind of a race to test fitness, but more for training. Like that's kind of like a hard thing for me to reconcile. And then I think, you know, through that process, like I think I was really good in grade 6 and 7, you know, puberty hit. I got destroyed in grade 8. Grade 8 was so brutal. I just remember getting it to like the final BC provincial championship, and we were doing the 800, and some guy, his name was Nathan at the time. He was just a 100-meter guy, and you know, he was stepping up to the 800, obliterates the field, and that was like one event that I used to be so good at, and it's like so demoralizing. And then you go through a whole build of like cross country being like, wow, I suck and I got to work twice as hard. But I think I just, you know, that sort of mentality, like even from the wins and the biggest losses in the season, like grade 8 got destroyed, doubled down, worked like 10 times harder. Grade 9, you know, I think I got I don't know if it was the BC stadium record or BC record, and then won the youth 2K steeple title. And I think after that, it was like the same thing. Like I still came back and I started working twice as hard, you know? So it's just, you kind of have those expectations. Like you have to keep rising to the occasion and doing more. And so more and more became the theme. And then, you know, with coaches over time and yourself included, sometimes the main message was basically just every week, like, by the way, reminder, put it on a billboard in front of your head, like less is more. Less is more in training. Yeah. And you don't always have to do twice as much to keep progressing over time.
So, and I think what's really interesting about that, it's a very hard lesson because there's duality to that idea about doing more, right? Or maybe better put, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because, you know, obviously you need to do progressively more in smart distributions across the lifespan of being an athlete to get better. You can't just stay static with your training and get better, right? But I think, you know, and I know this, but you've probably also had some negatives in your career because of that attitude, right? And so if you look back, you know, maybe we transitioned to, you know, end of high school, going to college, you went to one of the premier programs at the time, and now again too, right? University of Washington. You know, what was that like, kind of with that mentality, going from being a really good Canadian youth junior to a scholarship athlete at one of the biggest middle distance at the time schools in the U.S.?
You know, you're always chasing that feeling like you're working really hard, but then you are pushing yourself to be at the front, to be like noticed, you know, to get like that recognition from a team perspective. And, you know, very much so, like you just can't keep doing that as a whole. And especially going to college, like I think I came into college not only as not the fastest guy, but also like doing the least amount of mileage. I was coming in injured at the time. And so, you know, it's a really weird experience to go from being told you're really special when you come on like a visit to like a college campus, and like the coach is hyping you up and everything's personalized to you from start to finish, and this multi-day experience going down to Seattle. And then, you know, you're showing up as the injured kid who's like somewhat forgotten, and may not be getting the attention you dreamed of or you thought that was like normal, especially compared to high school, where it's like you had a team of like 10 other guys you're training with, and like usually if you were one of the 5 like consistently showing up, like naturally you got way more attention. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answers that necessarily, but I think from an attention perspective, it's like sort of selfish that you're just like, oh, I expect to continually get that attention, and that gratification, and then sometimes it doesn't come, and expectation versus reality just makes you really question what you're doing, and then you try to rely on what do you know to get better, and sometimes you go into those cycles of do more and then get injured, do more, get injured, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I think obviously we'll continue on this thread about your collegiate racing, but it didn't go well, right? And so, what were some of the things you learned from your time at the University of Washington, maybe about yourself and how you operate, but also maybe about like collegiate running and what it takes to get to the next level?
For the longest time, I think my coach in high school was incredibly diligent. My coach Besnick and Tatiana from Vancouver Olympic Club, they were amazing, but they kind of treated me like a professional athlete, which was amazing. But they were so in tune, like watching my stride, like how I felt, like did I look fatigued on the day? They would customize entire weeks of training for like almost the group, it seemed, based on like how I felt sometimes. And so like I just had to show up and give effort, right? And then they would hold me back. And then, transitioning to university, like you don't really have a system internally to check yourself of knowing, am I going too hard? Like, am I leading this workout? Am I overdoing it? Like, the coach doesn't necessarily have the time. And it's not really that they don't care. They don't have the time to say, you should be adjusting your paces by 3 seconds per K slower or something like that within a tempo. And everyone's trying to get approval. Everyone's trying to get their travel spot on a cross country team. So it's like, sometimes you're tempoing for your life, And so I didn't really have a sustainable system and sustainable understanding of training to be able to stay healthy and enjoy it kind of long term. And so I think I went through a lot of like highs and lows like that. My first cross country season in college was actually like pretty positive, and the first half of my first track season. So, I was redshirted for my first cross season, but I think I ran like 8:15 and for the 3K pre super spikes in a fitness like time trial for like all the guys that weren't going to NCAAs by the end of the season. And I was pretty stoked with that. And then I think I came 4th at Canadian cross country nationals that year. And there was some pretty solid guys in front of me in that race. So yeah, I was pretty stoked with that. And that qualified me for the junior Pan Am cross country team. But then again, it's just like, I got into a cycle of, I have to do more of something to get better. I remember finishing that cross country race in that first college year after Canadian nationals. And I was like, okay, now it's time to like train twice as hard. And I was internally like, I need to kind of lose some weight. Like it was like things like that where I was like, has to be the goal to get to that next level. And then again, like instead of just keeping a sustainable system or something like that, I didn't really have a precedent, and I was trying to push myself into a new uncomfortable zone. And that new uncomfortable zone was like me under eating, and then I was like constantly fatigued, and then I was like, I don't even know what's up and down. So I didn't even know like what was how to go harder, go easier. My coach was wondering what the heck's happening for that indoor season leading up to junior Pan Ams. Somehow put it together, but again, I had a good system, and then I was just like, no, we gotta mess that up.
One thing I want to pick up on, and this is, unfortunately part of the darker side of training and sport here, but we're starting to see more and more men come forward with what you experience, right? Disordered eating, red S, and the side effects that leads to. And from our work together and, my clinical world, that's one of the areas that I work on in particular. And I push, right? Like even when we're talking marathon stuff all the time, it's like, are you feeling, are you getting your 80 to 100 grams, right? And so how did you, kind of find yourself in the midst of that? And what were the ramifications of doing that, like so young in your career?
Yeah. So I guess like, the ramifications were, maybe 7 stress fractures, 2 sacral stress fractures, red S where the doctor is monitoring everything you do and sidelining you, and well, you run like garbage. So that's the bad side of things. I think there was a certain point within second year where I just like I was like this one particular night was like absolute rock bottom. I was injured, I was sad, I was like felt lonely. I think it was just like I had no sort of feeling. I was just totally my mind was just grayscale. Everything was monotone. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, well, that's rock bottom. So anything a little bit better than that is an improvement. And we were sort of coming back into things, and eventually I transferred back home. And when I transferred back home, it's like, okay, well, you're not at this big school. There's no big expectations. Like, you have to qualify for regionals. You're sleeping in your parents' basement. It's like, if you're getting out for a run, that's good. No one had really made me sort of any training until, like I started back at UBC. And, I guess during that time, it was like, that was a full reset. Mm-hmm. So I already experienced rock bottom. Anything better than that was good. And that's kind of why I'm like totally open to sharing that from thereafter about Red S and all that stuff. It's just because I'm like, I really just don't care. Like I've experienced that. We're past it. And then from there on, I think like, it's just like, I just enjoyed being able to get out there and crush bigger workouts. And I enjoyed that way more than trying to adhere to some like perfectionist mindset of like, this is what I have to look like. And in order to perform better, which, obviously wasn't even the right equation to be buying into in the first place.
It's funny, like we've come a long way, right? Because our first days at UBC coincided the same, right? Like you came back to UBC and I started coaching at UBC, like the same season, same time, right? Obviously it was home for you. It was a big move for me, but I was thinking about this in preparing to talk to you today. Do you remember our first conversation that summer before I got to campus? Like after I just got the job and you and I had connected?
I don't totally remember all the details, but I remember like sharing. And actually, I think that was actually one thing. One thing I do remember was one of those first conversations. Like I told my coach in second year that like, hey, I'm like, I don't really know how to say this, but I'm kind of going through this phase of having like an eating disorder, and like I'm trying to get it under control. I'm seeing therapy, blah blah blah. And he was just like, okay, cool, but like I don't really care. Like that was like, he didn't, I mean, maybe didn't exactly say those words, but he was just like, he didn't care. And so when I told you and I was like, yeah, I'm trying to get this under control more. Like you were like, okay, yeah, totally understand. This is something that like we've talked about with like other athletes in the past and blah, blah, blah. And I think that was like the most surprising reaction. I was like, wow, no one's ever responded in that way. Yeah.
I remember that part, and I'm glad I was able to be there for you. I didn't know much about your situation at the time, but one of the other things I remember at the back of that conversation, I have this weird memory. I was at National Track Champs in Ottawa, and I was in the Airbnb upstairs. I can tell you exactly where I was. My memory's weird like that, but I remember saying to you, "Hey, if you get this like sorted out, and we have a good couple of years, like you could be a really good marathoner." And I think that's funny now because we're looking back like 2 years into marathon training now, and you've had quite a successful like two races, third coming up here, right?
Yeah.
But I think I want to be clear, that wasn't me foreshadowing or me being some sort of a genius. I think that was you recognizing like, hey, I have an opportunity to do this stuff if I work through my demons and slay my dragons. So kudos to you on doing that, because it's not easy, right? I know you've probably seen plenty of people along the pathway not come back from that, right?
Yeah. I think as I get older every year, I both see my obsession to do more or obsession to never take a day off as like both a blessing and a curse. It's something like where I get up each morning to run, and I'm like, okay, well, we breathe, I breathe. If I don't run today, it's like not breathing. So that's both been good, and it's kept me like always getting out there to be consistent. And as a result of that, I think it's really paid off for the marathon long term, and I'm not giving up, because I do find it unfortunate that so many guys drop off right after college, and especially an event like the marathon, like it's just everything just compounds over time. And I've been fortunate to work with you, and we've been able to minimize how much of the lows we have to how deep we go into that low, and then maximize on the highs. But over time, just kind of staying with it and then progressing over time too. So yeah, I think as I get older, just wishing more guys just stuck with it, because the dividends just compound over time.
Absolutely. And obviously I want to thank you for sharing this stuff, because there's not nearly as many men who have gone through this, like sharing those struggles. And I think it's good for the next crop to see that like Red S is a thing. Some of these like, mental distractions and things that are going on are a thing, and it's okay to solve through them. It's normal. We don't want it to be, the thing that continues on, but normal in the sense that it's happening. You're not weird or alone. And so, if I can bridge that into a topic I wanted to ask you about, in terms of like the mental chatter and noise that you have as somebody who's trying to reach the pinnacle of the sport. And so, I know you and I have talked about it, like we're trying to map out, okay, how can we get you the best chance possible to LA 2028, right? We're always working through that for the year. What are the best options? You're coming with races, I'm coming with races, and we're trying to map that out. And so, with that, having seen it kind of firsthand with, other athletes I've coached or mental performance coaching, that chatter that comes with it, what is that like for you? Like, I mean, I know because we've talked about it, but whatever you're comfortable sharing about, like some of the doubt and chatter that goes on when you're chasing these big, crazy, audacious goals.
I think over the years, I was not very invested in school. I had to change programs a number of times through the transfer process, and I don't think that necessarily helped either. I was never very school driven. Any single job, internship, summer work program, I was a killer A player though. So I think when I left school and joined like the working world, the business world, that actually I had to sort of adapt a little bit, especially when moving from Vancouver to Ottawa. But over time, that's honestly like kept me busy, and also like diversifying my identity to a sense where it's like, I think before, and when I was younger, 5-6 years ago, like looking at, say like marathon project, your peak race coming up in December, and we're like August, and I'm like, man, that's so long. And it's just like, and now I'm in the moment where it's just like, I have other projects that take up my mind that I'm passionate about. So I'm more so focused on like, getting the most out of each week, each day, and kind of, sticking my head down and just thinking about, hey, what's coming up the next few hours, what's coming up tomorrow, and that sort of thing. So I think it's a lot easier to go through that mental dialogue. And I think over time, those doubts, and whenever I've had a bad workout, when I used to have a bad workout, I occasionally have it. I call it like a Cam Levins moment, where I'm like literally like just like screaming at the ground. Like there's that episode that I love in Driven where he's frozen ice cold doing K repeats, and I'm naturally
on the track they shoveled out.
Yeah. I'm naturally like an angry person, especially towards myself, and so I do have those moments, but there's a lot fewer of those now. And when I do have a bad workout, I think between you and I, we have such a consistent system, a consistent plan. But I also know like how to back off, what things I can do, how to get more sleep, balance out my routine to sort of course correct for that. So it's kind of like, I think you and I have sort of built out those tools over time, where it's like, oh, bad workout, use this tool. I think another thing you've said over time is like, controlling the controllables. And so, really buying into that. But yeah, diversifying identity, kind of just thinking in the moment, control the controllables, all these little things that I picked up over time to use when I need it most, has been cool. Cause you feel a lot more in control, and you don't have to do any like crazy things like run a, like all your, 30% of your mileage in a single day just to like validate to yourself you're still fit or something like that.
I love like watching your growth and seeing it. And I remember saying to you when we first started having the conversation about the marathon, because you were quite young, really, relatively. Like a lot of people continue on with the track stuff, right? And I said to you, we should give the marathon a try this year. See if you have aptitude to it. If not, we just come back, right? No harm, no foul, right? And I think we're probably pretty clear you got some aptitude towards the longer stuff now. But I want to pull apart. You might hate this a little bit, but I want to pull apart the week leading into Ottawa 10K champs, because I remember getting text that week being like, "I'm out of shape. I'm not fit enough. I can't do this." Like, and just so everybody listening, like, this is our in Canada 10K champs, and you might think of us as that like little country, kind of on top of America who has every like so runners every once in a while. But like there was legit people in that race, right? Like I think 3 of the people in front of you were Olympians, right? And the other one was a 2:10 marathoner. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it was one in the Canadian record of I think like 28:07. So yeah, it was pretty solid race.
Massive, right? And so fair enough. It's your hometown, your adopted hometown, I should say now, right? You're there. Spring in Eastern Ontario sucks with the wind and the heat coming up, and I remember that week you texted me, "I don't know if I'm fit. Maybe I'll just train through it," kind of thing. And so, I don't bring that up to make you seem like you suck or anything, but I want to normalize that. Like even people at your level, right, struggle with that. So if you can recall some of that, can you walk me through kind of how we navigated that or how you navigated that? And then we can talk about what you actually did at Ottawa.
I think like, especially leading up to like the kind of like the 10K phase that we were doing, everything was like familiar to me, or I like pretty much every single week, I felt like I was crushing workouts pretty much. Like the Houston build, like there was some tough stuff in there, but it was kind of weird, like where in the winter, because it was like treadmill work, that it was almost like a more controlled system. Like I knew like, hey, we're going to do 10 or 12 by, a K at tempo in the afternoon. It's a double threshold day on a Tuesday. And I was like, I know I'm going to feel like this. I'm going to basically hit within like a couple seconds these splits. And it's like, you don't have wind, you don't have humidity, like you have your water right there. Like, and it was honestly a pretty perfect system for training. And for those that don't know, like Ottawa is pretty wild in the sense that you run on the canal and somehow you can run out and back for like 2 reps and somehow experience wind in both directions.
Every direction.
And which is crazy. And then there's heat and humidity and all that stuff coming about too. So I think that particular week and the week leading before it, I was feeling great some days and then cooked other days. And I think there was one workout where I was trying to hit like some sort of 1K, 2K repeat workout. And I was like, man, I am going to the well, I'm going to the arms, and I'm just trying to hit like tempo pace at this point.
Yeah, like 3-minute Ks.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
And so, I just a lot of doubt there. And I think, I've had quite a few of those moments. And I think what I've appreciated most is that I, for myself internally, like to make a lot grander, like course corrections of like, hey, let's just drop this, or like instead of like a 1 hour, 40-minute day of doubles, like let's cut it down to 60 minutes or something like that. And I think you sort of like balance that out a lot better to just stay the course. Now that race was pretty freaking hard to run 28:58, and it hurt a lot because I don't think I was as used to the 10K, but it paid off. So that was what I appreciated that week for sure.
So what did you learn from that week, our conversations, and then going out and breaking 29 minutes on the road, right? To be clear, on the road, not the track, right? This is road champs, right? On a legit course, not a net downhill course, not something like a legit 10K course. What did you learn from navigating the like, oh crap, I can't even run tempo pace? Like, what was it? I think it was 8-9 days out that workout, I think, right? And then going and running your fastest time ever over 10K on the road or track, right? And so what did you learn from that kind of process?
I think just trying to like stay the course, and then really just even on the day of, just like taking it like almost like an hour at a time. Like it's like, oh, this is what I feel on my shakeout. Like, cool. Don't really know what to expect. We're just going to go out there and put in effort. And like, this is how we feel during the like tempo pickups right before the race. And it's like, okay, you feel like this seems promising. you're full of caffeine. Like, I think that'll do. I think we're on a good track, but just take it one moment at a time. And even the start of the race, that first 2K was absolutely brutal. I was like, this is not going to be a good day. And then I looked down my watch and it's like, okay, well, we're running like 241 per K, a very different.
Can you put that in miles just for everyone else? 241.
I don't know. pretty.
I don't know off the top of my
pretty
head.
quick, but
pretty quick. 440s, yeah.
Yeah. And then I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe like we'll just like let some of these guys come back to us. And so it's again like not even hour by hour, but like just K by K, just taking it in the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, just breaking that down and just staying the course and then just like, hey, like what would make my I think we had this conversation too, where it was like, what would make me happy by the end? And I was like, okay, by the end of this race, if I gave a good executed race and maximum effort by the end, where I was throwing myself over the line, to some extent, I was like, I'd be happy with that.
And I think what's really cool about that, I mean, I talk about this all the time, and you know this, but for those listening, is like trying to get you and all the athletes I work with thinking about the process more than the outcome. And I think that's a really hard thing in our world, because our sport is defined by like standards, right? Like, here's the Olympic standard, hit it or don't, and you're going or not, right? Boston qualifiers, PRs, everything, right? But when we zoom back out, which is one of the tools you use all the time, and look at the process, and am I getting better? Am I doing the right things? Is it coming together, right? Oftentimes the outcome takes care of itself in our sport, right? Now, you got to still train, to be clear. You can't just think about the process and not train. But, for you, I thought that week in particular was a really great lesson in that. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely.
And so if we like flash forward 2 weeks, was it 2 weeks or 3 weeks later? You had Toronto 10K, right?
Yeah.
And so we go from great weather in Ottawa, right? And you got, all these kind of, big names in front of you, to horrible weather in Toronto with the wind, right? And so 10K, right? Same fitness, same kind of idea there, right? How did you navigate and change kind of your mindset from, okay, I don't know how fit I am. Okay, wow, I'm actually really fit. I just ran a PR, to like, okay, this is supposed to be a faster course, so let's get after it. Because I think we talked about running like 28:40, 28:45 there, right? And then we show up that day, crazy stupid wins, right? So how did you kind of, change that mindset and idea about performance on that day, knowing that everything we talked about after Ottawa to like literally the day before Toronto was trying to run 28:45, to showing up and being like, well, that's not possible, so I guess that plan's out in the garbage. How did you kind of navigate and make that switch?
I definitely was hungry for more that season. And I think knowing that course now, I think it's historically just been like that. So I'll just readjust my expectations for the future. Yeah, I think a similar thing where I knew, across all the races, my average of the last like 6 races, that showing up on the day, like, even if I had to muscle through it, I had the worst sleep. I've slept great before all my races. And
that's right. You said that. Yeah. That's right.
All my races the past like 2 years, this one race, I don't know, that hit me like a brick. I was not ready. I even bought a coffee right after warm up, because I was just like, I was so out of it. And I think even in that moment, I was just like, okay, just again, get by it K by K, no matter how you feel. And I was like, I knew coming into last 2K, I'm like, okay, with the guys around me, which was, some fairly talented guys, that that I could show up when it mattered most. But I think it was through so much consistency across those last, 8, 9, 10 races over the last year, that I was like, okay, I think I can bet on myself here. And then, just breaking that down into like, this is where I'm at this K, this is where I'm going to be at the next K. And just, I think especially in that race, I was like, okay, I just need to get to 7K feeling like this. I just need to get to 8K feeling like this. I just need to get to 9K feeling like this. And then they like, one guy, Lee, started going. And so I was like, okay, I might as well just try to kick. And
yeah. I love that story. It was one of the reasons I wanted to bring, those 2 races, that juxtaposition up, because, I talk to you and other athletes about this all the time, but confidence is kind of like earned from trusting the training and doing the hard work, right? So it's like, okay, you got to consistently do the work. That's the first piece, right? Because if you're not doing that, you're not going to be confident, right? And then with that consistency, that builds competence, right? So now you're competent that you can go out and execute workouts and build and such, and then you gain confidence. And I think, if we break down kind of what happened in that race, I think this year, more so than any other year I've worked with you, you've really derived that confidence from the work that you've done. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think I don't know. I think there was a certain turnaround point where I started building sort of that like a new sort of layer of confidence. I think that was 2023. Went away to Australia, had a really good block of training, and from there something sort of switched. Kind of, I fell off mentally for the Philly Marathon, and then 2024 just really started to turn things around.
Yeah. And so let's bump up now to kind of what you're doing now with the marathon. And so one of the biggest things I want to highlight is you're an elite, right? You're chasing the dream, right? We've talked about this, going to LA 2028 is the big goal right now. And you also work full time, right? So how do you navigate working full time? I know how demanding that is for you and the project work and such you do. But I think at least for the last 6-7 weeks, you've averaged over 210 kilometers a week. So I don't know what that is in miles, 130 miles, give or take. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, that's it's good. It's good question right there. Yeah. So let's see. I think I made a very distinct decision like right after college where I was like, man, remote work is gold, and I kind of frame it like, hey, everyone else is commuting to work while I'm just running around and commuting back to the same destination. So there's a bit of that. I'm super appreciative of my girlfriend Irie. I mean, like the number of times where during the week she's the one cooking dinner, and I'm like, okay, I swear I'm going to pay you back. I'm going to cook dinner on the weekend. But yeah, very, very grateful there. So I think a super understanding partner goes a long way.
Yeah.
The right setup and the right job also helps a lot. But I do work full time. I'm the head of go-to-market for an outreach agency. And yeah, I think it's, just finding an optimal system. I know that if I get over 7 hours of sleep per night, that I'm going to feel good the next day. Anything closer to 8 is a bonus. And then just really trying to build like some sort of repetitive routine that I can follow over time. But it's definitely an art. And I've said this to my own athletes that I coach to and friends. It's like, for me, like running is not the hard part. Like I had people messaging me all the time, like, hey, do you want to like link up for workouts, go for a run? It's like, honestly, like 200K, 250K, I think I could do it mentally, and I could do it all solo. Like that's no worries for me. Yeah. I could do that all day. All this other life stuff and showing up for work and like, like that's the hard stuff to schedule. And so, but it does give me a reprieve from thinking about running too. So it's a balance, and I think work-life balance is a myth. So that's something I'm pretty firm on, but we can get as close as we can to, a good routine and a sustainable routine of work-life balance too.
Yeah, and it's interesting. The reason why I asked that, because I think there's this misconception. It was actually one of the reasons I want to bring this question up, is I had one of my athletes who was asking me about like, some of the elites I work with, and he was like, oh, like they like literally the quote was, they must just like train and nap all day. And I was like, no, actually, my guy running like 120 miles a week literally has a full-time job just like you. And I, to be clear, I don't say that to like shame anybody who's not running 120 miles a week doing it, but just I think it's important, and you touched on this a little bit earlier, like the athletes who drop out after college because they're like, well, I can't train and work. And it's like, no, like you absolutely can. I know multiple elites that are like doing that, right? Including Olympians and Olympic hopefuls. And so thanks for, sharing that and such. And so do you look at it and go, okay, what are some of the trade-offs I have to do to navigate this lifestyle?
Yeah. I mean, I do think I I've optimized as much as I can towards the lifestyle. I think when I started, dating Irie, like I started to make a more of those trade-offs, and that kind of brought me down to earth a little bit more in a really good way. Yeah. Grant Fisher had like a great quote that he had, and he was like, like sometimes I might have to work or like put in the homework, like, a couple more hours a night, and that might bring up my GPA by like 0.1, 0.2. And sometimes that's a worthwhile cost I have to make. And on the other end, I might lose like a few seconds on my like 5K time on the next race. And it's just like, that's just kind of part of what you have to go through. But it's like, usually it's a worthwhile trade-off over time. you just kind of have to double down on when's the big days that count most. And I think some people aren't ready to make some of those trade-offs, or they don't understand like if they can manage. I remember talking to a guy who used to be a great college runner and in his really early days, or high school runner, and he's like, man, I could never run over 100 miles if like I wasn't sleeping over 8 hours a night. I don't know how you do that. Yeah. Or it was like over 10 hours or something. It was something like crazy like that. I was like,
wow.
I don't know. That's just like that's your like mental expectation like that. I don't know if that's actually like in practice what you'd have to do. So
absolutely. And I think, I think this, but I want to ask this question of you. Do you think training in solitude has actually allowed you to be a better trainer and as such a better racer?
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. I think, I think that my desire to hammer the pace has, it's gotten much more in control over time. I think if I was within a group of guys, I have a much higher propensity to race it or try to want to drop them or like show fitness and stuff like that. Whereas when I'm alone, I feel the difference of what it's like to run with a guy or run behind a bike. And I actually think I slow myself down by like 1 or 2 seconds per K. And that's actually a more optimal training zone. And even still, there's some days where I get too excited. So I honestly need the handicap a little bit, and that keeps me in the perfect training zone for adaptations over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, if we go into the X's and O's here for a minute, like, I think this is what a lot of people, especially age groupers, don't recognize. And I want to be clear. I love run groups. I got a run group in town we run with Friday Friday. It's the best thing in the world. And there's run groups popping up all over. And I love that it's getting people into running, right? But they are typically hammerfests, right? And so when you look at the training of elites and people like yourself, like, I get it. I give it to you and I see all your data. But I don't think people realize, like, your marathon pace is close to, give or take, 3:10 per kilometer, right? Give or take. We'll see how this goes, right? But you run most of your easy pace at like 5-minute Ks, 8-minute miles, right? So you've got almost a 3-minute, just shy, 3-minute gap between marathon pace and easy pace runs per mile, right? And I think I tell you this, I screenshot your training all the time on Final Surge, and I send it to athletes when they're talking about like wanting to run their easy days faster. I'm like, it literally does not matter. If this guy who's trying to run 2:12, something like that this year, can get benefit running 8-minute miles, you can certainly run slower than 8-minute miles. And I want to be clear, I'm not bashing my athletes as part of the educative process, but can you talk about what you've learned? Because I would say it's really been the last maybe year and a half, year and 3/4 since we've really kind of gone into the marathon that you've made that shift. And so why has that been, and what do you think you've taken away and learned from that?
I actually didn't know that you do that. So that's that's actually pretty interesting. But there's like an interesting thing I noticed in college was just like when I was like kind of like a leadership member, team captain type figure for UBC. It's like, even if you don't say the right things, and even if you're like maybe not like the best social character, you like usually that aligns cap like some sort of leadership member but especially if you're the star example or like you're the fastest or like whatever, people will look up to you and the group does follow. And so like I do think that helps. I was fortunate to have like John Gay and Kieran Lum, to when I went back to UBC, and I was like, okay, well, I didn't even actually follow what they did when I first got back to UBC, but it was like, there was a certain point where I was like, man, this is so dumb. Like, I used to race Kieran and we used to be like step for step, or I was beating Kieran. And then I was like coming to UBC and it's like, man, this guy's running 7:45. I am way not running 7:45 right now. Why am I not doing more of what he's doing? And I remember him taking easy days, like super easy. And so, Tom's Broach too, great example of that as well. And like, everyone was like, trying to flex on Strava, and these two guys are just like, nope, I'm just gonna run my easy days easy. And so I just started buying into that, and then it's like, oh wow, this works. So that was one sort of phase, and then I think we went through. There's a couple like major shifts. So I think the first major shift was that first summer, 2019, where we bumped mileage a lot. And then I think the bump in mileage for the marathon, those two bumps that I experienced, my brain mentally was like, oh, coach says run 60 minutes, I'll run 70 minutes. Like that was my brain for like my entire life. And then the shift that I experienced where it was like, oh, like this is actually a lot of training. My brain doesn't actually crave doing more anymore. Like it's like this is actually like satisfying my needs, which was apparently it was like either 100 miles or 120 miles given the year. But yeah, so those were two interesting shifts, and then also just like following by example of people that I looked up to.
Yeah, I think that's such a cool point because I've talked about this before. There's like really a belief effect in good cultures, and I want to be very clear here. What you came into was because of CJ. Like you and I stepped in at the same time, but when you talk about Thomas Broach, Kieran Love, John Gay, those guys, and that kind of belief effect that you coming in could look up and go, hey, I want to do what they're doing, right? And if I just do this, I can get there too, right? And that was CJ. I think CJ is one of the most underrated coaches in Canada. I love CJ. I hope he gets to listen to this podcast because he deserves, as the kids would say, all the flowers for that. And so I think it's cool that you were able to see that, and that like all three of those guys were and continue to be such great mentors for the next crop of Canadian guys. So
like whether it's like someone you look up to or whether it's a coach, like I think you just need that coach that's like, even when you do the dumb stuff, like they're just understanding. And I think like you especially, but also Kieran and John, like I think they saw me do like so many dumb workouts and things, and then catching up on easy runs. They were just like, yeah, man, well, maybe you should try it like this next time. And like beyond appreciative of that. Like that, I think that's the only reason that I was able to continue to progress past 2020 was because of people like those three mentioned. So yeah,
absolutely. Okay, marathon training. Let's talk about that because that's been, I think, really fun for you. I hope. Now we debuted in Philly, right? 219 hilly course. We specifically picked that one because it was like off the radar. You could just go debut. You had a little bit of a Icarus moment in that. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. I think for the longest time I wanted to train like I feel like Cam Levins is just so godly fit, and so no matter how he runs the race, it's he can still muscle his way through. And I wasn't in that space that season. That was probably the first season where I missed a couple runs, which is like out of like the last 10 years, that's like crazy for me. So that season, the build, like I wasn't exactly perfect there, but I was trying to push the limit, and I didn't exactly have the ideal base that I wanted, but mostly just because I didn't execute what was on the training plan. But yeah, that was definitely a wake up call. I remember finishing, and then I was like, damn, like we have work to do. And that was tough because that's a tough moment to finish a marathon. Your legs feel like bricks. And I remember walking back the last 2 miles to the hotel with you, and I was like, man, this is far. And then and then you have to let your body recover for the next like 3 weeks. And it's just like you can't just get back into training and start hammering stuff to get better. It's like you gotta wait and sit with your thoughts for a while. So that was good. That was a good reset. And I was like, I am never going to skip a double or run in my life ever again after that. Like that was a turning point for me. And yeah, so I took that into 2024, but yeah, good learning moment for sure.
Absolutely. And so if we look at your next one up, Toronto, right? Pretty lonesome course, although the aforementioned Thomas Broach and you two ran together for I think probably 41.5 of 42.2 kilometers, I think it was, give or take, where you ended up running 2:15. And I think at least I think you thought this, but I think that was kind of your first glimpse where it's like, okay, we didn't have pacers, we kind of were just out there. It was a little bit windy and heating up in the second half, but you ran a really great race. You were 5th Canadian, once again in a great field. Like we're I think it's the golden era of Canadian men's distance running right now in particular. And so walk me through kind of how that one went, what you learned, what you took away from that Toronto performance.
Yeah, that was, I mean, start to finish, I think that was that was a great experience. Like the whole build, we were trying new stuff. I think the thing I tell other people, and I actually tell other people, that if their coach isn't doing this, like they should take some serious considerations here. But you constantly optimize for what is like the upcoming challenge and change up the stimulus to maximize fitness season by season. So it's like, I feel like so many coaches, they figure out one formula and they just keep defaulting to that formula. So we were trying like a little bit of new stuff. And I think early on I saw the system like really work. There were some really sexy workouts in there, a lot of not sexy stuff too, where actually even right now, I'm trying to think back to that and get my head into that mindset of just like running a 60-minute marathon session at effort, not by the watch. So I need to get back to that mentally actually right now. But yeah, and then Toronto is just like, you work for a long time and then you get the result. So like it's like you A plus B equals C, and you're like, that's pretty reaffirming that half your year was devoted to that and it works. So yeah.
It's so true. Like the marathon truly is, I think, one of the greatest tests in delayed gratification.
Yeah.
Like think about it, 3 months roughly, give or take, right, for the build. Then you do the race, but it's not just that. You're also putting potentially another month or two, depending on how you recover, how the race goes, where the calendar is, of not racing. Yeah. Like that's 4 to 5 months of your year dedicated to one slightly longer than 2 hour thing, right? And especially when you're putting in 120 miles a week, you extrapolate that out. That's a lot of miles for 26 miles, right? So kudos to you on that one. What has been some of your favorite marathon workouts and experiences thus far? Because we've done a lot over the 2 builds, and we're getting ready to go into another one here for the marathon project. I think we can say you're doing the marathon project this year. That's been finalized, right? But what have been some of your favorite experiences, workouts, moments in the marathon that, like, if it all ended today, and knock on wood it doesn't, but if it all ended today, you would love to look back on?
I think there's some of those like long grinding sessions, and sometimes I think after trying double threshold, it kind of like I used to like crave those longer, like 70 minutes at marathon or 60 minutes at marathon or something like that. Okay. But those sessions, just they always you always get a lot from them if you execute them right, and you learn so much about yourself through those sessions. So I gotta love some of that stuff. Some of the classic like tempo work, like just when you can see a glimpse of where you're at from comparison year to year, like this time last year, or like last week Tuesday, I think we did like 40 or 50 minutes of tempo work. This time last year, or 2 weeks ago, or last week Tuesday, we did like 5 by 10 minutes of tempo. So you kind of see different elements of like that, and I think that's pretty cool. Like whenever you can build on these workouts and you're like, wow, I all this mileage is like making me so much stronger. I can put together workouts that I never could have dreamed of in college. So that's pretty cool. And then some of those, we did one session. We've done this session a couple times. It's like the tempo alternating with steady state, 1K on, 1K steady state float. Yeah, you feel like you're like Superman after something like that. So yeah, a few different sessions combined together, but all placed at like the right times. You're just like, yeah, I don't know. It just keeps it fun, keeps it interesting, but it's all the right sort of building blocks you need too. So looking forward to more of those for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, like we have experimented a little bit, but I think everything I try to do holds true to what I kind of call the hierarchy of marathon success, right? So it's like total aerobic volume. That's just a non-negotiable. Anything that takes away from that, we have to kind of omit, right? And then it's like, okay, your marathon or peri-marathon pace, right? Because we do some of that in and out stuff, right? But like that's the next block, right? And then it's like tempo running, and then it's like speed stuff, right? Because the marathon's a long distance race. We have to have that aerobic ability, and probably get skewered here. It's like, yes, we do some speed work in the marathon. Tom is still doing 3K 5K pace stuff. He's still doing strides and stuff, but as a proportion of importance, we rate the total volume and the marathon pace and the tempo stuff ahead of that. And so I think for anybody listening who's trying to navigate, okay, maybe you have a coach, maybe you don't, how do I put together training for a marathon? I think that hierarchy is really helpful, because for most people, you'll get a lot out of doing that, right? Doing it in the right order, the right proportions, controlled with like, intensity discipline. And so that's really what we've been trying to do. Now, are we pushing the envelopes? I think as you get closer to 210, 212, maybe there needs to be a little bit more intensity built in, depending on the year and the build and kind of where your gaps are. But what do you think of that? Do you see it the same way? Because I know you're coaching now, obviously.
Yeah, I've never seen an athlete not respond well to a bump in mileage, and either keeping some amount of the same intensity or even minimizing intensity. Because I think we switched to that like Wednesday, Sunday format. I honestly think mentally it's a lot easier too. Like mentally, you don't have to psych yourself up for like 2 workouts a week and a long run, something like that. So yeah, I think that's one key thing. But the volume definitely excites me. Yeah, I think for a lot of athletes, they try templated workouts and they see templated workouts online, and then they do too much intensity, and they don't really understand the importance of easy volume. And then they switch to working with a coach, and then they're like, oh wow, this works so much better, and I'm actually not injured. So there's a few things that you have to restructure in terms of how a person sees it. But you should see the gains like pretty soon. Like I think even this last 8-week block, I've already seen like the benefits of it as a whole. So I think I'm craving a little bit of intensity. So we did a bit of that last week, 2 workouts in the week in a long run.
Yep.
But yeah, like it's always the bread and butter to come back to.
And let's just wrap up so everybody can kind of follow along and watch. What's the race plans for the fall?
Yeah, so I think you probably see it more as a workout on Thursday, but for me mentally, chasing honor, chasing personal glory at the Glen Tay block race. So it's a 14.7K race. I got the course record last year. Shout out to your mentor and Coach Steve Boyd, took his record. I need to get his age group record when I get older, and that's another.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be good to get under that. Last year was like 44:28, 303s, 302s, I think, something like that. We'll do Montreal half marathon, maybe more of a low key effort, and then Waterfront, Toronto half, and then the marathon project. I know a few guys that are confirmed, and they're pretty fast. So should be a lot of 209, 210, 211, 212, 213 guys in there is what I'm picturing.
Fantastic. And if all goes well, what are you looking to run?
Yeah, I think 211, 212 at worst is definitely what I'm shooting for, and I think that's more than I'm more than capable of that. Having run 63:06, so yeah, I'm excited, and I feel like that's acceptable to expect.
Awesome. And where can people follow along your journey?
Strava. Although some people have followed me on Strava, I've had many athletes say that they tried to copy my week day for day exactly as is. Don't do that. But don't do that. Strava, just Thomas Knobs. Instagram, knobs.notknobs. My last name is Nobbs. And yeah, I think that's like pretty much everything.
Awesome. And I hear you have an amazing group chat too, if you want to plug that.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah. If you DM me or give me a shout out, we have a run chat that mainly just talks about run meetups, races, favorite shoes you're wearing for running, just random weird running stuff.
And if any athletes listening would like to be coached by you, where can they find you?
Team Run is the site. I will take a application by application basis because I'm at pretty max capacity. I might divert you to Brant or Elena. But yeah, Team Run is phenomenal. Met some amazing coaches along the way. So can't recommend checking that out enough to any athlete looking for a coach right now.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for joining us. Maybe we'll have to do a follow-up post marathon project, and we can do a build breakdown for people so they can see kind of everything and how we navigate it.
Yeah, no, that'd be sweet.
Awesome, man. Cool. All right. Thanks a lot for joining.
Okay. Chat soon.